Avid player of Genshin Impact, a young individual named Ailin unexpectedly finds herself reborn as the charming NPC Ailin in the realm of Teyvat. Due to the influence of the ice element, she transforms into a delightful girl with white hair and blue eyes. Additionally, she acquires a system enhancement that allows her to learn any technique taught to her instantaneously. Furthermore, upon becoming close friends with others, she gains a matching vision from them. Thus begins the tale of a white-haired girl, adorned with various visions and wielding diverse skills, as she embarks on adventures across Teyvat. Chapter 1. Acquiring the vision in a tidy, ordinary room. A young man named Ailin is seated before his computer, immersed in the open-world game Genshin Impact. As a player who ventured into the realm of Teyvat on the first day of its launch, Ailin has reached an adventure level of 58. Like many seasoned players, he has entered a prolonged phase of stagnation, completing daily tasks and expending stamina without a clear direction afterward. However, today, Ailin discovers a new source of amusement. He receives a daily quest titled Future Knight Ailin. This task involves guiding a girl aspiring to become a proper knight and honing her combat skills to grow stronger. Players must destroy a few designated wooden stakes within a limited time frame to complete the quest. Some players utilize the Dragon's Pine Spear to shatter the stakes, while others exploit glitches to soar to heights akin to Sky Islands, executing dropping attacks from thousands of meters above. Many players jest that with such absurd mentors, Ailin is destined to become Teyvat's strongest warrior. At this moment, Ailin has maneuvered his character to Dragon's Pine and climbed to its highest point, the Frosted Pillar, switching to the character Ganyu. His intention is clear: to obliterate all designated wooden stakes with a single arrow from Ganyu at the Frosted Pillar. However, the distance between Dragon's Pine and Mondstadt, the quest location, is vast, necessitating two prerequisites. The first is calculating the arrow's trajectory and landing point accurately. The second is placing a portable anchor point at the quest location. Although archery can achieve long-range strikes, if the distance between the player and the target is too great, the system cannot register the damage. Thus, positioning the portable anchor is crucial for instant teleportation upon firing the arrow, ensuring the attack successfully destroys the stakes. Hey, my name is Ailin, and yours is Ailin too. This indicates a fateful connection between us. Watch closely, Ailin, as I bestow upon you a stroke of luck. With the portable anchor in place and the trajectory confirmed after numerous adjustments and tests, everything is set for the momentous launch. Ailin grins as he draws Ganyu's bow and releases the arrow toward Mondstadt, swiftly opening the map to click the portable anchor. A blinding light erupts from the computer screen, and Ailin feels an immense force pulling at him, followed by a whirlwind that renders him unconscious. Upon regaining consciousness, Ailin finds himself in an unfamiliar room. My head is spinning. Where am I? He surveys the space adorned with bare plushies and an abundance of pink decor, the air tinged with a pleasant fragrance reminiscent of a young girl's essence. This scent, this decor, this pink bed. I have undoubtedly entered a girl's room. Yet that can't be right. As a devoted gamer, how could a beautiful and wealthy girl possibly take an interest in me? Ailin's expression shifts as he notices his voice, now high-pitched and delicate, resembling that of a girl. Panic sets in as he looks down to find himself clad in a pink nightgown emblazoned with a bear pattern. What? Who in the world would dress me in such a ridiculous outfit? Fury rises within him. A man of stature reduced to wearing a woman's nightgown is a profound disgrace. If I discover who is behind this, they shall face my wrath. In a fit of rage, he attempts to tear off the girlish nightgown, only to glimpse two large slimes from the loose neckline. Ailin's mind erupts in chaos, feeling as if thunder has struck his consciousness. In a panic, he instinctively reaches down, only to grasp at emptiness. Ailin emits a mournful wail, which transforms into a girl's shriek. What happened? Little Ailin. The door bursts open, revealing a middle-aged man and woman who rush in, concern etched on their faces. He's gone. My dear brother. Gone. Ailin's heart shatters as tears brim in his eyes, his voice cracking in despair. Brother is gone? Little Ailin, did you have a fight with your good friend? The man and woman exchange glances, mistaking their daughter's distress for a quarrel with a friend. As they approach to comfort her, they witness Ailin suddenly clutching her head and collapsing. Ailin writhes on the floor in agony, a torrent of unfamiliar memories flooding his mind, causing excruciating pain. After approximately 30 seconds, the flood of memories subsides, and Ailin lies motionless on the wooden floor, seemingly digesting this newfound knowledge. Eventually, he processes the memories, realizing he has traversed into the world of Teyvat, fortuitously reincarnating as the future knight, Ailin. It takes considerable time for him to accept the truth of his transformation into a girl. His vision gradually clears, and he gazes at the concerned middle-aged couple, who are his new parents. With a forced smile, he reassures them, "Mom and Dad, I'm fine. I apologize for worrying you." Hearing their daughter is unharmed, the couple exhales in relief, though their faces remain etched with worry. By acknowledging this couple as his parents, Ailin embraces his new identity. Just then, an extraordinary phenomenon occurs. A chill sweeps through the pink room, intensifying until it forms a small whirlwind. The temperature plummets, frost coating the pink deer wallpaper, accompanied by the ominous sound of ice forming. Snowflakes dance around Ailin in a tempest of ice and wind. Suddenly, a vision radiating a brilliant icy blue light and a stunning bow materialize from the swirling snow, landing gently in Ailin's embrace. Chapter 2. The Baptism of Ice Element. The moment the vision appears, an overwhelming surge of ice element floods the room, rushing toward Ailin. The shimmering ice element envelopes her, bestowing upon her a transformative baptism. Elemental forces are extraordinary, and under the powerful influence of the ice element, Ailin's appearance begins to alter. Originally a girl with brown hair and green eyes, the ice element gradually transforms her long hair to a striking blue-white hue. Subsequently, her green eyes shimmer with a blue-white glow. When the snowstorm finally abates, a cascade of silken, snow-white hair gently descends through the air. The young girl opened her eyes, revealing a pair of blue orbs shimmering with starlight. Her skin, bathed in the essence of ice, became smooth and delicate, akin to that of an infant, while her long, snow-white hair reflected a subtle golden hue under the dim light, as if cloaked in a divine luminescence. Is that an angel? Herman, Aaron's father, stood dumbfounded before the radiant girl, mistaking her for a celestial being. "No, this is my beloved daughter, Aaron, not an angel." Snapping back to reality, Herman gazed at his transformed daughter, momentarily speechless, until he noticed the divine eye and the grand bow cradled in her arms. "This is the eye of the ice god." Filled with elation, Herman rushed to Aaron's side, grasping her hand as he exclaimed, Aaron, look. This is the divine eye, the divine eye." She smiled gently at her parents, saying, "Yes, Mom and Dad, I have many things to ponder. Please allow me some time alone." Of course. It's understandable to need time to acclimate to the divine eye. Herman nodded vigorously. "Ah, my dear Aaron, you have not only earned the god's recognition, but also acquired a magnificent bow. What a joyous occasion. I must retrieve the apple wine I buried by the shores of Fruit Wine Lake and indulge in a celebratory drink." The more he thought about it, the happier Herman became, and he merrily exited the room. Aaron's mother, a gentle woman unlike the boisterous Herman, was not as adept at expressing her emotions. Yet, seeing her daughter not only gain the divine eye, but also blossom into such beauty brought a smile to her face. She offered Aaron an encouraging glance and nodded before leaving the room. What loving parents! Aaron smiled, feeling their affection and indulgence. Particularly, Herman's unabashed joy upon witnessing his daughter's divine eye touched Aaron deeply, reminding her of the unconditional love she had missed after losing her parents. In her youth, having such parents is indeed a blessing. A warm smile unconsciously graced Aaron's lips. Is this truly the divine eye? Aaron mused, lifting the divine eye, its icy touch reminiscent of grasping a chilled beverage. Through it, she sensed the flow of ice elements in the air. With a thought, she summoned the icy essence, which coalesced in her hand into a fist-sized block of ice. What a marvelous experience! Aaron's eyes sparkled with excitement. After experimenting with elemental power, her gaze fell upon the grand bow in her embrace. It was a bow predominantly adorned in blue and white, the upper section embellished with white wings, while the middle featured smaller white wings and a pointed crystal. The lower half bore minimal adornment, yet the front end showcased a white blade, suggesting a design for self-defense in close combat. Additionally, the bow was decorated with patterns of orange stars and golden and white motifs, while a golden line spiraled within the pointed crystal. This bow was not only visually stunning, but also possessed formidable power. However, upon recognizing it, Aaron's brow furrowed in concern. "Isn't this the pain bow?" Aaron exclaimed, wide-eyed. The pain bow, originally known as Amos bow, had existed since the game's inception as a 5-star bow. Its attributes favored aimed shots, but at launch, there were no bow characters reliant on such mechanics, rendering its wielders in utter despair until Ganyu, a character reliant on aimed shots, emerged, transforming the bow's fate from one of anguish to that of a prized weapon. While I can understand receiving the eye of the ice god, why was I also given a pain bow? Aaron pondered, her slender fingers tapping her chin. From Aaron's memories, she learned that for the past month, she had practiced for over 11 hours daily, leaving her body little time to recover. This means that at the moment Aaron succumbed, I was teleported to her side in the game, resulting in my inexplicable reincarnation into Aaron's body. And since I was playing as Ganyu during the teleportation, I acquired the same divine eye and the weapon Amos bow she wielded. This is the only explanation, yet it does not change the fact that I have become a girl. Frustration washed over Aaron, yet she remained helpless. Approaching the mirror, she examined her new form. To her astonishment, she gasped, "Wow, this, white hair, blue eyes, flawless skin, and such a lovely face. A dream come true for a white-haired enthusiast." Lowering her gaze, she playfully squeezed her chest, gasping in surprise. "Goodness, so soft, this feeling this size. It must be at least a D cup. Wow, I look stunning. With this beauty and figure, if I were on Earth, I would surely be considered an ancient millennium beauty. What a shame. If I were on Earth, with looks like this, merely sitting in front of a camera would captivate countless admirers. I would undoubtedly be the most dazzling star, devoid of financial worries." As she lamented, Aaron couldn't resist squeezing her chest again, only to slap herself back to reality. Why am I obsessing over my own body? How ridiculous. Flopping onto the pink bed, Aaron began contemplating her future. After a lengthy pause, she sighed, "Though I have become a girl, an exceptionally beautiful one, my soul remains male. Regardless, I have inherited your body, and I shall live for you, taking care of your parents and fulfilling your unaccomplished aspirations. From this moment forward, I shall be known as Aaron." No sooner had she spoken, a series of messages flooded her mind. System loading successful. You have acquired the skill Heavenly Archery. You have acquired the skill Mountain and Marsh Kieran Trace. You have acquired the skill Descending Radiance of the Heavens. You have obtained the talent Singular Heart. You have obtained the talent Convergence of Heaven and Earth. You have gained the super talent Supreme Insight. You have gained the super talent Gift of Affection. Original game inventory has been loaded, and your in-game items have been materialized in your inventory. Chapter 3. I have the strength of 50 payments. A sudden barrage of messages left Ailin utterly bewildered. What is this? An exclusive cheat system for traversers? With a mere flicker of thought, a luminous screen materialized before her. Upon seeing this screen, Ailin's lips involuntarily twitched, for the interface bore a striking resemblance to that of the game Genshin Impact. By clicking on the character details in the upper right corner, her data was displayed. Character: Ailin current strength, approximately equivalent to 10 wild boars, or 50 payments. Current inventory: 1 Eye of the Ice God. How can my combat power be compared to merely 10 wild boars? How could I be so weak? Ailin slammed her thigh in frustration. It was not her own inadequacy that angered her, but the fact that this system had the audacity to compare her to wild boars. Yet upon reflection, this was indeed a real world, where typically 2 or 3 adults might struggle to subdue a single wild boar. This meant that Ailin's current combat power was equivalent to that of dozens of adults. With that thought, she realized she was not so weak after all. Next, she examined her skills and talents. The skills Flowing Sky Archery, Mountain and Marsh's Mark, Heavenly Descent, Unity of Heart, and Harmony of Heaven and Earth were all derived from Ganyu. Ailin had long since memorized Ganyu's skills and talents. So she paid particular attention to the two talents, supreme insight and gift of affection, which were uniquely hers. Opening the talent details, Ailin's mouth fell open in astonishment. Supreme insight grants Ailin, the most beautiful girl in Teyvat, an exceptionally high level of comprehension. When someone instructs Ailin, regardless of the technique, she only needs to see it once to learn it. Gift of affection. When the world's most beautiful girl, Ailin forms a close friendship with another wielder of a goddess eye. She can additionally acquire a goddess eye of the same type from them. Note, there is no limit to the number of goddess eyes obtained through this talent. Furthermore, if she can become close friends with the seven archons, unexpected surprises may await. The world's most beautiful girl? Ailin shyly scratched her head. Hee hee. This system could certainly use a bit more flattery. Wait. Ailin suddenly jolted. What am I being so pleased about? I'm a guy. Why am I becoming so girlish? After repeatedly reminding herself not to succumb to femininity, Ailin shifted her gaze back to the luminous screen. With the talents of supreme insight and gift of affection, she envisioned a future where she could not only master various character skills, but also acquire a plethora of goddess eyes. She could already picture herself using the rain curtain sword for healing, deploying Bennett's ultimate ability, and Mona's ultimate for enhancement, all while donning Zhongli's jade shield and adorned with a dazzling array of colorful goddess eyes, strutting confidently through Teyvat. Dressed in a pink skirt, Ailin giggled blissfully. However, after the joy, an overwhelming fatigue washed over her. Although her body had somewhat recovered after the baptism of the ice element, it had nonetheless endured intense exertion and required rest. Noticing that it was already late, Ailin suppressed her yearning for Teyvat and nestled into her bed, imbued with the fragrance of youthful innocence, drifting into a deep slumber. When Ailin awoke again, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon the following day. She had slept for nearly 19 hours, making it clear how hard she had practiced before. After a refreshing wash, Ailin rummaged through her wardrobe, selecting a few appealing outfits to wear. After a light meal and a brief exchange with her parents, she hurriedly ventured out. Having arrived in this world just 20 hours ago, she could hardly contain her eagerness to explore the more authentic Teyvat. It must be said that Herman truly was a doting father. After Ailin obtained her goddess eye, he was overjoyed, wandering the streets of Mondstadt and boasting to anyone who would listen. Now, half the population of Mondstadt was aware of Ailin's acquisition of the goddess eye and her newfound beauty. As a result, from the moment Ailin stepped outside, she was scrutinized by a multitude of curious gazes, leaving her feeling quite self-conscious. Moreover, she noticed that numerous young boys cast furtive, peculiar glances her way. However, when she looked in their direction, they would immediately blush and feign indifference, directing their attention elsewhere. Yet this was an inevitable occurrence. As the saying goes, only one's own gender can truly understand another. For instance, a girl can easily discern if another girl is disingenuous, whereas boys often cannot. Similarly, the best judges of men are often other men, as they possess an intrinsic understanding of masculine preferences. Why are internet cross-dressers so adept at bending others to their will? It is because their attire resonates with male sensibilities. Ailin, with her enchanting beauty and a male soul, had no intentions of enticing men. Yet her essence still aligned with a male's admiration for beautiful women. At that moment, she donned a snug white t-shirt that accentuated her curves, layered with a brown knitted cardigan. Below, she wore a black, pleated mini-skirt, her long legs encased in black knee-high stockings, revealing a glimpse of her fair thighs. On her feet were a pair of brown leather ankle boots. This ensemble, combined with her naturally cascading snow-white hair, lent her an ethereal, innocent allure, imbued with a touch of unintentional allure, rendering her irresistibly adorable. Such a girl walking down the street would undoubtedly stir the hearts of not just the youthful boys, but even middle-aged men. Of course, it is often said that when many are vying for your attention, one should not rejoice, but rather reflect on what might be lacking that draws such interest. To be sought after by many is merely ordinary beauty. True beauty commands respect and evokes a sense of reverence devoid of any lewd thoughts. Currently, Ailin resembled a celestial angel traversing the earthly realm, leaving those who beheld her feeling woefully inadequate in her radiant presence. Ah, what a sinful woman I am! Ailin mused whimsically, then ignored the flustered gazes of the adolescent boys. With a buoyant step, she made her way to the Adventurers Guild. Chapter 4, Seeking the Voice to vanquish the demon god. Having finally arrived in Teyvat and obtained a goddess eye, Ailin naturally yearned to showcase her talents and embark on joyful adventures. Thus, she headed to the Adventurers Guild, intending to scout for suitable commissions that would allow her to test her strength. However, the Adventurers Guild categorizes its members from levels 1 to 60, with newly joined adventurers starting at level 1. Only by completing a sufficient number of commissions or high-level tasks can they elevate their adventure rank. Moreover, the difficulty of the Guild's commissions ranges from low to high, E, D, C, B, A, and S. The lowest tier, E-rank commissions, typically involve mundane tasks such as finding lost pets or washing dishes at Angel's Share. D-rank commissions generally entail delivering items or gathering herbs, which require considerable physical exertion. Only C-rank commissions demand combat, yet even then, they might only involve defeating a few hilichurls or a couple of slimes. B-rank commissions generally require clearing out hilichurl camps. As for the highest tier, A-rank commissions, adventurers must confront formidable opponents, akin to the Fatui Harbingers. For the sake of the members' safety, newcomers to the Adventurers Guild, regardless of their strength, are permitted only the most basic of commissions. However, Ailin yearned to test her mettle through combat. She had no desire to engage in mundane tasks, such as searching for lost pets. What should she do? Ailin furrowed her delicate white brows. Suddenly, a melodious voice broke through her contemplation. "O fair maiden, what brings you to linger beneath the dimming light of divine retribution?" Following the voice, Ailin beheld a striking figure, a girl with golden hair and azure eyes, adorned with a single eye patch and clad in a purple-black feathered ensemble, approached with a raven perched upon her shoulder. The moment Ailin laid eyes on this girl and her avian companion, warmth and delight washed over her. Was this not the character Fiscal and her loyal companion Oz from the game? "Ahem, my lady wishes to inquire, what troubles you? And do refrain from standing in the sunlight, lest you suffer sunburn," Oz translated. However, before he could finish, Ailin extended her hand, exclaiming, "No need for translation. I understand." "What? You comprehend my words?" Surprise flickered across Fiscal's face, yet she quickly composed herself to maintain her Chinibu persona, clearing her throat before continuing, "Ahem, fair maiden. To understand my sacred utterances is indeed commendable." Fiscal scrutinized the white-haired girl with a gaze of admiration, yet upon closer inspection, her eyes widened in astonishment. The beauty before her was breathtakingly exquisite, devoid of any cosmetics yet radiating an unparalleled elegance. How could such an adorable girl exist? She appeared soft and inviting, stirring an overwhelming urge to pinch her cheeks. Wait, why does she emanate a divine golden glow? Is she an angel? Oh no, it is merely sunlight reflecting off her silvery locks. Her hair glistened beautifully, like the first rays of spring illuminating the snow-capped peaks of the Longji Mountains. Simply enchanting. How could there be such a stunning girl in the world, so dazzling? Fiscal felt an uncontrollable urge to touch her hair, her excitement causing her to tremble, momentarily forgetting her regal poise. Once she managed to regain her composure, Fiscal found herself feeling inadequate in the presence of Ailin's radiance. Just as a timid kitten may roar to assert its strength, Fiscal instinctively struck a Chinibu pose, laughing heartily. Oz conveyed, "My lady wishes to express her delight in meeting you. May I ask your name?" After Fiscal's somewhat awkward Chinibu line, Oz's translation only served to deepen her embarrassment. Suddenly, to Fiscal's astonishment, Ailin mirrored her pose. "I am the one who traverses the lands to vanquish evil, known in this realm as Ailin. Verily, Lady of Judgment, your words ring true. Our fates entwined today is surely a sign of destiny." Fiscal gasped in astonishment. Not only she, but even Oz was taken aback by the existence of someone even more Chinibu than Fiscal herself. Both stood frozen in disbelief, uncertain of how to respond. If it were she, surely it would be possible. Fiscal's enchanting azure eyes sparkled with excitement as she regarded Ailin, her face alight with unrestrained joy. This expression mirrored the elation of a Chinibu encountering a kindred spirit. However, despite her elation, Fiscal had always been solitary and lacked friends, let alone the experience of normal conversation. She found herself at a loss for words, standing awkwardly. Yet Ailin, possessing the confidence of a boy's spirit, approached Fiscal without hesitation, taking her hand in hers. This adorable girl, she has taken my hand. The warmth radiating from Ailin's touch sent Fiscal's pulse racing, nearly causing her to swoon. Fiscal, I have a concern. Could you assist me? Ailin leaned closer, her nose almost brushing Fiscal's cheek, her striking blue eyes shimmering with anticipation. So close, too close. I might faint. Fiscal gasped. I promise. I will do anything for you. Her heart raced wildly. She could no longer contain her emotions. Faced with the request of this irresistibly cute girl, she felt compelled to comply, for who could bear to disappoint such a delightful being? In no time, Fiscal realized Ailin was troubled by the inability to accept suitable commissions. Fear not, I shall employ my royal authority to assist you. After hearing Ailin's predicament, Fiscal eagerly grasped her hand and led her to register at the Adventurers Guild. Wait, Ailin is truly joining the Adventurers Guild? I believed your aspiration was to join the Knights and become a full-fledged knight. The receptionist, Catherine, appeared taken aback. The knight assessments have yet to commence this year. I wish to hone my skills as an adventurer first, preparing for the knightly trials while also earning some money for my family. That makes sense. Ailin, how thoughtful. Catherine smiled, promptly completing Ailin's registration, officially marking her as an adventurer. New adventurers may team with those of higher rank to undertake more advanced commissions. Thus, Fiscal, at level 23, easily secured a rank 1 commission for Ailin. Come, this princess shall protect you. Fiscal smiled sweetly at Ailin, taking her hand as they ventured beyond the city. Chapter 5. The Round Crisis. The commission they received was titled the Round Crisis. The task entailed eliminating 3 large fire slimes that had appeared within the Whispering Forest, with an urgent request to act swiftly to prevent a forest fire. As an investigator for the Adventurers Guild, Fiscal possessed vast experience in gathering intelligence. She sent Oz aloft for aerial reconnaissance, and then navigated the Whispering Forest with Ailin, quickly locating their target. Ailin, there lies our mission objective. Fiscal pointed at the several glowing red slimes. The fire slimes, composed of fire elements, radiated intense heat and were malleable. Striking them with mere fists or feet would not only fail to inflict damage, but could also result in burns from their high temperatures. I have heard you practice swordsmanship, which may put you at a disadvantage in close combat with the fire slimes. Allow me to handle these foes, Fiscal said, narrowing her eyes and offering Ailin a sweet smile, completely unaware she had been speaking normally. As she knocked an arrow, preparing to attack the fire slimes, Fiscal was taken aback when Ailin, upon spotting the slimes, charged forward with fervor. Ailin, wait! Fiscal cried in alarm, signaling Oz to assist. Yet unexpectedly, Ailin, halfway to the target, summoned a multitude of light particles with a wave of her hand, manifesting a stunning blue-white bow from thin air. Flowing Sky Archery, activate, the girl declared, her god eye glowing as she harnessed the ice elements from the air. The speed of Ganyu's Flowing Sky Archery was remarkable. However, under normal circumstances, the process of selecting an arrow, nocking it, drawing the bow, aiming, and releasing would take at least 4 to 5 seconds. In these fleeting seconds, given Ganyu's archery skills, she would have likely released several arrows by now. However, after millennia of honing her craft, Ganyu's proficiency in archery is unparalleled, making it premature for Ailin's skills to be compared with hers. Of course, Ailin has her own methods, since retrieving and knocking arrows can be cumbersome. She simply bypasses these steps. Rich ice elements swirl between her hands, and in the instant she draws her bow, the ice elements coalesce into a crystalline ice arrow, effortlessly knocking itself onto Amos's bow. The process of condensing the arrow, drawing the bow, aiming, and releasing is executed seamlessly. Within 5 seconds, Ailin has loosed 3 ice arrows, and she continues her barrage. In an instant, a flurry of icy arrows, imbued with chilling energy, rains down upon 3 large pyro slimes. Water and ice elements possess a strong countering effect against fire. Each icy arrow that strikes the pyro slimes penetrates deeply into their forms. Although these arrows will soon evaporate due to the high temperatures of the slimes, each successful hit causes the flames enveloping the slimes to dim slightly. When the flames extinguish entirely, it signifies the depletion of their elemental energy, leading to their demise, as slimes are composed of elemental essence. Ailin moves like an experienced hunter, weaving effortlessly through the whispering forest, adjusting her stance while rapidly firing icy arrows, imposing considerable pressure on the pyro slimes. The three pyro slimes can only sluggishly shift their forms, utterly unable to match Ailin's speed. And their occasional bursts of flame are skillfully dodged by Ailin using the ample cover in the forest. From a distance, Fiscal and Oz instinctively gaped in astonishment. Fiscal had heard of Ailin before, but failed to recognize her due to her dramatic transformation. Hadn't she always trained in swordsmanship? How could she wield such formidable archery skills? Fiscal was utterly taken aback. In her memory, Ailin was merely a girl striving to become a knight through relentless sword training. Yet now, Ailin's archery prowess seemed even more formidable than her own. The massive size of the pyro slimes dwarfed that of a water barrel. Any ordinary person struck by them would surely suffer grievous injuries. Furthermore, the slime's soft forms grant them immunity against many typical blunt weapons and physical attacks. Particularly, the large pyro slimes radiate intense heat, meaning any attack from them results not only in physical damage, but also searing burns. Typically, one would avoid large pyro slimes at all costs, let alone facing three simultaneously. Yet now, under the relentless barrage of Ailin's icy arrows, these three large pyro slimes were rendered utterly defenseless. Miss Ailin's strength appears to far exceed the rumors. Oz exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, what exquisite archery skills! With her level of expertise, even without the vision, she could easily qualify as a knight. But why? Fiscal furrowed her brow in confusion, yet before she could ponder further, her eyes widened in shock, as if witnessing something profoundly shocking. What is that? Fiscal's eyes sparkled with excitement, her gaze now fixed firmly upon Ailin. At this moment, Ailin, bow in hand, darted through the forest, employing the technique of Luteon archery to launch continuous attacks against the pyro slimes. However, Luteon archery is Ganyu's signature move, characterized by immense tension and significant recoil. In the game, Ganyu's execution of Luteon archery requires substantial movement to dissipate the force generated during the shot, often causing her skirt to sway. Today, Ailin wore a black, pleated miniskirt, and one could easily imagine the implications of performing Luteon archery in such attire. As Ailin attacked and dodged, her skirt fluttered, revealing glimpses of beauty. Yet, possessing the soul of a boy, she remained blissfully unaware of modesty or the elegance expected of a young lady. In the throes of battle, she was exhilarated, lost in the moment, her focus solely on her adversaries. This, however, proved overwhelming for Fiscal, who could not contain her reaction. Her pupils constricted sharply, and her blood pressure surged. Today must certainly be a lucky day for this princess, Fiscal exclaimed, covering her nose, her body trembling with excitement. This is the essence of slime? It seems rather intriguing. Ailin mused, gazing at the spoils beneath her feet, a gentle smile gracing her lips. This marked her first battle since arriving in Teyvat, and through it, she had gained a clearer understanding of her strength. Following the conclusion of the skirmish, she felt no fatigue. Rather, the exhilaration of combat filled her with joy. Having felled 3 large pyro slimes with Luteon archery alone, she contemplated how much stronger she would be if she employed Shanzalini and Jiangzhong Tianhua. Moreover, this was merely her first combat experience. As she accumulated more fighting experience, her strength would undoubtedly continue to ascend. Yet from afar, Fiscal suddenly shrieked, "Ailin, watch out." An arrow infused with electro-energy whizzed past Ailin's hair before striking a fireball hurtling towards her. Boom! The collision of electro and pyro elements triggered a cataclysmic explosion. Ailin's pupils dilated. The vision at her waist shimmered as she summoned her ice elemental power, executing Shanzalini. With this technique, She left behind an ice lotus while swiftly retreating to evade the blast radius. "Are you all right, Ailin?" Fiskal and Oz rushed to Ailin's side, their concern palpable. "I'm fine. Thank you for saving me." Ailin, gripping Amos's bow, cast a grave gaze towards the source of the fireball. In the thicket, the leaves rustled ominously. Two red flowers, drawn together, unfurled their petals and broke through the ground. "It's a pyro flower." Fiskal gasped. At that moment, the two pyro flowers launched their assault, with fire energy coalescing atop their crowns, sending two basketball-sized fireballs hurtling towards Fiskal and Ailin. "Ailin, be careful!" Fiskal shouted, swiftly pulling Ailin behind a large tree, barely evading the onslaught. Damn it, the intel was wrong. I should have anticipated this. Large pyro slimes only manifest in areas rich in pyro elements. In this whispering forest, it is only the pyro flowers that could attract large pyro slimes. The pyro flowers are capable of unleashing rapid-fire flame attacks while also forming pyro shields for protection. They can even burrow underground to execute surprise attacks. And in this flower-laden whispering forest, they blend seamlessly into their surroundings. The most infuriating part is that with the electro-vision, both Oz and I risk triggering explosive reactions by meeting our attacks with flames, potentially igniting an uncontrollable forest fire. Should a fire engulf the forest, it would not only result in immeasurable damage and ecological destruction, but also amplify the advantages of the pyro flowers. At that point, even if we manage to survive the pyro flowers, we might perish in the forest fire or succumb to smoke inhalation. Fiskal's brow furrowed tightly, clearly anxious. Ailin grew serious as well. She understood that pyro flowers were particularly troublesome foes, but her prior experience had only been in a game. Now, hearing Fiskal's words, Ailin comprehended the perilous predicament they found themselves in. Peered out to observe the approaching Pianhua, her mind racing with strategies. "Fisher, could you possibly hold off these two Pianhua? Just give me 2 minutes, and I can eliminate them. It's difficult. If it were any other Pianhua, I would be confident, but the convergence of fire and lightning causes an overload, severely limiting my and Oz's abilities. The only attack I can currently employ is a standard arrow shot without any lightning element attached. But that will only allow me to stall one of the Pianhua. Only one. Found herself in a quandary. Darn it, in this critical moment. If only I had another ally to assist. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck her. "Wait, Fisher, could you tell me how you summon Oz?" "Huh?" Fisher was taken aback, puzzled as to why I would pose such a question at this juncture. Oz came to me alongside the vision. At that moment, I felt the lightning element materializing into Oz through my wish, and a small part of my life was drawn to connect with Oz, granting him existence. The rest remains a mystery to me. Born from a fervent desire, gritted her teeth. She was in dire straits, needing assistance to navigate this perilous situation. Otherwise, not only would she perish, but so would Fisher, whom she cherished. "You aren't considering summoning a familiar like I did, are you?" I merely spoke whimsically. Even I cannot ascertain if it is truly possible. Fisher pursed her lips, however, paid her no heed and silently clasped her hands together, much like a devout believer in prayer. With her eyes closed and a serious expression, yearning to survive alongside her beloved transformed into an overwhelming desire that erupted forth. The vision, responding to human wishes, manifested itself. At that moment, the vision at its waist radiated a brilliant light. A tempest of dense ice elements surged forth, quenching much of the inferno ignited by the fiery Pianhua. The ice elements coalesced, forming a colossal vortex of snow and ice before, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Even the two fiery Pianhua were suppressed by this formidable eruption of ice elements, unable to advance. As the snow and ice dissipated, a massive white egg composed of ice appeared before. Cracks began to form on its surface, as if a creature were about to emerge. With a thunderous roar, the icy shell shattered. A resounding cry echoed throughout the whispering forest. A resplendent bird, entirely white with plumage adorned with icy feathers reminiscent of peacock tails, emerged, letting out a noble call as if announcing its arrival to the world. It unfurled its wings of ice, trailing a long tail of swirling cold air, and alighted upon shoulder, its slanted eyes exuding an aura of nobility. As it opened its mouth, a melodious yet slightly youthful voice emerged. In accordance with your wishes and summons, I, Feng Air, am born here, ready to offer all and fight for you. Chapter 7. Charging, Frostflower Arrow. Congratulations, Master, on acquiring the ability to summon familiars as Fisher does, thanks to your profound understanding. Formed of ice, gathering myriad Navi ice elements for its essence, and driven by your strong will and desire, your familiar, the Ice Phoenix Feng Air, has been born. Gaze in astonishment at the ice bird upon her shoulder, with its slender neck, wings seemingly sculpted from ice, a tail made of swirling cold air, and noble demeanor. Was this not the legendary Phoenix, the king of birds? She had truly accomplished it. You are incredible. You actually summoned a familiar. Fisher exclaimed, both astonished and delighted. The astonishment stemmed from her disbelief that could indeed summon a familiar, while the joy came from the realization that they shared this bond, perhaps indicating a fated connection. You're called Feng Air, correct? Inquired tentatively. Indeed. Feng Air is born in response to your wishes and is your most loyal familiar, dedicated to executing your will. Excellent. Beamed, gently stroking Feng Air's head. The situation is urgent. Could you assist Fisher in holding off those two Pian Hua and simultaneously help control the forest fire they caused? Certainly. I shall do my utmost to fulfill your wishes. With that, the Ice Phoenix took to the skies, launching an attack on the Pian Hua. With a powerful flap of its icy wings, it conjured a small storm of cold air, driving back one of the Pian Hua, attempting to ambush from underground, while also extinguishing a portion of the flames. With Feng Air's assistance, the situation became considerably more manageable, and Fisher joined the fray. Although her shooting speed was not as rapid as, her combat experience was far superior. She moved like a seasoned assassin, striking at the opportune moment. Though Feng Air was a creation of elemental essence, its life was bound to sharing her vitality. Thus, Feng Air's strength was directly tied to, as grew stronger. So too did Feng Air's vitality, allowing it to absorb and accommodate more elemental power to enhance itself. Consequently, it was somewhat challenging for Feng Air to independently hold off the two Pian Hua. One of the Pian Hua, having escaped the reach of the Ice Phoenix's attack, attempted to burrow underground for a sneak attack. At that moment, however, Fisher, lying in wait in the thicket, took her chance. An arrow shot forth from the underbrush, striking true upon the crown of the Pian Hua, causing it to stagger and interrupt its attempt to burrow. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Air unleashed a tempest of ice, regaining control over the Pian Hua. As time ticked away, a minute passed swiftly. Concealed behind a large tree, had already drawn her amethyst bow, an ice arrow poised upon the string, yet she refrained from releasing it. The standard ice arrow was insufficient to simultaneously vanquish both Pian Hua. Thus, she needed to employ the charged attack, Frostflower Arrow, from the Flowing Sky archery technique. The damage of the Frostflower Arrow depended on the duration of its charge. The longer the charge, the greater the concentration of ice elements within the arrow. In this realm of reality, theoretically, if charged for a month, she could potentially obliterate Mondstadt with a single shot. However, such a notion was merely fanciful. Disregarding the impracticality of charging for a month without rest, the sheer volume of ice elements would be beyond current capacity to manage. Nevertheless, to deal with the two Pian Hua, such overwhelming power was unnecessary. A mere 2 minutes of charging would suffice for to confidently eliminate both with a single arrow. As time continued to elapse, suddenly, Fisher's expression shifted. The Pian Hua, enraged from their relentless assault, erupted in fury. They released silent roars skyward, and a multitude of fire elements converged upon them, forming a fiery shield upon their surfaces. Under the aegis of this shield, the enraged Pian Hua unleashed an even more formidable force, gathering dense fire elements atop their crowns, activating a barrage of fiery projectiles. With a series of explosive sounds, a torrent of fireballs erupted forth, striking with incredible speed and devastating power. Feng Air and Fisher's coordinated assault was thoroughly disrupted by this onslaught. The speed and destructive capacity of these fireballs were unparalleled, with a single fireball capable of creating a basketball-sized dent in a tree with a 1-meter diameter. Imagine the sensation of being caught in the crossfire of 2 Gatling guns. Under such an overwhelming assault, survival becomes a formidable challenge, let alone thwarting the enemy's onslaught. In a moment of decisive clarity, Shi'ar swiftly stowed her bow and retreated fervently. Yet, even amidst this dire peril, her attention remained partially fixed on Ailin's situation. Should Ailin face danger, she would unhesitatingly leap to her defense. Fortunately, Ingr, with unwavering loyalty, prioritized Ailin's safety, soaring through the air to evade the fiery projectiles while conjuring ice spikes to intercept the flames aimed at Ailin. Too, disregarded all else, for in its eyes, the lady's life surpassed all. It unleashed a torrent of electrical strikes to obstruct the fiery assaults of the Inhu, ensuring Shi'ar's safety. The cacophony of explosions from the overload and the detonation of fireballs echoed incessantly. Within mere seconds, as the Inhu ceased its barrage, the surroundings lay in ruins. The ground and trees bore the scars of destruction, while flames ignited the long-dried leaves and branches of the forest, engulfing both Shi'ar and her avian companions in an inferno. Everywhere one looked, a terrifying blaze of crimson flickered, enveloped in oppressive heat, with the crackling of burning twigs and leaves heightening the atmosphere of despair. The 2 Inhu advanced, stepping through the flames, inching closer to Shi'ar, who found herself with no retreat, the sea of fire looming behind her. Without hesitation, Oz placed itself before Shi'ar, determined to protect her at all costs, even if it meant sacrificing its own life. Despair weighed heavily on Shi'ar's heart in that moment. Her emotions were a tumult of hopelessness and unyielding resolve. Chapter 8. KL. Was it you? Observing the raging inferno and the encroaching Inhu, Shi'ar realized their escape was nearly impossible. The crackling of flames surrounded her, and the stifling atmosphere birthed a sense of hopelessness. Was she truly to perish here? Having just begun to know Ailin, a sense of regret washed over her. She longed to truly understand her. With a tight-lipped expression, tears shimmered in her eyes. Just as despair threatened to engulf her, Ailin's voice pierced through. Shi'ar, do not fear, for I am here. A simple phrase, yet it resonated with an immense confidence. This assurance quelled Shi'ar's panic. She turned toward the source of the voice and beheld the silver-haired maiden, her bowstring taut with a crystalline, icy arrow. The chilling aura emanating from the arrow repelled the nearby flames. The elemental fluctuations radiating from it were potent enough to send shivers through Shi'ar's heart. Regaining her composure, Shi'ar assessed the arrow's aim and the positions of the 2 Inhu. Though her acquaintance with Ailin had barely exceeded an hour, an invisible bond seemed to connect them, akin to longtime friends. Without the need for words, Shi'ar understood Ailin's intent. A confident smile returned to her face as she struck an exaggerated pose before the advancing Inhu. What are mere hypocritical flowers to deter a princess? My friend, allow me to assist you with the holy judgment of thunder. With a swift motion, Shi'ar transformed her stance, unleashing 3 arrows toward the Inhu to obstruct its advance. Simultaneously, she dashed to the right, her path behind her severed, while continuing to shoot arrows to maintain distance from the encroaching flowers. Ingr, while countering another Inhu, also summoned its icy breath to extinguish the flames, clearing a path for Shi'ar. At last, after establishing a 20-meter gap from the Inhu, Shi'ar exchanged a knowing glance with Ingr and released an arrow toward the flower. This arrow was no ordinary projectile. It was imbued with potent electrical elements. With Shi'ar's precise archery, it struck true against the Inhu's fiery shield, shattering it and triggering a powerful explosion from the overload reaction, sending the flower sprawling backward. Concurrently, Ingr emitted a resounding cry, summoning 10 massive ice spikes to assault the other Inhu. The formidable spikes shattered its fiery shield and hurled it away. In perfect synchrony, both Pi and who were sent crashing in the same direction by the combined efforts of Fi and Fing. As the two flowers landed together, Ailin, who had been biding her time, finally unleashed her power. Under the might of my Frostflower arrow, be reduced to icy shards. Ailin's thunderous declaration resonated as she released her bowstring. The Frostflower arrow, laden with ice elements, shot forth from the Amos bow with tremendous force, creating a thunderous sound that reverberated through the air, causing Ailin to stagger back. The icy arrow transformed into a blue-white comet, chilling the air around it and extinguishing the flames in its wake. Ultimately, the arrow, infused with unparalleled strength, pierced through the fire and struck the crown of the Pi in who. In an instant, the Frostflower erupted, unleashing a tremendous explosion of ice elements. The resounding blast echoed through the forest, accompanied by a colossal icy mushroom cloud that ascended into the sky. The cold wave produced by the explosion radiated outward, swiftly obliterating vast swathes of flames. Meanwhile, the Whispering Forest was not far from Mondstadt, just beyond the bridge at the city gate. A left turn of less than a kilometer would lead one there. Thus, the raging inferno was detected swiftly and soon. The perimeter of the Whispering Forest was teeming with members of the Knights of Favonius and the Adventurers Guild, as well as well-meaning townsfolk from Mondstadt who had rushed to extinguish the flames. Amidst the crowd, a young lady with golden hair and blue eyes, sporting a single ponytail and a vision of a Nemo at her waist, was seething with rage, demanding, "KL, was it you? Come out. Gael, where are you?" The intensity of her voice escalated, conveying the fury of a volcano ready to erupt. Fortunately, a red-clad girl adorned with red bunny ears soon emerged from the throng. None other than Amber, the scout of the Knights of Favonius. "Calm down, QN. Have you forgotten that KL was confined after her mishap with the windmill explosion yesterday?" Upon hearing Amber's reminder, QN paused, a look of resignation crossing her features. "Am I simply exhausted, or has KL made me overly sensitive? Every time I hear of a fire or an explosion, her face is the first to come to mind." "Never mind that. Amber, has the cause of the incident been determined?" "We cannot ascertain the precise cause of the fire yet. However, according to Mr. Celestia, the president of the Adventurers Guild, 2 members accepted a commission to eliminate a large pyro slime in the Whispering Forest an hour ago. This incident might be related. The fact that they accepted such a commission indicates their capability and experience. They should be able to handle a few slimes without causing such a conflagration. By the way, who were the adventurers that accepted the commission?" "It was the investigator F.I. and Ailin from the Adventurers Guild." At the mention of Ailin, Amber's expression darkened, for she held a deep admiration for the girl striving to become a knight. The parents of the two had been frantic, attempting to rush into the inferno to find their children, but they had been restrained. Upon hearing that someone was trapped, Nuwa AI Air immediately wished to charge into the inferno with her shield to rescue them. However, after much persuasion from Kaya, she was assigned to undertake a different task. The child, Ailin, is both diligent and earnest. She had just obtained the vision yesterday. I was optimistic that she would surely pass this year's assessment, and I could take good care of her as her senior. Who would have thought? Do not be disheartened, and Bo. Perhaps they are both unharmed. Cheen, who memorizes the names of every resident in Mondstadt, was particularly struck by Ailin's industriousness. Now that they are facing such a calamity, Cheen felt an immense sorrow welling within her as she gazed into the raging flames, her expression fraught with worry. Ailin and Fei Air are both exemplary members of the new generation in Mondstadt, and their predicament weighs heavily on my heart. As the acting Grandmaster of the Knights of Favonius, I assure you that we will safely bring them back. After comforting the parents of Ailin and Fei Air, Cheen stood at the edge of the inferno, her sword gripped tightly, as a tempest swirled around her. Just as she intended to part the flames with her sword and rush in to save them, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. Cheen spotted a flicker of blue light amidst the crimson flames. Chapter 9. A frosty arrow pierces the inferno. In contrast to the sea of flames, That solitary blue glow appeared diminutive, yet resembled a brilliant star adorning the infinite night sky. Small, yet impossible to overlook. The blue point emanated from the heart of the inferno, and as it drew nearer, its radiance intensified. Qin was momentarily stunned. As the blue light expanded, those present finally discerned its true nature. It was a crystalline ice arrow, imbued with an immense amount of ice elemental energy, radiating light. Under the gaze of countless onlookers, the ice arrow surged forth from the center of the inferno, carrying with it an overwhelming chill that extinguished the flames in its path, carving a 4-meter-wide passage through the fire. Who could it be? Qin sheathed her sword and turned toward the arrow's trajectory. Such formidable control over ice elements. Could there truly be an archer in Mondstadt wielding such power? Kai was visibly moved. Even Dialek, who had concealed himself in the shadows with arms crossed, lowered his hands, his expression grave, clearly taken aback by the astonishing arrow. Who was the one that had pierced the inferno with a frost-laden arrow? This arrow captivated the attention of all present. At that moment, all eyes were fixed on the direction for which the ice arrow had come, eager to see who would emerge from the newly forged path. Gradually, 2 figures materialized at the end of the passage. A white-haired maiden and a girl guard in purple raven feathers supported each other, stepping out from the heart of the flames, while Yia guarded them, and the ice phoenix summoned a cold wind to shield them from blaze. It was them. They were unharmed. Upon recognizing the 2 maidens, elation erupted among the crowd. The members of the Knights of Favonius breathed a sigh of relief. And even say Lucy from the Adventurers Guild felt reassured. Ailin, Litolaimi. The most excited were undoubtedly the parents of the 2 maidens, who dashed past the knights to embrace their children, as if fearing that letting go would cause them to vanish. Ailin, my daughter, thank goodness you are safe. If anything happened to you, how could your mother and I survive? Ilanis Baron wept bitterly. Faced with her tearful parents, Ailin could only scratch her head sheepishly. I'm sorry, Mom and Dad. I didn't mean to worry you. Look, I'm perfectly fine. Little AI me. Why did you run to such a dangerous place? You had us worried sick, but thankfully you were safe. Yet, she soon realized her face was flushed with embarrassment. Dad, what are you talking about? Who is this little AI me? Upon hearing this, Facia Air's parents immediately relaxed, grateful that their daughter had not been harmed. Facia Air, however, cast a furtive glance at Ailin, relieved that Ailin had not heard her nickname. Little did she know, Ailin was well aware of the affectionate moniker and had chosen to remain silent. Meanwhile, in Kaya Diluk, and others remained curious about the identity of the one who had unleashed the arrow that shattered the flames. However, upon seeing Ailin wielding a beautiful bow and adorned with the ice vision, they began to speculate. Their only query now was whether Ailin truly possessed such strength. Just a day ago, she was merely an ordinary girl striving to earn her knight qualification. How could she possibly have made such a monumental leap in power in just one day? Moreover, Ailin had spent years honing her swordsmanship. They had never heard of her practicing archery. Could that arrow truly have been shot by Ailin? Doubt lingered in the minds of Qin and the others. Yet observing Facia Air and Ailin embracing their parents, they understood that this was not the time for inquiries. Shortly thereafter, both sets of parents calmed down. The medical personnel that had been arranged earlier stepped forward. Thanks to Lord Barbados' protection, it is truly wonderful that both of you are safe. You have both sustained some injuries. Allow me to treat you. The healer, Barbara, approached with concern, invoking the power of her hydro-vision to summon healing waters. Though Ailin and Facia Air had not suffered severe injuries, some burns were inevitable upon their return from the inferno. The refreshing water magic not only healed their wounds, but also eased their tension. O maiden who commands the power of water, your magic is commendable. Fixi opposit dramaticali. What my lady means is, thank you, Miss Barbara. Your healing magic is remarkable. Ailin expressed her gratitude. Thank you for your treatment. But Miss Barbara, you are so adorable. Just seeing you revitalizes me. Barbara was taken aback by such flattery and shyly turned her face away. If we are speaking of adorableness, Miss Ailin is 100 times cuter than I. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the members of the Knights and the Adventurers Guild sought out Ailin and Facia Air to inquire about the cause of the fire. to which they recounted the events truthfully. Upon hearing the call of the Demon Lord, my friend, we find ourselves bound by the laws of this world and unable to restore our powers as in our past lives. I possess a method to swiftly replenish divine energy. I wish to invite you to try it. Just as they were about to part ways, Facia Air suddenly spoke to Ailin. Oz, my lady means that you must have exhausted much energy today. She invites you to dinner at her home. Ailin, Oz, did I not mention that I understand? You need not translate. Forgive my impertinence, Miss Ailin. I had no intention of overstepping. However, while you may comprehend, the readers from another dimension require my translation. Os. Facia Air blushed as her private thoughts were laid bare, yet she did not contradict Oz. Instead, she gazed at Ailin with a pleading look. Facia Air's parents warmly invited Ailin to their home for dinner. Ailin, had it not been for you today, we might never have seen little me again. So please do not refuse us this opportunity to express our gratitude. Seeing the situation was one where refusal was impossible. And indeed, Ailin had no intention of declining. She informed her parents and nodded in agreement. Then, I shall impose upon you, uncle and aunt. Chapter 10. I have always been your friend. Ailin's arrival was met with a warm welcome from Facia Air's parents. As parents prepared an elaborate feast to entertain Ailin. As for Fingar, possibly due to its icy elemental nature, it showed no inclination towards warm dishes. Initially, it perched proudly upon Ailin's shoulder, adopting the demeanor of a regal bird, only to be utterly captivated when presented an ice pop. Soon, dinner commenced, and it is a universal trait among parents to regale guests with tales of their children's past misadventures. Father, caught in a spirited moment, began to recount tales of less than glamorous childhood to Ailin. Our little Amy has always been entranced by fantasy novels, often speaking in a language that others cannot comprehend. Consequently, her circle of friends is quite limited. Ailin, we are truly grateful that you have chosen to befriend our dear Amy. As he spoke, tears welled in his eyes, creating a rather comical scene. Meanwhile, squirmed in embarrassment, nearly burying her face beneath the table. Father, please focus on your meal and refrain from sharing these anecdotes with my friend, she protested, visibly annoyed. All right, I shall cease. Ailin observed the dynamic between father and daughter with a calm demeanor, fully aware that eccentricities were significantly influenced by her parents. In their youth, parents were members of the Adventurers Guild, perpetually preoccupied and unable to devote time to their daughter. Consequently, Young found solace in the library, traversing countless worlds through the pages of fantasy novels. However, prolonged solitude rendered her inept at socializing, her only frame of reference being the fantastical tales she consumed, leading to an increasingly peculiar personality and a tendency for eccentric speech. The more idiosyncratic she became, the fewer children desired to engage with her, culminating in a vicious cycle of isolation that drove her deeper into the realm of fantasy literature. She would share her favorite series with her parents, to which her father would respond, "Oh, what delightful tales! Since you adore this story so much, we shall call you from now on." He gently ruffled her hair, beaming with pride. "You are the most formidable princess of judgment, and I am proud to call you my daughter. Never abandon your nobility and dreams, no matter what." Their tender praise warmed her heart, yet such moments were fleeting due to their relentless schedules. Lost in her fantasies, she often reassured herself during times of loneliness, declaring, "I am the princess of judgment. Even my parents acknowledge this. I must not forsake my ideals and dreams, for they are the trials befitting a princess." However, the beauty of such sentiments was shattered on her 14th birthday. Her parents, who had once indulged her fantasies, abruptly insisted, "You are 14 now. It is time to step out of your dreams." This statement pierced her heart like a searing blade. That night, she wept in the library, her eyes swollen from crying, and a desperate longing for companionship and acceptance erupted within her. Thus, the dark night, accompanied by the eye of God, pledged its loyalty to her. Ailin observed, her face flushed and her gaze fixed upon her meal with gentle compassion. Just as a timid kitten roars to mask its vulnerability, cloaked her fragility and sorrow beneath an exaggerated persona. Beneath this fade lay profound loneliness and a fervent desire for recognition and companionship. It could be said that current disposition was largely a consequence of her parents' influence. Ailin felt an urge to reprimand the man who incessantly revealed his daughter's past, attributing her current state to their actions. Yet, the past was immutable. What purpose would such words serve? Furthermore, as a junior, it would be exceedingly impolite to admonish an elder. In a place like Mondstadt, such behavior might even tarnish her parents' reputation. Therefore, Ailin simply gazed at and softly reassured her. It's all right. The current version of you is wonderful, and I truly cherish it. From now on, I will always be your friend. Stared at Ailin in astonishment, never having anticipated such a declaration. This was the first time someone openly acknowledged her as a friend. She buried her face in her hands, desperate to hide her blush, and hastily resumed eating. Thank you, Ailin, she finally managed to utter after a long silence. Yet, Ailin detected a hint of emotion behind her words. After dinner, reverted to her usual self, grasping Ailin's hand and exuberantly exclaiming, "Friend, we dwell in a world of filth, and it is inevitable that we become tainted. Thus the princess, bestow upon you the honor of purifying this world's impurities alongside me." Z interjected. What the young lady means is that after battling through the flames, her clothes and body have become rather soiled, and she wishes to invite you to bathe together. At this, Ailin was left utterly flabbergasted. A bath? Together with you? She stammered, bewildered. Of course, nodded with conviction. But isn't that a bit inappropriate? Ailin replied, scratching her head awkwardly. We are both girls. What could possibly be wrong with that? Question puzzled. Ailin found herself in a quandary. Is it that you do not wish to? Seeing Ailin's conflicted expression, pressed her lips together, losing her usual dramatic flair. No, it's not that. Ailin hesitated, attempting to articulate her feelings, but upon catching sight of glistening eyes, she fell silent. Chapter 11. Together we will surpass. Ailin remained mute, acutely aware of his profound sense of loneliness and her overwhelming fear of losing the approval of others. Deep within battled feelings of inferiority, especially after Ailin's earlier words had struck a chord within her. Currently, was in a sensitive, vulnerable state, prone to overthinking. What could Ailin say? Should she reveal that her soul was that of a boy, thus making it impossible to join her? Although it was eccentric, she was no fool. Such absurdity would be met with disbelief, even by her. Seeing on the verge of tears, Ailin realized that no matter how she explained or justified her hesitance, it would be futile. In S eyes, both girls bathing together was not unusual. After all, wasn't he that how it was in the public baths of Mondstadt? If Ailin continued to refuse, might misconstrue it as disdain. I am merely concerned that I am too overweight, and you might mock me, Ailin finally articulated, seeking a way to alleviate distress. Nonsense. Ailin is the most adorable girl in the world. You must have more confidence in yourself, exclaimed, her spirits lifted to the point of forgetting to maintain her eccentric persona. Half an hour later, the sounds of laughter echoed as Ailin enjoyed their time together. Hee, Ailin, your white hair is so beautiful and silky. Let me apply some conditioner to it. Wow. Ailin, that part of you is also white, just like your hair. Hiss. Ailin, how on earth do you feed your two slimes? They have grown so large. Stop it. Ailin, unable to meet's gaze, wished to disappear. Ailin, your two slimes are adorable. Let me wash these lovely ice slimes for you. As she spoke, Facia Air astonishingly captured the two ice slime creatures raised by Ailin. Ailin exclaimed, her mind buzzing. Wait a moment. Could this girl be toying with me? Suddenly, a thought struck Ailin, igniting her fury. How dare you mock me? She rebuked, dispelling her embarrassment. Show me that you have raised as well. The laughter of the two maidens echoed for an extended period, and by the time their revelry subsided, it was nearly midnight. Be grateful, my dear friend. The night is deep, and I grant you the opportunity to venture into the realm of illusions with this princess. Facia Air declared. Ailin immediately struck a pose reminiscent of a character from a fantasy tale. Since the Princess of Judgment has graciously invited me, I shall spend the night here, and together we will traverse the world of illusions. Upon hearing this, Facia Air's eyes sparkled with joy, resembling crescent moons. Soon, the two maidens nestled together under the covers. Air held Ailin close as she slept, her face radiating happiness, occasionally murmuring phrases like it was worth it. I am truly fortunate. Ailin's hair is so soft, and her slimes are adorable. It was worth it. Even if I were to die right now, I would have no regrets. Meanwhile, Ailin sighed in the darkness. Nonsense. Oh, such nonsense. In the dead of night, as the two girls fell into slumber, their respective companions began to converse. Perched on the windowsill, Aoz held a windflower in its beak, striking a gentlemanly pose, then placed its left wing on its abdomen, addressing Ailin's ice phoenix. Oh, Miss Air, I apologize for my haste today. I have yet to introduce myself. I am Aoz War, Du He Fu Na Fan In Si, the companion of Miss Air. You may call me Aoz. From our first encounter, I was captivated by your noble and graceful demeanor, your beautiful feathers, and formidable strength. Here I, Aoz War, Du He Fu Na Fan In Si, offer you my most sincere affections. I hope you will accept my love, as I wish to build a nest with you, to embark on adventures together, and to procreate. Air, dragging her long tail feathers, opened her slender phoenix eyes, still exuding her noble grace. Why? Aoz exclaimed, nearly tumbling from the balcony's drying rack. Because I am of the ice element, and you are of the element. Together, we would create a superconductive reaction. The following morning, Ailin was the first to awaken, while Air clung to her like an octopus, her face aglow with happiness, blissfully unaware of her dreams. After freshening up and enjoying breakfast at Air's home, Ailin and Air set out together. Since they had not yet completed their commission from the previous day, they headed to the Adventurers Guild to submit their task and claim their rewards. At the Adventurers Guild front desk, the receptionist, Catherine, was about to recite her usual greeting when Ailin suddenly jolted forward, covering her mouth. Miss Ailin, what are you doing? Catherine inquired, bewildered. Ailin quickly realized her mistake, offering rapid apologies. I'm so sorry. I interrupted the dialogue instinctively. Please forgive me. Catherine rolled her eyes, but, recalling that Ailin was a friend of Air, she dismissed it and proceeded with the task handover. Thank you for completing the commission. Here is your reward. As Catherine handed over the Mora, Ailin resisted the urge to interrupt again and accepted her reward. Following this, Ailin and Air wandered through the commercial streets of Mondstadt, sampling various snacks, exploring clothing stores, and visiting the library to read her favorite fantasy novels. However, throughout the day, Aoz appeared lethargic, refusing even its favorite fried beans, leaving them puzzled about its condition. After dinner, the president of the Adventurers Guild, Celius, along with the acting captain of the Knights of Favonius, visited to express their apologies. I deeply regret, Mr. Herman, Miss Ailin, that due to erroneous information provided by our Adventurers Guild, you and Miss Air were placed in peril. We bear an undeniable responsibility for this incident, and I extend my sincerest apologies to you and Miss Ailin. The presence of fiery, deceiving flowers in the Whispering Forest was not promptly investigated by our knights, and for that, we also share culpability. On behalf of the Knights of Favonius, I apologize to you and Miss Ailin. Celius and Jean bowed in apology, and after receiving forgiveness from Herman and Ailin, they presented appropriate reparations along with triple the commission rewards. Subsequently, Celius and Jean headed towards Air's residence, likely to offer their apologies there. Chapter 12. The hourglass of recharging the wildfire in the Whispering Forest has been extinguished thanks to the efforts of the Knights of Favonius, members of the Adventurers Guild, and some caring citizens of Mondstadt. Approximately a quarter of the forest was affected by this incident, resulting in significant losses. Kaya is still on site in the Whispering Forest, overseeing the knights in their recovery efforts, such as trimming fire breaks and extinguishing residual embers to prevent rekindling. Having crossed over 2 days ago, he has become accustomed to the pink decor of his room, even finding a fondness for the design, though he would never admit it was due to his youthful sensibilities. This is not girlish pink. It is manly pink, Ailin declared. This battle marked his first since arriving in Teyvat, providing him with considerable insights and a deeper understanding of this world. is a tangible world that cannot be perceived through the lens of a game. Monsters that can be easily vanquished in a game could take your life in an instant here. This is not a game. Resurrection is not as simple as consuming a fried egg, nor is healing merely a matter of eating a few sweet flour honey-roasted chickens. The fiery, deceiving flowers in the game could only burn a patch of grass, but here, they can incinerate an entire forest, causing immeasurable damage. In this realm, one must remain vigilant against all adversaries. Otherwise, death could be imminent. Moreover, this battle made Ailin acutely aware of her sluggishness in channeling elemental powers. To channel elemental energy, one must utilize the vision, which merely serves as a conduit. The quantity, speed, and application of elemental powers vary from person to person. For instance, while both possess a pyrovision, Xiaogong can imbue arrows with fire for attacks, whereas Dialect can sustain a fire element on his great sword for prolonged strikes and even condense a vast amount of fire to summon a fiery phoenix for assault. The disparity between them stems from individual constitution, elemental development, and the speed of channeling elemental energy. Xiaogong is a playful girl, more inclined towards fun than combat. So it is natural that she lags behind the justice-driven Dialect in elemental development. However, it must be said that in the game, Xiaogong is much more formidable, reigning supreme in aerial combat. This battle in the Whispering Forest has profoundly highlighted Ailin's shortcomings in utilizing elemental powers, especially in channeling elemental energy. Her speed is woefully inadequate. During the confrontation with the deceiving flowers, she repeatedly attempted to unleash Ganyu's ultimate ability, Dewy Glimmer. Yet, this technique necessitates the instantaneous gathering of a substantial amount of ice elements to form the demon-repelling Ice Spirit Orb. Ailin's sluggishness in channeling ice elements rendered her incapable of gathering enough to form the orb in time, leading to repeated failures in her attempts to execute Dewy Glimmer during that battle. However, Ailin was not disheartened, as this was her inaugural battle and her first time harnessing the power of the elements through the vision, making the initial clumsiness entirely understandable. She resolved to diligently cultivate her abilities from that day forth. With a smile, Ailin reflected on the perilous encounter that had bestowed upon her profound insights into her own shortcomings. She was determined to address these deficiencies, confident that she would emerge stronger in the future. She made a decision to engage in more exercises to guide elemental energy, thereby enhancing her speed in channeling it. The swifter her control over elemental power, the more formidable her strength would become. Take, for instance, the charged attack of the Lu Tian Shishu, the Frostflower Arrow, which required the condensation of a significant amount of ice elemental energy onto the arrowhead. The quicker her elemental guidance, the faster the charge of the Frostflower Arrow would naturally be. Perhaps one day, her speed in guiding elemental energy would rival that of Zhongli in his prime, allowing her to effortlessly conjure colossal ice spears. As Ailin lay on her grand bed, lost in whimsical thoughts, she suddenly recalled something important. She flipped over and opened the system interface. Upon reflection, she promptly accessed her system backpack and found her expression shift slightly. The system had not entirely replicated all the items from her game backpack. Currently, there were merely 3 options available: weapons, relics, and dust song pot. This system backpack resembled the spatial rings often depicted in fantasy literature, featuring a vast interior where weapons and relics were stored separately. Upon opening the weapons tab, it revealed the very weapons Ailin had previously drawn in the game, but only 4 slots were currently unlocked. These slots contained the following weapons: Amos Bow, the Unforged Sword, the Dragon Pine Spear, and the Black Sword. The remaining slots remained locked, the contents within unknown. Ailin then accessed the Relics tab, which had even fewer unlocked slots than the Weapons tab, with only 2 available. Yet, the 2 unlocked relics captured Ailin's unwavering attention. The first was an hourglass from the Wanderer's Troop set, which Ailin remembered was equipped by Yin Fei. Upon examining the details, she noticed that the relics in her backpack differed from those in the game. The backpack relics were categorized into 3 aspects: set affiliation, main stat, and level. For instance, this hourglass, devoid of any substats, featured an attack stat as its main attribute, thus enhancing her power when equipped. The extent of this enhancement depended on the relic's level. A level 1 attack relic would undoubtedly provide less power than a level 10 relic. Next, Ailin opened the second relic, a level 20 hourglass of the Anemo set, with an elemental recharge as its main stat. Elemental recharge? What purpose could that serve? Ailin furrowed her brow. Wait. Suddenly, a thought struck her. In the game, the speed at which one could unleash their ultimate ability was contingent upon the amount of elemental recharge, and sufficient elemental energy was required to execute it. Therefore, could it be inferred that elemental recharge would enable her to guide elemental energy more swiftly? Chapter 13. The slime has grown again. Ailin's striking blue eyes sparkled with excitement. She was the type of person who could not resist the urge to experiment whenever an idea took hold. If this truly allowed her to accelerate her elemental guidance, it would be splendid. Unable to contain her curiosity, she immediately sought to extract the relic. But just then, a notification from the system rang out. Master. Relics are essentially a form of experience and legacy, not tangible objects. Once extracted, they will merge with your body, becoming part of your strength, and cannot be restored. Do you wish to proceed? I'm certain. Ailin nodded earnestly. As she affirmed her decision, a resonant hum filled the air. The relic in her backpack vanished, transforming into a golden, ethereal light that fused with Ailin. When the radiance dissipated, she sensed an alteration within herself, though she could not precisely identify what had changed. It felt akin to acquiring a new habit or instinctive ability. Ailin found herself guiding and manipulating elemental energy with newfound ease, all of it occurring instinctively, as if she could summon vast amounts of ice elemental energy with a mere flick of her wrist. After numerous attempts, Ailin concluded that relics could be understood as remnants of power or wisdom left behind by those who had passed. These relics came in various types, and the elemental recharge relics likely represented the insights and experiences of predecessors in controlling and guiding elemental energy. So that was it. She recalled that the game also depicted relics as remnants of experience and legacy embedded in the ley lines. What a fascinating sensation. Just one relic had nearly doubled her speed in guiding elemental energy. Overjoyed, Ailin turned her gaze to the remaining attack hourglass. Without a hint of hesitation, she extracted the final relic. Once again, golden light swirled, and as the brilliance faded, Ailin opened her eyes, still reeling from the shock. The power contained within a single relic had quadrupled her physical strength. Truly, the level 20 attack relic was nothing short of astounding. Amidst her astonishment, Ailin felt immense joy. She lifted her loose nightgown to examine her body, discovering that she had shed any excess fat, with even defined abs emerging. Of course, she had not transformed into a muscle-bound warrior. Her overall appearance remained slender and beautiful, still possessing a soft and gentle demeanor. The appearance of those abs did not detract from her allure. Instead, it added a touch of youthful vitality, enhancing her charm. Am I becoming increasingly adorable? Ailin mused as she scrutinized her form in the mirror, then playfully pinched her two slimes, sighing in exasperation. Alas, they have grown again. Why can't these two blobs turn into a bit of muscle instead? A slime this large is quite heavy and cumbersome, wobbling annoyingly as I walk. Early the next morning, not long after the dawn broke, Fiscal knocked on Ailin's door. Ever since becoming friends with Ailin, Fiscal had been brimming with joy, even bouncing slightly as she walked. Now, she stood at Ailin's doorstep, striking an exaggerated pose. My friend, this princess has received a request from her retainer to venture forth to the lofty windswept realm in search of the pink dream fruit. Would you accompany this princess on her quest? Is it to accompany you to the Wangfeng mountain to gather the Luo Mei? Very well. Ailin replied with a smile and a nod. Ah, you truly understand my whimsical speech, Fiscal exclaimed with delight, akin to a cat that had spotted a can of sardines. Indeed, you are the fated one of this princess. Grasping Ailin's hand joyfully, Fiscal attempted to walk beside her, only to accidentally bump into Ailin's slime. Ah, Fiscal exclaimed. Ailin, how has your slime grown so much overnight? Please, don't mention it. Ailin replied, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. This commission was merely a simple gathering task. Aside from the long distance, it posed little challenge. Upon arriving at Wangfeng Mountain, Feng and Oz eagerly volunteered, soaring into the sky to locate the Luo Luo Mei. Once they pinpointed their target, they swooped down to retrieve the berries. With the assistance of her two companions, Ailin and Fiscal frolicked like two young maidens gathering flowers. They sometimes frolic and chase each other across the meadow, while at other times they sit by the river, dipping their feet into the gentle flow of water, savoring its tender caress. When hunger strikes, they gather a few raspberries and wild apples to satiate themselves. When tired, Fei Xie leans against a great tree, gently patting her long, dark legs, offering them as a pillow for Ailin. Once Ailin reclines, Fei Xie bends down, silently admiring Ailin's adorable face, playing with her beautiful, silky white hair. Everything is so serene, with carefree smiles gracing the faces of the two young girls. As evening descends, the two girls sit side by side on the high cliffs of Wangfeng Mountain, overlooking the vast green expanse. Behind them are their two companions and a bag brimming with berries. The lingering glow of the setting sun bathes their faces, draping them in a golden veil. The mountain breeze brings a refreshing chill. With smiles, the girls dangle their little feet over the cliff, swaying unconsciously. Fei Xie turns her face, gazing deeply at Ailin. Ailin, I truly feel fortunate to have met you. Perhaps you are unaware, but these past 2 days of knowing you have been the happiest moments of my life. Every second spent with you feels both prolonged and fleeting, filled with such joy. Ailin, it is such a blessing to have you. I like Fei Xie too. People often say Fei Xie is quite peculiar, but isn't that what makes her so endearing? It is precisely these quirks that shape Fei Xie into an independent personality. Beneath her strange facade lies a gentle and kind heart, and I truly cherish that about her. Oh, I'm not that remarkable. Fei Xie blushes, lowering her head shyly. By the way, Ailin, could you tell me what the title Sun Sheng Fu Gandang Mo Du Xianzu means? As the name suggests, it means I possess a magical ability. Whenever you find yourself in peril, Fei Xie, if you recite my name, I will sense it and come to protect you. Fei Xie bursts into laughter, but still replies, what an impressive ability. What? You don't believe me? Ailin, with a sweet smile, looks at Fei Xie. Regardless of your beliefs, if you ever find yourself in danger, I will do everything in my power to protect you. I believe you. Thank you, Ailin. Fei Xie also smiles in that moment, emptying her mind and forgetting everything, even her youthful pretensions. At that moment, she is simply an ordinary girl, a good friend of Ailin. The next morning, Ailin arrives at the familiar training grounds etched in her memory. Although she is well acquainted with this place, being here again stirs a sense of nostalgia. Her father, Herman, is indeed a doting parent, having rented a part of Mondstadt solely for his daughter's training, an act that goes beyond mere wealth. Ailin chuckles, feeling once more the unconditional love of the Herman couple. Though her father may be a bit unconventional, his love for his daughter is genuine. She resolves to honor him more in the future. Ailin is sincere in her words. For just a couple of days prior, she discovered that overnight, she had become quite wealthy. The reason traces back to when she opened her system backpack. Besides weapons and relics, she found an option for the Dasong pot. Within this section, alongside the pot, were numerous pieces of furniture she had constructed in the game. Additionally, in the lower left corner of the system, she discovered a string of numbers, 11451400. This number represents the common currency of Teyvat, Mora. These Mora were originally prepared for Hu Tao in the game, but unexpectedly, they had followed Ailin into Teyvat. Thus, unbeknownst to her, Ailin had become a wealthy individual with millions in assets and a portable, extravagant abode. Ailin smiles. As today, she is here primarily to train her elemental control and develop new applications for elemental energy. After the recent battle in the Whispering Forest, she realized that relying solely on her bow and arrows was insufficient. She needed to learn more combat techniques to become stronger. With this thought, Ailin takes a deep breath, grounding herself, and shouts to the heavens, "No Ai air." Moments later, a shadow swoops down from the high walls, landing heavily on the ground with a thud. is a girl clad in maid-style armor, with shoulder-length gray hair. She wields a broom in each hand, with another clenched in her mouth, striking a pose reminiscent of a three-blade style. Ailin recognizes her immediately. It's the adorable maid, No AI Air. Good morning, Ailin. Were you calling for me just now? Ailin and No AI Air are of similar age and both strive to join the Knights of Favonius as official knights. Thus they share a close friendship, often exchanging experiences. Naturally, Ailin, who greatly admires the acting grandmaster, and No AI Air, who shares the same admiration, often converse about her. Yes, it was me, Ailin says, pulling No AI Air's hand with familiarity, smiling brightly. No AI Air. A few days ago, I obtained a vision, and I would like to ask for your guidance on utilizing elemental energy. Could you teach me how to form shields and engage in combat with elemental energy? Of course. I will be delighted to help you. No AI, being a warm-hearted and kind girl, never hesitates to assist others. She nods with a smile, picking up a large sword from the weapon rack and heading to the training field. Ailin, I divide the use of elemental energy into two parts, defense and offense. First, for defense, visualize the shape, size, and the area you wish to protect in your mind. Then channel your vision to guide the elemental energy, shaping it into a shield. As she speaks, No AI Air focuses her thoughts, and a hum resonates in the air, as a shield made of rock elements forms before her, enveloping her in protection. The strength of the shield is contingent upon the amount of elemental energy used. The more energy employed, the stronger the shield, and vice versa. The shield not only serves as a defense, but can also inflict damage. If detonated at the right moment, it can yield unexpected results. Although this technique requires considerable practice to avoid the backlash of the explosion. I call this technique Heart Shield. Now for offense. I prefer to gather a substantial amount of elemental energy on my sword, creating a much larger weapon for sweeping attacks. This technique necessitates the swift mobilization of a large amount of elemental energy to form the elemental greatsword, while continuously infusing energy to compensate for its consumption. Thus, this technique tests both the user's speed in guiding elemental energy and their endurance. With that, No AI Air concentrates. Her maid dress billowing without wind as a plethora of rock elements gathers on her sword. Clad in armor, she wields the massive elemental greatsword, executing sweeping strikes across the training field. In mere seconds, dozens of wooden stakes are reduced to mere splinters. This technique not only expands her attack range, but also prevents enemies from closing in, proving tremendously effective in combat. Entering the teaching mode, Noelle appeared solemn and earnest, resembling a steadfast knight. However, once the lesson concluded, she reverted to her usual adorable self. My divine eye is of the Geo element, while you Ailin possess the Cryo element. Differing attributes yield varying effects, so I hope this knowledge proves beneficial to you. She is a warm-hearted girl, yet her fervor often leads her to worry about her ability to assist others, causing her to feel guilt and self-reproach when she believes she has fallen short. Upon observing Ailin, Noelle's eyes widened in astonishment, her hands instinctively covering her mouth. Ailin had approached a wooden post, and a formidable ice shield enveloped her, rendering her figure only vaguely visible through the frosty barrier. With a mere thought, the shield shattered, sending fist-sized shards of ice, mingled with frigid air, hurtling in all directions. The wooden post succumbed to the onslaught, splintering into several pieces that were flung several meters away, landing on the ground with a delicate layer of frost coating their surfaces. Before Noelle could utter a sound of surprise, an even more astonishing event unfolded. At the epicenter of the icy explosion, Ailin summoned a massive, unsharpened sword radiating a warm, earthy glow into her grasp. Chapter 15. Do you like the current Ailin? Daringly, Noelle, clad in maid armor, gazed in disbelief as the white-haired girl uttered a gentle command, raising the ice sword high above her head. Dressed in a blue pleated dress and a light white coat, with brown leather ankle boots adorning her feet, Ailin possessed a slender silhouette that appeared delicate, yet concealed immense strength. With a simple exclamation, she effortlessly lifted the 8-meter ice sword forged from concentrated cold. Though she was undeniably a beautiful girl, she displayed no hint of the restraint one might expect. Instead, she wielded the colossal ice sword with grace, executing powerful slashes in the training grounds. The chilling air thickened with each swing of the sword, causing the surrounding temperature to drop further. Her dress and hair danced amidst the frost and ice crystals, moving in harmony with the wintry elements. The bold and dynamic fighting stance not only enhanced her charm, but also imbued her with an air of strength and grandeur, rendering her even more captivating. What beauty! Noelle found herself momentarily entranced by the splendid spectacle of the girl brandishing the great sword amidst the snow and ice. Thank you, Noelle. You've grown stronger. Ailin took Noelle's hand, feeling increasingly appreciative of the advantages of being a girl. For instance, had she been male, she would not have dared to hold Noelle's hand so effortlessly. Yet now, she could do so without the slightest embarrassment. Ailin, how have you suddenly become so astute? Mastering my technique so swiftly? Noelle exclaimed in awe. Ailin rolled her eyes, responding, What do you mean? Did I seem foolish before? No, not at all. I spoke out of turn. Noelle hurriedly waved her hands in explanation. What I meant to convey is your incredible prowess. I am truly astonished. Ailin chuckled, unable to suppress her laughter. Frankly, Noelle's flustered demeanor was utterly adorable, filling Ailin with joy. Yet, she recognized the need to refrain from teasing Noelle too much. So she smiled and said, All right, I was just joking. My swift learning is thanks to your excellent teaching. How about this? As a token of gratitude, let me treat you to lunch? But I must tend to the knight's order garden at noon. Noelle instinctively began to decline, only to be met with Ailin's earnest gaze. Is it really not possible? Ailin looked at Noelle with wide eyes. Noelle's heart fluttered. Very well. I shall accompany you. Yay! Ailin's face lit up with joy as she raised her arms in celebration, internally marveling at the power of her new form, thinking, This body is indeed a formidable weapon. How effortlessly it captivates. Contemplating whether to test her charm on the adept beings of Liyue, Ailin suddenly shook her head, chastising herself. What am I thinking? I'm a boy, not a mischievous temptress. The Deer Hunter restaurant found Noelle and Ailin seated across from one another, while Fenger dutifully stood beside Ailin, enjoying the apple smoothie Ailin had ordered for her. It is worth noting that Fenger received a warm welcome from the Hermann couple. Aside from being Ailin's companion, Fenger played a crucial role in this world devoid of refrigerators and air conditioning, providing significant assistance. On ordinary days, Fenger would help store vegetables and meats for Ailin's mother, and even chill beer for Hermann. During the sweltering summer months, Fenger would release cold air to cool the house. It could be said that Fenger held a status in the household second only to Ailin, with the Hermann couple cherishing her greatly. Ailin, you've changed so much in just a few days, Noelle remarked, gazing intently at Ailin's face. Really? Ailin grinned. In what way? You've become more beautiful, and your personality is transformed. You've grown more enthusiastic and a bit boisterous. Is that so? Ailin winked playfully at Noelle, deliberately asking, So, do you like the current me? Like what do you mean? Noelle flinched, causing her fork to clatter onto her plate. Her fingers intertwined and began to fidget, a manifestation of her inner turmoil and shyness. After a considerable pause, Noelle finally spoke. Honestly, I prefer the current Ailin. You exude vitality, as if you are radiant and bring comfort to those around you. I see. Ailin beamed, then suddenly produced a dish from behind her and placed it before Noelle with a flourish. Tada! Noelle, this is the satisfaction salad I specifically ordered for you. Huh? How did you know? Noelle asked, surprised, before quickly feeling apologetic. You shouldn't have gone out of your way to order for me. That seems excessive. Not at all. Ailin shook her head earnestly. I heard that when I was trapped in the inferno, you disregarded your safety to rush in and save us. Thus, this satisfaction salad serves as my token of gratitude. Gratitude? Noelle appeared flustered. While I intended to rescue you, Captain Kia stopped me and assigned me another task. So I didn't play any role in the Whispering Forest incident. Isn't that a good thing? Ailin smiled, gazing into Noelle's eyes. Had you recklessly ventured into the flames to save me, I might have lost a wonderful friend like you. Therefore, I must express my gratitude for your continued presence. Ailin, you. Noelle found herself momentarily lost for words, yet she sensed the sincerity in Ailin's voice, akin to the warmth of sunlight enveloping her. Let us share this satisfaction salad. Noelle lifted her fork, spearing a piece of apple and offering it to Ailin. Initially taken aback, Ailin's face soon blossomed with happiness as she eagerly accepted the apple slice. Now it's my turn to feed you. Ailin picked up a piece of cabbage and extended it toward Noelle. In that instant, the atmosphere between them began to shift, yet they remained oblivious, joyfully feeding each other while engaged in cheerful conversation. Noelle was inherently adorable, while Ailin was dubbed the most beautiful girl in Teyvat by the system, her appearance needing no further elaboration. The scene of these two young ladies seated together, feeding each other, was undoubtedly enchanting. Many patrons dining at the Hunter's restaurant were captivated by the melodious laughter of the two girls, turning their heads in admiration, unable to avert their gazes from such a picturesque sight. Chapter 16. The Abyss order Mom and Dad, I'm heading out. After finishing her breakfast, Fiscal cheerfully bid farewell to her parents and stepped outside. This child. Fiscal's mother observed her daughter's retreating figure, a smile unconsciously gracing her face. As parents, they could clearly see that their daughter had changed significantly in recent days. Normally, Fiscal would smile, but her smiles were mere facades, hiding a profound loneliness beneath her seemingly whimsical demeanor. However, for the past few days, her smile had been unwavering. Even her eccentric remarks had diminished considerably. Her joy emanated from within, and the solitude that once enveloped her had diminished substantially. In her cheerful state, she would occasionally hum a tune, her steps light and airy. No parent wishes to see their daughter unhappy, and Fiscal's transformation filled her parents with immense joy. Of course, they understood the reason behind her change. She had found a true friend. Ailin is truly a wonderful child, Fiscal's father remarked. Fiscal's mother nodded in agreement, saying, indeed, we are so fortunate that our daughter has met her. They were genuinely grateful to Ailin, who not only possessed beauty, but also maturity and kindness. Her radiant spirit always warmed those around her, yet she never asked for anything in return, much like the sun that shines brightly without demanding anything. As Ailin was occupied with her training for the next few days, Fiscal could only wander the streets with Oz. Oz, my dear companion. I have known my friend for some time now and wish to seek a token to solidify our friendship. Are you in search of a suitable gift for Miss Ailin? Oz immediately grasped Fiscal's intent. In that case, let us visit the Radiant Wind, the largest souvenir and gift shop in Mondstadt. Soon, Oz and Fiscal arrived at the Radiant Wind store on the main street of Mondstadt. Miss, look over there. Oz pointed with his wings at an item within a transparent display case. Fiscal turned her gaze, and her eyes brightened. It was a sky-blue gemstone pendant, uniquely crafted in the shape of a large ice slime. The pendant shimmered with a lustrous, watery sheen, exuding opulence, and the ice slime design imbued it with charm and character. The ice slime appeared as a plump blue and white blob, adorned with a spiky ice helmet, utterly adorable. Oh, is that Miss Fiscal and Mr. Oz? The shopkeeper, Marjorie, approached them. What brings you to my store today? Hello, Miss Marjorie. We are here because my lady wishes to purchase a gift for Miss Ailin, Fiscal replied, nodding. Could you fetch that ice slime pendant for me? Is it that ice slime pendant you wish to gift to Miss Ailin? Marjorie beamed, retrieving the pendant for Fiscal. Miss Ailin was just here yesterday buying a gift for her mother. She has changed so much, becoming more dutiful and cheerful, and she has grown even more beautiful. That pendant will look splendid with her white hair and blue eyes, and it perfectly complements her cryo vision. Miss Fiscal, you have an excellent eye. Fiscal blushed, realizing that Marjorie had thought of the same thing. The moment she laid eyes on the ice slime pendant, she knew it was perfect for Ailin. She could already envision Ailin, with her white hair and blue eyes, wearing the pendant. How much is it? I shall buy it, Fiscal exclaimed without hesitation. However, this pendant is rather expensive. The raw material is a rare Yuhing stone from Liua, intricately carved by a seasoned craftsman from the region. The gemstone is notably translucent, and the hue closely resembles that of an ice slime, making it quite rare. The original price is 200,000 mora, but I can offer it to you for 130,000 mora. Why the sudden reduction of 70,000? Fiscal was taken aback. Hee. It's because Miss Ailin is simply too adorable, and I am genuinely looking forward to seeing her wear this ice slime pendant. Marjorie chuckled. 130,000 Mora is indeed a significant discount, but Fiscal bit her lip as her entire savings barely exceeded 120,000 Mora, a sum she had acquired from the recent recompense related to the Whispering Forest incident. Is 120,000 Mora acceptable? That is all I have. Unfortunately, no. Marjorie shook her head. Reducing the price by 70,000 is already a considerable loss for me. Very well. Fiscal gritted her teeth. In that case, please hold the pendant for me. I will certainly return to purchase it before tomorrow. Absolutely. I shall set it aside for you. After departing from Radiant Wind, Fiscal hurried to the Adventurers Guild. She accepted a commission to gather hohu fruits in the Wolfendom, a task issued by the Knights of Favonius, with a reward of over 8 nulla mora. Upon completing this task, she would only need to gather a little more to afford the ice slime pendant. At noon, under the bright sun, Fiscal and Oz arrived at the Wolfendom, and without rest, they immediately began their search. Since hohu fruits grew amidst the thickets, Oz's aerial reconnaissance proved futile, leaving Fiscal and Oz to meticulously explore the underbrush. Before long, Fiscal's clothing and hair were adorned with dry twigs and leaves, her beautiful raven feather attire now soiled. Yet, neither she nor Oz cared, continuing their diligent search. In the depths of the forest, it was challenging to discern direction without intention, and both Fiscal and Oz were wholly focused on locating the hohu fruits, oblivious to their bearings. After indeterminate time, Fiscal suddenly heard the distinct sound of digging. She quickly turned her gaze, only to be met with a startling sight. Not far away, 2 hovering figures were directing 7 or 8 hilichurl brutes and a dozen more in fervently excavating around a statue of the 7 Abyss Mage. It's members of the Abyss Order. Chapter 17. Fiscal's Resolve Abyss Mage. It's members of the Abyss Order. Fiscal's pupils constricted. Though she was unaware of the Abyss Mage's intentions towards the statue of the 7, she instinctively knew that anything connected to the Abyss would not bode well. Her intuition warned her of an impending conspiracy, and the statue, representing Mondstadt's faith, must not be tainted by the Abyss Order. With that thought, Fiscal swiftly turned to flee. Alas, it was too late. The Abyss Mage possessed keen perceptive abilities and had already noticed her the moment she peeked out. Hee, since you spotted me, you shan't escape. A voice suddenly echoed from behind Fiscal. A Pyro Abyss Mage had inexplicably teleported behind her and summoned a fireball the size of a soccer ball, hurling it in her direction. Oh no! Fiscal's expression changed drastically. The Abyss Mage's sudden teleportation took her by surprise, leaving her merely 2 meters away from the foe. At such a distance, a sudden attack was impossible to evade. Boom! A muffled sound echoed. The fireball struck violently against Faciur's back, followed by a tremendous explosion. Flames erupted behind her, and the shockwave hurled her like a lifeless kite, crashing brutally into a large tree. Miss! Os exclaimed in alarm, immediately launching an attack against the Abyss Mage. But his lightning strikes barely penetrated the mage's fiery shield, having no effect whatsoever. Fina, os replit, struggling to her feet, yet her face was ashen, blood trickling from her mouth, and a crimson stain spreading across her back. She leaned against the tree, bending over to maintain her balance, entirely unconvincing in her claim of being unhurt. Oh, you survived my direct hit? Truly resilient. The Abyss Mage cackled ominously. However, to prevent you from leaking information for the grand aspirations of His Highness the Prince, and for the Abyss, you must die today. Only the dead can keep secrets forever. With a sinister laugh, the Abyss Mage summoned another Abyss Mage accompanied by 8 hilichurl brutes and a dozen more hilichurls. 2 Abyss Mages, 8 hilichurl brutes, and a multitude of hilichurls. It seemed inevitable that Faciur was doomed. Gritting her teeth, she realized that with so many foes, her chances of escape were slim. Setting aside the 2 formidable Abyss Mages, the mere presence of the 8 hilichurl brutes filled her with despair. Towering nearly 5 meters, these hulking creatures wielded massive axes equal to their height, delivering blows with the force of 1,000 pounds. For an ordinary human, A strike from a hilichurl brute would likely shatter half of their bones. Facing such overwhelming adversaries, Feishir's complexion turned ashen. She understood that her demise was all but certain. Each breath sent waves of pain coursing through her back. The agony and despair intertwined, consuming her hope. Her gaze dimmed, but just as she contemplated surrendering to death, a vision of a silver-haired girl appeared in her mind. The sweet smile of that girl, akin to the chill breeze sweeping across Longji Snow Mountain, jolted her from her despair. The once dull light in her eyes flickered with renewed hope. No, I cannot give up. I want to live, to gift that slime pendant to her. I yearn to share a joyful life with her. I cannot die. I must survive. In that moment, propelled by an overwhelming instinct for survival, Feishir felt a surge of adrenaline, momentarily dulling her pain. However, Oz was equally anxious in this critical moment. He wished to protect Feishir rather than flee alone. Do not worry. I am an archer, adept in forest combat. The hilichurl brutes, massive in stature, found it difficult to navigate the densely wooded terrain. I will utilize the terrain to engage them and strive to survive until reinforcements arrive. Hurry. Yes. Oz and Feishir shared a profound understanding, their thoughts intertwined. In an instant, Oz sensed Feishir's resolve. Without hesitation, he soared into the air, racing towards Mondstadt at full speed. At that moment, Feishir executed a backward roll, diving deep into the jungle. As an archer, her greatest strengths lay in stealth and guerrilla tactics. Odd. Why do I feel an inexplicable sense of unease since earlier? Ailin pressed her palm against her heart, frowning deeply. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside the door. Upon opening it, she discovered it was Feishir's mother. Hello, Annie. How may I assist you? Little Ailin. I am searching for our dear Amy. Has she been with you? Not at all. I have been practicing alone today. Observing the anxiety etched on Feishir's mother's face only heightened Ailin's concern. Auntie, is something amiss? The moment this was mentioned, the worry on Feishir's mother deepened. I assumed she was with you, which is why I came looking for her. The Wolf of the North is teeming with wolves and occasionally hilichurls. I truly fear for her safety. After the incident in the Whispering Forest, Feishir's parents had grown increasingly sensitive. Do not fret. Perhaps she is simply lost in her fun and lost track of time. I shall head to the Wolf of the North at once. Ailin comforted Feishir's mother, yet her own anxiety intensified. Without hesitation, she called for Fenger and rushed out towards the Wolf of the North. Chapter 18. Ailin's fury. The setting sun bathed Mondstadt in a golden hue. Feishir leaned against a large tree, slumped on the ground. In a recent battle, she had fully exploited the advantages of an archer in guerrilla warfare. With her utmost effort, she had felled all the hilichurls, even killing one hilichurl brute. Yet, that was the extent of her triumph. Human strength is finite. As the effects of adrenaline waned, excruciating pain surged through her, nearly causing her to lose consciousness. With her back wound bleeding profusely, she now appeared as pale as a ghost, gasping for breath. Having endured such severe injuries while engaging in intense combat, she had exhausted every ounce of her potential. She lacked the strength to rise again. Even if she did possess strength, it would be futile. The surrounding jungle and trees had been ravaged by the abyss mages and hilichurl brutes during the recent skirmish. The solitary tree she leaned against was the last remnant of the area, untouched by destruction. At this moment, she stood at death's door. Due to excessive blood loss, she instinctively gasped for air, but a brutal punch from a hilichurl brute had broken several of her ribs, causing immense pain with each breath. Pain, exhaustion, suffocation, despair. These overwhelming sensations surged through her mind, threatening to engulf her entirely. She felt her eyelids growing heavy, yet she fought to keep them open, knowing that closing her eyes might mean never seeing the light again. In this moment, memories flooded back. Herself as a child, reading alone in the library. Scenes of mockery and ridicule she once endured, and the day she turned 14, her eyes swollen from crying. She also recalled the moment Oz, accompanied by the vision. Her eye by her side. It seems I truly am destined to die. I never realized how pitiful my life has been these past years. A bitter smile crept across Feishir's lips. Memories continued to play, but suddenly, a glimmer of light pierced through the darkness that represented her solitude. A silver-haired girl entered her life, illuminating her loneliness. 16 years of solitude, 6 days of happiness. Yet, those 6 days of joy were enough to heal a lifetime of loneliness. Ailin, how wonderful it is to have met you. A faint smile of happiness replaced the earlier bitterness on Feishia's pale face. The memories still played on, depicting the raven-feathered girl and the silver-haired girl seated side by side on the cliffs of Wangfeng Mountain. By the way, Ailin, could you explain the meaning behind your title? The sage who responds to cries and dispels evil. The raven-feathered girl inquired of the silver-haired girl beside her. The sage who responds to cries and dispels evil, as the name suggests, signifies that I possess a wondrous ability. Whenever you, Feishir, find yourself in peril, reciting my name will summon me to your side to protect you. What? Do you not believe it? However, whether you believe it or not, if you, Feishir, ever find yourself in peril, I shall exert every ounce of strength to protect you. This is our solemn vow, is it not? Feishir's pupils had already dulled, yet she still strained to part her lips. Ailin, Ailin, Ailin. She called out the name repeatedly until her voice was but a whisper. Crack! The revolving lantern ceased, and an overwhelming fatigue surged within her, rendering her unable to continue. Forgive me, Ailin, I can no longer accompany you. I hope you find happiness. After uttering these final words, an immense weariness enveloped Feishir as she slowly closed her eyes. Just as her eyelids were about to fully descend, she seemed to vaguely glimpse a white figure materializing before her. Ailin, with a serene smile. Feishir closed her eyes. Boom! The white figure leapt down from the boulder, landing heavily and stirring up a cloud of dust. It was none other than Ailin. Positioned between the Abyss Mage and Feishir, she effectively blocked the approach of the Abyss Mage and the Hilichurl thugs, preventing them from advancing towards Feishir. Miss! Upon seeing Feishir, Oz let out a heart-wrenching cry. At that moment, Feishir had already shut her eyes. Her body was grimy and her attire tattered, with even one of her shoes lost. Blood stained the tree trunk against which she leaned, her golden hair disheveled, and streaks of blood flowed from her forehead to her chin. It was truly difficult to fathom the harrowing battle she had endured. Witnessing Feishir in such a state, Ailin bowed her head, engulfed in profound silence. The scene descended into a deathly quiet, yet the tension in Ailin's clenched fist, veins bulging, revealed it to be the calm before the storm. Time passed, and Ailin finally spoke. Her voice trembled with intensity, unmistakably reflecting her inner turmoil, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption, suppressing an ocean of wrath. Yes, my master. Miss Ailin, please be cautious. Feishir and Oz responded, grasping one of Feishir's arms with their claws. And together they endeavored to fly towards Mondstadt. Caw. Attempting to flee? Not so easily. The Abyss Mage snarled, brandishing its staff to unleash a fireball aimed at Oz. Yet at that moment, a formidable ice shield suddenly appeared in the path of the fireball, protecting Oz from the Abyss Mage's fiery assault. What? Is it you? The Abyss Mage gasped, turning to Ailin, only to meet her fierce gaze. Ailin had lifted her head, her eyes now entirely veined with crimson, resembling a blood-soaked tapestry. Her beautiful face, twisted with rage, revealed bulging veins. Fury, uncontainable fury. Intent to kill, a chilling intent to slay. The Abyss Mage trembled slightly, recognizing that the white-haired girl before it had succumbed to overwhelming rage. Chapter 19. Fierce Battle. Berserker Ailin. An endless fury, a boundless thirst for blood. The image of Feishir helplessly slumped beneath the tree consumed Ailin's mind, refusing to fade. She could neither accept nor endure it. She cherished every character in Genshin Impact, holding a deep love for each one. Feishir was her first friend upon arriving in this world. The girl who appeared lonely yet feigned strength, bravely confronting life. The girl who, despite her aloof demeanor, possessed a tender heart and yearned for validation, had been so ruthlessly battered, teetering on the brink of death. The mere thought of Feishir's weakened form beneath the tree ignited an uncontrollable fury within Ailin. Kill. Eliminate them all. Annihilate. Ailin's scarlet eyes locked onto the Abyss Mage, sending a bone-chilling dread coursing through it. Die for me! Ailin roared in anguish, charging at the Abyss Mage like a wild beast. She did not wield a bow, for arrows could not quell the rage within her. She would wield a sword. Only this could assuage her wrath. Sensing Ailin's fervor and murderous intent, the two Abyss Mages quaked in fear, hastily uttering incomprehensible incantations, commanding the remaining 7 Hilichurl thugs to engage Ailin. Yet Ailin did not hesitate, charging straight at the 7 Hilichurl thugs. The eye of the ice god at her waist blazed forth, and with a wave of her hand, an abundance of ice elements surged forth, coalescing into an ice spirit orb adorned with phoenix patterns. This move was none other than Ganyu's ultimate ability. She hurled the ice spirit orb into the sky, and instantly the temperature in the area plummeted. A continuous stream of cold air emanated from the orb, forming a frigid domain with a diameter of approximately 100 meters. In the game, Ganyu's ultimate ability enhances ice elemental damage for herself and her allies, but in the real world, it underwent a slight transformation. Within this cold domain, the concentration of ice elemental power surpassed that outside, allowing those with the ice elemental vision to manipulate the ice elements with unparalleled ease, effortlessly summoning vast quantities of ice elements. Thus, the cold domain provided an exceptional enhancement for those capable of wielding ice elemental power. As activated, Ailin felt as if she were in a realm unchallenged. Roar! A Hilichurl thug let out a furious bellow, brandishing a 5-meter-long giant axe, aiming to cleave Ailin's head. The Hilichurl thug's immense strength, coupled with the weight of the axe, meant that if it struck, Ailin would not merely be cut in half, but obliterated into a bloody pulp. Boom! The axe came crashing down, only to splatter ice shrapnel everywhere. Ailin had conjured a thick ice shield in her left hand, successfully blocking the Hilichurl thug's strike. However, despite the block, the thug's tremendous force bent Ailin's legs, causing the ground beneath her to fracture. Fortunately, Ailin had previously utilized a level 20 attack power sandblast relic, significantly enhancing her physical strength. Otherwise, she would have truly been unable to withstand this blow. In the final moments of the downward strike, the enemy was caught in a state of old strength fading and new strength yet to emerge. Ailin, a combat prodigy, seized upon this fleeting moment perfectly. Get lost! Ailin shouted in rage, veins bulging on her forehead, as she thrust the ice shield upward, forcefully deflecting the Hilichurl thug's axe. In that instant, as she pushed the axe aside, Ailin discarded the ice shield, then executed a full 360-degree spin to dissipate the force. During this rotational release, she summoned a slender, one-handed sword into her right hand, the 4-star weapon, the Black Sword, standing at a height of 174 meters. Ailin was less than half the height of the Hilichurl thug. Thus, in the moment of spinning and gathering strength, she delivered a horizontal slash. In the game's lore, 4-star weapons are exceedingly rare, and leveraging the sword's sharpness along with her formidable physical power, Ailin cleaved through one of the thug's legs. Roar! With its left leg severed, the Hilichurl thug let out a pained scream, unable to maintain its balance, its massive form toppling backward. Crash! The enormous body of the Hilichurl thug crashed to the ground. Yet before it could struggle, Ailin had already leapt high into the air. In her hand, the original black sword vanished, replaced by a massive two-handed greatsword radiating a yellowish-brown glow. A vast amount of ice elemental power converged, enveloping the weapon. And in an instant, an 8-meter-long ice greatsword was forged. Ailin's scarlet eyes gleamed with madness as she raised the ice greatsword high, bringing it down with tremendous force. The Chocho-Rin rebel was cleaved in two by a single sword strike, the cut remarkably smooth and encased in frost. Following the successful elimination of one rebel, others swiftly arrived at the scene. One rebel, witnessing the demise of a comrade, was filled with rage and swung a massive axe towards Ailin. Without hesitation, Ailin raised her Wugong Ji Jian to block the blow. However, at that moment, she was suspended in midair, devoid of any solid footing to brace herself. Although she managed to deflect the attack, the force propelled her several meters away, causing her to tumble several times before finally coming to a halt. As she rose, she spat out a mouthful of blood, clearly indicating she had sustained internal injuries. Yet, consumed by fury, she disregarded the pain, her mind solely focused on annihilating those who harmed her friends. With a sorrowful roar, her eyes ablaze with rage, she charged forward once more. With a flick of her slender wrist, the black sword was once again grasped firmly in her right hand. Armed with the sword, she charged at the 6 Ren rebels. The black blade, enveloped in elemental ice, emanated an intense chill. In her furious state, she engaged in battle instinctively, relying entirely on her primal instincts. In that moment, her wrath unlocked her most formidable potential. She approached the rebels and, with a sudden leap, unleashed a technique she had practiced countless times in her memory. The Ice Explosion Wind Pressure Sword. This wind pressure sword was a technique Ailin had diligently trained in, but had never managed to master. Unlike typical attacks requiring a wind elemental vision, this technique depended on sheer physical strength combined with a degree of skill to execute a rapid thrust that generated wind pressure to impact the enemy. Ailin had spent days honing this skill, unaware that her technique had already reached proficiency. Her previous inability stemmed from insufficient physical power. It was only with adequate strength that one could deliver a thrust powerful enough to create wind pressure. Now, after utilizing a level 20 attack relic, her physical strength had increased exponentially. In her furious state, she relinquished all thought and fought purely on instinct. Thus, the instinctual memories formed from countless hours of practice surged forth, perfectly aligned with her newfound strength. The Ice Explosion Wind Pressure Sword was unleashed. As she executed the technique, Ailin infused it with a substantial amount of ice elemental power, resulting in a tremendous explosion upon thrusting the sword. A multitude of sharp ice crystals, intertwined with a chilling storm, surged towards the 6 Ren rebels. The ice crystals, fine and razor-sharp, struck the rebels like a flurry of blades, leaving them grievously injured. When the icy tempest subsided, the front of the rebels was a ghastly sight, with flesh torn and bones exposed, as if they had endured 1,000 cuts. The immense pain elicited anguished cries from the rebels, but before Ailin could continue her assault, the attacks from 2 Abyss mages arrived. One wielded fire, the other lightning. They employed their mage abilities to send the robust Ren rebels to engage Ailin in close combat, while they positioned themselves at a distance to launch ranged assaults. Truly a despicable tactic. Suddenly, a fiery magic circle appeared beneath Ailin's feet. Sensing danger, her hair stood on end as she leaped back to evade. But at that moment, a bolt of lightning struck swiftly. The lightning mage initiated their attack. Deviously, the lightning mage did not directly target Ailin, but aimed at the fire pillar summoned by the fire mage. The lightning struck with incredible speed, colliding with the fire pillar and triggering a catastrophic explosion. The resulting overload reaction was significantly more destructive than a singular elemental attack. In an instant, flames erupted, and lightning danced chaotically, creating a powerful shockwave that exploded before Ailin. Yet, in her fury, Ailin was undeterred. Even as the shockwave engulfed her, she pressed on with her assault. With a swift motion, she summoned the Ice Spirit Pearl, its cold radiance illuminating the sky, forming 3 thick ice spikes nearly a meter long, launching them at the Ren rebels with astonishing speed. The impact was thunderous. Following this, Ailin was hurled away by the explosion caused by the fire and lightning elements. Simultaneously, the ice spikes pierced through 3 of the rebels. The overload explosion sent Ailin flying over 10 meters, and as she regained her footing, her attire was tattered and her body adorned with numerous cuts from the debris. Unable to suppress herself, Ailin coughed up a mouthful of blood. The blast had inflicted significant internal damage, and her organs were bleeding. Although internal bleeding could be life-threatening, she paid it no mind. All that occupied her thoughts was the desire to eliminate those who had harmed her friends, regardless of the cost. Undeterred by her injuries, she charged forward once again. The Wugong Jijian appeared in her grasp, the cold aura swirling around her as she manifested an 8-meter-long ice greatsword, engaging in a frenzied battle against the 6 Ren rebels. 3 of the rebels, previously pierced by the ice spikes, bore gaping wounds the size of soccer balls. The ice not only impaled them, but also froze their wounds, spreading within and wreaking havoc on their internal organs, subjecting them to unimaginable agony. Enduring such injuries rendered these 3 rebels significantly easier to dispatch, prompting Ailin to focus her relentless assault on them. The effect of Jiang Zhong Tianhua had yet to dissipate, though the reality of it differed from its portrayal in the game. In the game, once the domain of Jiang Zhong Tianhua was established, it would continuously rain down dense ice spikes. However, such an effect could only exist within the confines of the game. After all, if it truly rained down such an abundance of ice spikes, would not both she and her allies also suffer? Evading the random and densely falling spikes would demand considerable mental effort, rendering combat within such a domain nearly impossible. Thus, in reality, Jiang Zhong Tianhua relied on the Ice Spirit Pearl to create an area saturated with ice elemental energy, enabling Ailin to mold ice spikes through sheer will to launch her attacks. The area she controlled was simultaneously where her ice spike struck. Faced with the threat of 6 Ren rebels and 2 Abyss mages, Ailin's combat experience rapidly accumulated. Her fighting style became increasingly adept, her lithe form darting through the ranks of Ren rebels, evading their strikes. As her experience grew, her mistakes diminished, and her movements became fluid, dodging enemy attacks while continuously summoning ice spikes and inflicting numerous wounds upon her foes. After half an hour of intense combat, with a decisive thrust, Ailin pierced the last Ren rebel through the forehead, its massive form collapsing with a thunderous crash. A graceful somersault followed as she landed firmly. The prolonged, intense close-quarters combat had nearly depleted Ailin's stamina, yet her eyes remained bloodshot, a testament to her fury, rendering her oblivious to exhaustion. Clad in tattered garments, she stood defiantly atop the charred ruins littered with broken branches, wielding a black longsword. Beneath her feet lay the mangled corpses of 7 Hilichurl marauders. In that moment, she resembled a blood-soaked deity of war, emanating an overwhelming aura of power. With a flick of her sword, she shook off the remnants of the Hilichurl's brains. A sinister grin spread across her face as she turned towards the 2 Abyss mages. Now it is your turn. Chapter 21. The Finale. I avenge you. Her voice dripped with murderous intent. The near-fatal assault on her friend had ignited her wrath, and the Abyss mage's distant sniping during the battle had stoked her anger even further. With all the Hilichurls defeated, the Abyss mages found themselves bereft of any allies to hinder Ailin. Prepare to meet your end. Ailin advanced step by step towards the Abyss mages, her crimson eyes resembling those of a reaper, each footfall pressing down on their hearts, constricting their breaths. Do not underestimate us, mere ants. The terrified Abyss mages could only muster such words to bolster their courage, while summoning a formidable elemental shield for protection. You cowardly tortoises, let us see whose absorption of elemental power is swifter, yours or my shield breaking. Today, you shall perish here. With that proclamation, Ailin charged at the Abyss mages. Her initial target was the Electro-Abyss mage, as the ice element posed a significant counter to the electro element, making it easier to shatter the Electromancer's shield. Naturally, the Abyss mages would not allow Ailin to approach without resistance. They brandished their wands and unleashed a torrent of spells. Flames and thunderbolts surged toward Ailin simultaneously. Silently, she raised her sword, cleaving through a fireball, and with a flick of her mind, she conjured an ice wall to intercept the Electro-Abyss mage's lightning strike. Following that, she pressed a hand upward, causing the Ice Spirit Pearl high above to shimmer, unleashing a barrage of palm-sized ice shards upon the Electro-Abyss mage like a torrential downpour. Just then, a multitude of fiery magical circles erupted along Ailin's path. Turning her gaze, she discovered the Pyro-Abyss mage dancing while wielding its wand, summoning the fiery arrays in a bid to obstruct Ailin's approach to the Electro-Abyss mage. However, the training Ailin had undergone in recent days was not in vain. She had developed numerous techniques based on her ice elemental vision. With her blood-red eyes sweeping over the Pyro Abyss Mage, she extended her delicate hand, gripping forcefully at the Pyro Abyss Mage. Ice Prison of Execution. As Ailin's hand clenched, the ice elemental forces within the area became chaotic, converging towards the Pyro Abyss Mage to form a massive ice prison that sealed it instantly. This ice prison resembled a thick eggshell, smooth on the surface, yet harboring hidden dangers within. Spikes would sprout from the interior, relentlessly growing towards the center, ultimately filling the entire prison and transforming the enemy into a pincushion. Ailin understood well that this maneuver would not obliterate the Pyro Abyss Mage, but it would effectively confine it for an extended period, to evade being pierced by the ice spikes. The Pyro Abyss Mage would need to expend significant energy casting fire elemental attacks to combat the encroaching ice. With a leap, Ailin deftly avoided the Electro Abyss Mage's assault and finally stood before it, summoning another sword into her grasp. She wielded the Dragon's Whisper from her 4-star weapon box in her left hand and the black sword in her right. The Eye of God at her waist glimmered as both swords were imbued with copious ice elemental power, and Ailin unleashed a relentless assault upon the Electro Abyss Mage. The twin swords, now infused with ice energy, struck repeatedly against the Electro Abyss Mage's shield, dimming it with each blow and tightening the mage's heart in tandem. Crash, crash, crash. Ice shards scattered. As she shattered the shield with a punch, Ailin transformed her fist into a claw, seizing the Electro Abyss Mage's head. Ailin's furious roar echoed as she lifted the Electro Abyss Mage's head high and then forcefully slammed it into the ground. With the power of the Sands of Time relic behind her, Ailin's physical strength was immense. The impact created a 1-meter-wide depression in the earth, causing blood to spurt from the edges of the crater. But that was not enough. With another anguished roar, Ailin lifted the Electro Abyss Mage's head and, with all her might, slammed it against the sheer cliff of the Wolf End. Blood sprayed forth as Ailin dragged the Electro Abyss Mage's face along the cliff for over 30 meters, leaving a long trail of crimson until she confirmed its lifelessness, discarding it as one would dispose of refuse. Having dealt with the Electro Abyss Mage, Ailin's gaze shifted back to the ice prison, and upon seeing it becoming translucent and riddled with cracks, a cold smile crept upon her lips. Crack! With a resounding shatter, the ice prison collapsed. Although it had finally been breached, the effort had drained her significantly, leaving her unable to conjure even a flame shield. Emerging from the ice prison with great difficulty, the Pyro Abyss Mage found itself suddenly enveloped by a shadow before it could catch its breath. A sense of foreboding washed over it. Looking up, it was met with sheer terror. The white-haired girl was soaring high, brandishing a massive ice block adorned with spikes, descending upon it with ferocity. Go to hell and repent for the harm you inflicted upon my friend. Ice phalanx strike. The white-haired girl cried out in rage, swinging the enormous spiked ice block down upon it. Boom! A tremendous thud reverberated. It was unimaginable how furious the white-haired girl was, and equally unfathomable was the force she exerted. The Abyss Mage felt as if a small mountain had collided with it, the overwhelming force shattering every bone in its body in an instant. Without the support of its bones, its form crumbled into a blurred mass of flesh and blood, flung over 100 meters away before crashing to the ground, devoid of any life. The rain poured down in torrents over the Wolf End. On the devastated earth, no enemies remained. Ailin stood alone, allowing the downpour to wash over her face and wounds. Blood mingled with rainwater, seeping into the ground. The image of her near-death friend, Fish, lingered in her mind. Fish, my dear friend, I have avenged you. Tears slipped from her eyes, only to be diluted by the rain. Having vanquished all foes and avenged her friend, she was left with no further ambitions. Her fury had subsided, leaving only sorrow. Her strength had long since waned. Sustained solely by the conviction of avenging her friend, she fought through her injuries and exhaustion. Now, with the battle concluded, her anger dissipated. The toll of her wounds and fatigue surged forth. Unable to hold on any longer, she collapsed onto the waterlogged ground. Chapter 22. I wish to watch the sunset at Gwydjo Lake with you. Little fish, you must also remember to rest and not overexert yourself. In a room adorned with pink decor, Eileen's mother set a plate of sliced apples on the bedside. "Yes, Annie, I am fine. I only wish to stay here with Ailin and await her awakening," Fish replied, forcing a smile. "Very well, then I entrust Eileen's care to you." Understanding Fish's guilt, Eileen's mother kindly left the room, allowing Fish to tend to Ailin. 3 days have elapsed since the incident at Ben Langling. The relentless efforts of the priests at the church, alongside Barbara's healing magic, swiftly restored her health. However, Ailin has remained in a coma for 3 days. The stark contrast between Fiskal's rapid recovery from near death and Eilin's prolonged unconsciousness can be attributed to distinct circumstances. Although Fiskal sustained grave injuries, they primarily afflicted her physical form. In contrast, Ailin not only suffered severe bodily harm, but also overexerted her powers and fell victim to an overwhelming rage that affected her mind and spirit. Barbara's healing magic can mend corporeal pain, but cannot replenish Eilin's drained energy or heal the emotional turmoil wrought by her fury. Eilin's recuperation necessitates an extended period of rest, hence her deep slumber. This explains why Fiskal is now able to walk normally while Ailin remains in a tranquil sleep. Observing the sleeping girl, Fiskal felt a pang of sorrow. After delivering Ailin to the West Wind Church, Oz and Funger hurried to inform the knights and seek their assistance. Aware of the gravity of the situation, Jean promptly entrusted the knights' affairs to Lisa and rushed to Ben Langling with Kia. However, upon their arrival, they discovered that the battle had already concluded. The battlefield lay in ruins, littered with broken trees and remnants of destruction. Ice spikes, still partially frozen, pierced the ground, exuding an eerie chill. The remains of Choo-Choo rebels were scattered about, while in the distance, 2 abyss mages lay lifeless. At the heart of the battlefield, they found Ailin collapsed in a puddle. A colossal ice block, adorned with a conspicuous pool of blood, lay nearby. The 8 slain Choo-Choo rebels bore signs of a ferocious battle. One had been shot, evident from the scorch marks of electro-elements, indicating that Fiskal was responsible. The other 7, their bodies mangled and strewn about, had likely suffered savage assaults, characterized by frostbite wounds, presumably inflicted by Ailin. Kia surveyed the scene, his brow furrowing upon spotting the 2 abyss mages. One had been slammed against the cliffside and dragged for over 30 meters, while the other had met a grisly fate at the hands of Eilin's ice spear, shattering every bone in her body. Yet, neither Kia nor Jean harbored resentment toward the fallen white-haired girl, for they recalled Fiskal's pitiful state when she was brought to the West Wind Church. It was evident that her fury stemmed from the loss of friend. Jean gazed compassionately at the unconscious girl, her heart heavy with empathy. Just by observing the traces of battle, she could envision Eilin's frenzied desperation. She knelt and lifted Ailin into her embrace. After Jean departed with Ailin, a nun clad in purple fishnet stockings, hidden in the shadows, yawned and slipped away in another direction. Meanwhile, Dialek, concealed in the distance, lingered on Ailin and Jean's arms for a moment before exhaling and following suit. In the depths of Ben Langling, a white-haired youth, donned in a hood and wielding a great sword, inquired of the trial grounds wall, "Was it you protecting her?" The voice of the Wolf King resonated from the wall, proclaiming, "To fight for friends, to embrace true emotions, is worthy of protection." With that, the Lord of the Wolves fell silent. Recently, the Lord had discreetly released his aura, instilling fear in the wolves and nearby Choo-Choo and other monsters, safeguarding the unconscious white-haired girl. "Ailin, when will you awaken?" By her bedside, Fiskal held Eilin's hand, tears shimmering in her eyes. She could never forget the harrowing scene from 3 days prior at the West Wind Church. After several hours of desperate efforts, she finally regained consciousness. Yet, the first sight that met her eyes was Ailin, escorted by Jean, battered and bleeding, her disheveled hair and tattered clothing etching a permanent image in Fiskal's mind. Each time she recalled Eilin's state, her heart ached. She felt frustration, she felt regret. Frustration at her own impotence for failing to vanquish their foes, putting Ailin in harm's way. Regret for her own weakness that led to her dearest friend lying gravely injured and comatose for days. "Ailin, please wake up soon. I long to watch the sunset with you at Guajio Lake, to gaze at the sea with you at Oath's Point, to listen to the wind at windrise. Fiscal sobbed, clutching Ailin hand. Ailin body quivered slightly before her eyes slowly fluttered open. Where am I? Ailin gazed up at the familiar ceiling, her eyes landing on Fiscal. Fiscal, why are you crying? Ailin. Fiscal cried out in joyous tears, embracing Ailin tightly. Wah, you finally awakened. I thought I would never see you again. All right, don't cry. I'm fine, see? Ailin, pale and forcing a smile, gently stroked Fiscal's hair. Perhaps influenced by Fiscal's emotions, her own eyes began to sting. She embraced Fiscal in return, softly whispering, Thank you, Fiscal, for being alive. Upon learning of Ailin's awakening, the Hermann couple finally breathed a sigh of relief. She was their only daughter. Losing her would be unbearable. Ailin's mother, in particular, wept profusely, immediately preparing various nourishing foods and porridge, insisting on witnessing Ailin eat before she would relent. She also strictly ordered Ailin to rest at home for several days, forbidding her from stepping outside. Subsequently, Noel came bearing homemade pastries to visit. After a long day of work, Captain Jean also found time to check on Ailin late at night. Fiscal's parents personally visited with generous gifts to express their gratitude for Ailin's life-saving intervention. On the fourth day following Ailin's awakening, she exclaimed, Mom, I'm heading out, waving at her mother as she hurried out the door. Be careful. Ailin's mother watched her daughter depart, her face radiating maternal affection. For some reason, she felt her daughter had changed. She had grown more considerate and dutiful. This was not to say that Ailin had been lacking before. She had merely been a typical teenager, navigating the tumultuous waters of adolescence. At that age, children often exhibit rebellious tendencies, eager to assert their independence, much like fledglings yearning to take flight. However, in their haste to soar, they often overlook the beauty surrounding them. When one is overly eager to prove themselves, they may neglect the love and care of those around them, as well as the simple joys of life. People often need to undergo trials to attain maturity, developing the patience to appreciate the ordinary beauty that life offers. Yet, her daughter seemed transformed since acquiring the vision. Ailin now wore a perpetual smile, brimming with vitality and energy. She frequently bought small gifts for herself and occasionally brought fine wine for her father Hermann, who delighted in boasting to his drinking companions, earning their envy. Previously, Ailin had been solely focused on joining the knights and oblivious to her parents' hard work. Now, she had learned to take on commissions, earning money to contribute to the household expenses. Hermann often spent his own money hiring adventurers to retrieve wooden stakes from Choo Choo for Ailin's training. If it were the old Ailin, she would probably have said, Humph, that old man always loves to meddle in my affairs. I am no longer a child. However, the current Ailin would express her gratitude to Hermann with genuine joy, even offering him a gentle back rub as a token of appreciation, leaving Hermann unable to suppress a broad grin throughout the night. In the past, Ailin would rush to the training grounds immediately after dinner, but now, she assists with clearing the dishes and washing them. Occasionally, when inspired, she ventures into the kitchen to prepare a few dishes, predominantly of Liyue cuisine. When asked how she learned to cook, particularly Liyue dishes, she becomes flustered, mumbling something about following a recipe she discovered while visiting the library with Facier. These subtle transformations bring immense comfort to Hermann and his wife. If you were to inquire whether the couple appreciates the current Ailin, the answer would undoubtedly be an emphatic yes. The present Ailin has matured into a thoughtful and delicate individual, much like a little son, bringing warmth and comfort to those around her. However, her rapid transformation has left Hermann and his wife somewhat bewildered. Yet, what parent does not desire to witness their child's growth? In the southeastern corner of the Mond region, there lies a vast, flat mountain stone known as Oath's Cape. This location is reputed to be a sacred site for countless couples in Mond, where lovers, temporarily separated by family opposition, secretly gather at night to express their longing and love, making promises to one another. Today, Ailin and Facier have accepted a commission from the alchemist Tima Wus to collect some electro-crystals at Oath's Cape. Electro-crystals contain the power of lightning and require a reaction with fire to be successfully harvested. While collecting the crystals themselves is not particularly challenging, The true difficulty lies in the fact that these crystals are infused with a significant amount of electro-element power, which attracts numerous electro-slimes. Drawing upon her memories from a past life, Ailin leads Air to the base of Oath's Cape, where they soon discover a plethora of electro-crystals, along with many electro-slimes. However, these slimes pose no threat to Ailin, who wields ice element power, with a series of charged frosty arrows from her elevated position. She easily dispatches them, leaving behind only their round, rolling bodies searching in vain for Ailin. Once the electro-slimes are dealt with, the task becomes considerably simpler. To collect the electro-crystals, one must create a reaction with fire. However, such reactions can lead to explosions, which is why few undertake missions involving electro-crystals. Nevertheless, Ailin and Air devise a clever method, wrapping cloth around their arrowheads, applying oil, igniting them to create fire arrows, and then shooting them at the electro-crystals. This approach allows them to gather the crystals while effectively avoiding the blast from the overload reaction. Utilizing this technique, Ailin and Air quickly amass sufficient electro-crystals. The two girls frolic and play in the lush green meadow, and when they tire, they unveil a prepared blanket along with delightful snacks and afternoon tea to enjoy. They then lie together, basking in the afternoon sun, inhaling the fragrant scent of grass, listening to the chirping of flowers and insects, and gently drifting into a sweet afternoon slumber. As night falls, the moon rises high, and the stars blanket the sky. The two girls sit side by side on the high cliff of Oath's Cape, gazing into the infinite starry expanse. The silvery moonlight bathes the land, casting a shimmering glow over the vast prairie. Ailin, I am sorry. After a moment of silence, Air suddenly speaks. Huh? What are you apologizing for? Ailin turns her head, puzzled, to look at Air. I heard that you fought fiercely against the Hilichurls and Abyss mages in a rage because of me. I am sorry for causing you such severe injuries, almost leading to your demise. Air lowers her head, concealing her expression from Ailin, but from her slightly trembling body, Ailin can easily discern the immense psychological burden she bears. The shame of nearly causing her friend's death threatens to overwhelm the girl named Air. Ailin realizes that if she does not intervene, her dear friend may live a lifetime shackled by guilt over nearly harming her best friend. Thus, she abruptly rises, striking a dramatic pose, and calls out to the moon, I am the celestial being of the resonant voice, master of the power to rescue all beings. Should anyone find themselves in peril, utter my name, and I shall come to their aid. My friend, the Princess of Judgment, I sense your call that day. I hold the power to save all beings when called upon. I shall respond. This is my sacred duty, especially when the one calling upon me is my dearest friend, the Princess of Judgment. As Ailin strikes a pose reminiscent of their first meeting, Air bursts into laughter, her tears turning to joy. Witnessing this transformation in Air, Ailin expression soudaine. She gently gazes down at Air and says, Air, we are good friends, are we not? I once told you that if you ever find yourself in danger, I would stop at nothing to protect you. I cannot forgive those who would harm you. If I were in danger, you would also go to great lengths to protect me. Would you not? So do not be sad. Fighting for you is my heart's desire. You need not carry any burdens. I do not wish for you to live in guilt because of me. As your friend, I want you to enjoy every day with joy. Chapter 24. A Gift of Affection. A pact of friendship. Ailin's gentle words and demeanor resemble the warm sun of winter, soothing Air's anxiety and guilt. She cherishes Ailin deeply, and it is precisely because of this care that she cannot forgive herself for nearly causing Ailin's death. The more joy she finds in playing with Ailin, the heavier her guilt becomes, and after a day of fun, she can no longer suppress the guilt that has accumulated within her. I do not wish for you to live in guilt because of me. As your friend, I want you to enjoy every day with joy. Ailin's tender words illuminate the truth. Her dear friend has never blamed her. The only one casting blame has been herself. Tears glisten in Air's eyes, yet her lips curve into a genuine smile. She pats the grass beside her, inviting Ailin to sit down. Ailin, close your eyes. I have something to give you. A rustling sound reaches Ailin's ears, and as she closes her eyes, she feels her hair being lifted, followed by the sensation of something necklace-like being placed around her neck. All right, you can open your eyes now, Air softly instructs. Ailin opens her eyes and looks down to find a beautiful pendant adorning her neck, a stunning aquamarine gem carved into the shape of a large ice slime. Utterly adorable. Just by the quality of the gem and its exquisite design and craftsmanship, Ailin understands that this pendant must be of considerable value. Did you take on the task of gathering fruits from the wolf's gravestone just to buy this pendant for me? Yes, Air replies, lowering her head. I wanted to surprise you. Typically, one might say something along the lines of, please don't undertake such dangerous tasks for me again at this moment. However, Ailin knows that uttering such words would only deepen Air's guilt and undermine her intentions. Therefore, she offers a sweet smile, gently embraces Air, and whispers in her ear, thank you, Air. I truly adore this gift. I will wear it always. Hearing Ailin's soft words and feeling her warmth, Air is engulfed in overwhelming happiness. At that moment, she feels that all her previous efforts were worth it. Ding dong. Congratulations to the master for forming a close friendship with Air. Weapon slots have been updated. Artifact slots have been updated. The functionality of the vast map has been activated. Congratulations, esteemed master. Upon forging a deep friendship with Air, you have been bestowed with the same electro-vision as hers. Simultaneously, under the astonished gazes of Ailin and Air, a vision materialized from the ethereal violet lightning, landing gracefully in Ailin's hand. Ailin, what is this? Air exclaimed, her eyes wide in disbelief, fixated on the vision in Ailin's grasp. The electro-vision. Ailin, this is the electro-vision. But why? Both of us already possess visions. So to whom does this one belong? Air was both astonished and perplexed. Perhaps it is meant for me. Although Ailin had envisioned countless times the moment she would acquire second vision, the actual occurrence left her utterly astonished. The sensation of the electro-vision was subtly prickly, and at that moment, Ailin distinctly sensed the flow of electro-energy in the air. With her palm outstretched, the electro-energy converged, forming erratic electric serpents at her fingertips. She could truly manipulate the power of electro. This electro-vision indeed belongs to you. Ailin, you are remarkable. Witnessing Ailin's newfound strength, Air, as a dear friend, was naturally overjoyed, yet her heart brimmed with confusion. However, it is common knowledge that one can only possess one vision. Why is it that you, Ailin, can have two? Looking at Air's bewildered expression, Ailin couldn't help but smile affectionately. She blinked and replied, perhaps it is because even the divine acknowledges the bond of friendship between me and little Air. Upon hearing this, Air's eyes sparkled, her expression radiant like a Cecilia flower. Yes, it must be so. The vision symbolizes divine recognition. Surely our friendship has garnered the favor of the gods, thus granting Ailin a second vision as an exception. The bond between Ailin and me is blessed by the divine. Air's eyes curved into crescents, her face adorned with a blissful smile. Observing Air's joy, Ailin suddenly recalled something and said, Air, could you please close your eyes? All right. Air immediately complied, trusting Ailin wholeheartedly. You must not peek. Unless I say you may open your eyes, do not do so. After Air closed her eyes, Ailin swiftly opened the system interface, and a luminous screen appeared before her. Without hesitation, she clicked on the weapon tab, and indeed, 3 new slots had been unlocked. All right, you can open your eyes now. After a brief moment, Ailin's voice rang out. As Air opened her eyes with anticipation, she discovered Ailin presenting a grand bow to her. Tajda, this is a gift for you. Do you like it? Ailin beamed sweetly. Air lowered her gaze to examine the magnificent bow before her. The bow, primarily in hues of purple and black, resembled a raven with outstretched wings, exuding an aura of coolness and allure, as if it were tailor-made for her. This bow, embodying the powers of judgment and dreams, is named Walzi. Today, I bestow it upon my dear friend, the Princess of Judgment. Ailin struck a dramatic pose, and, as if fearing rejection, she pressed the bow into Air's hands before she could utter a word. Thank you, Ailin. Feexier clutched Yui Walsey as if it were the most precious treasure in the world. I shall cherish it dearly. Feexier smiled joyfully, for today, her friendship with Ailin had been validated. Ailin had acquired a new vision, while she herself had received Yui Walsey. The night deepened, and the moon and stars shone brightly in their most resplendent state. After a prolonged silence, Feexier patted the grass beside her. Ailin, please sit a little closer. May I request you to close your eyes once more? What is the matter? Do you have another gift for me? Although Ailin felt puzzled, she complied and closed her eyes. You cannot open your eyes without my permission. Seeing Ailin's eyes shut, Feexier quietly closed her own, inching closer to Ailin. As she drew near, her warm breath caressed Ailin's face, causing her heart to race while the moonlight elongated their shadows. With her eyes closed, Feexier mustered her courage and gently kissed Ailin's cheek. The kiss felt like a surge of electricity coursing through Ailin's entire being, prompting her to open her eyes wide. Feexier, you. Ailin began to speak, but Feexier placed a finger upon her lips to silence her. Shoo. Do not say anything. Do not ask questions. Simply savor this moment. And please do not squander the courage I have mustered. Feexier gazed into Ailin's eyes, which shimmered with a gentle light. Suddenly, she stood up, striking a dramatic pose. I am Feexier, Princess of Judgment, here at Oath's Cape, under the witness of the moon and stars. I vow to forge a bond of friendship with the one who answers my call, to remain the best of friends for all eternity. The night sky witnessed the two girls returning hand in hand from Oath's Cape, waving goodbye at the gates of Mondstadt. After returning home and showering, Ailin stood before the mirror, gently touching her cheek, still moved by Feexier's kiss. Does she perhaps have feelings for me? That shouldn't be the case. I'm a girl. Yet, if she does not harbor such feelings, then why? With a sudden leap, Ailin flopped on her pink bed and opened the system interface. At the moment of becoming best friends with Feexier, not only had she acquired a new vision, but her weapon and artifact slots had also been unlocked. Along with the activation of a new feature, the vast map function, Ailin could now ascertain that every time she formed a deep bond with a character possessing a vision, new slots in the weapon and artifact tabs would unlock. Upon accessing the weapon tab, she discovered that after befriending Feexier, 3 new weapons had been unlocked. Hipuyuin, Skyward Blade, and Yui Walsey. Since she had gifted Yui Walsey to Feexier, Ailin now possessed the 5-star weapons, Wugong Sword, Amos Bow, Skyward Blade, and Hipuyuin. The 4-star weapons included Shali Longin and Black Sword. Next, Ailin opened the artifact tab, which had unlocked 2 additional slots. Inside were 2 artifacts. One was a piece of the witch's set, and the other was the headpiece from the gladiator's set. The main stat of the flower was fixed at health, which was straightforward, yet the gladiator headpiece caught Ailin's attention. This gladiator headpiece boasted a level 20 defense. It actually provides defense. The moment Ailin saw the word defense, she felt troubled. In her mind, defense was associated with muscles. Whenever she thought of muscles, she envisioned those muscular tanks wielding shields to draw aggro. System, are you there? If I use this defensive artifact, will I turn into a muscular warrior? Ding dong. Fear not. Esteemed master, strength does not require muscles. Just look at the demon slayer of Liyue. He is powerful, yet he possesses neither muscles nor towering stature. Ailin couldn't help but smirk. Thankfully, you have no physical form. Otherwise, if Xiao heard you say that, he would surely want to pierce your knee with Hipuyuin. Alas, this system resides within your mind. So, if the demon slayer were to pierce anything, it would be your knee. But one wonders if the demon slayer can bear to do so, considering how adorable you are. Ahem. In any case, esteemed master, you are indeed delightful. And I like you very much, so rest assured, using this defensive artifact will definitely not transform you into a muscular warrior. Standing upright at the bed's edge, the spirit Fenger, as Ailin's companion, shared a deep bond with her, intertwining their souls and lives. Even Aaron possessed the system, and even Aaron's dialogues with the system were known to Fenger. As a female, Fenger was treated as a girl by Aaron. At this moment, she spoke up. Indeed, I wholeheartedly agree with the thoughts of the system. Master, have you perhaps begun to enjoy being a girl? The system concurred. Yes. I've noticed that Master seems to be embracing her feminine side more and more lately. Enough. Can't you all just be quiet for a moment? It's always about teasing me. Aaron feigned impatience and waved her hand dismissively. All right then, since I won't be gaining any muscles, I can rest assured. With that, Ailin flicked her small hand, and the two sacred relics transformed into golden light, merging with her being. When the golden light dissipated, Ailin found herself before a mirror. After utilizing the witch flower sacred relic, she noticed a significant increase in her vitality. She couldn't quantify exactly how much, but she could feel the vigorous energy coursing through her. The strength of her vitality had at least doubled compared to before. The most immediate change brought about by this vitality was the rosy glow of her skin, making her lovely face appear even more charming. As for the enhancement in defense, Ailin could not articulate it. She simply felt that her bones had become sturdier, and her internal organs seemed to be more robust. However, in the next moment, a sudden cry escaped Ailin's lips. Why? Why has my slime grown larger again? And why is my hair lengthened? Ailin was on the verge of tears, realizing that each time she grew stronger, both her slime and hair underwent changes. Previously, her hair had merely reached her shoulders, but after using the attack hourglass and energy hourglass, it had surpassed her shoulders, and her slime had also increased in size. Now, after another boost in strength, her hair had grown down to her back, and her slime had expanded even further. Author, I demand that you immediately reduce the size of my slime, Ailin exclaimed dramatically. The author replied, you should ask the readers if they agree to diminish the size of your slime. Early the next morning, Ailin, donned in a white long-sleeve shirt featuring an ice slime design and denim overalls, along with a pair of white sneakers, stood before the mirror lost in thought. Oh no, it's grown larger again, swaying as I walk. How bothersome, Ailin lamented, as she had just discovered that Teyvat had yet to invent something like a slime bra. Reflecting on the numerous female characters in Genshin who wore backless outfits, she realized there was no sign of slime bra straps. However, this predicament troubled Ailin greatly, for as her slime continued to grow, it not only became heavier but also bounced with each step, attracting the gaze of many men due to her stunning beauty. What a shame. Ailin felt utterly vexed, yet ultimately resigned herself to stepping outside. Once outside, she headed straight for the training grounds, eager to develop new techniques with her newly acquired vision. That day, the Adventurers Guild members were astonished to discover that Fiscal was no longer acting in her usual melodramatic manner. Yet, she understood that her previous demeanor was merely a facade, a means to conceal her loneliness. Now that she found a best friend, she no longer felt isolated and no longer needed to rely on her theatrics for self-protection. Witnessing their daughter finally emerge from her inner solitude, Fiscal's parents were immensely delighted. They recognized that Fiscal's previous behavior was partly their responsibility, as they hadn't properly guided her during her formative years. In the face of Fiscal's theatricality, they felt helpless, as her antics were a form of punishment for their negligence. Therefore, Ailin's presence not only saved Fiscal, but also brought salvation to her parents, for which they were profoundly grateful. At noon, after finishing her training, Ailin sheathed her sword. Today had been fruitful. Her inspiration had flourished, leading her to discover numerous new techniques. Following the sound, she spotted a green-haired girl wearing a white hat, running toward her while waving. Ailin, wait a moment, the green-haired girl called out. Chapter 26, The Request of Sugarhome? Ailin turned to see the girl approaching, and her eyes lit up. The girl, adorned with a white hat and dressed in blue and white, was none other than the alchemist, Sugar. Hello, Miss Ailin, Sugar exclaimed as she reached Ailin, adjusting her glasses and bowing carefully. Greetings, Miss Ailin. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Sugar, a researcher of alchemy. Hello. No need for such formality. Just call me Ailin, Ailin replied with a smile, though she was puzzled. In her mind, Sugar was someone focused on research, lacking social skills. So why was she so boldly approaching her now? Sugar, what brings you here? Ah, I'm sorry, did I interrupt you? Sugar fidgeted, clearly still the shy girl from the game, worried about saying something wrong that might offend Ailin. Understanding Sugar's demeanor, Ailin didn't mind and tried to maintain a gentle smile. Not at all. I just finished my training. You don't have to be so reserved. Feel free to speak. Sugar, you're so adorable. I would mind whatever you have to say. Adorable? Me? Sugar, engrossed in her alchemical studies, like many tech enthusiasts, had little concern for her appearance. This was the first time someone had called her adorable, and it was from someone as charming as Ailin. Please don't tease me. If we're talking about cuteness, Ailin, You might just be the cutest girl in the world. Sugar blushed, lowering her head as her fingers fidgeted with one another. I'm not joking. I sincerely believe that you are indeed very cute. I have always heard tales about you. Everyone says you are diligent and hardworking. Oh, by the way, you still haven't even mentioned why you came to find me. Upon hearing this, Sugar perked up immediately. Well, it's like this. A few days ago, didn't you defeat several Hilichurl thugs and 2 abyss mages at Wolfendel? I feel a bit embarrassed to admit this, but I have a special hobby of collecting skeletal specimens. Assembling bones gives me new inspiration. Those are the bones of Hilichurl thugs and abyss mages. I have never collected such specimens before, so I rushed to find Captain Jean to ask if she could give me those corpses. However, Captain Jean said those were your spoils of war and suggested I ask your opinion, which is why I came here. As soon as the topic of skeletal specimens arose, Sugar transformed, shedding her social anxiety and speaking fluently. Oh, I see. Aaron chuckled, realizing that Sugar indeed had a penchant for collecting bones. Every 3 days, Sugar would carry a leather bag to visit hunters and adventurers in Qingchuan town, seeking all sorts of bizarre bones. However, this world was far more realistic than the game, and not everyone had the ability to hunt Hilichurls and other monsters. Thus, the bones Sugar acquired were mostly chicken bones, pig bones, or lizard bones. According to in-game lore, Sugar would be overjoyed for an entire day upon finding a complete lizard skeleton and would repeatedly bow in gratitude to Catherine for acquiring a piece of a complete Hilichurl leg bone. Therefore, it was not difficult for Ailin to imagine the tremendous impact that the corpses of 8 Hilichurl bandits and 2 abyss mages would have on Tangyuan. Indeed, for Tangyuan, the remains of those Hilichurl bandits and abyss mages were treasures of immense value. Were they not? Yes, yes. Tangyuan nodded earnestly, her fists clenched, gazing at Ailin's eyes with the eager anticipation of a kitten awaiting its master's feeding, and said, "So, could you possibly give them all to me?" Then she quickly realized her implication and waved her hands in explanation. "Oh, please don't misunderstand. I don't mean for free. I can offer you more, or I could exchange some alchemical items with you." "No need," Ailin replied with a sweet smile. "Since you like them, I shall give them all to you." Really?" Tang Yuan's eyes sparkled with surprise, but she soon regained her composure and shook her head. "No, these items are too precious to me. If I were to receive them without effort, I would feel uneasy. Faced with such significant treasures, her ability to remain true to her principles was commendable. Ailin could not help but admire her in silence, understanding that this green-haired girl had her own set of values. If she were to offer her something freely, she would certainly decline. Thus, Ailin decided to symbolically request a small favor and then smoothly offer the corpses to her. With this thought, Ailin blinked and spoke, "All right. In that case, I do have a small request." "Really?" Upon hearing this, Tangyuan was overjoyed and nodded. Yes. Just tell me, and as long as I can do it, I will definitely oblige." "As a researcher, you must know the pain of unfulfilled curiosity," Ailin said. "I've always been curious about your ears. Could you allow me to touch them?" "No." To Ailin's surprise, Tangyuan refused without hesitation. However, she quickly realized that her response was somewhat impolite and hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to disappoint you. It's just that I'm quite sensitive about others noticing my ears." "It's quite all right." Ailin waved her hand dismissively. "I should apologize for my lack of consideration." Suddenly, Ailin seemed to recall something and quickly inquired, "By the way, Tangyuan, can you sew and make clothes?" "Yes." Tangyuan nodded. "While conducting research, I inevitably had to engage in tasks like cutting and mending, so I took the opportunity to learn how to make clothes." "That's wonderful," Ailin exclaimed with delight, immediately taking Tang Yuan's hand. "Come on, let's go to my house. I'll treat you to lunch and then give you a design to help me make 2 pieces of clothing." Ailin was overjoyed, while the somewhat socially anxious Tangyuan felt momentarily at a loss when Ailin grasped her hand. However, seeing the smiling white-haired girl before her, Tangyuan blushed and lowered her head slightly, allowing Ailin to lead her away. Chapter 27. Tang Yuan's fluster Ailin's room. Tangyuan sat on Ailin's pink bed. She was not adept at socializing, making this her first invitation to someone else's home, and to enter a bedroom at that. After pulling her into the room, Ailin became completely absorbed, busily writing and drawing at her desk, leaving Tangyuan alone at the bedside. Funger had accompanied Eileen's mother to the market. The quiet atmosphere made the socially anxious Tang Yuan feel uncomfortable. However, Ailin was genuinely charming, and even just observing her back brought joy to her heart. The most exciting aspect for Tang Yuan was that the entire room was filled with Eileen's essence. Of course, this did not stem from any peculiar feelings towards Ailin. Rather, she was simply curious. Last night, after Ailin obtained the Eye of God, Herman was overjoyed. As a doting father, he could hardly contain his excitement until the next morning. That very night, dressed in pajamas, Herman leaped out of bed, threw on an outer garment, and rushed to the Angel's Gift Tavern to boast to his drinking buddies. Early the next morning, Herman left with a piece of bread in his mouth, bragging to everyone he encountered about his daughter's acquisition of the Eye of God. Initially, few believed such a tale. However, upon seeing Ailin with two gleaming eyes of God hanging at her waist, the entire Mondstadt was abuzz. Now, Eilin's possession of two eyes of God was common knowledge. It is widely understood that one can only obtain a single eye of God in a lifetime. And once the holder passes away, the eye fades away. Yet, the two eyes of God at Eilin's waist radiated brilliance, demonstrating beyond doubt that both were genuine. This piqued Tang Yuan's immense curiosity. Why did she possess two eyes of God? How could she bear the power of two elements? How did she manipulate the forces of both elements? Why would the divine grant her two eyes of God? What set her apart from ordinary people? These questions swirled in Tang Yuan's mind, making her so curious that she could hardly enjoy her lunch. Stealing a glance at Ailin, who was still diligently sketching and had yet to notice her, Tang Yuan's courage began to grow. She widened her eyes, scrutinizing every detail of Eilin's form. Yet, the more she observed Ailin, the more she was profoundly struck by the girl before her. Here sat a girl, quietly concentrating at her desk, sometimes pondering deeply, at other times writing fervently. She seemed utterly unconcerned with her identity as a girl, nor did she adhere to any notion of feminine modesty. At the desk, she occasionally held a pen between her teeth, propping her chin on her hand, or she would run her fingers through her hair in frustration. Sometimes she sat cross-legged, while other times she casually rested a leg on the chair, revealing a glimpse of her thigh without a hint of self-consciousness. For some reason, this demeanor gave Tang Yuan an overwhelming sense of comfort. Tang Yuan, not being socially inclined nor articulate, often feared that her words would be misinterpreted and inadvertently hurt others. Thus, she dreaded conversing with those who adhered to strict rules and etiquette. Yet, the white-haired girl before her was clear, unpretentious, and effortlessly open. This openness was not the kind seen in brazen individuals. Rather, the white-haired girl was genuine yet principled. One could observe her innocence and natural ease in her demeanor. Standing at an estimated height of 174.6 centimeters, her waist was devoid of excess flesh, revealing a strong physique. Her skin was fair with a rosy glow, exuding vitality. Her hair boasted a silky smoothness akin to imported high-quality silk from Liyue. Her legs were perfectly proportioned, with just the right amount of flesh. Too much would appear plump, and too little would lack definition. How could such a flawless being exist in this world? Why did every part of her seem impeccably perfect, as if crafted by divine hands? Tang Yuan's heart raced with admiration. If Ailin were to discern the thoughts racing through Tang Yuan's mind at this moment, she might well retort, "Truly, a researcher's perspective is unique, but I am not a pig. Please do not describe me as if selecting meat." Suddenly, Tang Yuan's eyes widened. At that moment, Ailin had placed one leg on the chair, propping her chin on her knee. This posture caused her nightgown to slide slightly, revealing a hint of her thigh adorned with blue and white lace reminiscent of an ice slime. The instant Tang Yuan caught sight of that small glimpse, a jolt of electricity coursed through her, leaving her momentarily breathless. Subsequently, her blood pressure surged, and her cheeks flushed. However, she quickly sensed her own unease and shook her head vigorously, causing her long, furry beast ears to quiver as well. "Sugar, what are you doing? Sugar, wake up. You are conducting research and observation." After forcing herself to regain her composure, Sugar remained seated at the edge of the bed. Yet, after being profoundly moved by Eilin's perfection and surrounded by the scent reminiscent of Ailin in this room, how could Sugar maintain her calm? Her lineage endowed her with an extraordinary sense of smell, and at this moment, Every breath she took brought Eileen's fragrance swirling through her nostrils into her mind, shaking her rationality. She could only turn her gaze towards the room's arrangement, but when her eyes landed on Eileen's pillow, her heart raced violently. This was an analysis of her scent. Indeed, perhaps she could discern her uniqueness from it. This is merely research. Beads of sweat formed on Sugar's forehead, her cheeks burning as she reached out tremblingly towards Eileen's pillow. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Sugar, sorry for the wait. I've finished the drawings. Ailin turned around from her desk, but upon seeing the scene before her, she was momentarily stunned. The green-haired girl was clutching her pink teddy bear pillow tightly, inhaling deeply. You, what are you doing? Ailin stared blankly at Sugar. At that moment, the teddy bear pillow slipped from her grasp, and Sugar, struck as if by lightning, instantly regained her composure. No, it's not like that. Let me explain. Eileen's brows twitched involuntarily as she revealed a somewhat awkward smile. It's fine, I understand. No, it's not like that. I was merely conducting research. It's really not what you think. Sugar cried out, her eyes glistening with tears. In her life, Sugar had only observed two individuals. The first was Diana. Out of curiosity about Diana's cat ears, she followed her for an extended period, ultimately appreciating the beauty of the cat-eared girl. Consequently, she crafted a pair of cat ear glasses, but due to her shyness, she only dared to wear them at home. The second was Ailin. However, it seemed that with each subject she observed, she awakened some peculiar attribute. As she studied Ailin, she too awakened some strange trait. Chapter 28. Let me measure your slime. On the streets of Mondstadt, Sugar was walking, with Ailin trailing behind her. In addition, Sugar was clutching a pink teddy bear pillow in her arms. Recalling the recent events in Eilin's room, Sugar felt her face flush, mortified to the point that her toes threatened to puncture her shoes. As for how she came to possess the pillow, faced with Eilin's teasing gaze, she hastily claimed her fondness for the pink teddy bear pillow. Upon uttering those words, Eilin's expression became even more playful. Ailin, the little angel, did not linger on the matter and generously gifted the pillow to Sugar. Surely, she must have realized, why did I do something so embarrassing? Did she discover my true intentions? She must have, but if so, why would she give me the pillow? No, this is still so humiliating. How will she perceive me after this? Typically, socially anxious individuals tend to have an abundance of inner monologues, and at this moment, Sugar felt as though she was drowning in the embarrassment brought on by her own thoughts. Yet, the pleasant fragrance emanating from the pillow once more drew a smile to her lips. Never mind. Embarrassment is just embarrassment. At least I can continue to smell her scent. A radiant smile blossomed on Sugar's face. Observing Sugar, who was hugging the teddy bear pillow, her body trembling from her overflowing inner turmoil, Ailin couldn't help but smirk. In truth, she was not oblivious to Sugar's little secret, but so what? As she had previously stated, she adored every character in Genshin Impact. Thus, if Sugar was fond of it, then a mere pillow was no issue. She willingly bestowed it upon her. As long as Sugar was happy, that was all that mattered. Ailin thought cheerfully. Following Sugar through the streets, it wasn't long before they arrived at her home. Upon entering Sugar's abode, Ailin was taken aback by the spectacle before her. From the entrance hall to the living room and then to the bedroom door, an array of meticulously assembled animal skeletons adorned the space. Goodness! Those in the know would recognize this as your home. Those unaware might think they've stepped into an exhibition hall. Ailin's eyes widened in astonishment. Let me introduce you. This skeleton is from a frog, this one from a wild boar, this is a lizard, and over in that corner is a hilichurl skeleton. I even added a big stick to it. Doesn't it look impressive? I can't wait. 7 hilichurl thugs and 2 abyss mages skeletons. At last, my dream of filling my home with skeletons is about to come true. Sugar gleefully showcased her collection, akin to a child boasting about a new toy, her smile unwavering since they entered. Ailin, on the other hand, watched the green-haired girl with gentle eyes. What's wrong? Are you not interested in the skeletal specimens? After an extended introduction, Sugar finally turned to Ailin, who appeared lost in thought. Ailin smiled and said, Not at all. I just think that in comparison to the skeletal specimens, the smiling Sugar, while introducing her collection, is far more beautiful. What do you mean by beautiful? Please don't say such strange things. Sugar's face turned beet red as she lowered her head, stammering and struggling to articulate her thoughts. At that moment, Ailin had already stepped into Sugar's backyard. My goodness! Although I had learned of Sugar's unique home through the game's affinity descriptions, witnessing her backyard in person left Ailin utterly speechless. Sugar's backyard was filled with an assortment of peculiar plants. A colossal pumpkin with a 2-meter diameter, triple-sized sweet flowers that could fly like dandelions, extra-large ice mist flowers, a windmill flower spinning wildly in the breeze with a 1-meter diameter, each fruit approximately half a meter in diameter, yet only 2 apples grew on the tree. The backyard was a veritable garden of extraordinary plants, leaving Ailin in awe, questioning whether she had entered a fairy tale realm. Isn't it beautiful? Sugar sat on the stone steps beside Ailin, scratching her head sheepishly. Hee. I feel a bit embarrassed saying this. Have you heard of a wonderland? Legend has it that in a certain corner of Teyvat, there exists a wonderland filled with towering pink flowers, fluttering little fairies, and gigantic apple trees. Upon reaching the wonderland, one can attain everlasting joy and happiness. However, I have yet to find the ability to reach this wonderland, but even if I cannot find it, I can become the creator of a wonderland. This is the reason I study alchemy, and this backyard is the result of my efforts over the years. So what do you think? Do you find me childish? Sugar asked bashfully. Ailin shook her head. She understood Sugar's passion for the wonderland, and aside from that, everything in the backyard was astonishing enough. Thus, she smiled sweetly and said, Not at all. This is a truly great aspiration. You are amazing, Sugar, right? Sugar's eyes turned crescent-shaped with joy, her beast ears quivering with delight. She earnestly told Ailin, One day, I will create my own wonderland. Oh, by the way, Ailin, could you show me your blueprints once more? All right. Ailin handed over the drawings. Upon seeing the designs again, Shachio couldn't help but be astonished by Ailin's ingenuity. The design of this cover, the shoulder straps, and the buckle was truly ingenious. Its points of force could perfectly support the slime, alleviating the burden of weight for women. Ailin, your invention is bound to save countless women across the Teyvat continent. Oh, that has too much praise. Ailin's lips quivered slightly. Indeed, she had entrusted Shachio with the design for the slime cover. As her slime grew larger once more, the burden it placed upon her intensified, though that was secondary. The primary concern was that without something to support it, her slime wobbled as she walked, often drawing the attention of many passers-by. How infuriating! Here I am, Ailin, a dignified young man, now troubled by slime and forced to wear such an embarrassing contraption. The worst part is that this item isn't even available for sale. I have to design it myself. How utterly frustrating. The more Ailin thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. While Ailin lamented her plight, Shachio had already folded the design. Well, having reviewed the blueprints, I now understand how to create it. Next, Ailin, please remove your clothes so I can measure the size of your slime. Chapter 29. I want to chop down a frosted tree. Huh? Take off my clothes? Why must I do that? Ailin instinctively took a step back. Why? Shachio looked bewildered. Of course, I need to measure your bust. But can't we just measure that directly without removing any clothing? Because the fabric is thick, measuring while wearing clothes would result in a discrepancy of 2 to 3 centimeters. And that would prevent the final product from properly supporting your slime. Additionally, as a researcher, that 2 to 3 centimeters is as vast as a chasm in my eyes. All right, if you say so, I suppose you know what you're talking about since you've been a girl longer than I have. Ailin stammered, though she agreed verbally. Her instinctive reaction was to cover her slime with her hands. What are you talking about? I remember you're actually a few months older than me. Shachio pouted, pushing Ailin from the backyard into the room. Ailin, why are you more bashful than I am? We're both girls. What are you afraid of? For some reason, Ailin felt that Shachio suddenly seemed less socially anxious and spoke with a certain urgency. Reluctantly, she ultimately acquiesced to Shachio's insistence. Hiss. Although Ailin's flawless skin was already known to her, when Ailin fully revealed herself, Shachio instinctively inhaled sharply. Her smooth, white hair cascaded down naturally, and within the glistening strands. Her beautiful back was visible. Her skin was radiant and dewy, imbued with a rosy glow reminiscent of infancy due to her vibrant health. Unable to resist the allure of Ailin's beautiful hair and lovely back, Shachio removed her gloves and gently traced her fingers along Eilin's back. To her surprise, it was incredibly smooth. With just a light touch, her fingers glided down to the very bottom. However, that single stroke startled Ailin. "Shichio, what are you doing?" "Oh, nothing. My apologies, I slipped." Having measured the required length for the shoulder straps, Shichio proceeded to measure the front. She stood before Ailin, who was now unreservedly displaying her two slimes, mere inches from Shichio's nose. "Hey, Shichio, do you really need to be so close?" Eilin's face flushed. "Oh, my bad. Sigh. My nearsightedness has worsened. I can't see very clearly. It seems I'll need new glasses soon." With that, Shichio inched even closer. The nearer she got, the more astonished she became. The two slimes Ailin raised were utterly adorable, radiating a gentle glow. As Shichio beheld these charming slimes, she instinctively swallowed hard. Eventually, unable to resist, she reached out to touch Eilin's slimes. Ailin exclaimed, "Shichio, what are you doing?" "I'm measuring." "Do you really need to touch them to measure their size?" "Of course," Shichio replied, panting with excitement. "I must personally feel the softness of the slimes to determine which materials to use, lest I accidentally injure them later on." "Oh, well, if you say so." Ailin was uncertain whether Shichio's words were genuine. After all, she had only been a girl for less than half a month and was still unfamiliar with many aspects of being a girl, leaving her without grounds for rebuttal. Fortunately, Shichio cared about Eilin's opinion, so she did not dare to be too brazen. Before long, Shichio put away the measuring tape, nodding in satisfaction. Measurement complete. "It's approximately 36. "Huh, only 36? That's great." Ailin sighed with relief. She was no expert in such matters and couldn't gauge the size of her slimes by mere sight. It was her first experience as a girl, and she was still learning the distinctions. After Shichio's measurement, realizing she barely reached 36, Ailin felt considerably relieved. Still, she inquired, "By the way, Shichio, these two slimes won't grow any larger, will they?" "They shouldn't." Shichio shook her head. "The size of slimes is directly proportional to height and weight. Just like how the size of the pot determines how much food can be cooked. A 5-liter pot cannot possibly accommodate 10 pounds of rice. Similarly, a short mother often receives advice from doctors during pregnancy to ensure the baby meets size standards, suggesting she consume more nutrients. However, that is misguided. If a petite mother were to bear a child of standard size, it would only complicate her delivery. The same logic applies here. Ailin, your height is 174, 6 centimeters, and your weight is 49, 5 kilograms. This physique paired with a slime size of 36 is perfectly harmonious, unless you gain weight or grow taller. Your slimes will have difficulty growing alongside you. Oh, and let me add, those who are under 1.6 meters tall but have slimes that grow much larger are generally fabricated. I see now. That puts my mind at ease. After listening to Shichio's explanation, Ailin exhaled deeply. She turned in front of the mirror and found Shichio's reasoning indeed held merit. Feeling overly self-conscious, she had focused too much on her slimes. While they seemed large, they were proportionate to her frame, creating a very balanced appearance. Meanwhile, Shichio commenced the creation of the slime cover. 3 days later, Shichio knocked on Eilin's door. "What's the matter, Shichio? Is the slime cover finished?" Ailin inquired. Hee. Shichio fidgeted with embarrassment. "Actually, I encountered some obstacles during production. Could you come to my house for a moment?" Allicht. Ailin found herself somewhat puzzled as she made her way to Shichio's home. However, upon entering, she was taken aback. Shichio's home was cluttered with an abundance of slime covers. Some were seamless, some lacy, others mere cotton fabric, some were hollowed out. Some featured front clasps, while others were completed products or half-finished. These numerous slime covers were haphazardly strewn about the room and hung on skeletal models, creating an utterly chaotic scene. "Haven't you made a lot?" Ailin questioned, picking up a black, seamless slime cover. "No, this won't do. I'm not satisfied." "Why not? I think you did quite well." Ailin was even more perplexed. "No, these items may suffice for an ordinary person, but they are unworthy for you." Shting, in a state of distress, clutched her hair as she had spent the past 3 days crafting various styles of slime covers based on her own ideas. Some of these designs initially brought her satisfaction. However, whenever she envisioned how Ailin would pair with these slime covers, she felt a deep sense of inadequacy. Such creations were unworthy of a beauty like Ailin. The pursuit of perfection is a fundamental trait of a researcher. Yet the inability to create a satisfactory slime cover drove SHT Ing to the brink of madness. Witnessing SHT Ing's turmoil in her efforts to create slime covers for her, Ailin felt a twinge of guilt. Thus, she suggested, since this is the case, why don't we engage in something different to shift our perspective? SHT Ing, is there something you've been wanting to do lately? Upon hearing this, SHT Ing suddenly had a revelation, her eyes sparkling with inspiration. Yes. However, the Cryo Regis Vine is too powerful for me to handle, and I would feel uneasy troubling the Knights of Favonius over this matter. Cryo Regis Vine? Ailin's eyes lit up as well. She had recently developed several techniques and was eager to find a worthy opponent to test them against. Realizing this, she immediately took SHT Ing's hand. Let us go. We shall confront the Cryo Regis Vine. Chapter 30. Thunder Shadow Flash. To the east of the Mondstadt region lies a temple dedicated to the Wolf of the North, beneath which resides the Cryo Regis Vine in a vast cavern. At the coastal entrance of this cavern, Ailin and SHT Ing were hiding behind a large rock. Peering inside, SHT Ing cradled 3 vials of nectar, harvested from the ice flower that Ailin had dispatched along the way. SHT Ing mentioned that the nectar from the ice flower might be used to cultivate sweet flowers with 10-fold sugar content. While Ailin was not particularly knowledgeable about such matters, she decided to support SHT Ing's aspirations. Is this the Cryo Regis Vine? Ailin gasped in wonder upon her first real-life encounter with it. The Cryo Regis Vine towered nearly 10 meters high, adorned in a blue-white hue, its crown brimming with leaves formed from ice. Its 2 branches bore sharp icicles, exuding an aura of danger. The expansive cavern was coated in frost, which evoked a visceral chill from a distance, making the prospect of combat within seem daunting. Ailin, are you sure this is a good idea? I'm still a bit apprehensive. SHT Ing expressed her concerns. With an air of confidence, Ailin patted her slime. No worries, I'm incredibly brave. Just stay hidden here and watch me showcase my skills. Although SHT Ing possessed the vision, she primarily utilized it as a tool for research and experimentation, lacking significant combat prowess. After instructing her to conceal herself, Ailin dashed into the cavern. As if sensing the intrusion, the Cryo Regis Vine, previously coiled in slumber, sprang to attention, its crown unfurling as it let out a fearsome roar. A wave of frigid air and shards of ice surged toward Ailin. Yet she remained undeterred, striking a cool pose as she called out, "Awaken, O master of the icebox." In an instant, a resounding cry of a phoenix echoed as Fonger unfurled her wings behind Ailin. "Go forth, my beloved, and reveal your newfound power." Ailin gestured towards the Cryo Regis Vine. "Yes, master." As Ailin's familiar, Fonger shared a bond of life and spirit with her. The stronger Ailin became, the more vitality Fonger would gain to absorb and embody elemental forces, enhancing her own strength. With Ailin having acquired 2 new artifacts, Fonger's vitality surged, transforming her from the size of a basketball to that of a water barrel, her wings now spanning nearly 2 meters. According to Fonger herself, one day, after absorbing enough elemental power and becoming stronger, she might even take on human form. "Master, perhaps one day I will transform like Ganyu into a beautiful maiden and marry you." It is worth noting that after Ailin obtained the electrovision, Fonger also received unexpected benefits. At this moment, a long feather atop her head not only shimmered in ice blue, but also bore a hint of purple, symbolizing lightning. Meanwhile, her tail feathers, once merely a mass of frigid air, now manifested 2 elongated feathers, one radiating cold and the other crackling with electric energy. At Ailin's command, Fonger flapped her wings and launched herself toward the Cryo Regis Vine. Chirp! Fonger emitted a brilliant cry. Her purple tail, feathers glowing as an abundance of electrical energy, coalesced upon her claws. Empowered by this elemental force, her speed surged, and she became a flickering streak of purple, deftly evading the Cryo Regis Vine's relentless onslaught. With a fierce strike, Fonger's claws raked against the Cryo Regis Vine's trunk. producing a dissonant sound akin to nails scraping glass. The Cryo Regis vine emitted a mournful wail as Fonger's powerful blow severed a chunk from its trunk, causing a torrent of sap to gush forth. Yet, before Fonger could revel in her success, she noticed the base of the Cryo Regis vine glowing ominously. A torrent of ice elemental energy surged towards it, enveloping the wound and restoring it in an instant. The Cryo Regis vine could swiftly draw ice elemental energy from its core to heal and retaliate. Thus, to defeat it, one must first destroy its chilling core. Just as Fonger grappled with this realization, Ailin's voice guided her. "Yes, master." Fonger flapped her wings, soaring into the air to evade the Cryo Regis vine's sweeping attack, and then let out a piercing cry as she summoned lightning to strike at the icy core. Boom! Accompanied by the thunderous roar, Fonger and the Cryo Regis vine engaged in a fierce battle. The cavern was filled with swirling frost and dazzling lightning, the sounds of ice shattering resonating alongside thunderous explosions. Fonger valiantly fought the Cryo Regis vine for over 10 minutes, holding her ground and sometimes even gaining the upper hand. However, Fonger was still newly born and had only experienced battle in the Whispering Forest. Her combat experience was far inferior to that of Oz. At that moment, one of the Cryo Regis vine's branches unleashed a barrage of concentrated icy blasts toward Fonger. Being an elemental creation of ice, she was largely immune to ice attacks. Yet the icy blasts bore numerous ice shards, inflicting physical damage that she could not evade. Thus, Fonger had no choice but to flap her wings and maneuver rapidly to evade the Cryo Regis vine's onslaught. Yet, unbeknownst to her, the Cryo Regis vine's seemingly ferocious attacks were merely a ruse. It subtly guided Fonger into its range of attack through its relentless strikes, and while she was focused on evading, she unwittingly ventured into the danger zone. As she crossed into the Cryo Regis vine's attack range, one of its branches suddenly swung, its sharp tip slicing through the air like a gleaming sword aimed at Fonger. The branch was exceedingly long, and the power behind its swing was formidable. Should Fonger be struck, even if she were not cleaved in two, she would suffer grave harm. Just as the sharp spike was about to make contact with Fonger, a blinding flash of lightning surged forth, crossing 100 meters in the blink of an eye, and instantly appeared before the Cryo Regis vine. The silver-haired maiden wielded the sky blade, radiating a cerulean glow, and approached with remarkable swiftness amidst a multitude of electric arcs. With a single swing, a brilliant flash erupted. In an instant, the branches of the frost tree were severed, sent flying far away, crashing to the ground several meters distant. Chapter 31. The frost tree assaults Mondstadt Xiaoshu. "Do not forget I am still here," Ailin said with a smile, winking. The frost tree, referred to as Xiaoshu by Ailin, writhed in pain as its severed branches distorted. However, the core of extreme cold beneath its roots soon glimmered, drawing forth vast elemental power from the earth, and within mere seconds, the severed branch regrew. "Fonger is incompetent. Please punish me, master." "It is all right. This is your second battle. To perform this well is commendable. Each failure is a stepping stone to improvement. Just be more cautious next time." "Yes, master." With that, both sides erupted into combat once more. In truth, facing an immobile foe like the frost tree, Ailin had safer and more efficient combat methods at her disposal. After acquiring the Eye of the Raiden Shogun, Ailin could utilize a bow to manipulate lightning for ranged attacks, yet she sought the thrill of battle. Having experienced too few confrontations, her inexperience urged her to test her newfound powers, rendering the frost tree an ideal practice target. Lightning signifies swiftness and destruction. At that moment, electric sparks enveloped Ailin, a faint aura of annihilation enveloping her form. With the skyblade in hand, she charged towards the frost tree. Naturally, the frost tree dared not allow such a foe, who had so easily severed its branch, to approach unchallenged. Thus, it unleashed its signature move, the New Year headbutt. A torrent of ice elemental power coalesced atop its crown as the frost tree, without hesitation, slammed its head into the ground. The earth trembled, and the ice elemental energy surged. A thick wave of cold spread forth, and a multitude of ice spikes erupted from the ground, advancing towards Ailin. "Mia Trifis," Ailin declared, positioning the sky blade at her waist. In that moment, the eye of the Raiden Shogun at her side glowed, and lightning flickered within her blue eyes. Influenced by the lightning element, her white hair danced as if caught in a breeze, the tips illuminating with a violet radiance that signified thunder. A torrent of lightning energy converged, infused into her blade. Surrounded by a storm of electric serpents, Ailin's speed reached its zenith. Faced with the oncoming ice spikes, she exhibited no fear and charged straight ahead. As she was about to collide with the ice spikes, the lightning energy she had accumulated reached its peak. With a sweeping strike of her sword, the amassed lightning energy erupted. In that moment, violet light transformed into an ocean, consuming the massive crater. As the lightning element made contact with the densely packed ice spikes summoned by the frost tree, they were instantly obliterated, reduced to mere shards of ice. The silver-haired maiden, brandishing her azure-white longsword, dashed through the storm of ice fragments and lightning. The swirling ice crystals framed her like an ethereal sprite amidst the snow, while the violet electric light cast her as a war goddess. An overwhelming sense of pressure surged forth. Even the low-intelligence frost tree sensed the formidable presence of this silver-haired girl. A profound sense of peril gripped it, compelling the creature to abandon all restraint. Its body stiffened, and it emitted a silent roar towards the heavens. Instantly, the chill within the cave plummeted, waves of frigid air rolling in layers. The frost tree, seemingly driven mad, unleashed a barrage of ice spikes, while two branches exhaled freezing winds, relentlessly attacking Ailin. Desperate measures. Ailin scoffed. For an ordinary individual, the frost tree posed a formidable challenge. Its emitted cold could easily claim the lives of many adventurers. However, against Ailin and Fenger, it appeared utterly powerless. Fenger, being an ice elemental creature, was unfazed by the biting cold, while Ailin, though flesh and blood, had been baptized by the ice element and possessed a significant resistance to it. Furthermore, the frost tree's abilities were limited, merely freezing winds, ice spikes, or a sweeping body slam. Yet neither the freezing winds nor the ice spikes could touch Ailin. And as for the sweeping body slam, the frost tree dared not let Ailin come near, let alone attempt to sweep. Moreover, the frost tree harbored a critical weakness. Despite its might, it was still a tree, unable to move. Several times, it created opportunities to strike Ailin, but she merely retreated a few steps, leaving at a loss. Alas, I'm back in. Alas, I'm out again. Hit me, you fool. Ailin teased, reveling in the thrill of the battle, infuriating the frost tree as it repeatedly attempted the New Year headbutt, all in vain. From a distance, Sugar watched the spectacle, stifling a laugh. She had never imagined that the frost tree, feared by many and capable of freezing anyone who approached, would devolve into such a comical scene before Ailin. Truly impressive, Sugar mused, admiring Ailin's combat prowess, a smile gracing her face. 30 minutes elapsed. After such an extensive confrontation, Ailin and Fenger had honed their teamwork in battle. Boom! A muffled thud echoed as Fenger conjured an ice wall to shield Ailin from an attack. With a flap of her wings, she summoned two bolts of lightning that struck the frost tree's branches. Upon impact, the two branches veered off course, altering the trajectory of the freezing winds they emitted. Thus, with Fenger's assistance, Ailin approached the frost tree unscathed. With that, Ailin grasped the skyblade firmly, her eyes shimmering with lightning as the tips of her hair glowed violet. With the skyblade in hand, she executed a decisive strike. The skyblade, already a divine artifact, wielding the sharpness of a legendary weapon and the destructive force of lightning, allowed Ailin to cleave through the frost tree entirely without even damaging its core of extreme cold. On a summer day, cicadas chirped, and the heat weighed heavily upon the knights guarding the gates of Mondstadt. Despite their rigorous training, the knights found it difficult to stave off drowsiness in the sweltering heat. One night, half asleep, suddenly noticed a massive ice blue tree emerging atop Mondstadt Bridge. Ah, the frost tree. The frost tree is attacking the city. The soldier jolted awake, shouting frantically, "Ha ha, Els, have you drunk too much or are you merely confused? How could the frost tree possibly come here?" Laughter erupted among the nearby knights. Yet when they turned to look at Mondstadt Bridge and beheld the frost tree's crown emerging, their faces paled in terror. Oh my, it truly is the frost tree. Quickly, report to Captain Kia. The squad leader unsheathed his sword, ready to charge forward, but suddenly halted. Wait, there seems to be someone beneath the frost tree. Two someones. Isn't that Sugar and Ailin, daughter of Hermann? My heavens, what in the world? Exclaimed the knights of the West Wind Knights. Under the blazing sun on Mondstadt Bridge, the silver-haired maiden hoisted the crown of the frost tree upon her shoulder, accompanied by an ice phoenix and another girl. Together, they drew closer to Mondstadt, under the astonished gazes of countless citizens. Chapter 32. The best slime shield in the astonished eyes of the citizens of Mondstadt. Ailin assisted Sugar in dragging the frost tree into their home. Observing the eager expression on Sha Tang's face, Ailin realized that her curiosity was nearly overwhelming. Thus, she gracefully waved goodbye to Sha Tang, allowing her the space she needed. Yes, goodbye, Ailin. Wait for my good news. This time, I will definitely create an extraordinarily large sweet flower. Furthermore, I will surely craft the finest slime cover in the world for you. After assuring Ailin, Sha Tang immediately immersed herself in the task of dissecting the frosted tree. Carrying a frosted tree through the bustling streets of Mondstadt was indeed an eye-catching spectacle. Ailin cherished her current home and adored her parents. With a beaming smile, she sat at the dining table, vividly recounting to the Hermann couple the thrilling scene of her battle against the frosted tree alongside Feng Er, naturally embellishing her tale along the way. The Hermann couple listened with rapt attention, and the entire dinner was filled with warmth and laughter. Hermann, particularly enthralled, hurried out after dinner, presumably to boast to his drinking buddies about the angel's gift. The following morning, she returned to the training grounds to continue developing new techniques. During her training, Noelle also sought out Ailin. As peers striving to join the Knights, they had always been good friends. With less than a month remaining until this year's night assessment, Noelle would set aside many of her responsibilities around this time each year, either immersing herself in the library or coming to the training grounds to exchange experiences with Ailin and train together. In previous years, since Ailin's skills had not matched Noelle's, it was mostly Noelle who guided Ailin. However, this year was different. After the battles in the Whispering Forest and the Wolf's Gravestone, as well as her feat of carrying the frosted tree into Mondstadt yesterday, Ailin had garnered significant renown in the city. Rumor had it that she was now mentioned in the same breath as the Knight Hero, the leader of the Knights, and Klee being hailed as one of Mondstadt's four great powers. Of course, Ailin's newfound fame was largely due to her father Hermann's exaggerated tales at the tavern. Nonetheless, even the most outrageous claims require some basis to be believed. If Ailin had not possessed sufficient strength, no amount of boasting from Hermann would have convinced anyone. The feats of piercing through icy flames, single-handedly battling 7 Hilichurl bandits and 2 Abyss mages, and carrying the frosted tree into the city were all verifiable accomplishments. While Noelle admired Ailin's achievements, she also expressed her blessings. In previous years, she had been responsible for guiding Ailin's training, but now she was training under Ailin's instruction, working to address her own shortcomings. With your strength, Ailin, you are sure to become a formal knight this year, but I wonder if I will have any hope. Noelle sighed during lunch, resting her chin on her hand, as she often found herself filled with worry at this time of year. Don't worry, Noelle, everyone sees your efforts. This year, you will certainly become a formal knight. Ailin encouraged her with a smile, though she understood that Noelle likely would not pass the assessment. Ailin was also aware of the reasons behind Noelle's inability to become a formal knight, yet she could not voice them, for it was not a matter of strength. Noelle was already more than capable. What she lacked was one of the essential virtues of knight. She needed to grow, and mere words would not suffice. She required an opportunity to alter her perceptions, to deeply realize what she was missing. Only through growth could she become a truly steadfast knight. Time flew by, and 7 days passed. During this week, Ailin's life remained remarkably tranquil. She did not require much money and was reluctant to undertake complicated tasks. She simply wished to enjoy the uncomplicated moments spent with Facier. The outcome of her endeavors mattered little. What was important was the beauty experienced during the process and the joyful smiles of those around her. This serene and leisurely existence filled Ailin with delight. She truly cherished this way of life, or perhaps it was precisely this lifestyle she sought. Each day, spent joyfully with the characters from Genshin Impact, was her greatest wish. Throughout these 7 days, Shatang seemed to have entered a state of seclusion, neither sending any messages nor visiting Ailin. Ailin, long time no see. Satang, holding a tote bag, stood at the door with a sweet smile. Olhat, Satang, what brings you here so late? All right, I have something important to discuss with you. Come on, let's talk in your room. With that, Shatang took Ailin's hand and led her into her room. Once inside, Shatang carefully closed the door. What's the matter? You seem all mysterious, Ailin said, somewhat puzzled. Tada, here, Ailin, this is for you. Shatang exclaimed, her face radiating joy as she solemnly handed the tote bag to Ailin. I have fulfilled my promise. Could it be? Ailin gasped, her expression shifting as she opened the bag to reveal 3 neatly folded sets of blue and white garments. It's the slime cover. You finally finished it. Ailin exclaimed in ecstatic delight. Hee, this is the most perfect slime cover ever created, designed specifically for you. Ailin, as Ailin examined the cover. Her eyes sparkled with amazement at its design. The overall color scheme was a harmonious blend of blue and white, with the cover shaped like petals, adorned with a small patch of red flower stamen for embellishment. The shoulder straps and back straps were crafted from a soft, semi-transparent blue material, while the clasp was made from a material resembling blue crystal. The craftsmanship required to sculpt such delicate clasps from crystal-like materials was undoubtedly approaching a masterful level. The edges of the cover were adorned with a ring of fine blue flower stamen, reminiscent of lace trim at first glance. Upon seeing the slime cover for the first time, Ailin was instantly enamored, yet her brow soon furrowed. She felt an uncanny familiarity with the materials used in its creation. This slime cover's material, I feel like I've seen it somewhere before, Ailin pondered. Her brow furrowed. Hee, did you notice? Shatang, smiling, picked up one of the slime covers to explain. Look, for the cover part. I used the very tip of the frosted tree's petals. This part is incredibly soft and comfortable. Additionally, I sewed the delicate stamen from the frosted tree onto the edges of the cover to mimic lace trim. I even added a small red stamen from the blazing flower as decoration to make the overall color scheme less monotonous. The shoulder straps and back straps are made from the frosted tree's fibrous material, which is soft yet possesses excellent elasticity and resilience, making it an ideal choice for straps. The clasp is intricately carved from the frosted tree's core. Oh, by the way, while dissecting the frosted tree, I also discovered a layer of inner membrane growing between the bark and flesh of the tree, since it's quite soft. I used it to cut out 3 pairs of panties. As she spoke, Shatang rummaged through the tote bag and pulled out 3 thin, semi-transparent white triangle pieces. And there's more. The inner membrane and bark of the frosted tree are incredibly precious materials. I also crafted a few garments for you with them. With that, Shatang reached into the oversized tote bag again and retrieved a deep blue dress. Moreover, this outer garment is fashioned from the inner membrane of the Jidong shoe. By the way, since the crown and the core of the Jidong shoe have remained intact, I have crafted something special for you. In short, all my efforts over the past 7 days are encapsulated here. Just by observing the craftsmanship, Ailin could discern the immense dedication that Shatang must have poured into it, prompting her to nod with delight. Yes, I absolutely love it. Thank you, Shatang. Shatang rejoiced at her approval, and then cautiously inquired, could you wear it for me to see now? Ailin scratched her head awkwardly, feeling somewhat shy about changing clothes in front of others. Is it not possible? Observing Ailin's inner turmoil, Shatang lowered her head, her lips pressed together, a look of profound disappointment gracing her features. Seeing Shatang's dejection, Ailin couldn't help but sigh in resignation. She recalled the thousands of slime garments in Shatang's home and then glanced at the exquisite attire in her hands. The green-haired girl had evidently expended considerable effort to assist her in creating this outfit. How could she bear to disappoint her? With this thought, Ailin smiled and cheerfully declared, All right, Shatang, just a moment, I will change right away. A little over 10 minutes later, the silver-haired maiden stood before Shatang. The girl was tall, her flowing white hair cascading down elegantly. She donned a loose, deep blue dress that gracefully fell just above her thighs, featuring a ruffled lace hem that imbued the garment with an air of nobility and grace. Adorned with a few red and white flame-like floral embellishments and a multitude of icy crystal fragments from the Jidong Shu core, the dress resembled the sky at twilight, with the flowers and crystals akin to stars scattered across the heavens. Wearing this dress made her appear as if she were encircled by a celestial river of stars, dancing in harmony with the cosmos. Complementing her attire was an outer garment crafted from the inner membrane of the Jidong Shu, a semi-transparent white cloak as delicate as gossamer. Each side of the cloak featured pockets adorned with deep blue flower buds cut from Jidong Shu petals, while flowing white ribbons, also made from the petals, trailed gracefully from the back of the collar. With these deep blue buds and white ribbons enhancing the semi-transparent cloak, the garment transformed from mundane to a vision of youthful exuberance and vivacity. Draped over her shoulders, the cloak enveloped her in a dreamlike aura. A finely crafted hairpin, sculpted from the Jidong Shu core, nestled among her waterfall-like tresses, glimmering like a hidden gem. On her left wrist, she wore a bracelet of icy crystals, which accentuated the slenderness of her arm and highlighted her fair skin. Beneath her dress, her fair legs were exposed to the air, and on her feet were simple white flat sandals made from the sinews and bark of the Jidong Shu. Each step she took caused the icy fragments embedded in her shoes, the ice slime pendant at her collarbone, the crystalline hairpin, and the bracelet to emit a soft glow. With every movement, the starlight on her dress shimmered, her hair swayed, and the translucent cloak billowed, creating an ethereal mist that veiled the stars momentarily. In this exquisite ensemble, the already stunning silver-haired girl radiated an aura of youthful charm and vivacity, resembling a sprite amidst a sea of blossoms, embodying both the vibrance of youth and an otherworldly grace. Before her, Shadang stood in awe, utterly speechless. It is often said that one's appearance is enhanced by attire, and indeed, the renowned beauty of Teyvat, Ailin, had seen her allure magnified significantly in this outfit. If Ailin's charm had previously been rated at 100, it now soared to at least 150. She was breathtakingly beautiful, beyond the capacity of mere words to describe. It was as if she embodied all the beauty in the world, presenting herself before Shadang. "How do I look?" Ailin asked with a gentle smile, her every glance infused with captivating allure. "Stunning, absolutely stunning." Shadang gasped, her heart racing at the sight of Ailin's smile, instinctively swallowing hard. How could there exist such beauty in this world? Unbeknownst to her, she had inadvertently given birth to a vision of unparalleled beauty. The sheer magnificence of Ailin was almost overwhelming, as a single smile ignited within Shadang a potent desire to possess her, or perhaps to be possessed by Ailin. Yet alas, neither could truly claim the other. However, the thought of Ailin donned in garments crafted by her own hands, even down to the slime garments and translucent triangles, filled Shadang with ecstatic joy. The bud slime garments, the ethereal white triangles. Shadang chuckled, her cheeks flushed with delight. The next day, as Ailin stepped out dressed in her blue dress and ethereal cloak, a simultaneous gasp erupted from the Hermon couple. "Ah, it's a fairy. Oh no, wait. It's our little Ailin. Is it really that exaggerated?" Ailin thought, somewhat helplessly, before striking a cool pose. "Mom and Dad, do I look good?" "Absolutely gorgeous. Our little Ailin is more beautiful than an angel," Hermon exclaimed in ecstasy. Ailin's mother, equally astonished, couldn't suppress her smile. Her daughter was blossoming into an ever more exquisite young lady. Yet, amidst her joy, Ailin's mother felt a twinge of concern. Her daughter was becoming increasingly formidable and transcendent. While it was indeed a blessing for Ailin to excel, there were worries that such brilliance might deter suitors. After all, who would dare to harbor impure thoughts towards a deity? Yet, Ailin's mother mused, it is better to be selective than to settle, with Ailin's extraordinary qualities. Even if no one dared to approach her, she should not marry just anyone. After breakfast, Ailin left for the training grounds, where she had arranged to practice with Noelle. "Wow, Ailin, you look so beautiful today. That outfit is absolutely gorgeous. Where did you get it?" Noelle exclaimed upon seeing her, hands clasped over her mouth in astonishment. Ailin, normally shy about boasting, couldn't help but beam with delight at her attire. Soon, Ailin and Noelle began their training. Previously, Ailin, due to her weaker abilities, was unable to spar with Noelle, whose strength enabled her to wield a massive sword with ease. Thus, Noelle often provided verbal guidance while Ailin practiced. However, the situation had changed. Now, Ailin's powers had surged, making her a formidable opponent even against Noelle at full strength, and thus, they became training partners for one another. In the training grounds, two young maidens fiercely engaged in combat, wielding their weapons with fervor. Although their skirmishes were intended to be restrained, both fighters continuously enhanced their understanding of battle, their application of strength, and their combat techniques and experiences. As noon approached, their training came to an end. Ailin, you are truly growing stronger, exclaimed AI Air, leaning on her great sword, wiping her brow, and catching her breath. Throughout the morning's battles, she had increasingly recognized Ailin's formidable prowess. Not only was Ailin exceptionally strong in physical might, but her unique approach to harnessing and developing elemental power was remarkable. The dual attributes of lightning and ice made her elemental force exceedingly troublesome, as the two disparate energies swirled around her, often forcing Nua AI Air to maintain her distance. Moreover, Nua AI Air sensed that Ailin still held considerable reserves of strength, and notably, her companion Feng Air, as her familiar, had not even participated in the combat. It was astonishing to realize that, unbeknownst to her, Ailin had surpassed her. Perhaps one day, she would even find herself looking up to Ailin's back. Nua AI Air sighed, yet she could not deny that the sense of pressure stemming from Ailin's strength had imparted many insights, significantly refining her own combat skills. Meanwhile, Ailin felt exhilarated, having gained much from the morning's training. Beyond the improvements in combat technique and experience, she finally understood the true value of her exquisite attire. Previously, she had thought her dress and accessories were merely aesthetically pleasing, but during the fight, as she attempted to channel the ice elemental force, she realized the extraordinary craftsmanship that SHT Ing had bestowed upon her. When she guided the ice elemental power, her garments and jewelry, crafted from the branches of the frosted tree, resonated strongly with the ice element. Adorned in such attire, Ailin felt as though an invisible black hole was drawing forth a torrent of ice elemental energy at her mental command. The mere presence of her clothing and accessories had enhanced her ability to channel ice elemental power by a staggering 50%. However, these garments only accelerated the guidance of ice elemental power and had no effect on lightning elemental force. Nonetheless, an increase of 50% in the speed of ice elemental guidance was a formidable boon. She was resolute in her decision to wear this outfit henceforth. Upon returning home, she took a shower to cleanse herself of sweat, washing and hanging her dress to dry. Since the garments were made from materials sourced from the frosted tree, they dried quickly. By the time Ailin awoke from her afternoon nap, her dress was already ready. She donned the beautiful attire once more and set out to seek companionship with Facier. It must be said that Ailin, dressed in a misty garment and starry blue skirt, was simply breathtaking. Walking through the streets, she resembled a flower spirit traversing the mundane world. And with the noble and ethereal ice phoenix by her side, she radiated an even more otherworldly charm. As she strolled along, she unwittingly attracted countless gazes, leaving many captivated, enchanted, yet feeling inadequate in the presence of her brilliance. "Ah, this outfit is truly wonderful," Ailin exclaimed with delight. Yet, her joy stemmed not from the attire enhancing her beauty or allure, but rather from the fact that since donning the slime bra today, her slimes no longer jiggled uncontrollably as she walked. She could finally traverse the streets without enduring the lewd stares from lurking onlookers, and she felt liberated to roam freely. From this day forth, the exuberant Ailin would go wherever she pleased, striding confidently. The slime bra was indeed a marvelous invention. With a beaming smile, Ailin found Facier at the Adventurers Guild. "Ailin, your outfit is stunning. Wow, you look absolutely beautiful today." Upon seeing Ailin, Facia Guspitan Ava, She dropped her work, took Ailin's wrist, and drew close, eliciting envious glances from the surrounding guild members. Faciaer was quite cunning, akin to a man prolonging a date with the intent of sneaking away with his girlfriend after curfew. She deliberately selected a far-off commission, pulling Ailin along to complete it. Then, Faciaer invited Ailin to her home for the night, suggesting they bathe together. Ultimately, they shared a bed. Amusingly, Ailin had intended to change into a nightgown after bathing, but Faciaer adamantly insisted she wear the misty garment and starry blue skirt to sleep. Subsequently, like an octopus, Faciaer embraced Ailin, adorned in her stunning attire, as they drifted sweetly into slumber. During their shared dreams, she would murmur sentiments like, "This is worth it. Ailin in the misty garment and starry blue skirt is so adorable. I wish I could hold her forever." Little Ailin is the cutest in the world. As the two young maidens succumbed to sleep, deep within the ruins of the Wind Dragon in the Mond region, a colossal azure dragon stirred, its crimson eyes opening at the summons of several abyss mages. Chapter 35. Ailin's Fury, the Wind Dragon Strikes. A tranquil life is always a blessing. After breakfast, Ailin would train with Nua Aier, discussing strategies for the night's written examination. In the afternoon, she would seek out Faciaer for leisure. Each time Ailin appeared, Faciaer's joy was palpable. Her face flushed and her heart raced. She would abandon her tasks and immediately whisk Ailin away for commissions. Occasionally, Faciaer would concoct various reasons to prolong their time together until nightfall, inviting Ailin to stay over, thus allowing her to wash Ailin's hair and scrub her back. Ailin could discern Faciaer's subtle intentions. Yet she did not mind, for sleeping in Faciaer's embrace felt quite delightful. Faciaer exuded warmth, and Ailin occasionally held her close as they slept. Faciaer was soft and comforting, her scent delightful. 4 or 5 consecutive days, Ailin relished this routine. Although repetitive, it was far from dull, and she cherished such a life. Spending each day in the company of her favored companion, basking in tranquility and comfort, was her greatest happiness. Out of respect for Faciaer's experiments, Ailin refrained from visiting her home uninvited. Another 2 days passed, and on this day, Ailin's peaceful existence was shattered. A cerulean dragon swooped low, its massive claws crashing into buildings, sending tiles flying and bricks shattering. The tremendous noise prompted people to rush outside to investigate. But upon witnessing the azure dragon circling above, they were left in stunned silence. Was that not the legendary Four Winds Guardian, the East Wind Dragon? Tulin, what was it doing here? Why was it attacking the city? The populace was both astonished and perplexed. Some elderly individuals even called out Tulin's name, beseeching it for answers. The dragon ascended, its enormous wings flapping forcefully, stirring a vast quantity of wind elemental energy. A colossal storm descended upon Mon City like a tsunami. The reality was far more brutal than the game. In the game, while Tulin's tempest appeared terrifying, it caused no damage to Mon City. The buildings remained intact, and the streets orderly. However, the storm now unleashed was genuinely akin to a tsunami. The fierce winds howled through main roads and alleyways, scattering tables and signs. While rooftops were stripped of tiles, wooden structures crumbled under the relentless assault of the gale, and flower pots from balconies were toppled, crashing to the ground. The tiles and debris whipped up by the howling wind became part of its fury, swirling along and significantly amplifying its destructive force. Tables, chairs, fragments of stone, and tiles surged with the tempest, colliding with stalls at an alarming speed, shattering them to pieces. Subsequently, the wreckage was swept up by the gale, merging back into its relentless power. Simultaneously, the insatiable wind battered doors and windows, forcing its way into the homes of the residents, scattering their furnishings and belongings into disarray. Before long, the wind mixed with swirling sand, forming a vast sandstorm that obscured the sunlight, plunging Mondstadt into darkness. The howling of the wind, the sounds of crashing, the shattering of countless items, and the terrified screams of the populace melded together, rendering Mondstadt akin to an apocalyptic scene. Alas, what a cacophony so early in the morning. On her pink bed, Ailin stirred from her slumber, blinking her drowsy eyes open. Yet, as she stepped onto the balcony, her eyes widened in shock. The wind roared. Sand filled the air, and the streets lay in disarray. Countless individuals huddled in corners, screaming and trembling. The azure dragon emitted a deafening roar, swooping down repeatedly over Mondstadt. Gliding dangerously low, stepping onto the balcony, Ailin caught sight of the dragon, soaring over her rooftop. The immense airflow generated by its rapid flight crashed against Ailin's house like a tsunami. Ailin watched, helpless, as her slime cover was whisked away by the wind. Soaring high into the air, eventually caught on one of the spikes of Tulin's wings. In that moment, Ailin fell silent, her head bowed, her expression twisted in despair. With her morning grumpiness compounded by lack of sleep, Ailin clenched her teeth and fists. Meanwhile, the disaster stirred by Tulin swiftly drew the attention of the Knights of Favonius. Kaya and acting Grandmaster Jean surveyed the chaos in Mondstadt and the terrified cries of its citizens, their faces etched with seriousness. Not only Jean and Kaya, but Dialek also stood in the square, gazing solemnly at the dragon in the sky. The nun in purple fishnet stockings stood at the church entrance, her brow furrowed. Clearly, confronted by the azure dragon, they felt utterly powerless. Tulin, a dragon soaring through the skies, could summon storms and possessed formidable aerial and ground combat abilities. Yet, at this moment, whether it was Dialek, Jean, or anyone else, despite their strength, they were ultimately mere mortals. Mortals who could not fly nor possess the aerial combat prowess to rival that of a dragon. Moreover, the critical point was that Tulin was a servant of the Anemo Archon, one of Mondstadt's 4 wind guardians. Although the reason for its attack on Mondstadt was unknown, Jean and the others could not recklessly engage one of the guardians. Unable to fly, unable to strike, unable to withstand, and unable to fight. As the acting Grandmaster of the Knights of Favonius, Jean found herself in an excruciating dilemma. As the eldest daughter of the Gunhild family and the acting Grandmaster of the Knights of Favonius, protecting Mondstadt was her creed. However, what could she do in the current predicament? The city of Mondstadt was submerged in a tempest. The cries and screams of the people echoed in her ears, piercing Jean's heart. Anemo Archon, please guide us. In her confusion, Jean closed her eyes in prayer, but when she opened them again, her peripheral vision caught sight of someone climbing onto the statue of the Anemo Archon at the church entrance. Dangerous. In such a violent storm, ascending so high on the statue was akin to seeking death. Jean turned to face the direction of the statue and shouted loudly. At that moment, some citizens of Mondstadt also noticed the anomaly, casting their gazes toward the statue. Upon seeing the figure scaling the statue, not only Jean, but also Rosaria, Kaya, and Dialek, along with ordinary residents, were taken aback. It was Ailin, under the watchful eyes of countless citizens. The white-haired girl clad in an oversized nightgown adorned with a bear pattern, wielding a beautiful longbow, climbed atop the statue of the Anemo Archon. Yet was it Jean's illusion, or did that white-haired girl appear somewhat flustered? Chapter 36. A single arrow to defeat the wind dragon under the scrutiny of myriad gazes. The white-haired girl, in her oversized bear nightgown, reached the very top of the Anemo Archon statue. The Hermann couple, witnessing their daughter climbing to such heights amidst the storm, grew anxious, ready to rush out, but were halted by Fonger. Mom and Dad, please rest assured, my master will be fine. Fonger's voice was calm. She shared a bond with Ailin and understood her intentions. Is that, Ailin? Fiskell exclaimed as she leaned out of her window, spotting Ailin atop the statue. But she felt no concern for her safety. Rather, she was filled with anticipation, eager to witness the extraordinary feats Ailin would accomplish. Ailin could not hear her parents' shouts due to the howling wind, nor did she pay heed to the gathering gazes. At that moment, her face was painted with a look of utter frustration. Yes, she was furious, not only due to her morning grumpiness, but also because her slime cover had been whisked away. Do you have any idea how exhausting it is to bear 36 slimes every day? Do you understand how vexing it is to endure countless lewd gazes? Do you know how humiliating it is to have slimes bouncing awkwardly with each step? Do you comprehend the difficulty of taking a stride without feeling uncomfortable? Do you realize how hard-earned that slime cover was? Do you think the frozen tree respawns in 5 minutes like in a game? Do you even know who made that slime cover for me? Do you know how arduous it is to be a 36 beautiful girl? You do not understand. The more Ailin thought, the angrier she became, feeling increasingly aggrieved. How could a dignified young man like herself be reborn as a girl and endure countless lewd gazes while bearing 236 slimes? She had tolerated it because the slimes were unwieldy and swayed about. It was embarrassing, yet she had endured it. But now, she finally had a slime cover, no longer needing to be scrutinized, no longer needing to tread carefully. That wretched dragon had taken away her slime cover, along with the joy she had just attained. It was crafted by Sugar, the best and most precious slime cover in the world, and that dragon simply carried it away, an unforgivable sin. Thus, under the watchful eyes of countless residents of Mondstadt, the white-haired girl stood resolutely atop the statue of the Anemo Archon amidst the storm. Dust obscured her vision, the wind roared in her ears, whipping her long white hair and nightgown. Yet, she remained steadfast, unyielding against the tempest. In the gaze of the multitude, clad in her cartoon bear nightgown and fluffy slippers, the white-haired girl stood atop the statue, facing the relentless wind as she drew her great bow. Ahem! The eye of the Cryo Archon at her waist trembled, radiating a blue-white glow. Instantly, the surrounding cryo elements surged toward her like a tidal wave. An arrow formed from the chilling air coalesced on the bowstring, while nearby cryo elements converged upon the arrow shaft. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 30 seconds. As the charging time extended, an increasing amount of cryo elemental energy gathered on the arrow. Yet, the girl remained unsatisfied. She continued to gather power. When the charge reached 45 seconds, the sheer strength of the elemental energy accumulated on the arrow caused it to emit a dazzling light. At this moment, the dazzling blue and white light from the arrow resembled a lighthouse amidst the misty sea, becoming the brightest star in the dust-covered Mondstadt. A sense of danger permeated the air, palpable even to the ordinary citizens who could feel the unsettling vibrations emanating from that icy arrow. Under the eaves, Dialek furrowed his brow. The purple nun, upon witnessing this, revealed an inexplicable smirk. It is the arrow that pierced through the sea of flames. Callado Marquette. Indeed, based solely on the emanating vibrations, this arrow rivaled the one that had once broken through the inferno. Yet, astonishingly, she was still accumulating elemental power. It was truly incredible that such a tender frame could harbor such terrifying elemental energy. Jean gazed at the silver-haired girl atop the Anemo god statue, her expression one of awe. If the ordinary populace could sense the vibrations of the arrow, how much more acute would the awareness be for the creature known as Turin, who was locked onto by Ailin? The East Wind Dragon keenly detected the vibrations emanating from the statue. Although they posed no immediate threat, it sensed the danger from the arrow intensifying. If left unchecked, this arrow would undoubtedly pose a significant threat to it. Therefore, it must be extinguished in its cradle. The dragon flapped its wings, conjuring a tempest that swept a mass of dust toward the girl on the statue. Subsequently, the dragon roared skyward, unleashing 2 colossal gusts directed at the girl. Danger! This is bad. As the storm and the gusts bore down upon Ailin, Jean's expression changed dramatically, and she drew her sword, charging toward the Anemo god statue. Dialek, too, grasped his sword and rushed forward. Both understood that before the tempest, mere mortals were as insignificant as ants, yet they chose to disregard such thoughts. Their singular focus was to save Ailin. The howling winds and the gusts of air tore through the sky. Just as the tempest and gusts were about to engulf Ailin, an enigmatic force descended upon this realm. This power, imbued with compassion, resembled a pair of gentle hands, brushing aside the descending gusts and tearing a massive rift in the storm, diverting it away from the girl. This benevolent force not only rent asunder the storm, but also cleared the dust obscuring the girl's vision, allowing her gaze to firmly lock onto the dragon. At that moment, the silver-haired girl atop the Anemo god statue wore an expression of exasperation. The storm and dust raged on either side of her. The divine eye at her waist trembled violently, and the arrow radiated a brilliant blue and white light. She had been charging this arrow for a full 90 seconds. Yet times had changed. The storm could no longer harm her, nor could the dust obscure her sight. Now was the opportune moment. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the girl clad in a bear-patterned nightgown and fuzzy slippers looked up defiantly at the dragon in the sky. "Receive my strike, the 36 maiden smash." With a furious shout, the girl released the bowstring. In an instant, the blue and white radiance soared like a full moon, pouring forth with elemental ice power. Frost enveloped the statue, and the icy arrow shot upward like a meteor defying gravity, becoming a dazzling white light aimed at the dragon. Boom! The icy arrow shattered the storm, striking the dragon's wing with precision. At the moment of impact, Frost blossomed. The immense elemental energy contained within the arrow detonated, forming a massive cloud of icy air in the sky. Roar! Under the force of this arrow, the dragon let out a cry of agony, its form swaying as it struggled to maintain stable flight. Ultimately, the injured dragon cast a resentful glance at the city it once protected before flapping its wings and departing. Chapter 37. Get Lost. I Won't Marry. With the dragon's departure, the storm and dust finally subsided. Ice mist swirled in the air, with countless shards of ice cascading down, leaving the buildings in ruins and the streets in disarray. Countless people stared blankly at the retreating dragon, momentarily at a loss for words. The East Wind Dragon has departed. The calamity has ceased. That icy arrow astounded everyone. It was that girl who repelled the East Wind Dragon, saving this city and countless lives. Ailin, you are amazing. Ailin, the best in the world. Watching the silver-haired girl standing atop the statue, poised with her great bow, Fiscal was so excited she nearly fainted. Cheering for Ailin from her window. For the multitude of citizens, Ailin, who had repelled the dragon and saved the city, was undoubtedly a hero. Under Fiscal's lead, more and more citizens began to chant Ailin's name. Ailin, Ailin, Ailin. In an instant, the name Ailin echoed throughout Mondstadt, especially Herman, who was flushed with excitement. As a father, he felt immense pride and joy at his daughter's achievements. Waving his hands and continuously chanting Ailin's name, as if he were a fervent fan at a rally. She truly did it. Incredible. Perhaps a new dawn will rise from Mondstadt. Jean and Dialek stood together, silently observing the girl embraced by the cheers of the crowd. Their expressions a mixture of astonishment and satisfaction. Yet, the girl atop the Anemo god statue seemed entirely unfazed by the crowd's adulation. She leapt high into the air, grasping her slime cover, and then, as if fearing the attention, tucked it away in her arms. Upon jumping down from the statue, she seemed to recall something, quickly gathering a few items from the ground before sprinting homeward without a word. "Oh, Ailin." Jean reached out, intending to stop Ailin to express her gratitude. But Ailin ignored her and leaped over the railing, disappearing into the distance. Sigh. Does she dislike being the center of attention? Perhaps it would be better to thank her in person once the aftermath of the storm has been addressed. Jean shook her head helplessly. Dialek, however, was different. Normally stern and unsmiling, he now bore a rare smile. She saved Mondstadt, yet she remains indifferent to fame and glory. Powerful, beautiful, yet modest, humble, and intriguing. However, Jean and Dialek were unaware that Ailin's hasty departure was not due to her modesty. In truth, if one were to walk down the street holding a slime cover, it would not merely be socially embarrassing. One might even attract the attention of the authorities. Although, in this world, no one truly knows what a slime cover is. This incident is destined to be recorded in the annals of Mondstadt and the residents of Mondstadt, along with future generations. We'll never learn that the heroine who repelled the dragon and saved the city was none other than Miss Ailin. The reason she confronted the dragon was not to save the city, nor to become a hero. Her motive for attacking the dragon was solely that it had whisked away her slime cover. With the dragon's departure, the storm ceased. As the acting guild leader, Jean personally oversaw the reconstruction and restoration efforts following the disaster, as well as the treatment of the injured. The streets bustled with activity as countless citizens voluntarily assisted the Knights of Favonius in clearing debris, repairing homes, and carrying away the injured. Mondstadt was suddenly alive with activity. Meanwhile, within the bustling crowd on the street. A bard adorned with a green cloak and a white-brimmed green hat put away his lute. It was he who had dispelled the gusts cast down by the dragon, tearing apart the storm that threatened Ailin and clearing the dust that obscured her sight. Ah, I never expected such an interesting child to emerge from Mondstadt. How delightful. The bard, with a mischievous smile upon his face, departed from Mondstadt, moving against the throng and heading towards the direction in which the great dragon had flown away. The Anemo Archon, even when neglecting his duties, continued to protect his beloved people in his own unique manner. In the blink of an eye, it had been 7 days since the dragon's assault on Mondstadt. The reconstruction and restoration efforts of the city were nearly complete. Just a day prior, Jean had personally visited Ailin to express her gratitude for all that she had done for Mondstadt and its inhabitants, stating that Ailin's deeds would be eternally chronicled in the annals of Mondstadt's history. After placing down the gifts and exchanging a few pleasantries with Ailin, Jean hurriedly took her leave, evidently burdened with numerous responsibilities awaiting her attention. It was indeed no simple task to lead the Knights of Favonius. Watching Jean depart, Ailin couldn't help but sigh. Gazing out at the streets of Mondstadt, which had largely returned to their former state, Ailin let out a resigned breath. For the past 7 days, she had scarcely stepped outside. Having vanquished the dragon and saved Mondstadt, she had unwittingly become a heroine, receiving respectful greetings from everyone she encountered on the streets. However, this was not the reason for her reluctance to venture out, as she typically remained indifferent to others' opinions of her. What truly vexed Ailin were the numerous suitors and marriage proposals that had besieged her home over the past week. Indeed, proposals and courtships. It had been previously stated that when a person is too exceptional, no one dares to harbor impure thoughts towards them. Yet, when someone achieves perfection, it may incite irrationality in others. Ailin's striking beauty, combined with her formidable strength, had etched her image into the hearts of countless men in Mondstadt, especially after her heroic act of repelling the dragon while standing atop the statue of the Anemo Archon. Certainly, Ailin was remarkable. Many men recognized that they were unworthy of her, yet their admiration for her was so potent that it overshadowed their feelings of inadequacy. I am indeed unworthy, but what if I am the chosen one? What if luck is on my side, and Ailin has a preference for men like me? Trying is not a loss, but if I do not attempt it, I shall regret it for a lifetime. After all, what if I succeed? With such thoughts, a multitude of parents bearing extravagant gifts and young suitors had flocked to Ailin's residence over the past week, leaving her family utterly exasperated. Mr. Herman, please reconsider. Our son genuinely loves your daughter Ailin. Do think it over. The shouts from downstairs pushed Ailin past her limits. Take your things and get out, she exclaimed, sending the suitor flying with a kick and tossing the gifts out the door. Fuming, Ailin stormed out her home, entering the long line of suitors and delivering a series of punches and kicks to them. In an instant, chaos ensued as cries of despair echoed. After a brief period, various gifts lay strewn about, while the battered suitors and their parents cowered against the walls, trembling and too afraid to approach Ailin's doorstep again. Get out. I shall never marry. Do you understand? If anyone dares to come to my house again with marriage proposals, I shall strike them down one by one. Ailin shouted fiercely, rolling up her sleeves and wielding her weapon, Skyward Blade. Get lost. If anyone remains here in 3 minutes, I shall strike them down. Ah, how can this woman behave so? She shows no semblance of a lady. I no longer fancy you. A young man in his 20s yelled from the crowd. Ailin swiftly kicked him. Get lost. Who cares if you like me? Speak another word, and I shall break your legs. Hurry up and leave. In a moment, the line of suitors scattered in fright, overwhelmed by Ailin's ferocity. Meanwhile, atop a rooftop in Mondstadt, Dialek observed the scene with amusement. Watching the white-haired girl brandishing a blade at her doorstep, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. What intriguing woman. Chapter 38. With you, I feel more secure. Ah, what a relief it is to vent my frustrations. After sending the suitors and marriage proposers packing, Ailin sheathed her skyward blade, a satisfied smile lighting her face. Some may perceive her actions as excessive, but consider the perspective. Enduring a relentless queue of suitors at your doorstep from dawn to dusk for an entire week. What would that feel like? It goes without saying that one must entertain guests who come to visit, even if only to exchange a few words. The waitstaff at a restaurant. who merely greet patrons with pleasantries all day, would find themselves utterly exhausted by day's end. Now, imagine dealing with marriage proposals. Initially, Herman had felt joy at the many admirers of his daughter, but after a day of entertaining guests, he was utterly worn out. The cost of refreshments and snacks for a single day's worth of visitors had drained Ailin's family's finances for half a month. One might wonder, weren't these suitors bringing gifts? True, but since they were there to propose, it would be inappropriate to accept gifts without a favorable response. Thus, the expenses incurred left the beleaguered Herman nearly fainting with frustration. Following that day, he became less accommodating, refusing entry to visitors and promptly sending them away after a few words of rejection. However, even with this change, 7 continuous days of dealing with suitors left Ailin's family utterly fatigued. Ailin realized that if this continued, they might never cease their visits. Her family had been far too polite. With this realization, after enduring for 7 days, Ailin could no longer contain herself and charged out to confront the suitors. She struck where necessary and scolded without reservation. She was unbothered by how others perceived her. She was simply being herself. If others liked her, that was well and good. If not, she had no intention of conforming to their expectations. "Well done, Ailin," Herman praised, patting her shoulder with pride. "My dear daughter, you have done what I wished to do, but lacked the courage to execute. You truly understand your father. You are indeed my little treasure." Ailin scratched her head sheepishly. "Finally, I can go out and have some fun. Father, I'm off to play." With a wave to Herman, Ailin dashed away, heading to the home of Sucrose. In the past, Ailin would never have taken the initiative to visit Sucrose, fearing she might interrupt her research. However, a few days prior, Ailin had visited Sucrose's home, marking her only outing in the past week. A few days ago, she had knocked on Sucrose's door. "Oh, Ailin, is that you?" Sucrose welcomed her inside. "What brings you to my abode?" "Hee, I have something for you." Ailin chuckled. "I think you will absolutely adore it." With that, she summoned a few items that materialized in her hands. "Duh, look at this." Ailin beamed, presenting the items to Sucrose. The moment Sucrose laid eyes on the 3 objects, her eyes widened in astonishment. Ailin held 3 items: a piece of azure scale, a fist-sized chunk of frozen blood, and a large, frozen piece of meat. Indeed, these were the very items Ailin had collected from the ground after her leap from the Anemo Archon statue a few days prior. "These are the spoils I obtained from the East Wind Dragon. Behold, this is a scale from its body, this is its dragon's blood, and this is a piece of flesh from its wing. When the dragon's blood and flesh were struck by my Frostflower arrow, they were immediately encased in ice. To prevent spoilage, I have kept them frozen these past few days. Do you like it?" "Yes." Sha Tang's eyes widened, sparkling with countless little stars, her face radiating sheer joy. Acquiring a complete leg bone from a hill churl was already an immense stroke of luck, let alone the dragon's scales and its blood and flesh. To her, the items in Ailin's hands were the most precious treasures in the world. "Hee, I'm glad you like it. Here, take it." Ailin stuffed the items into Sha Tang's hands. Yet, faced with what she deemed her most treasured possessions, Sha Tang did not immediately reach out to accept them. Instead, she rushed forward and embraced Ailin tightly. While holding Ailin, she jumped with glee, exclaiming, "Thank you. Thank you. Ailin, you are truly wonderful. I'm so excited, so happy. I absolutely adore these things. Thank you so much." Listening to the girl's incoherent jubilations and feeling the gentle collision of the 4 slimes due to their close embrace, Ailin tenderly patted Sha Tang's back. "All right, let's first put these things away." Sha Tang carefully placed the dragon scales, blood, and flesh in a safe spot before inquiring, "Ailin, why haven't you come to see me lately?" After a moment of thought, she added, "I was worried I would disturb your research, which is why I didn't dare to visit." "I see." Sha Tang sighed in relief, then looked at Ailin and softly said, "In truth, it's not as you think. To outsiders, those of us immersed in research seem to dislike socializing. However, it's not that we don't wish to engage with others. We simply lack the time and don't quite know how to connect. We have grown accustomed to solitude, yet we do not relish it. It is precisely because we are used to being alone that we yearn for companionship. We're good friends, right? So if you have time, feel free to visit my home often, to chat with me, or even just to sit beside me. You need not worry about interrupting me. In fact, I will be very glad to have you here. Your presence brings me a sense of calm, making my experiments run more smoothly. Sha Tang placed her hands on her abdomen, lowered her head, and blushed, shyly shifting her body. It's a bit embarrassing to admit, but during your absence, I was quite worried that I might have done something wrong to make you dislike me. Observing the bashful expression on Sha Tang's face, a smile involuntarily appeared on Ailin's lips. Sha Tang is my good friend. How could I ever dislike you? In that case, I will come by more often. MHM. All right. Now, sit here and watch me conduct my experiments. I can't wait to start working with the dragoness blood and flesh. With that, Sha Tang fetched a soft stool for Ailin and then plunged into her intense experiment. Ailin remained silent, resting her chin on her hand, a smile gracing her face as she watched Sha Tang diligently at work. Honestly, Sha Tang during her experiments was both focused and serious, presenting a unique charm. That day, Ailin accompanied Sha Tang throughout the day, and it was only in the evening that Sha Tang concluded her experiments. Utilizing the dragon's blood and flesh in conjunction with other alchemical solutions, she had developed dozens of vials of potions. This research has made significant progress. It must be your presence that has enabled me to excel beyond my usual capabilities. Ailin, I feel my dream is on the verge of realization. Please come back in a few days to witness the results with me. That night, as they parted, Sha Tang expressed to Ailin. Chapter 39. Create a true wonderland together. I wonder how Sha Tang's research is progressing. Several days have passed since I last delivered the dragon's blood and other items to her. As Ailin contemplated, she realized it was time to meet Sha Tang as promised. After dismissing suitors and marriage proposals, she made her way to Sha Tang's home. Ailin, you're here. Upon opening the door and spotting Ailin standing there, Sha Tang was evidently overjoyed. Gome, let me show you what I've accomplished these past few days. With that, Sha Tang took Ailin's hand without hesitation and led her to the backyard. The moment they arrived in the backyard, Ailin's eyes widened in astonishment. It felt as though the large gate to the backyard was a portal to another realm, and upon crossing it, she found herself in an entirely different world. The backyard before her was even more magnificent and beautiful than before. Sha Tang, holding Ailin's hand, strolled through the backyard, resembling a little girl eager to share her new toys with a friend. Her face adorned with a sweet smile as she introduced the new plants she had cultivated. Ailin, look, this is the 637 model of the ice mist flower, an enlarged version. Following Sha Tang's gaze, Ailin gasped in awe. In the center of the yard stood a towering ice mist flower, at least 6 meters tall, with branches stretching out and blossoms nearly a meter in diameter. A cascade of icy crystal powder drifted from its petals like pollen, beautifying the yard, while the melting crystals nourished the other plants below. My goodness, is this really an ice mist flower? Ailin couldn't help but exclaim. Impressive, right? This is a mutated version of the ice mist flower, cultivated using the rapid freeze tree gene and irrigated with dragon blood potion. Look over there. That's the 902 model of the sweet flower, a high-yield version. At the sound of her voice, Ailin turned to see a sweet flower approximately 5 meters tall, boasting 3 blossoms about half a meter in diameter. Yet, that was not the most significant aspect. The key feature was that the 3 blossoms continuously dripped syrup, and beneath the sweet flower, 3 buckets were nearly filled with the sweet liquid. Sha Tang poured a bowl for Ailin to taste. Upon trying it, Ailin discovered it had a refreshing floral fragrance, strikingly sweet, yet devoid of the stickiness of honey, making it exceptionally delightful. And that's my proudest creation. Look over there. That's the enlarged version of the 9527 model of the little lantern grass. Sha Tang joyfully pointed to a plant as she introduced it. In truth, even without Sha Tang's words, Ailin had already noticed the so-called little lantern grass, as it was the largest and most eye-catching plant in the entire backyard. This little lantern grass was over 10 meters tall, resembling a great tree that overshadowed much of the yard. Its trunk branched out into numerous dense limbs, adorned with countless blue flowers. These blossoms emitted a faint blue glow even in daylight, creating an illusion of countless stars converging into a small patch of starlit sky blooming in Sha-Tang's yard. Goodness, are you sure it's called Little Lantern Grass? Ailin instinctively gasped. Sha-Tang scratched her head in embarrassment. It does seem a bit unsuitable, but I truly lack talent in naming things. With that, Sha-Tang continued to introduce Ailin to her other achievements. This little backyard encapsulated all of Sha-Tang's dedication over the years of research. Thus, the two girls wandered through this enchanting garden for quite some time, admiring the extraordinary wonders that stood apart from the outside world. After a long while, having surveyed all the plants in the yard, the two girls finally sat side by side on the stone steps at the entrance of the garden. Sha-Tang remained captivated by her creations, her face flushed with excitement. "Thank you, Ailin." After a prolonged silence, Sha-Tang suddenly said, "I'm so glad to have met you. Since our acquaintance, not only has my dream of filling my house with skeletal specimens come true, but my dream of creating a wonderland is also halfway realized." "Wait, halfway?" Ailin paused for a moment. "I believe the things in your garden are already comparable to a wonderland." "Indeed, it is true." Sha-Tang smiled apologetically. "However, the peculiar plants are merely a fragment of the fairyland. In my eyes, the realm of immortals should be an exquisite place, isolated from the mundane world. Although I have created many strange plants, I have yet to develop the ability to establish an otherworldly sanctuary. Nevertheless, I must express my gratitude to you, Ailin, for your assistance. I have nearly gathered all the plants needed for the fairyland, and my future research topic will be how to cultivate a true paradise for these plants." "Wait." Ailin suddenly recalled something and interrupted Sha-Tang. "Establishing? Isolated? Far from the mundane world? Your words remind me of something that might perfectly align with your requirements." A few minutes later, "Wow, Ailin, this is..." Sha-Tang's eyes widened in astonishment. Before her stood an independent space, with a vast sea of clouds stretching as far as the eye could see. Enormous islands floated above the cloud sea, connected by golden beams of light that formed pathways. Here, there is both day and night, as well as the sun, moon, and stars. "Ailin, what is this place?" This is a treasure from Liyue. Isn't it magnificent? Truly remarkable. Is this what immortal beings have created? I never imagined I would one day witness such a miracle." Overwhelmed with joy, Sha-Tang's face flushed, and she clenched her fists. Observing the ecstatic Sha-Tang, Ailin smiled as well. While this realm is mysterious, it lacks a certain vitality. Therefore, if possible, Sha-Tang, would you be willing to transplant your creations here? Is that truly feasible? Of course. Ailin nodded with a smile. "I have only recently acquired this realm and have yet to adorn it. So, while it bears the name of a fairyland, it lacks the essence of one. Thus, I believe it would bring immense joy to transform this place into a genuine fairyland alongside you. Naturally, if you prefer not to use your creations in my fairyland, I understand. After all, they are yours." No. I am willing. Sha-Tang nodded fervently. "How could I possibly refuse? Ailin, you have graciously offered me this opportunity. I am immensely grateful." In that case, Ailin, with a sweet smile, extended her hand toward Sha-Tang. "Let us together create a true fairyland." Chapter 40. Eternal Happiness, Eye of the Anemo. Within a secluded realm, the green-haired girl and the white-haired girl sat side by side on a rock. After deciding to create a fairyland together, they continually traversed between the realm and the real world. Notably, while gathering plants and other materials to decorate the realm, Ailin and Sha-Tang coincidentally encountered Facier. "I apologize. Perhaps I have arrived at an inopportune time." Watching Ailin and Sha-Tang walk together, laughing and chatting, Facier lowered her head with pursed lips. Ailin paused momentarily before smiling. "No, you have arrived at just the right moment." Thus, Ailin invited Facier to join the endeavor of constructing the fairyland. Upon learning of the plan, Facier's face lit up with delight. Allow this princess to bestow her blessing and aid you in manifesting your dream realm." Facier struck a cool pose as she addressed Sha-Tang. Sha-Tang was a bit bewildered by Facier's dramatic words. Ailin chuckled. What she means is that she wishes to assist you in building the fairyland as well. Ah, that's wonderful. Sha Tang was taken aback. But being socially anxious, she found herself at a loss for words and could only bow repeatedly in gratitude to Facier. Before meeting Ailin, Facier had no friends and was unfamiliar with normal social interactions. Meanwhile, Ailin watched with amusement as the two lonely girls bowed to one another. With Facier's inclusion, their efficiency markedly improved. Along with the assistance of Feng, Air, and Oz, the three girls busily worked for an entire week and finally succeeded in creating the fairyland of their dreams. As the master of the realm, Ailin utilized her authority to draw together the three islands of Luo Fudong. At that moment, the three islands floated side by side in the cloud sea. The central island featured an enormous house, and to align with the fairyland theme, Ailin chose a grand villa inspired by Liyue. The exterior was adorned with various flowers and plants transplanted from the outside world. A gigantic Xiao Dang Chao was planted outdoors, its numerous branches adorned with countless blossoms resembling a small starry sky that enveloped the expansive courtyard. Enormous Bing Wu Hua continuously dispersed icy crystals and chill. Beneath the Xiao Dang Chao, a multitude of genuine Xiao Dang Chao formed a vast sea of lights. To create this sea of lights, Ailin and the others nearly eradicated all of the Xiao Dang Chao in Ben Lang Ling. On the Xiao Dang Chao, there were also some bird nests that Ailin and Facier had moved over, and beneath the trees, small animals like foxes were kept. Simultaneously, amidst the vast sea of lights, several peculiar apple trees thrived, bearing fruits of thumb-sized and almost a meter in diameter, with some trees laden with numerous small fruits, while others bore only two massive ones. On the other side, two massive pumpkins, each 2 meters in diameter, and several daylight fruits, as large as watermelons, added to the enchanting scenery. The central island truly resembled a dreamlike fairy tale world. On the left island, sweet flowers were in abundance, though these were not your average sweet flowers. Some sweet flowers sprawled like morning glories, while others took flight at the slightest breeze, resembling dandelions. Some even unfurled like peacock feathers, adorned with numerous sweet flowers. Among this eclectic array, a towering 5-meter sweet flower stood regal, basking in the adoration of the peculiar sweet flowers. Presently, the air was filled with the buzzing of bees and fluttering of butterflies, and the sweet aroma wafted through the atmosphere, uplifting the spirits of all who arrived. As for the right island, Sha Tang scattered her improved version of the 2,364 high-yield dandelion seeds, which thrived remarkably and grew at an astonishing pace. Within just a few days, the island had transformed into a vast ocean of dandelions. Of course, in addition to dandelions, Sha Tang also transplanted windmill flowers. However, these are not your ordinary windmill flowers. Some boasted over 20 windmills on a single plant, creating a delightful sound when the wind blew. Others grew several meters tall, with windmills measuring a meter in diameter. The most bemusing to Ailin was a windmill flower with a 2-meter diameter that spun without the need for wind, generating a strong breeze as it turned. At Ailin's insistence, Sha Tang reluctantly renamed this windmill flower from its original name, 336 version improved windmill flower, to fan flower. Under the gusts produced by the fan flower, the right island was adorned with windmill flowers swirling gracefully in the breeze, while dandelion seeds danced in the wind, rendering the right island a breathtaking spectacle. Beneath the Xiao Dang Chao, the white-haired girl and the green-haired girl sat side by side. The soft glow of the myriad blossoms on the enormous Xiao Dang Chao resembled countless stars twinkling, illuminating their figures. Countless Xiao Dang Chao surrounded them, creating an ethereal ambience akin to being amidst a sea of lights. A few small foxes lay beneath the daylight fruit tree, nibbling on fallen fruits. Shimmering wind crystal butterflies flitted freely among the flowers and plants. Everything was so tranquil and harmonious. The two girls sat beneath the trees, allowing the gentle breeze to caress their cheeks. They remained silent, simply gazing at the splendid fairyland around them, savoring the beauty of the moment. It was uncertain how much time had passed when a sudden chime resonated in Ailin's mind. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on forming a deep friendship with Sha Tang. You have acquired the same vision as your companion. A new slot in the weapon inventory has been unlocked. A new slot in the artifact inventory has been unlocked. The Chinsong pot has activated a new function, reunion across miles. The unexpected notification jolted Ailin from a reverie of bliss. She had envisioned numerous scenarios of obtaining the anemo vision akin to Sha Tang's, yet none bore resemblance to this serene moment. Everything unfolded with such tranquility that it felt almost surreal. Turning her gaze, she looked at the green-haired girl beside her, only to find her still entranced by the beauty of the fairyland. Yet, unbeknownst to her, a smile of happiness had graced the corners of Sha Tang's lips, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears that she herself had not realized. Sha Tang, do you believe I am your true friend? Ailin inquired. Of course. You are my best friend. Sha Tang replied with a contented and joyful smile. You know, as a researcher, it is quite challenging for someone like me to make friends. Yet, you have been so kind to me. You are so beautiful, so strong, a hero who has vanquished dragons. Your brilliance is undeniable. I, on the other hand, am merely an ordinary girl hiding in a laboratory. I never imagined I could befriend someone as remarkable as you, as I thought we belonged to different worlds. But you have treated me with such kindness. You gifted me precious bones, and during our battles with the dragons, you remembered to help me collect their scales, blood, and flesh, things I never once asked of you, yet you kept them in your heart. My life has unknowingly transformed because of your presence. With your help, I cultivated the plants that created this fairyland. Thanks to you, I realized my dream of bringing this fairyland to life. She stood up and walked to the edge of the island, gazing at the sea of dandelions on the other side. Ailin, I should have mentioned why I longed to create this fairyland. Legend has it that in a certain corner of Teyvat, there exists a fairyland filled with towering flowers and free-spirited fairies. When I was young, my two closest friends and I firmly believed that reaching this fairyland would grant us eternal joy and happiness. However, one friend, after the passing of her father, underwent a drastic change in temperament and severed ties with me. As a child, I learned about the existence of alchemy. I realized that while I might never find a fairyland, I could become its creator. I persevered in studying alchemy, though it was merely a way to avoid facing my fears of loneliness. Yet, even now, I still believe that if the fairyland were to manifest, I would find happiness and joy. I gaze at Ailin and then at Fischl, who is frolicking in the dandelion sea with Oz. But now, I have two new friends accompanying me in this fairyland. What is lost is forever gone, and I must relinquish the sorrow of the past to embrace the beauty that has arrived. Ailin, Fischl, thank you for entering my life. I feel truly blessed. I adore you both. She patted a nearby rock, gesturing for Ailin to sit. Once Ailin settled, she swiftly perched herself on Ailin's lap, presenting her pair of beast ears. These ears have only ever been touched by my parents. I recall you mentioned being curious about them. Now, feel free to touch. Chapter 41. Your ears are so soft at the island's edge. Ailin sat cross-legged, while Sha Tang plopped down on her lap. Before them lay an expansive sea of dandelions, countless seeds dancing in the breeze stirred up by the wind. Everything felt dreamlike. Sha Tang nestled against Ailin, and suddenly, Ailin smiled. Previously, she had thought the sudden arrival of the anemo vision was too abrupt, too tranquil, and too uneventful. Yet upon reflection, was this not wonderful? What constitutes beauty? Beauty is the satisfaction of relishing a favorite breakfast upon waking, the joy and gratitude when a friend thrusts a gift into your hands, the delight of shopping hand in hand with a friend, the sense of achievement and fulfillment gained while building a shared fairyland with friends, the care and love from friends and family, the tranquility and solace felt while watching the sunset with friends on a cliff, and the peacefulness experienced in the company of loved ones. These moments constitute beauty. Beauty and emotion do not necessarily require the experience of life and death separations. In this world, many live mundane lives, yet they too find joy. Sha Tang represents countless ordinary people navigating through life. These fleeting moments of emotion and beauty accumulate, forging an immense beauty that profoundly touches her soul. Although these feelings are commonplace, they are invaluable, filling her with happiness. Ailin observed the Sha Tang in her embrace, and then glanced at Fischl, who was playing joyfully in the dandelion sea with Oz. A wave of happiness washed over her as she suddenly grasped the significance of her presence here. This was precisely what she had been seeking. Many spend their lives in pursuit of beauty without realizing that it unfolds around them each day. I had been striving for a conclusion, believing that the attainment of a goal would yield beauty. Yet, in my quest for beauty, I had already encountered many wondrous moments. Focusing solely on the end result would only cause one to overlook the beauty unfolding in the present. She looked at the Sha Tang in her arms and the frolicking Fischl, her face adorned with a blissful smile. Indeed, was this not what she desired? To see her beloved characters find happiness and share a joyful life together? Their smiles were the embodiment of the happiness she sought. The peace and joy of this moment were, after all, the most beautiful of times. How fortunate it is to have arrived in this world, and how delightful it is to have met you all. She gazed at the Sha Tang in her arms, smiled, and asked, Sha Tang, may I really touch them? Yes. Sha Tang nodded gently while sitting on Ailin's lap. These ears have drawn considerable attention due to their uniqueness, so I usually try to conceal them in my hair. I am not adept at socializing, nor do I enjoy being the center of attention, so I'm quite sensitive about others noticing my ears. Only my parents have touched them. You are my dear friend, so if you are curious, I will allow you to touch them. Then I shall. Ailin swallowed. All right, go ahead, Sha Tang encouraged with a nod. Without hesitation, Ailin reached out to grasp Sha Tang's beast ears. Sha Tang emitted a soft sound as her ears were seized. Please don't make such strange noises. I apologize. That area is quite sensitive for me. It's all right, continue. Then I shall. Ailin held onto the pair of beast ears, which were soft and fluffy, providing a delightful sensation, and they quivered slightly under her touch. The more Ailin touched them, the more intriguing she found it, and she extended a finger to explore within the ears. To her surprise, this caused Sha Tang to tremble significantly. This tremor not only failed to deter Ailin, but instead made her more reluctant to let go. Although Sha Tang suppressed her voice, her body would occasionally tremble, and at times, she could not help but squirm. Goodness! Ailin's eyes widened. She was sitting cross-legged while Sha Tang perched upon her lap. If she were a boy, she would have likely lost track of time. After half an hour, Ailin finally released her grip on Sha Tang's ears. What are you doing? Oh, nothing. I merely cleaned Sha Tang's ears, Ailin replied. Night fell within the villa of Dantian, where three young girls sat together on the bed, happily chatting. Sha Tang, Fischl. This is for you, Ailin said, handing them plaques adorned with the image of the Chang'e Hu. What is this? Both Sha Tang and Fischl inquired, puzzled. This is the Dantian Guandiao. You may understand it as the key to enter Dantian, Ailin explained, her face beaming with a sweet smile. In the future, I may embark on adventures in other places and cannot be by your side, but as long as you possess this Guandiao, you can enter this Dantian at any time. If you miss me, just come to Dantian, and regardless of where I am, I will meet you within. Really? Sha Tang and Fischl's eyes sparkled with delight. Yes, truly. Ailin nodded, and after becoming close friends with Sha Tang, not only did her weapon and artifact slots unlock new spaces, but Dantian also unveiled a new feature, Wanli Xianghui. As the name suggests, this feature allows Ailin to reunite with her friends and family, even from afar. Anyone holding a Dantian Guandiao and registered in Ailin's system can freely enter the Chang'e Hu at any time and place. Each time someone enters the Chang'e, Ailin receives a system notification, informing her of their arrival. With this feature, even if Ailin finds herself in Inazuma or Sumeru in the future, she can still meet her family and friends through the Chang'e Hu to alleviate her longing. That's wonderful. From now on, no matter where you go, Ailin, I need not worry about not seeing you, Fischl exclaimed, embracing Ailin tightly and rubbing against her slime. Eventually, the three girls chatted joyfully late into the night before finally drifting off to sleep. Of course, even in slumber, they remained nestled together with Ailin. In the bedroom of Chang'e Hu, 3 beds were arranged side by side. The 3 girls slept together, Ailin in the middle with Fischl on her right, clutching Ailin and holding onto her slime as she fell into a deep sleep. Sha Tang, more reserved, merely wrapped her arms around one of Ailin's arms and peacefully drifted off. As the 3 girls entered the realm of dreams, outside the villa, on the branch of a little lamp grass, Oz held a small lamp grass flower in his beak, wings resting on his abdomen, mimicking a gentleman as he bowed. Oh, Miss Feng, you have now, like me, become a thunderbird capable of wielding the power of lightning. You may now accept my affections, yes? Your profound love has deeply moved me, Mr. Oz, but I must respectfully decline. Why? Os lamentit in despair. Because I, as a solitary bird, am already in a superconductive state. How could I possibly accommodate you? The following day, after obtaining the God Eye, Ailin lay in her room. Currently, she was alone, as her parents had exited the Chang'e Hu that morning, and Ailin had given the 2 Guandiao to the Hermon couple, who were now touring the Chang'e Hu under Fenger's guidance. After acquiring the Anemo God Eye, Fenger had gained an additional azure tail, feather representing the wind element. Likewise, Ailin had also acquired the ability to channel the wind element's power. However, Ailin felt somewhat troubled by the abundance of God Eyes, while having 2 was manageable. 3 hanging from her waist became quite cumbersome. Eventually, Shadang took the initiative to sew the Electro God Eye onto the intersection of the 2 flowing ribbons on the back of her white mist outfit, similar to the placement of Barbara's swimsuit skin. Though this issue was temporarily resolved, it was inevitable that more God Eyes would come in the future. I hope there will be alternative methods to manage my God Eyes. Ailin could only place her hopes on the future. Lying in bed, Ailin opened her system backpack. With her bond with Shatang, the weapon and artifact slots had unlocked new spaces once again. Next was the artifact slot, which had unlocked 2 artifacts this time. One was a charged hourglass from the Hydro set, and the other was an ice damage cup from the Wanderer set. These 2 artifacts were immensely beneficial to Ailin at present. Logically, she should have been overjoyed, yet she hesitated upon facing the new artifacts. The reason for her hesitation was simple. Based on past experiences, every time she used artifacts to grow stronger, her hair would lengthen, and her slime would grow larger. While longer hair was not a concern, Ailin genuinely feared the idea of her slime expanding. Although Shadang had once remarked that, based on Ailin's physique, the slime should not grow any larger. That was under normal circumstances. Artifacts were not to be judged by common sense. However, they were indeed a charged hourglass and an ice damage cup. The former could accelerate the guidance of elemental power, while the latter could enhance damage from cryo attacks. Undoubtedly, both artifacts would provide her with significant enhancements. After contemplating the artifacts in her backpack for quite some time, Ailin ultimately succumbed to temptation and used both artifacts. Golden radiance flowed, and standing before the mirror, Ailin nervously closed her eyes, afraid to look. Please don't have grown. Please don't have grown. Ailin's heart raced as she cracked her eyes open just a sliver, cautiously directing her gaze toward her slime. The next moment, hooray! Ailin leaped with excitement. It hasn't grown. Wonderful. It hasn't grown. Ha ha ha. Shadang was right. Standing before the mirror, Ailin placed her hands on her hips, laughing joyfully towards the sky. She spun around in front of the mirror, carefully examining her body, then pinched her slime several times to confirm that its texture and size remained unchanged before finally feeling relieved. However, while the slime had not grown larger, changes were still evident. Ailin scrutinized her reflection in the mirror. Her skin appeared more delicate, and her blue eyes shone more brightly, resembling glistening ice crystals. Her hair had also undergone a transformation. When she first arrived in Teyvat, her hair reached only her shoulders. After absorbing her first artifact, her hair surpassed her shoulders. Following the absorption of the second artifact, her hair reached her back. After this latest absorption, her hair had grown to her waist, truly becoming long hair reaching her waist. Speaking of her hair, when Ailin first transformed into a girl, she had considered cutting it all off, believing long hair was too troublesome and hard to manage. However, thanks to the system and Fenger's fervent persuasion, she refrained from doing so. Master, please don't. You look the cutest with long hair. Don't cut it. Fengya exclaimed. Absolutely not. It is well known that a two-dimensional beautiful girl's strength derives from her hair. The longer the hair, the stronger the power. If the protagonist cuts her hair short, her strength will diminish. The system implored with a tearful tone. Although Ailin initially did not believe the system's nonsense, after much persuasion from Fenger and the system, she ultimately abandoned the idea of shaving her head. Admiring her long, waist-length white hair, Ailin nodded in satisfaction. Perhaps due to the influence of the Bi, her hair had become increasingly exquisite. From a distance, Her flowing locks resembled the finest silk spun from the icy threads of a cicada, smooth and lustrous. The silkiness of her hair was such that, even without combing, it would not tangle. Should a few strands knot, a gentle shake would suffice to release them. Any female readers might indeed envy her splendid tresses. Yes, I truly adore this hair, she mused. The length was perfect, and any longer would impede her during combat. If it grew longer in the future, she would simply trim it. With a cheerful disposition, Ailin admired her stunning visage, playfully tossing her white hair and pinching her slime, nodding contentedly. With looks like these, should I ever transform into a young man, I would undoubtedly be a handsome fellow. However, even though she currently lived as a young woman, she aspired to be the most beautiful maiden. Thus, she swiftly donned her starry blue dress and ethereal white robe before stepping out. Having acquired a new divine eye and absorbed 2 new sacred relics, Ailin made her way directly to the training grounds. Eager to assess her newfound strength and experiment with the manipulation of wind elemental power. Today, Noir was occupied with a written examination practice at the library, leaving Ailin to train alone. After arranging the wooden stakes that Hermann had procured through adventurers, she commenced her training. Time flew by, and soon the day had passed. Under the warm glow of the setting sun, Ailin sheathed her longsword. After a day of rigorous practice, she had gained a preliminary understanding of her newly acquired powers. Thanks to another energizing hourglass, her speed in directing elemental forces had doubled. Previously, it took her 90 seconds to charge a shot powerful enough to repel Ailin, but now she needed only 45 seconds to achieve the same result. As for the inheritance from the being Shbi, it left Ailin somewhat astonished. While the energizing hourglass represented the wisdom and experiences of predecessors in guiding elemental forces, the being Shbi embodied their insights into the utilization of ice elements. Elements are the very essence of this world, a wondrous force. The being Shbi taught Ailin how to condense or compress ice elemental power. Why do different flames possess varying temperatures? The answer is simple. It is due to the differing elemental content. Take the rock spear, for instance. One summoned by an ordinary person lacks the hardness and strength of one conjured by Zongul, a result of their differing elemental content. When Ailin fought with a one-handed sword, she would imbue it with ice elemental power, inflicting ice elemental damage. However, the sword's limited surface area restricted the amount of ice elemental power that could be applied. Thus, to increase ice elemental damage, 2 methods were at her disposal. Either like Noir, increase the size of her weapon to accommodate more elemental power, or, within the limited area, infuse it with a greater concentration of elemental force. The inheritance left within the being Shbi contained the experiences of predecessors in compressing ice elemental power. With this knowledge, Ailin could now apply more ice elemental power to her limited sword surface, yielding greater lethality. With a flick of her sword, rich ice elemental energy surged forth, enveloping her blade in a chill that instantly lowered the surrounding temperature. As she struck, the sword shattered the wooden stake while simultaneously encasing the fragments in ice. How wonderful to grow stronger! Ailin exclaimed, her spirits lifted by the enhancements bestowed by the 2 sacred relics. Yet, her satisfaction was tempered by her new wind divine eye. While she could indeed direct wind elemental power, the challenge of harnessing it exceeded her expectations. In her imagination, wind elemental power could attract foes, create tornadoes, unleash slicing wind blades, and elevate her into the skies. Yet, upon obtaining the wind divine eye, she realized that reality was far more daunting than her dreams. Wind elemental power could indeed attract foes, conjure tornadoes, create wind blades, and even carry her skyward, but how to form the swirling storms, rampaging tornadoes, and sweeping blades of wind remained a mystery to Ailin. She attempted to generate an upward draft to elevate herself, but only succeeded in lifting her starry blue skirt, revealing her translucent white triangle beneath. Embarrassed, she quickly covered her skirt and glanced around to ensure no one had witnessed her mishap. Alas, controlling wind elemental power for combat proved to be a far more complex endeavor than anticipated. It seemed necessary to consult someone well-versed in wind elemental power. While Ting primarily relied on alchemical tools combined with the divine eye for wind elemental attacks, seeking her counsel might not yield fruitful results. Wait, apart from Qin and Ting, are there others in Mondstadt capable of manipulating wind elemental forces? Ila inapundarat. Suddenly, a realization struck her. How could I have forgotten him? Who in all of Teyvat could possibly understand wind elemental power better than the Anemo Archon? As the thought of the whimsical deity crossed her mind, Ailin's eyes gleamed with excitement, though her expression soon turned contemplative. Since Tuolin's last attack on Mondstadt, he had retaliated by targeting pedestrians and merchants in other regions of Mondstadt. The Knights of Favonius had engaged Tuolin in battle several times, managing to drive him away temporarily. But the losses they incurred were substantial. Tuolin had gradually garnered the title of Wind Dragon among the people of Mondstadt, and the animosity between them had grown. Naturally, the Anemo Archon could not stand idly by while his domain descended into chaos and his people suffered. A few days prior, while Ailin was gathering materials with Ting and Fi Shi, they had spotted WND pursuing the Wind Dragon. Thus, it was likely that WND was still searching for Tuolin somewhere in Mondstadt. Setting aside the question of where to find WND, Ailin contemplated how to persuade the carefree bard to teach her to control wind elemental power. Suddenly, inspiration struck. If I cannot find him, then I shall make him seek me out. With determination, Ailin departed the training grounds. CHNX Winery, the largest winery in Mondstadt, was renowned across Teyvat for its unique and exceptional winemaking techniques. Angel's Gift was the most popular tavern in Mondstadt, serving wines exclusively sourced from CHNX Winery. Typically, the tavern bustled with patrons day or night during business hours. However, this afternoon, a young girl clad in a white blouse and blue skirt pushed open the tavern doors. Tall and extraordinarily beautiful, her flowing white hair resembled that of a flower spirit, captivating the attention of numerous patrons as she entered. Under normal circumstances, few would dare to gaze upon Ailin, as anyone would feel inferior in the presence of such beauty. Yet today, emboldened by drink, many patrons cautiously admired Ailin, eager to imprint her image in their memories. Is that Ailin? What brings her here? Isn't she underage? The patrons whispered among themselves. However, Ailin completely disregarded the patrons, making her way directly to the front counter upon entering the tavern. Is it not Deluk? Ailin gazed at the red-haired bartender standing at the counter and couldn't help but smile broadly. Deluk, please pack 10 bottles of premium apple wine for me. No way. Deluk replied sternly, crossing his arms over his chest. Why not? Ailin pleaded anxiously. Because you are not of age. I cannot sell alcohol to you. Chapter 44. The Vinny Trap. You are not of age. I cannot sell alcohol to you. Deluk maintained a stoic expression, arms still crossed. Please, Ailin cried out, her tone pleading. Deluk, please make an exception. I promise I won't tell anyone. No. Deluk remained unyielding, his face cold. It is against Mondstadt's laws to sell alcohol to minors, and I will not violate the regulations for you. Very well, Ailin sighed, her face falling. Yet, her helpless expression, combined with her angelic features, made her appear as pitiable as an injured kitten. I'm sorry to disturb you. I will take my leave. Ailin pouted, intending to leave and find someone else to buy the wine for her, or perhaps ask her father, Herman, for assistance. Just then, seeing Ailin's dejected departure, a barely perceptible twitch appeared on Deluk's face. Wait, Deluk called out. What do you need the premium apple wine for? They are very important to me. I need them to accomplish something. Ailin halted abruptly, wide-eyed with surprise as she looked at Deluk. What? Have you changed your mind? Sigh, Deluk replied impassively. I've already stated that I cannot sell alcohol to minors. It is the law of Mondstadt. Then why did you call me back? Ailin rolled her eyes and stepped away to leave. However, Deluk continued. If you claim you are buying it for your father, I can sell it to you. What did you just say? Ailin was taken aback. Although Deluk still wore a stern expression, he exhibited an unusual patience. I said, as long as you say you are buying it for your father, I can sell it to you. Upon hearing this, A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Ailin's eyes. Given that the conversation had reached this point, how could she not understand Deluxe's intention? She quickly approached the counter, scratching her head in a silly manner while laughing heartily. Ha ha ha. Yes, yes. I am indeed here to buy wine for my father. Deluxe, please pack 10 bottles of premium apple wine for me. Certainly, that will be 880. Nulla mora. So expensive? Ailin was taken aback by the price, yet she did not dwell on it, generously paying the amount. Holding 10 bottles of premium apple wine, Ailin was as delighted as a cat that had just devoured sardine treats. She playfully slapped Deluxe on the shoulder while laughing heartily. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Deluxe. I will remember this favor. From today onward, we are brothers. If you ever need anything, just ask, and I will be there to help. Ailin's hand clapped against Deluxe's shoulder, momentarily catching him off guard. Nevertheless, Deluxe remained stoic, waving his hand. Hurry and leave. Do not linger here. All right, I understand. Ailin beamed, laughing. Then I shall take my leave. Thank you, Deluxe. With that, Ailin briskly exited the tavern, carrying her wine. After Ailin departed, a man with slightly darker skin and a single pirate eye patch approached the bar from a corner table, speaking with a teasing tone. So you really sold her the wine, huh? What? Are you smitten with her? What? Finished drinking? If you're done, please settle your bill and leave. Deluxe cast a cold glance at Kaya. However, Kaya remained unfazed, raising an eyebrow. That was premium apple wine. During New Year's, I begged you for a long time, and you only gave me 3 bottles. Yet now you sell 10 bottles in one go. I am quite envious. And so, are you here to punish me? Deluxe replied, still expressionless. How could that be? Kaya smiled widely. I just thought it was rare to see the ever-cold iceberg melting a little. So I came to poke fun at you. Deluxe let out a long sigh, seemingly enduring the situation. Are you finished? If so, please settle your bill and leave. The total is 100,000 mora. Why so expensive? Kaya exclaimed, sitting up in shock. I only ordered an afternoon death. Deluxe replied coldly. The price has increased. You. Kaya ground his teeth. Fine, I will fine you for selling alcohol to minors. That will be 100,000 mora. Deluxe remained unfazed. Very well, settle the bill. The total is 200,000 mora. Why is it suddenly 100,000 more? Because the price increased again. At this moment, in the Mingguan gorge of Mondstadt, a bard in search of the dragon sat beneath an apple tree, gnawing on a wild apple. This marked the 8th day of his quest for the dragon. But the creature, having been struck by an arrow in Mondstadt and having engaged in multiple confrontations with the Knights of Favonius, had developed an irreconcilable hatred for the city. No matter how he called out, the tainted dragon refused to listen. Yet, he could not bear to witness the dragon suffer and did not wish to abandon his beloved. Sai, what should I do? Vinny rested his chin on his hand, looking troubled. If only I could have a glass of fine wine right now. Unfortunately, I am out in the wild, with neither wine nor mora. Suddenly, a few hunters passed by. Vinny recognized them as hunters from Qingchuan town. Did you know? Today, while delivering wild boar meat to the Deer Hunter restaurant in Mondstadt, I heard an interesting commission. Oh, what is it? You know Ailin from Mondstadt, right? The one hailed as the cutest girl in all of Mondstadt. She posted a commission at the Adventurers Guild, seeking someone with the Anemo vision to teach her how to control the wind element. And she is offering 3 bottles of premium apple wine as a reward. 3 bottles of premium apple wine. How infuriating. If only I had the Anemo vision. The hunters continued their idle chatter as they ventured into the woods, clearly treating it as mere banter during their hunt. However, the speaker's unintentional words struck a chord with a bard beneath the apple tree, who instinctively swallowed at the mention of premium apple wine and 3 bottles. Although I lacked the vision, glancing at the glowing glass orb hanging from his waist, he thought, surely it should be fine. That is premium apple wine, 3 bottles. I haven't had 3 bottles in centuries. If I miss this opportunity, I will regret it for centuries. With that thought, he hurriedly dashed toward Mondstadt, eventually feeling that running was too slow. With a stomp of his foot, he summoned a gust of wind that enveloped him, propelling him skyward toward the city at high speed. In the afternoon, a white-haired girl sat alone on a small bench in the training grounds. How can I use the wind element to shatter these wooden stakes simultaneously? The girl rested her chin on her hand, wearing a worried expression. Suddenly, a bard cloaked in green descended the steps. Hi, sorry to keep you waiting. I have arrived. The bard waved at the white-haired girl. Huh, who are you? Il n'a fait de surprise. All right, your acting is terrible. Vinny chuckled. You have been waiting for me all along. Why pretend not to know me? Chapter 45. A conversation with the Anemo god. Oh, is it that obvious? Ailin paused for a moment. Of course, Vinny replied with a smile. You are not skilled at lying, and you must realize that I am a bard. What lies could possibly deceive one who sings to the hearts of all? Very well. Blinked, realizing that although Wendy was frivolous, he was nonetheless a deity who had lived for over 2,000 years. What kind of people hadn't he encountered? And how many years had she lived? Attempting to put on a facade before Wendy was rather naive. In the presence of someone with such vast experiences, excessive pretense would only invite disdain, whereas honesty would foster goodwill. Therefore, she decided to be candid. In front of Wendy, she retrieved a bottle of premium apple wine from her system backpack and placed it beside her. This was a tribute for the wind god. A smile spread across her face. Observing this, Wendy's expression shifted subtly. The ability to summon items from thin air, possessing 3 vision orbs, and knowing her true identity. It was surprising that this child, who had drifted from another world, harbored so many secrets. You even know I am a traveler from another world? Naturally, Winnie's face lit up with a smile. The wind god remembers the name of every one of his subjects. And you are a soul that arrived here from another world at the same time. Winnie's penetrating gaze fixed on as if trying to see through her. So, what is the purpose of your summoning me? The wind god, with exquisite wine, paused briefly, but soon her smile returned. Upon learning that Wendy was aware of her status as a traveler, she felt surprised but not flustered. In fact, she was rather pleased. She pulled 2 small stools closer, patted one to indicate Wendy should sit, and placed a plate of apple salad on the other. Since you already know, I shall not hide anything further, though the story is somewhat lengthy. Why don't you enjoy your drink while you listen? Oh yes, indeed. Winnie's eyes widened at the sight of the apple salad and premium apple wine. The prospect of free wine accompanied by a snack had him nodding eagerly, his head bobbing as rapidly as Zhao's elemental burst attack. With a beaming smile, he swiftly seated himself and, without another word, uncorked the bottle and began to drink heartily. Watching the bard beside her, who seemed to have never tasted alcohol before, a smile crept onto his face. She found great joy in Wendy's character and understood his nature, so she did not mind his indulgence. After all, the wine was meant for him. Moreover, witnessing Wendy's unrestrained enjoyment filled her with happiness. She refrained from interrupting his drinking and instead shared her past experiences and stories about the game Genshin Impact with him in detail. Half an hour later, concluded her narrative, and Wendy had emptied the entire bottle of premium apple wine. Oh, what a delight! It has been centuries since I last enjoyed such a drink. I feel so fortunate and moved. When he wiped his face with his sleeve, though it was unclear whether he was wiping his mouth or tears. Well, my dear subject, your offering has been received, and I am thoroughly satisfied. Am I also considered your subject? Chuckled. Of course. With a joyous demeanor after drinking. When he placed his hands on his hips, exuding a carefree attitude. Since you were born in Mondstadt, you are indeed a Mondstadter. Furthermore, you genuinely enjoy and appreciate your current life, do you not? In this world, you've already formed your own family and friendships, and you have embraced and come to love this realm. Having accepted this world and your new identity, you are now under the protection of the winds, a true subject of the wind god. However, it is truly astonishing. I never imagined that I, along with this world, was merely a creation of someone else's story. The feeling of being manipulated by fate is quite displeasing. I find it hard to accept. But never mind. By the way, you mentioned that Morix, the old gentleman, will soon feign death to abdicate, using the goddess heart as a bargaining chip in a trade with the ice god, the Geo-Archon relinquishing power to his people. Oh, it is quite remarkable that such a stubborn old man could make such a decision. However, I'm quite looking forward to it. Once he abdicates, I plan to unearth the ancient fine wine buried beneath the windrise and share a few cups with him. When he seemed to recall something amusing and burst into laughter. Yet, shot him a disapproving glance and remarked, have you forgotten about the time you imitated his signature and forged contracts? If you approach him like this, be careful he doesn't send you flying. All right, I wonder if he will still retain his strength by then. Wendy's demeanor deflated as if he were a wilting eggplant, and he quickly lost his earlier cheer. However, he soon adjusted his mindset and turned to asking, "So, did you summon me merely to discuss these matters?" "Certainly not," shook her head. "Since I have revealed my secrets to you, I shall not hold back any longer." Puffed. Upon hearing this, Wendy couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Ha ha, I never expected you would." "Huh? Sorry, I didn't mean to. However, I am unaware of any methods to change gender. Although I was once a spirit of the wind, I have maintained this form since taking human shape and have never altered it." Wendy scrutinized, then teased with a peculiar smile. "You look quite lovely as you are. It's hard to find anyone in Teyvat whose appearance rivals yours. I think you should remain like this. So what if I do? Love is free. One does not need to change into a man to be with the one they adore." Wendy patted his shoulder, raising an eyebrow and sporting a knowing expression as he said, "This is the wind god, the very embodiment of freedom, speaking. If you're determined, then I cannot help you. However, you might seek out Morix in Liyue. He often disguises himself as either male or female while incognito in Liyue. In terms of transformation, that old gentleman has far more experience than I do." After Wendy finished speaking, he noticed who looked downcast and felt a sense of helplessness in response. "So, did you summon me for anything else?" Chapter 46. Do not think of reincarnation. The Wind God's teachings. She nodded and said, "Yes, actually after obtaining the Wind Goddess I encountered some difficulties in developing my Anemo abilities, so I sought your guidance. You are quite knowledgeable." When he raised an eyebrow, boasting, "No one understands Anemo abilities better than I, the Wind God. However, to request personal instruction from the Wind God comes at a significant cost." I understand. Cheerfully produced 3 more bottles of premium apple wine and placed them before Wendy. "The original agreement was for 3 bottles. You have already consumed 1. So with the additional bottle, consider it my tribute to you." "Excellent." Upon seeing the 3 bottles of premium apple wine, Wendy was ecstatic, cradling them as if they were rare treasures. "Is this wine truly that remarkable?" Couldn't help but inquire. "Of course. Premium apple wine and premium dandelion wine are produced in limited quantities. The Dawn Winery only occasionally supplies a few bottles to their most valued clients. Wines like these were rarely available even during my reign. I truly cannot fathom how you persuaded Dialect to part with 4 bottles." What was momentarily taken aback, having assumed that such wine could be easily purchased with money, only to realize its true rarity after Wendy's revelation. "Actually, he didn't just give me 4 bottles. With a slight twitch of her lips, she waved her hand and retrieved 6 more bottles of premium apple wine from her backpack. Ahem, he actually provided me with 10 bottles in total. This, upon citing such an abundance of premium apple wine, Wendy's eyes widened in disbelief. Without a second thought, he lunged forward, only to find himself grasping at air, leaving him to stand up and scratch his head in exasperation. "Alas, you are reluctant to share with me, yet you still display it before my eyes. Is this not tormenting my heart? Speaking of which, what exactly have you done?" Even the most significant client of Genshin Winery can only obtain 5 or 6 bottles of the finest apple wine annually. Yet, to my astonishment, Diluaka's grandfather has bestowed upon you 10 bottles. Wendy, resting her chin on her hand, seemed to have an epiphany, revealing a teasing smile. "I wonder, could it be that Diluaka's grandfather has taken a liking to you? Surely not, right?" Ailin was momentarily taken aback. "I have only met him once at the tavern, and even if he were interested, I have no inclination towards men. Alas, I never anticipated the wine to be this precious. This favor shall weigh upon me." Ailin glanced at Wendy. "All right, no more staring. If you desire the wine, it depends on how well you can teach me." "No problem," Wendy replied eagerly. "And please, refrain from calling me you in such a formal manner. It feels quite awkward. Just call me Wendy. Without further ado, now, demonstrate your mastery of the wind element for me." "Okay." Ailin nodded, approaching the wooden post. After summoning the wind element, she unleashed a palm strike, sending a gust that swept over the post. However, despite its strength, wind is merely wind. A gale at level 10 may sway a mighty tree. But how could Ailin's wind affect the wooden post before her? All right, you may stop. Wendy gestured for a pause and began speaking. I have identified where your issue lies. Your misunderstanding stems from your interpretation of the wind element. The characteristics of the wind element differ entirely from those of ice, fire, thunder, and rock. Unlike rock or ice elements, or even thunder and fire elements, which have a commonality, once summoned, they can be utilized immediately. Fire can incinerate foes directly, thunder can strike them down, ice can ensnare them, and rock elements can even conjure a brick for combat. Conversely, the water element, when summoned, is merely water. Attacking with a water sphere offers little offensive power. Similarly, the wind element, akin to water, is a gentler element. The wind you conjure is still just wind. It does not possess substantial destructive force. Picture a strong wind blowing towards you. Would it cause you pain? Therefore, to master the wind element, one must employ specialized techniques. Now allow me, the wind god, to demonstrate personally. Watch closely. When he stepped forward to the wooden post, extending her arm, the wind can transform into a revitalizing breeze or a tempest of destruction. Since wind itself lacks great destructive capacity, mastering the wind element requires remembering its two key traits, propulsion and rotation. Observing the winds swirling around me through elemental sight, Wendy instructed Ailin, then took a deep breath and pressed her hand against the wooden post. Through her elemental sight, Ailin witnessed a multitude of wind elements converging in Wendy's palm, instantly compressed. With a swift press, the compressed wind elements surged forth like wild stallions, propelling the wooden post away. This is propulsion. In this demonstration, Wendy maintained a serene demeanor, surrounded by a torrent of wind elements, exuding the majesty of the wind god. Next comes rotation. With a casual flick of her wrist, the air swirled chaotically, forming a high-speed vortex that shredded the airborne wooden post. Did you understand? Wendy's face was alight with a smile. Ailin nodded. I comprehend. Excellent. Your understanding is commendable. Now, practice on your own. I will guide you if you encounter any confusion. 4 days later, in the vicinity of Guajio Lake, a bard, adorned in a green hat and cloak, leaned against a fruit tree, savoring a bottle of premium apple wine. Not far away, a white-haired girl in a white dress and blue skirt engaged in battle with a dozen hilichurls. Do not even think of reincarnating. The girl drew back her bow, releasing an arrow imbued with wind elements. Instantly, a chaotic gust formed a massive vortex, its powerful suction wreaking havoc in the area. Dust swirled, grass danced violently, and the hilichurls were swept into the eye of the storm, tumbling helplessly. Following this, the girl inhaled deeply as the wind elements coalesced around her, lifting her into the air. Reaching for the skies, she summoned a long spear gleaming with green light, infusing it with immense thunder element power before casting it into the center of the vortex. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted as the spear detonated within the storm, creating a mushroom cloud that obliterated the hilichurls in an instant. Applause erupted from behind when he approached, beaming with joy. Indeed, you are truly my pupil. In just 4 days, you have mastered wind flight, compressed wind blades, and vortex creation. Your talent is truly rare in this world. Fantastic. With you here, I can indulge in my leisure without worry. Ailin, feeling bashful, scratched her head. This is all thanks to your excellent teaching. Wendy, here, this final bottle of premium apple wine is for you. Ailin offered a bottle to Wendy. Aren't there still 3 bottles left? Why do you claim this is the last? I intend to save the remaining 3 for my father. Honoring one's parents is what pleases the wind god, is it not? Wendy pouted in disappointment. All right. Ailin chuckled at Wendy's pitiful expression. Really? That's wonderful. Wendy's mood brightened instantly, her smile returning. Since meeting you, I have finally experienced a life free from worries. It has been quite a journey. When he feigned tears, pretending to be moved. The golden-haired girl was gently touching the statue of the wind god, which radiated a verdant glow, while a rich wind element swirled around her. Beside her floated a creature resembling an emergency food supply. Chapter 47, The Prophet Ailin. Miss Ailin, I'm still somewhat perplexed. Despite this being our first meeting, how can you call us by name? It seems you know us quite well. On the road from Xinglua Lake to Mondstadt, Paimon and Ing exchanged puzzled glances at the white-haired girl and the bard ahead. 2 months prior, Paimon had been fished from the water by Ing. Since then, they had become companions, journeying together to this point. As their guide, Paimon brought Ing to the free-spirited Mondstadt, but to their surprise, upon arriving in the Xinglua Lake area, they encountered the very white-haired girl and green-hatted boy. The white-haired girl appeared to recognize them immediately, calling out their names and warmly inviting them to Mondstadt. Although they succumbed to Ailin's enthusiasm and followed her, Paimon and Ing were still filled with questions. I feel increasingly suspicious. Paimon exchanged glances with Ing, who nodded in agreement. According to the tropes in novels, the protagonists often find themselves embroiled in great troubles after encountering such enigmatic characters. What? You do not believe me? Wow, she is so adorable, Paimon exclaimed. Ying's pupils dilated briefly. I cannot believe such girls exist in reality. She is so charming, she seems almost otherworldly. Observing Paimon and Ying's exaggerated reactions, Ailin remained unfazed, her sweet smile gracing her lips as she spoke. Well, since you do not believe me, allow me to prove myself. Your name is Paimon, and you are Lumen. You and your brother, Kong, are travelers who have traversed numerous worlds. 5 centuries ago, you and your brother sought to leave this realm, but were obstructed by an unfamiliar deity. Subsequently, you and your brother became separated, and your powers were sealed, plunging you into slumber. Your quest is to seek the deities of the 7 nations and to find your brother. Am I correct? How do you know this? Lumen's expression changed dramatically as she gazed in shock at Ailin. Ailin smirked with pride, raising her chin. Did I not tell you? I'm a great seer. I not only know your purpose of travel, but I also know that the deities of the 7 nations are not the ones you seek. And I know where your brother is. Is what you say true? Upon hearing this, Lumen could no longer maintain her composure. She was unwilling to doubt the white-haired girl before her, for she could not afford to overlook any news regarding her brother. He holds immeasurable importance to her, and after wandering alone for so long, she had finally found a glimmer of hope. In her urgency, she approached Ailin without a second thought. Miss Ailin, I beseech you, please tell me any news about my brother. Lumen grasped Ailin's hand tightly, her face a portrait of desperation and urgency. Ailin felt a slight tremor in her body. She stood approximately 175 centimeters tall, towering over Lumen by a head. At this moment, Ailin looked down at the hand that Lumen held, then raised her gaze to meet Lumen's earnest eyes, reminiscent of a golden kitten pleading for its owner to feed it. Ailin's heart raced uncontrollably. Wow, she's so close. In this proximity, I suddenly realized how beautiful her golden eyes truly are. What am I to do? She is so adorable. I longed to pet her head. Feeling Lumen's warmth and fragrance, Ailin's heart quickened, her cheeks flushed, and she shyly turned her face away. It is not that I do not wish to assist you, but at present, your brother, for certain reasons, cannot meet you. However, rest assured, I know you miss him dearly thus. I possess a method to compel your brother to reveal himself to you. What method? I shall cooperate fully. Lumen tightened her grip on Ailin's hand with renewed vigor. Well, Ailin chuckled mischievously, her intentions unclear. Now is not the time. There are still many matters to attend to in Mondstadt. Come with me to Mondstadt, and I promise you, once I have resolved everything, I shall help you bring your brother forth. However, let us agree that when the time comes, you must cooperate with me wholeheartedly. Ailin raised an eyebrow. Despite feeling uneasy from Ailin's peculiar smile, Lumen nodded. Very well. As long as I can see my brother, I am willing to cooperate with you. Then it is settled. Hooray. Although you seem rather suspicious. The fact that you're treating us to a grand feast leads Paimon to believe you must be a good person. Wait, is that how Paimon determines if someone is good? In any case, we are now good friends. Let's go, let us go. Paimon was already eager to taste the delectable dishes of Mondstadt. Then let us depart. Ailin took Lumen's hand, her hair cascading down her shoulders, shimmering with a golden hue in the glow of the setting sun. Though Lumen was somewhat unaccustomed to being led by someone, the sight of the beautiful, smiling white-haired girl softened her heart, and she allowed Ailin to guide her along. Ah, beautiful maidens can effortlessly lower the guard of others at any moment. How enviable. Observing the 2 girls holding hands, a certain bard expressed such admiration. 3 hours later. I'm so full. Thank you immensely for your hospitality, Ailin. Next time I receive my salary, allow me to treat you to a meal. At the entrance of the Hunter's Feast restaurant stood a girl with red rabbit ears, smiling as she expressed her gratitude to Ailin. She was none other than the scout knight, Amber. According to the game's plot, Lumen and Paimon would encounter Amber on their journey from Xinglua Lake to Mondstadt, and under her guidance, they would enter the city. Lumen, along with little Paimon, follow me to the highest point of Mondstadt. I have a gift for you. Excellent. Then we shall follow Amber. Paimon and Lumen waved goodbye to Ailin and Vinny before following Amber. After Lumen and Paimon had distanced themselves, it is likely that Tuolin will arrive, correct? Vinny gazed up at the sky, his expression solemn. Ailin nodded. According to the plot, upon arriving in Mondstadt, Amber will gift the travelers with the Anemo wings and teach them how to fly with them. Soon after, Tuolin will attack Mondstadt, and you will use your powers to help the newly trained traveler ascend high into the sky to repel Tuolin. If the plot continues in this manner, then it is likely that Tuolin is about to come. Chapter 48, Battle with the Giant Dragon. The square before the West Wind Church is the highest point of Mondstadt. At this moment, beneath the colossal statue of the Anemo Archon, Amber presented the long-preserved Anemo wings to Lumen, smiling as she spoke. In truth, I have cherished these Anemo wings for a long time. I originally planned to gift them to Ailin once she joined the Knights. However, after Ailin obtained the Anemo vision, she learned to manipulate the wind element to fly, rendering the Anemo wings unnecessary for her. Today, since I chanced upon you, I believe these wings will greatly aid you in your future adventures, so I wish to bestow them upon you. Now, follow me as we glide down to the fountain below. Amber smiled at Lumen, then leaped from the railing, unfurling the Anemo wings to soar downwards. Witnessing this, Lumen nodded and followed suit, leaping down and activating her Anemo wings to pursue Amber. A few minutes later, having just learned to use the Anemo wings, Lumen, accompanied by Paimon, wobbled from the church to the Hunter's Feast restaurant. Upon seeing Ailin and Vinny still standing at the entrance, Lumen and Paimon waved to them. Just as Lumen intended to descend beside Ailin, an unforeseen event transpired. Suddenly, a cerulean dragon soared over Mondstadt. It released a thunderous roar, its two sets of wings flapping fiercely. In an instant, a tremendous force of wind elemental energy surged forth. A colossal storm engulfed the entirety of Mondstadt, and 4 towering tornadoes, each 100 meters high, manifested within the city. What does a 100-meter-tall tornado signify? Looking up from the ground, the tornado churned the remnants of clouds, appearing as though it were connected to the heavens, utterly terrifying. In the face of such immense tornadoes, mere mortals felt as insignificant as ants, easily torn apart by the raging winds, especially since there were not 1 but 4 of these storms. The moment the 4 gales emerged, the winds rushed through every corner of Mondstadt like a tsunami. Dust and debris flew everywhere, creating an atmosphere of chaos. The tornadoes stirred the clouds, casting a shadow over Mondstadt as thunder cracked and roared amidst the furious winds. At this moment, Mondstadt felt as though the apocalypse had arrived. The simultaneous appearance of 400-meter-tall tornadoes in the densely built city was a sight of utter horror. In but an instant, wooden structures were rent asunder. Buildings were torn apart by the immense suction of the tornadoes, splintering into countless fragments of wood. Countless screams of terror erupted, yet their cries were drowned out by the tempest. Meanwhile, Lumen, who had just mastered the use of the Anemo wings, was abruptly swept into the air by the powerful pull of the tornado before she could land. Tuolin, witnessing the suffering of his kin and the peril faced by his people, wore a profound expression of sorrow. Teyvat is already burning itself out. I hope you can save Teyvat and all the people of Mondstadt. Wendy gazes at Ailin. And what about you? ISNT this the moment for you. As the Anemo Archon, to take action, Ailin looks at Wendy. With a heavy sigh, Wendy responds, I understand the torment Teyvat is enduring. This child has made many sacrifices for Mondstadt in the past. If possible, I would prefer not to abandon it. However, under the curse and corruption of the Abyss mages, it has come to believe that I have forsaken it. If I were to directly intervene, it would only deepen its misunderstanding of me and Mondstadt. Very well. Ailin nods, but I must make it clear that my powers are limited and I cannot fly with the wind for an extended period, so I will need your assistance. No problem. Windy replies, go forth, brave one who fights with the wind. The blessings of the Anemo Archon will be with you. At that moment, Ailin, propelled into the sky, is suddenly enveloped by a surge of power, a multitude of Anemo elements embracing her body, allowing her to remain aloft for a considerable time. Is it possible for the wings of wind to keep someone airborne for this long? Paimon wonders. Just then, a voice rides the wind. It is I who have summoned the millennia-old flowing wind to assist you, ensuring you do not fall. Now, envision capturing this wisp of wind, allowing it to cleave through the clouds. The familiar voice reaches Ailin's ears. With no time to ponder, she steadies her mind and focuses on harnessing the power of this flowing wind. In the next moment, a wind bullet formed from Anemo energy materializes in her hands. Just like that, Traveler, born by the wind, harnessed the power of the air to engage the dragon, preventing it from unleashing its fury upon the ground, thus granting the heroes below a chance to quell the storm. As she speaks, the wind energy surrounding Ailin intensifies, as if inexhaustible. In that moment, Ailin appears almost invincible, continuously conjuring wind bullets to pursue Teyvat. Countless wind bullets bombard Teyvat, eliciting pained roars from the dragon, which can no longer focus on directing the Anemo elements against the ground and can only turn to snap at Ailin. Meanwhile, Ailin skillfully manipulates the wind, shifting positions in the air to evade the dragon's attacks while launching her wind bullets, entangled in battle with the dragon. The tornadoes continue to rage. For tornadoes emerge simultaneously, their destructive power truly astonishing. It is well understood that even a single second of existence for these tornadoes could wreak unimaginable havoc upon Mondstadt. In the face of such calamity, no faction within Mondstadt can afford to remain idle. In the southeastern corner of Mondstadt, a red-haired Dialek stands atop the roof of his tavern, Angel's Share, wielding a great sword. He raises his sword high, his expression grave, fixating his gaze upon the impending tornado, channeling all his focus into it. The storm whips his cloak fiercely, yet his tall and slender form stands resolute, unyielding against the tempest. The great sword ignites with a blazing fire, its glow cutting through the swirling dust like a beacon in the fog. The eye of Pyro at his waist emits a soft light, pulsating rhythmically. In this moment, he resembles a war god. A torrent of pyro energy converges upon him, and after an indeterminate time, when the tornado is less than 150 meters away, he suddenly opens his eyes wide, a fiery glow igniting within. He raises the crimson sword, aimed at the connecting tornado, and swings. Flame, burn away. In that instant, an immense surge of pyro energy erupts from the sword. A firebird, nearly 20 meters in size, emits a tremendous cry, trailing a long tail of flames, soaring over countless rooftops towards the approaching tornado. Chapter 49. The heroine Ailin emerges. The firebird screeches, adorned with fiery plumage, racing towards the tornado that connects heaven and earth. Boom! A deafening explosion as the firebird collides with the tornado. The tornado stands over 100 meters tall, with a diameter of approximately 30 meters. The firebird, around 20 meters in size, strikes the tornado at its midsection. In that moment of collision, the vast pyro energy contained within the firebird detonates. The explosion of flames disrupts the tornado's rotation, causing it to collapse like a shattered tower, transforming into a chaotic tempest. The storm swirls, engulfing a torrent of flames that burst forth like countless shooting stars, raining down upon Mondstadt. Yet, before the sparks can touch the ground, they are swallowed and extinguished by the ongoing tempest throughout Mondstadt. One of the 4 tornadoes is vanquished. On the roof of the Angel's Share, Dialek kneels, sword in hand, gasping for breath. In the northwest of Mondstadt, the esteemed Kia stands, wielding the Favonia sword, gazing intently at the incoming tornado. Her eyes are resolute, embodying the spirit of the most steadfast knight. Despite her stature as a woman, she appears diminutive before the towering tornado. Yet, not a trace of retreat or panic can be found in her gaze, for she is the Lion of the South Wind, the Dandelion Knight, the eldest daughter of the Gahanshield family, and the acting captain of the Knights of Favonius. To protect Mondstadt is her lifelong conviction, and before such a calamity, she will not waver. While Wendy instructed Ailin on how to wield the Anemo elements, Ailin once questioned Wendy why Jean, as the wielder of the Anemo Arcanus Eye, has not learned to fly despite her formidable strength. This indicates that even before acquiring the Archon's Eye, Jean possessed the prowess of Mondstadt's top warriors. Yet after becoming the acting captain, her heavy daily responsibilities left her little time to develop the powers of the Arcanus Eye. Nevertheless, it cannot be denied that Jean is indeed a powerful swordswoman. At this moment, Jean, armed with the Favonius sword, fixes her gaze upon the approaching storm. The conviction to protect Mondstadt grants her formidable strength. She grips the Favonius sword tightly, an unmatched aura erupting from her, and then, with a determined swing, she cleaves at the tornado. The sound of slicing air resonates, and with a speed unimaginable, her strike creates a piercing sonic boom. As the sword descends, a golden blade of light, over 10 meters long, imbued with unparalleled sharpness, strikes towards the oncoming tornado. The surge of sword energy clashes with the tornado, creating a fierce stalemate. Yet this energy seems to inherit its master's resolve, like a small boat in a storm, swaying precariously, yet pressing onward. Boom! A tremendous roar. At last, the sword energy breaks through the storm, cleaving the tornado in two. The collapsing tornado transforms into a massive tempest, sweeping through the streets of Mondstadt like a tsunami. The second tornado is destroyed. However, neither Jean nor Dialek can find joy in this victory. Both raise their heads simultaneously to gaze toward the square at the church entrance, where two more tornadoes still rage. Yet atop the roof, both Jean and Dialek are leaning heavily on their swords, gasping for breath. Tornadoes are acts of nature. Mere mortals stand as ants before such colossal forces. Although Jean and Dialek are among the elite of humanity, they too feel the weight of their limitations in the face of such calamity. To sever one tornado is already their utmost limit. This single strike has drained most of their stamina. They are now too exhausted to deliver another blow to vanquish the storm. At this moment, the houses of Mondstadt were crumbling beneath the ravaging tornado. Both she and he held a deep love for Mondstadt, each protecting it in their own way. They could not stand idly by as Mondstadt faced imminent destruction. To safeguard Mondstadt was their lifelong conviction, and they would not hesitate to sacrifice their lives for it. With gritted teeth, they steadied themselves with their swords and charged toward the tornado. Suddenly, they beheld a figure plummeting from the sky, surpassing them in an instant, and racing straight towards the tornado. Was that Ailin? As they recognized the silhouette clad in a misty white robe and starry blue skirt, both Q-In and Dialek gasped in astonishment. Ailin soared with the wind, halting just over 100 meters from the tornado. A gentle breeze embraced her, allowing her to hover in midair. Before the eyes of countless spectators, the white-haired maiden's long hair danced wildly in the wind, standing defiantly before the two colossal tornadoes. She placed her hands on her hips and laughed maniacally towards the heavens. Ha ha ha! The hero Ailin has arrived. Captain Q-In, Grandpa Dialek, you may rest easy. Leave these two tornadoes to me. Q-In and Dialek stared in disbelief at the figure suspended high above them. Dressed in white and blue, she faced the two tornadoes that connected heaven and earth, resembling a deity descended upon the mortal realm. Though her words may have seemed somewhat exaggerated, a touch of youthful innocence, they radiated an undeniable confidence. For reasons unknown, gazing upon the blue-skirted girl brought a sense of reassurance to Q-In and Dialek. They exchanged a glance, finding mutual trust in each other's eyes regarding Ailin. Nodding in agreement, they silently stepped back, ceding the battlefield to Ailin. It was not only Q-In and Dialek who noticed the blue-skirted maiden confronting the storm. Many others recognized her as Ailin, the daughter of Hermon. Was she truly stepping up again? After all, she had previously driven away the Anemo dragon with a single arrow. Surely, she could handle this. Ah, it's Ailin. Ailin. Sugar. Did you see? It's Ailin. From behind a sturdy stone wall, Fiskell exclaimed in delight, pointing at Ailin for Sugar to see. Sugar, blushing, turned her gaze to Ailin, her face alight with excitement. In another corner of Mondstadt, Noel, wielding a great sword and summoning geo-elements to form a sturdy wall to protect a group of elders and children, looked skyward. Upon seeing the blue-skirted maiden confronting the storm, Noelle lowered her head, a hint of melancholy crossing her face. Chapter 50. Celestial Radiance. Severing the storm, the girl in white and blue stood suspended amidst the relentless storm. Under the gaze of the multitude, Ailin beckoned, and a sword shimmering with blue and white light appeared in her hand. Grasping the skyblade, she raised the sword to her waist. Simultaneously, the eye of the Raiden Shogun embroidered on her back quivered violently, pulsating with a fierce purple glow, and arcs of electricity danced around her. Only a 5-star weapon could withstand such a surge of elemental power. An ordinary weapon would have shattered under such strain, and even a 4-star weapon would have struggled to endure it. The howling wind whipped through her white hair, causing the tips to glow with a purple hue. The eye of the Raiden Shogun trembled with increasing intensity as more and more electro-elemental energy was summoned and infused into the sword. Time seemed to lose meaning. Eventually, she opened her eyes, her blue irises flickering with a hint of purple. Countless arcs of electricity erupted around her, crackling and bursting forth. The long sword in her hand, infused with a massive amount of electro-elemental energy, radiated a brilliant purple light. The intensity of the electro-elemental energy transformed into droplets of plasma, falling from the sword's tip. The lightning emanating from the sword resembled a purple sun amidst the storm. Had it not been known that the Raiden Shogun was in Inazuma, one might have believed that a deity had descended upon Mondstadt. The storm raged on. The fierce winds whipped her hair and dress, while the tremendous suction of the 2 tornadoes threatened to tear her apart. Yet, she remained undaunted, proudly suspended in the air with her sword. Under the watchful eyes of countless observers, she raised the long sword above her head, and then, with a single stroke, she struck down. Celestial Radiance. The slash unleashed a thunderous roar. An immense surge of electro-elemental energy intertwined with the sword's aura, transforming into a radiant beam of light. At first glance, it appeared slender, yet it shone with an undeniable brilliance. This beam of light connected heaven and earth. Though narrow, it served as a dividing line between the 2 realms. The entire expanse of sky and land resembled a grand painting, with this beam encapsulating both Mondstadt and the tornadoes within its frame. The purple lightning in this scene stood out like a dark stain upon white snow. As the beam glowed ever more brightly, it seemed as though the vast reservoir of electro-elemental energy contained within was about to erupt. With the overflow of this energy, the divided painting began to misalign. Ultimately, a tremendous explosion resonated. The copious electro-elemental energy within the beam erupted, resulting in a cataclysmic blast. The 2 ferocious tornadoes disintegrated in an instant amidst the explosion. The storm, now infused with arcs of lightning, illuminated the sky in a dazzling display. Soon, both the lightning and the storm dissipated into the vastness of the world. At that moment, Ailin, still suspended in the air, suddenly felt weak. This strike was the most destructive of all her techniques. However, with her current strength, she could only execute it once. After delivering this blow, all her energy would be spent. Moreover, the reason this strike could obliterate 2 tornadoes was largely due to the assistance of Vinny. Without it, she could have barely managed to dispel a single tornado, and even that would have been a Herculean feat now. Utterly exhausted, she could no longer maintain her flight and began to plummet from the sky. Fortunately, the Anemo Archon, with the winds of a millennium, cushioned her descent safely to the ground. Upon landing, the Archon summoned the healing winds to restore her depleted strength. Seeing Ailin descending from the sky, Qin and Dialek rushed forward to catch her. Yet, to their astonishment, before they could reach her, Ailin, seemingly rejuvenated, surged upward, propelled by a torrent of wind elemental energy, racing towards the dragon above. Meanwhile, the battle between Lumen and the Anemo dragon continued above. However, this was not a game. The Anemo dragon would not simply endure punishment. In its furious state, the dragon was a formidable foe, its enormous body swirling in the air, unleashing gusts of wind and massive projectiles while striking with powerful claws. Under such relentless assault, Lumen could barely defend herself, hurling wind projectiles at the dragon whenever she could. Were it not for Vinny's aid, Lumen would have been torn to shreds long ago. With a thunderous roar, the Anemo dragon unleashed two massive wind projectiles towards Lumen. Realizing the impending danger, Lumen drew her sword to meet the incoming attack. Just then, the Anemo dragon flapped its wings, enveloped in a surge of wind elemental energy, dramatically increasing its speed. Lumen found herself caught in a vice, with wind projectiles in front and the dragon's claws looming behind, leaving her in an impossible predicament. If she blocked the wind projectiles, she would be torn apart by the dragon's sharp claws and slicing winds. If she were to block the claws behind her, the wind projectiles would undoubtedly obliterate her. At this moment, she found herself ensnared in a dilemma. Just then, a melodious voice resonated. Focus on the wind projectiles. I will take care of what is behind you. The voice startled Ing, and in response, she chose to place her trust in its owner, surrendering her life to them. With her weapon, the woofing sword, in hand, she charged towards the incoming wind projectiles. Simultaneously, a figure clad in blue, accompanied by a tempest of lightning, surged forth in a brilliant purple flash, piercing through the clouds from below, empowered by the dual attributes of wind and thunder. The speed of this purple flash reached its zenith, arriving in an instant between Ing and the wind dragon. The girl in the blue dress, her white hair billowing, emerged from the lightning, wielding the sky blade infused with electric energy. She executed an upward slash, effectively blocking the dragon's claw aimed at Ing. Meanwhile, Ing managed to dispel two of the wind projectiles. Are you all right, Ing? Ailin inquired. I'm fine, thank you, Ailin. Ing responded gratefully. That's good to hear. Ailin affirmed with a confident smile. Now let's join forces and drive this dragon away. All right. Ing sheathed her woofing sword, and once more, the wind projectiles coalesced in her grasp. With that, the two young women transformed into streaks of light, engaging in battle against Tulin in the skies. Chapter 51. The divine archery technique of the Anemo god. The four tornadoes threatening Mondstadt had been vanquished. Although the winds continued to howl within the city, they posed no further danger. The townsfolk emerged from their hideouts, gazing up at the fierce battle unfolding above. High in the sky, the confrontation between the two girls and the wind dragon commenced. With the assistance of Vinny, Ing was surrounded by an inexhaustible supply of wind elemental energy, which she utilized to create wind projectiles while deftly maneuvering the wings of wind to assault the wind dragon. Similarly, Ailin was also enveloped by a significant amount of wind elemental energy, given Ailin's current strength and the velocity of her elemental manipulation. It was challenging for her to maintain prolonged flight using wind elemental energy. Thus, Vinti orchestrated a vast accumulation of wind elemental energy around Ailin, which she could harness with merely a thought, eliminating the need for deliberate guidance. With Vinny's help, Ailin felt considerably relieved. Fonger, fight the dragon alongside me. Ailin called out. Yes, master. The ice phoenix appeared behind Ailin, unfurling its wings to launch an attack against the wind dragon. Fonger Ing, target the bleeding wound on its tail. After issuing her command, Ailin gestured, causing the sky blade to vanish as the Four Winds Codex floated automatically beside her. She then summoned a frost arrow. Yet instead of using the frost flower arrow, which required extensive charging, she opted for a different technique, one imparted to her by a certain playful Anemo god. Speaking of the divine archery technique, it was preceded by an amusing anecdote from a few days prior. While instructing Ailin in the use of wind elemental energy, Vinny had demonstrated archery. Intrigued, Ailin couldn't help but inquire, Vinny, why does your bow-drawing posture seem so unorthodox? Yet your shooting speed is astonishing. Based on your stance, it will be difficult to shoot even a single arrow, and yet you can release 2 arrows in a second or even 3 in a split second. How is that possible? Hey, you can't use such language to describe the archery of the Anemo god. That is exceedingly disrespectful, Vinny replied, his lips twitching in amusement. Before explaining, do you see the vision hanging at my waist? It's merely a glowing glass orb. I do not require it to manipulate elemental energy. I wear it to avoid raising suspicion. Ailin looked perplexed. So how does that relate to your archery technique? It has everything to do with it. Vinti grinned. I am a god. Why would I need about to attack? I have never truly shot arrows. I merely feigned the act to avoid arousing suspicion. In reality, my arrows are propelled by wind elemental energy. I named this unique technique the divine archery technique. Impressive, right? Ah, even your archery technique is so irreverent. Truly, that is so like you. However, I quite like this irreverent style. Ailin patted Vinny on the shoulder, and the two burst into laughter as if they had lost their minds. Regardless, Vinny's divine archery technique provided Ailin with immense inspiration. The power of conventional archery has its limits. Thus, I shall no longer be an archer, Ailin declared, extending her hand to propel the floating frost arrow with a wind elemental energy at tremendous speed towards the wind dragon. Yet, that was merely the beginning. Freed from the constraints of traditional archery, Ailin no longer needed to draw a bowstring. Now, she merely needed to condense ice elemental energy into frost arrows and then propel them with wind elemental energy. With a thought, she conjured 20 frost arrows around her, and with a simple gesture, those arrows surged forward, propelled by the tempest towards the wind dragon. The battle intensified. Fonger accelerated her flight using wind elemental energy, deftly evading the wind dragon's attacks while unleashing a barrage of ice shards and lightning upon it. Ing, meanwhile, struggled to control the wings of wind she had just recently learned to use, simultaneously launching wind projectiles at the wind dragon. Among them, Ailin's firepower was undeniably the most formidable. Mastering the divine archery technique, she transformed into a human Gatling gun. With a mere thought, she summoned a multitude of frost arrows, propelled by the raging winds, unleashing a torrential assault. Fonger, Ailin, and Ing concentrated their attacks on the bleeding wound on the wind dragon's tail. In the skies, the dragon roared in fury, and the winds howled. The sounds of wind projectiles, thunder, and shattering ice echoed like firecrackers during a rural New Year celebration. Ultimately, after half an hour of relentless bombardment, the wind dragon let out a thunderous roar, unleashing a sweeping attack of wind blades that forced Ailin, Fonger, and Ing to retreat, before taking flight and disappearing into the distance. Finally, it's gone. Ailin sighed in relief upon witnessing the wind dragon's departure. The objective of this battle had never been to slay the wind dragon, for 3 reasons. First, Tulin, the wind dragon, was a creature of the Anemo god, and Vinny had no intention of abandoning him. Second, the combined strength of Ailin, Fonger, and Ing was insufficient to defeat the wind dragon. The creature's retreat was orchestrated under the guidance of the Abyss Order. The Abyss mages had concentrated their curse on the blood clots from Tulin's wounds, tainting his spirit to manipulate him. Ailin and her companion's relentless assault on the blood clots was, evidently, not in the Abyss mage's interests. Lastly, Ailin surmised that there was another reason for Tulin's departure. If her instincts were correct, Ether was concealed somewhere within Mondstadt. Ether, the prince of the Abyss Order and its leader, had a sister named Ing. Tulin's retreat may have been motivated by Ether's desire to protect his sister from harm. As for the third reason, this was Mondstadt. If the Fengma Long were truly cornered, compelled to unleash its full might in a desperate attack, the densely populated Mon City would undoubtedly suffer catastrophic consequences. Thus, the departure of the Fengma Long perfectly aligned with the plans of Wendy and Ailin. Chapter 52, Ailin's princess, Carrie, the Fengma Long, has retreated. Witnessing the colossal dragon's retreat, countless inhabitants of Mon City initially exhaled in relief, followed by an eruption of jubilant cheers. Of course, it was not only the citizens of Mon City who sighed with relief. The young girl in the sky, who had just concluded her battle, also felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her. Although aided by the Anemo Archon, the recent confrontation had drained her considerably. With the battle ceased, a profound fatigue enveloped her. It seemed that the Archon had also expended a significant amount of energy during the recent skirmish. In an instant, the millennia-old flow of wind dissipated, leaving the girl unable to maintain her aerial balance. Coincidentally, during the fight, her wings of wind had been pierced by the Fengma Long, creating a sizable hole. The wings, meant solely for gliding and utilizing wind currents to fly, were now rendered ineffective without the support of the wind, causing her to plummet rapidly towards the ground. Ing, Paimon exclaimed, darting towards her in an attempt to catch her. But her small stature and limited strength proved futile against Ying's descent. Just then, A blue figure streaked across the sky. Ailin, donned in a blue dress, appeared beside Ing and swiftly cradled her in her arms. Ing, are you all right? Ailin inquired, gazing down at her. I'm fine, thank you, Ing replied. But in the next moment, she realized the nature of her predicament. She was being held in a princess carry, as Ailin soared with the wind. Her flowing white hair danced in the air, the shimmering strands brushing against Ying's nose, carrying a delicate fragrance. Ing attempted to catch a glimpse of Ailin's face, yet her vision was obstructed by two large slimes. What is obscuring my sight? Struggling slightly, Ing managed to turn her head away, thus freeing her eyes from the obstruction. However, upon discovering that it was Ailin's slimes that had been blocking her view, she felt an inexplicable warmth spread across her cheeks. She turned to look at Ailin, surrounded by swirling wind elements, bore a confident smile on her exquisitely crafted features. Upon closer inspection, a hint of masculine charm subtly emerged, enhancing her allure rather than detracting from it. This newfound quality, combined with her inherently adorable visage, made her appear even more striking. Ying's heart raced, prompting her to avert her gaze from Ailin's face. All right, Ying, it's time to come down. After an indeterminate period, Ailin's voice brought Ing back to reality, and she realized they had touched down. Hastily, she extricated herself from Ailin's embrace, her cheeks still flushed with an unfamiliar warmth. Ing, what's wrong? Your face is so red, Ailin observed with concern. Before Ailin could continue, the exuberant cheers of the crowd drowned out her words. Ailin, 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 Ailin. The voices of countless Mon City citizens resonated, filling every corner of the city. Although Ing, the acting grandmaster, and Dialek had all played significant roles in the battle, none could eclipse Ailin's brilliance. The spectacle of her striking down two colossal tornadoes was nothing short of breathtaking, captivating the eyes of many. After dispelling the two tornadoes with a single stroke, she ascended high into the sky to engage the dragon until it was ultimately repelled. Coupled with her previous feat of shooting down the Fumalong, Ailin's prestige in Mon City had reached unparalleled heights. In contrast, the contributions of Ing, the acting grandmaster, and Dialek paled in comparison. Regardless of the occasion, the crowd's attention was invariably drawn to the main character, and at that moment, Ailin was undoubtedly the most radiant protagonist. Amidst the deafening cheers, Ailin, you're amazing. Ailin is the best in the world. Ailin, I love you. Fiscal, hiding in the corner, leaped forth, resembling the most fervent fan, her face flushed with excitement. Meanwhile, the socially anxious Sucrose, embarrassed by Fiscal's antics, shrank against a nearby stone wall to evade scrutiny. Nevertheless, she couldn't resist peeking out to catch a glimpse of Ailin, her face bright with pride and joy, evidently thrilled for her dear friend's remarkable achievements. Observing Ailin amidst the throng of adoring citizens, Chi-Chi smiled. Dialek's gaze shifted to the young woman basking in the limelight, and a glimmer of admiration sparkled in his eyes. Exchanging a knowing glance with Chi-Chi, they both recognized a shared sentiment. Neither of them sought fame or adoration, yet they found solace in Ailin receiving the accolades. At that moment, Mon needed a hero, and this hero need not perform grand deeds. She simply had to shine like the sun, offering strength and guidance to the people of Mon. Thus, Chi-Chi and Dialek silently agreed to withdraw, leaving the stage for the newly anointed hero of Mon City and the traveler from afar. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of Mon City, the weary bard sighed deeply. During the recent battle, he had not only utilized his powers to assist Ailin and Ing against the dragon, but had also diverted his energy to mitigate the storm, ensuring the safety of Mon citizens. As a result, despite the tempest's fury, no lives were lost in this calamity. Now, with the battle concluded, he chose to step back, granting the stage to the new generation of heroes. With heavy limbs, the bard slowly departed. Having relinquished his dominion over Mond, his divine power was greatly diminished. The effort of dividing his strength across 3 fronts had left him utterly exhausted. Before long, his figure vanished into the narrow streets. The Anemo Archon, though reluctant to claim kingship, continued to protect Mond and his beloved people in his own manner. The cheers persisted, and then applause erupted from behind. Amber, leading Kia, hastily approached Ailin and Ing. What an extraordinary battle. Thank you for all you've done for Mon City, Miss Ailin and the Traveler from the Wind. Kia clapped his hands and introduced himself. I am Kia, captain of the Knights of Favonius. On behalf of Grandmaster Chi-Chi, I extend an invitation for you both to join us at the Knights headquarters. Do you have time, Grandmaster Chi-Chi? Ailin nodded, recalling her past visits to Chi-Chi's home. Influenced by her previous memories of Ailin, she felt an inexplicable fondness towards her. All right, I shall go, Ailin replied. Seeing Ailin acquiesce, Ing and Paimon exchanged glances, both nodding in agreement. Then we shall join you. Chapter 53. Ailin, along with the Traveler from the Wind and her companion Paimon, welcomed you to the Knights of Favonius. Due to the hasty arrangements, please excuse any shortcomings in hospitality. In the office of the Knights of Favonius, Chi-Chi stood to welcome Ailin, Ing, and Paimon. No trouble at all, Grandmaster Chi-Chi. Ing and Paimon acknowledged with nods. Ailin, however, took a moment to closely observe Chi-Chi and her desk, which held Chi-Chi's favorite pizza and coffee, half consumed. Thank you for your hard work, Grandmaster Chi-Chi. May I inquire why you summoned us? Ailin smiled. Upon mentioning this, Chi-Chi's expression grew considerably serious. She placed her hand upon her chest and spoke. First and foremost, on behalf of the Knights of Favonius, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for all that you have done for Mondstadt. Oh, it was nothing, Paimon replied, waving her hands dismissively. Ailin also placed her hand on her chest and added, these actions are merely my duty. How could I stand idly by while others suffer? Ailin nodded in agreement. As a member of Mondstadt, it is my obligation. There is no need for courtesy, acting Grandmaster Jean. The noble conduct of these individuals filled me with admiration. Jean interjected, to be candid. The reason I have summoned you here is not only to express gratitude, but also to make an unaccustomed request. Please do not hesitate, Ailin encouraged, nodding. Indeed, there is no need for formality, Paimon chimed in. With that, Jean continued, let me speak plainly. Please have a seat. As she settled in her chair, she sighed deeply. Although the Anemo dragon had been repelled once more, the damage inflicted upon Mondstadt was far from over. It may have departed, but it has raised a tempestuous barrier, isolating Mondstadt entirely. Currently, Mondstadt is effectively cut off from the outside world. No one can enter, nor can anyone exit. If we do not find a way to dismantle this storm barrier, even in the absence of the Anemo dragon, Mondstadt will inevitably face a food shortage. I have dispatched individuals to gather intelligence on the storm barrier and discovered that those with considerable strength can breach it and travel in and out of Mondstadt. But these individuals are tasked with transporting supplies. Ordinarily, addressing such crises would fall to the Knights of Favonius. It is rather impolite to request assistance from the two of you, who are not members of our order. However, due to the Grandmaster Falk's expedition against the dragon, most of our personnel are currently deployed elsewhere, leaving us with few able-bodied knights. Everyone witnessed your remarkable strength in the recent battle against the dragon, and given the current scarcity of talent within our ranks, I find myself compelled to seek your assistance in addressing this pressing crisis. Please do not hesitate to ask. As a citizen of Mondstadt, it is my duty, Ailin replied with a smile. Ailin nodded in agreement, stating, I cannot stand by while the people of Mondstadt suffer. I shall do my utmost to provide assistance. Thank you both, Jean exclaimed joyfully. Now, let Miss Lisa elaborate on the current situation. At that moment, a woman adorned in a witch's hat, dressed in a deep blue gown with black knee-high stockings and petite golden heels, gracefully entered the room. She moved with delicate steps, her face adorned with a captivating smile, exuding an aura of mature elegance. Oh, are you the traveler and little Paimon? How adorable you both are. After offering a gentle smile to Ailin and Paimon, Lisa turned her gaze to Ailin. Upon first laying eyes on her, a look of astonishment crossed her face. Although I had heard that Ailin had undergone significant changes, witnessing it firsthand was truly astonishing. This was not merely a transformation. It was as though she had become an entirely different person. With a look of surprise, Lisa approached the desk and began, now, allow me to explain the details of our mission. While speaking, her eyes frequently darted toward Ailin, as if her gaze were a hook, yearning to ensnare Ailin's very soul. Following the last encounter with Ailin, the Anemo dragon has wreaked havoc across various regions of Mondstadt. Initially, we believed this to be mere retaliation against Mondstadt. However, We later discovered that it was a calculated assault on the ley lines of Mondstadt. I had been troubled by this, but the dragon's recent attack ultimately revealed the source of the chaos. Through my magical detection, the origin of the tempest enveloping Mondstadt has become evident. Oh, so, what's the answer? Kaya inquired. Lisa smiled slightly. The answer lies within the abandoned temple of the Four Winds. The Anemo dragon harnessed the remnants of power from the temple to unleash such a fierce storm, and our objective is to reach 3 of the 4 abandoned temples. Therefore, we must not delay. Let us set forth toward the abandoned temple before the dragon's calamity escalates further. Jean rose to her feet. After formulating the battle plan, Ailin and the others departed Mondstadt toward their designated destination. With such a significant disaster having befallen Mondstadt, the populace was in a state of turmoil. Thus Jean, as the acting Grandmaster, must remain to oversee the situation. Consequently, the burden of this mission naturally fell upon Kaya, Lisa, Amber, Ailin, and Ailin. Among them, Amber and Ailin were responsible for the Temple of the West Wind, while Kaya and Lisa would oversee the temples of the North Wind and South Wind, with Ailin assisting the latter two. After departing Mondstadt, Ailin and Amber made their way to the Temple of the West Wind. Since Lisa had additional matters to attend to, Ailin accompanied Kaya to the Temple of the North Wind. TSK, 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 do you smell that? Kaya remarked with raised eyebrows upon arriving at the temple entrance. Smell what? The lingering scent of the dragon, hilichurls, and slimes. I never expected the Temple of the North Wind to be in such disarray. No matter, Ailin declared, summoning her sword. The Skyblade. We shall clear it all away. Ha ha, Miss Ailin, your confidence remains unwavering. Kaya chuklet. Ah, to fight alongside such a beautiful lady as yourself, truly a delight. Now, let us rid this ruin of all its troublesome debris. With that, Kaya led the way into the Temple of the North Wind, closely followed by Ailin. Although Ailin had previously traversed the Temple of the North Wind during the main storyline, upon entering, she was taken aback by the sight before her. The temple was filled with floating mechanisms, fire-spouting devices, and various high and low bridges that could only be traversed with the aid of wind currents and wings. Gazing upon the temple, Ailin opened her mouth. You know, I've always wanted to comment on something. What is it? Kaya inquired, turning to Ailin. If memory serves, the Anemo dragon was once one of the Four Winds, the East Wind Dragon. You mentioned that the reason the Anemo dragon attacked Mondstadt was due to its anger at being forgotten and no longer worshipped by the people, correct? Indeed. Kaya nodet. Then I find it puzzling. By constructing such perilous mechanisms and treacherous terrain within the temple, are you not intentionally discouraging people from coming to pay their respects? Who would dare to worship at a temple that poses such lethal risks? Kaya initially paused, then erupted with laughter. Ha ha ha! I have heard tales of Miss Ailin's vivacious personality and her bold, unconventional thoughts. Now, I can attest to that. You make an excellent point. I cannot refute it. Once this ordeal concludes, I shall petition Acting Grandmaster Jean for funds to renovate the temple. But for now, let us focus on resolving the matters at hand. Agreed. Ailin nodded, gripping the Skyblade as she ventured deeper into the temple. The temple was primarily inhabited by hilichurls and slimes. Previously, these creatures had posed significant challenges for Ailin. But now, in light of her enhanced prowess, such adversaries were hardly a concern. Aware of her own lack of combat experience, Ailin approached battles with fervor. Regardless of the foe, she would charge ahead, sword in hand, leaving Kaya momentarily bewildered. Ultimately, Kaya opted to forego his own combat aspirations and instead observed Ailin's prowess from a distance. Ailin, celebrated as Mondstadt's most beautiful maiden, undoubtedly possessed striking features. Especially after acquiring the Baiwu, Yi, and Xinglan Kun, her charm has seen a significant enhancement, making it not an exaggeration to refer to her as a fairy, an angel, or a floral sprite. Possessing a beauty that could captivate an entire city, she displayed no elegance in battle. At times, driven by excitement, she would even conjure a block of ice to smash against the heads of the hilichurls. On one occasion, Kia even witnessed Ailin deliver a powerful kick, accompanied by a whirlwind, directly to the groin of a hilichurl thug, causing Kia to involuntarily shudder and feel a tightening sensation in a certain region. But how should one put it? Is it true that beautiful people look good no matter what they do? Initially, Kia merely observed from a distance, prepared to step in should Ailin falter. However, he gradually became entranced. The girl before him, lacking any semblance of grace, was a refreshing departure from the many well-mannered women he had encountered in his capacity as an information gatherer. He was acutely aware that beneath the refined exteriors of many noble ladies lay hearts tainted by corruption. Thus, this unrefined girl, with her unconventional fighting style, captivated Kia's attention. Indeed, while she lacked elegance, her candor and sunny disposition were rare and precious qualities compared to those aristocratic women who appeared graceful yet were morally repugnant. Her unorthodox and carefree approach to combat, though not aesthetically pleasing, combined with her stunning beauty, imparted an aura of gallantry, endowing her with an endearing charm that magnified her allure. Kia, who had been on guard, found himself mesmerized by the sight of the girl in battle. Soon, Ailin had vanquished all foes in the area. What a splendid display of combat! While he was aware of Miss Ailin's formidable strength, witnessing it up close left him in awe. As the battle concluded, Kia approached Ailin, seizing the opportunity to converse. "Miss Ailin, may I pose a question?" "What question?" Ailin asked, resting the sky blade upon her shoulder. "I wish to inquire about your thoughts on Dialek." "Dialek? He's quite a decent fellow. He helped me immensely last time. Hence, I regard him as a good brother." "Just a good brother?" Kia's eyes brightened. "What else could he be?" Ailin replied, her expression one of confusion. With a male spirit within her, she believed it was only natural to consider Dialek as a brother. Thus, she remained oblivious to the implications of Kia's words. "Oh, no. Miss Ailin," Kia grinned. "Once the dragon calamity concludes, shall we dine together?" Ailin cast him a sidelong glance. "We'll see about that." "Then I shall take that as your agreement." Kia smiled, keeping pace with Ailin. Half an hour later, Ailin had eradicated all obstacles, bloodied sky blade in hand, guiding Kia to the temple's end. That is the wind dragon crystal. Destroy it, and the Anemo dragon can no longer harness the temple's power. Kia indicated towards the azure crystal, adorned with wind element patterns, situated at the center of the magical array. Ailin nodded, focusing her thoughts, as a frost arrow of considerable size formed beside her. With a swift motion, she unleashed a torrent of wind elements that propelled the icy arrow, shattering the wind dragon crystal in a single strike. "Excellent. Thanks to Miss Ailin's assistance, my journey has been considerably easier. Lisa is still awaiting your help, so I shall handle the concluding battle myself." "All right." Ailin glanced toward a collapsed stone wall in a corner. "In that case, the remaining one will be left to you and Dialek. I shall take my leave." Ailin waved goodbye and turned towards the temple's exit. As she departed, she called out to a certain direction. "Dialek, thank you for your help last time. I shall express my gratitude in person another day." With that, Ailin harnessed the power of the wind elements and soared away, disappearing from sight. Chapter 55, Woman. You are playing with fire. At the temple's end, Kia stood in stunned silence. To detect the Abyss Mage's presence was already astonishing enough, yet she had even sensed yours. "I only became aware of your aura a minute ago." "Sigh, what an extraordinary woman. One might mistake her for a seasoned warrior," Kia remarked, glancing at the red-haired man advancing deeper into the temple. "What? Are you worried for my safety, or are you concerned for her?" Dialek shot Kia a cold glare, remaining silent as he charged forward, wielding a blazing sword. With one strike, he shattered the Abyss Mage's icy shield, following up with a series of rapid attacks that dispatched the foe. The knight's efficiency remains as lackluster as ever, without her aid. "You might have taken 2 or 3 hours to arrive here," Dialek stated coldly. "Indeed, I owe her a great deal," Kia shrugged nonchalantly. "A beautiful lady is always pleasing to behold, no matter the endeavor. You cannot imagine how delightful it has been to watch her fight. Regrettably, someone arrived too late to witness it." At this, Dialek's eye twitched imperceptibly. At the entrance of the Southwind Lion Temple, "Ah, little Ailin, your arrival is a tremendous joy." Lisa, adorned in a witch's hat and deep blue dress, her high heels clicking rhythmically, placed her hands on her abdomen with a natural smile. "With your assistance, the upcoming journey should be much more manageable. Let's proceed." Lisa took Ailin's hand. However, Lisa raised an eyebrow, her eyes shimmering with warmth. "Ah, little Ailin's hand is so soft, it feels delightful to hold." What is it? Do you dislike your sister holding your hand? No, not at all. Ailin shyly turned her face away. In that case, let us complete this mission together. Your sister's safety is entirely in your hands. With that, Lisa led Ailin into the South Wind Lion Temple. Upon entering, Ailin was met with various mechanisms, wind currents, and fragmented bridges, suppressing her urge to complain. She and Lisa navigated left and right, quickly encountering their first batch of monsters. Alas, combat can rob a lady of her graceful demeanor. Therefore, little Ailin, would you be so kind as to deal with these monsters? Lisa's eyes narrowed slightly, exuding a hint of allure. Ailin could not help but twitch her lips. What are you implying? Am I not a lady? He. Lisa covered her mouth with a gentle laugh. Little Ailin, you are quite amusing. Are you truly that concerned about your sister's impression of you? Fear not in my eyes. You will forever be the most adorable creature in the world. Little Ailin is simply too charming. Whatever you do looks splendid, while your sister pales in comparison, being a third of your beauty and grace. Thus, I must always present my most perfect self before you, or I shall feel inadequate. Sigh. Enough, you win. I yield. Ailin genuinely felt intimidated by Lisa, whose tone and gaze always carried a hint of seduction, akin to a captivating fairy. She found it impossible to withstand such a woman, so she hastily waved her hands and charged towards the monsters with her sword drawn. Observing Ailin engaged in combat, Lisa smiled with slitted eyes. Little Ailin is truly easy to tease. How delightful. I wonder if anyone has ever witnessed a cat capturing a mouse. After seizing its prey, the cat does not rush to consume it. Instead, it deliberately releases the mouse, allowing it to flee, only to pounce upon it again. This cycle of torment continues until the mouse is too exhausted to escape, and the cat, having tired of the game, finally devours it. While it may seem somewhat inappropriate to liken the relationship between Ailin and Lisa to that of cat and mouse, the underlying principle remains the same. Humans often seek to conquer that which defies their will, deriving a profound sense of satisfaction from such victories. Lisa is currently embodying this sentiment. The more Ailin resists, the more amused Lisa becomes, prompting her to tease Ailin further. She revels in watching Ailin become flustered and bewildered. 20 minutes later, after vanquishing her foes, Ailin led Lisa to a suspended bridge. This precarious platform was merely a board, devoid of any handrails or barriers, suspended above a chasm hundreds of meters deep. Few individuals would dare to stand upon such a platform, for a sudden shift or acceleration could easily lead to a loss of balance and a perilous fall. Lisa, too, had become addicted to teasing Ailin. She feigned instability, leaning against the wall. Oh no, I can't do this. I'm afraid of heights. Ailin, could you hold me? I know you can fly, and having you close will make me feel safer. All right, Ailin replied without hesitation, wrapping her arms around Lisa's waist as they stood on the suspended platform. The moment she embraced Lisa, a delightful fragrance enveloped her, subtle yet captivating, perfectly suited for a woman of Lisa's maturity. However, even in Ailin's arms, Lisa remained unruly. Standing nearly at a level with Ailin, she slowly leaned closer, her nose mere centimeters from Ailin's cheek, allowing Ailin to feel her warm breath. What are you doing? Ailin exclaimed, startled by the warmth brushing against her face. Little Ailin, I just wanted to see your face more closely after witnessing your heroic battle to protect me. You're so handsome and brave, I'm utterly captivated. Lisa's proximity and the warmth radiating from Ailin made her feel increasingly secure. As she spoke, she inched further into Ailin's embrace. Feeling the warmth of their bodies and the intoxicating scent, Ailin's mind raced. Could this woman be teasing me? A surge of indignation welled up within her. How could she, a proud young man, be subjected to such playful mockery by a girl? This was an affront to her dignity. I will make it clear that I, Ailin, am not someone who can be toyed with so easily. If anyone is to flirt, it shall be I who flirts with you. You are playing with fire, dear lady. In a moment of boldness, Ailin turned her face toward Lisa, their cheeks brushing against one another. Ailin flashed a charming smile. Lisa, if you seek security, I shall provide you with even greater assurance. With that, Ailin swiftly bent down, one arm encircling Lisa's waist while the other grasped the elegant black lace-trimmed stockings that enveloped her long legs. In one swift motion, she lifted Lisa into a princess carry. Little Ailin, what are you doing? Lisa gasped in surprise at Eileen's sudden act. With a mischievous grin, Ailin replied, Sister, you wanted security, did you not? I believe this will offer you even greater comfort. What is it, Lisa? Do you not like it? Or is your fear of heights merely a ruse? And you truly do not need my embrace? Eileen's eyes narrowed playfully, her expression teasing. With just a few words, she had trapped Lisa in a corner. You spoke of your fear of heights and your desire for a hug. Now that I hold you, you seem displeased. What do you make of that? Lisa realized that if she rejected Eileen's embrace, it would imply she had lied about her fear, and Ailin would surely look down upon her. Thus, despite her reluctance, she was left with no choice but to endure the situation. After all, she had dug this pit for herself. Yet Ailin was just getting started. She gently lifted Lisa's chin and leaned closer. What are you doing? Lisa exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. At that moment, Eilin's face was mere centimeters from Lisa's, their breaths mingling in the air. Why are you teasing me? Lisa stammered, feeling flustered under Eilin's gaze. Did you not wish to see my face more closely? Ailin replied with a smile. Now I'm even closer for you to admire. As Ailin spoke, her breath brushed against Lisa's face, causing her heart to race. What could she say? She had initially teased Ailin, expressing a desire to see her face more closely. Now, Ailin had taken advantage of that invitation, leaving Lisa with no retort, no escape from the situation. Eilin's enchanting blue eyes remained fixed upon Lisa's. The sheer audacity of Ailin left Lisa bewildered. She felt as though Ailin had transformed into someone entirely different. Ailin, why are you squeezing my leg? Lisa exclaimed again, realizing Eilin's fingers were gently kneading her thigh. Ailin feigned innocence, her expression akin to that of a pure-hearted child. I am sorry, Lisa. My hands were sweaty, and to prevent slipping, I had to grip a bit tighter. But why grip my stockings? Lisa inquired, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Because stockings are made of fabric, and gripping there prevents slipping more effectively, Ailin explained matter-of-factly. Lisa pursed her lips at a loss for words. Eilin's arguments were logical and, ironically, based on Lisa's own prior provocations. This series of exchanges left her feeling both embarrassed and helpless. The most troubling aspect was that Eilin's fingers continued to roam. What could Lisa do now? She had brought this upon herself and could only swallow her pride. Eilin's touch felt electric, sending shivers through her as they continued on their journey for several minutes before encountering their next adversaries, at which point Ailin finally set her down. As they landed, Lisa's eyes glistened with an inexplicable sheen, her lips pressed together as she leaned against the wall, struggling to maintain her composure. After enduring more than 10 minutes of accelerated heartbeat and elevated blood pressure, she found herself gasping for breath, dizzy and nearly unable to stand. Sister Lisa, are you all right? Ailin feigned concern. No, I'm fine. Sister is just afraid of heights, too scared to stand steady, Lisa stammered. Then shall I hold you a little longer? Ailin said with a peculiar smile, reaching out as if to embrace Lisa. No, that's not necessary. I can rest here by myself for a while. You go and deal with those enemies. Lisa, startled, instinctively took a step back, genuinely frightened and unwilling to let Ailin touch her. All right, I'm off. Sister Lisa, take care. With that, Ailin dashed towards the foes, suppressing her laughter, her face twitching with the effort. Does this child know I'm teasing her on purpose? And is she retaliating? Watching the cheerful and bouncy Ailin run towards the enemies, Lisa bit her lip, her face filled with grievance. More than 20 minutes later, Ailin had eliminated all the enemies and subsequently summoned an ice arrow to shatter the wind dragon crystal. The reason for using the ice arrow was that Ailin was being cautious. After all, the wind dragon crystal was conspicuously placed, and the abyss mages might have set a trap. Thus, if she could destroy from a distance, Ailin would not approach it directly. This could be considered an improvement in her combat experience. The Guardians of Mondstadt are known as the Four Winds Guardians, the Eagle of the West Wind, the Lion of the South Wind, the Wolf of the North Wind, and the Dragon of the East Wind. Among them, the Dragon of the East Wind refers to the Anemo dragon. Consequently, Ailin and her companions had only 3 temples as their targets. Since the Anemo dragon was already one of the Four Winds Guardians, it could only draw upon the powers of the other 3 Guardian temples. After all, The Dragon of the East Wind was itself the Anemo dragon, and it could not borrow its own power. After Ailin assisted Kia and Lisha in destroying the crystals at the Wolf of the North Wind and the Lion of the South Wind temples, Amber and Ing also successfully shattered the Wind Dragon crystal at the Eagle of the West Wind temple. With the destruction of the 3 crystals, the Anemo dragon could no longer draw power from the other 3 temples, and thus, the storm enveloping Mondstadt finally subsided. Chapter 57. Clash with the Envoy of Winter. After completing the destruction of the 3 temples, the storm that had shrouded Mondstadt vanished. Ailin warmly invited Lisha to dine at the Hunter's Lodge, but after experiencing Eileen teasing, Lisha was genuinely a bit afraid of her. Typically, she was the one who flirted, leaving others blushing and stammering, but Ailin was bold and unpredictable. Watching Lisha flee in panic, Ailin felt a sense of pride. Initially planning to treat Lisha to a meal, Ailin lost interest now that Lisha had run off. She cherished the scene of opening the door to find family waiting at the dining table, for it embodied love and beauty. With that thought, Ailin set off towards home. Narrowing her eyes, Ailin recognized the figure based on their attire. Captain Jean. It has been some time, yet the dragon crisis remains unresolved. It seems your nation is indeed lacking in strength to address this calamity. If I may suggest, why not hand the Anemo dragon over to us in Snezhnaya for extermination? Jean's expression quickly turned cold. If I heard correctly, you just implied that your nation wishes to hunt down the dragon of the East Wind. One of Mondstadt's 4 Winds Guardians? Do you understand the implications of your statement? Isn't the meaning quite apparent? The 4 Winds Guardians? How absurd. They have caused such great damage to Mondstadt and still lay claim to that title? The acting Grandmaster frowned, about to retort when a melodious voice interjected. Captain Jean is correct. The Dragon of the East Wind is indeed one of Mondstadt's 4 Winds Guardians, and we absolutely will not permit you to hunt it. Moreover, the dragon crisis is a matter for us Mondstadters to handle. It is not your place to meddle from Snezhnaya. Ailin, what brings you here? Jean asked, surprised. Is this how the Knights of Favonius conduct themselves? Filled with such uncultured individuals? No wonder the dragon crisis remains unresolved. First, let me clarify. This is Miss Ailin. She is not a member of the Knights of Favonius. She is merely an ordinary citizen of Mondstadt, and her words reflect the sentiments of the common people. It was evident that the citizens of Mondstadt desired a more peaceful resolution to the dragon crisis. Secondly, we do not require Snezhnaya's intervention. We Mondstadters can resolve this ourselves. This, too, is the will of our ordinary citizens. While Ailin was indeed not a member of the Knights, merely a citizen of Mondstadt, her words could be seen as representing the voice of the populace. Although Jean's approach of using Ailin as a representative of all Mondstadters was not entirely reasonable, diplomacy often relied on rhetoric. With Ailin as a witness, Snezhnaya would need at least 2 more Mondstadters to counter Jean's assertion. However, in diplomatic debates, momentum is fleeting. Once weakened, it is challenging to regain composure without inviting further humiliation. I'm sorry, Captain Jean, did I say something wrong? Ailin said, lowering her head with a hint of embarrassment. Not at all. In the face of Ailin, Jean's formidable presence instantly softened, replaced by a gentle smile. And you only spoke up after noticing my disadvantage, didn't you? Thank you for your concern and care, Ailin. Jean smiled at Ailin and added, I was actually planning to find you. Would you accompany me to the Knights' headquarters? Sure. Ailin nodded. Inside the office of the Knights' headquarters, when Ailin entered, Paimon, Amber, Lisha, and Kia were already present. Upon seeing Ailin, everyone waved to greet her, while Lisha, having returned to normal, still glanced at Ailin with a hint of avoidance. The purpose of convening everyone was twofold: to express gratitude for dispelling the storm and to discuss the current situation in Mondstadt. The dragon crisis had persisted for nearly half a month, leading to mounting grievances among the citizens. Furthermore, Snezhnaya had been subtly exacerbating the situation, spreading rumors of the Knights' ineffectiveness in handling the crisis. As a result, the people of Mondstadt had begun to question the Knights' capabilities. Voices advocating for the Knights to hand the dragon crisis over to Snezhnaya were starting to emerge. Currently, public opinion and skepticism were growing increasingly louder. If the dragon crisis was not resolved soon, it was likely that the citizens of Mondstadt would turn to Snezhnaya for support. The dragon crisis must be resolved, and swiftly. However, the sudden attack by one of the Four Winds Guardians raised further questions. Thus, I maintain my stance. Unless exterminating the Anemo dragon is the only solution to the crisis, I still hope for a more peaceful resolution to this incident. Yet, within the office, a profound silence enveloped the room. For everyone understood that, given the current circumstances, hunting the Anemo dragon might indeed be the only viable solution to the dragon crisis. Just then, Ailin stepped forward. Captain Jean, may I request you to visit the Angels share later? Note that it should be in your capacity as Jean, not as the acting Grandmaster. Also, Ing and Paimon, you should join us as well. My friend, a bard, and I have devised a plan we wish to discuss with you in detail. Chapter 58. The Dragon Rescue Project at Night. The Angel's Gift Tavern had closed its doors. The establishment was devoid of patrons, and no servers lingered within. Even Mondstadt's lights had dimmed, and its inhabitants had succumbed to slumber. This moment was indeed ideal for deliberating secrets. Inside the tavern, Paimon, Ing, Dialect Jean, and Ailin gathered around the bar, eager to listen to the bard's tale. Under the watchful eyes of the assembled company, the finest bard of the earthly realm plucked his strings, weaving a narrative about dragons. This was a tale that began in the ancient times when deities roamed the earth. The sky dragon descended from the heavens, filled with curiosity for all that existed. The dragon sought its answers, but struggled to comprehend the chaos of the mortal realm. The god of wind strummed his lute, providing answers to the dragon's inquiries. The dragon was merely a curious child, blissfully soaring until the present day. It listened to poetry, yearning to learn the art of song, wishing to convey its heart to all beings. Soon, the god of wind and the dragon faded into legend, heralding the arrival of a dark era. During this time, the southern lion and the western eagle's legacies faltered, while the northern wolf was unable to fight back. A malevolent dragon named Dulin approached Mondstadt. Suffering cast a shadow over the cathedral, and laments were woven anew by poets. Countless prayers from the citizens of Mondstadt awakened the last remaining East Wind Dragon, who heeded the people's call. In the midst of a storm, it confronted the malevolent dragon in a fierce battle. Ultimately, the East Wind Dragon severed the malevolent dragon's throat, yet fell into slumber after consuming its toxic blood. Years passed, and none recognized its revival. Why do people now despise me? Anger and sorrow, life and toxic blood, transformed into tears streaming from the dragon's eyes. The god of wind remained silent, for with no one to guide it, the curse from the abyss effortlessly corrupted the dragon's spirit. After a moment, the bard ceased playing. The gathered audience fell into silence. Dialect furrowed his brow, his expression a tapestry of complexity after absorbing the bard's performance. Though brief, the bard's melody conveyed profound truths. It became clear that the East Wind Dragon had been cursed by the Abyss Order, driving it to madness and attacking Mondstadt. Jean's expression mirrored the complexity of Dialect's, as both turned their gaze toward Vinny. They did not question how Vinny had acquired this knowledge, for their status made deciphering Vinny's identity a trivial task. Thank you for sharing this intelligence, Lord Vinny. What plans do you propose regarding this matter? Upon hearing this, Vinny sighed deeply. I had initially intended to use the sky lute to awaken Twalin. However, Twalin has already begun to burn itself, having been repelled twice from Mondstadt. Its resentment has only intensified. The Abyss mages concentrated the curse on its poisoned wounds, successfully corrupting Twalin's spirit to transform it into a weapon of war. During the previous battle, Ailin and Ing nearly shattered one of Twalin's poisoned blood clots, prompting the Abyss mages to exercise greater caution and channel more power into cursing Twalin. Now, Twalin is on the verge of being consumed by this curse, and the connection between us has been severed by the Abyss mages. It can no longer hear my voice or that of the Sky Lute. Thus, the plan to awaken Twalin with the Sky Lute has become futile. Even if you do not confront Twalin, it will inevitably burn its soul away in anger, hatred, and curses, ultimately becoming a puppet of the Abyss Order. As Vinny spoke, a profound sadness clouded his visage. Ah, poor Twalin. Paimon pouted, her lips pressed together in sorrow. We must find a way to help it. Ing nodded in agreement. Indeed, we cannot stand idly by while Twalin suffers. Jean sighed. The East Wind Dragon endures this anguish. We, the people of Mondstadt, bear a share of the responsibility. I cannot simply watch it consume itself without intervening. Is there any way to save it? Dialek inquired. Of course, there's another method. Vinny handed Ailin an object. What is this? This is the sorrowful tear shed by Twalin, containing both toxic blood and the curse from the abyss. Ailin, please see if you can purify the impurities within the tears. All right. Ailin nodded and accepted the dragon's tears. The moment the tears fell into her hands, a pure white light suddenly illuminated her palms. The light shone upon the dark red droplets, purifying the toxins and curses within, transforming the dark red tears into a crystalline blue-white gem. You truly purified the toxins and the curse. Vinny and the others were astonished. Meanwhile, Ailin wore a subtle smile, for she had informed Vinny of Ailin's ability to cleanse toxins and curses. Excellent. Upon confirming Ailin's capability, Vinny was filled with joy. He proclaimed, since Ailin can indeed purify the toxins and curses, Twalin still has hope. After awakening, Twalin has claimed a ruin as its lair. Our task is to venture to the ruins of the Wind Dragon, defeat it before it consumes itself, and purify its toxins and curses. This is the only way to save Twalin. Very well, I am willing to assist. Ailin nodded. Jean also inclined her head slightly. Currently, public sentiment among the citizens of Mondstadt leans heavily toward dispatching the Wind Dragon. Therefore, I cannot mobilize the Knights of Favonius to aid in this operation. However, I shall lend my personal support to save Twalin. Dialek crossed his arms, his demeanor cold. If a more peaceful resolution to the dragon crisis can be achieved, I have no objections. Then, let's conclude our discussion here. Everyone, rest well tonight, and we shall convene at my Dawn Winery at 9 a.m. tomorrow. I will also exert my influence to gather useful intelligence. With that, the group departed in succession. The next morning, within the Chansong pot, 3 maidens lay together in a shared bed. Observing the two, who clung to her like an octopus while soundly asleep, Ailin couldn't help but smile at Shatu and Fiskal. These two had become increasingly attached to her of late. Ailin, are you leaving? Fiskal, roused from slumber by Ailin's movements, inquired. Yes, it is time to gather. Ailin nodded, having already informed Fiskal and Shatu about the plan to rescue the dragon. These two were her trusted friends, and thus, Ailin had no intention of concealing matters from them. My dear friend Ailin, I, the princess, bestow upon you the most sacred blessing. May you and your companions traverse the storm, liberating the dragon from its curse and suffering. Shatu suddenly gazed longingly at Ailin. Understanding her intentions, Ailin smiled and nodded. Do not worry. I shall keep an eye out for dragon blood, dragon meat, and dragon scales. With that, Ailin playfully grabbed Shatu's ear and gently rubbed it, prompting a surprised exclamation from Shatu. Chapter 59. The Melee Mage Ailin within the realm. Fiskal anxiously cautioned Ailin. Shatu handed Ailin 2 vials of special potions. Rest assured, I will prioritize safety. Ailin replied with a smile, having unknowingly formed bonds with family and friends who cared for her in this world. Waving goodbye to Shatu and Fiskal, Ailin departed the Chansong pot. Outside the Dawn Winery, everyone had already gathered. The Abyss Order concealed themselves well, and intelligence regarding them had been scarce. However, I managed to uncover some leads. At the entrance of the Fenglong Feishu, a sudden congregation of over 500 hilichurls has emerged in the past 2 days. Typically, hilichurls are scattered across the wilderness, and such an organized gathering could only result from external manipulation. You mean these hilichurls are being controlled by the Abyss Mage, which is why they are gathering at the entrance of the Fenglong Feishu? Jean inquired. Precisely. Dialek nodded. Tartaglia lies within the Fenglong Feishu, and the Abyss Mage has assembled such a number of hilichurls clearly to prevent anyone from entering. Then we must act swiftly and head to the Fenglong ruins. Jean tightened her grip on the sword at her waist. Time was of the essence, and Ailin and her companions hurried to the entrance of the Fenglong Feishu. Upon arrival, Jean and Dialek furrowed their brows. The entrance to the Fenglong Feishu was a long canyon, now filled with the figures of hilichurls. These included ordinary hilichurls as well as dozens of pyro-axe hilichurl berserkers and wood-shield hilichurl berserkers. The cliffs on either side were teeming with ice arrow hilichurl archers, pyro arrow hilichurl archers, along with several hydro and dendro hilichurl shamans. The melee-type hilichurls were tasked with blocking the entrance, while the ranged ones attacked from above. Given the low intelligence of hilichurls, their organized formation could only be attributed to the manipulation of the Abyss Mage. This military arrangement posed a significant challenge for Jean and her companions. Although Jean and Dialek possessed the strength to eliminate these hilichurls, the cost would undoubtedly be steep. For one, Jean's party consisted of only a few individuals, whereas the canyon below was swarming with numerous hilichurls and an abundance of ranged attackers above. Even if they managed to dispatch these foes, they would inevitably suffer hits from the arrows raining down from the cliffs. Furthermore, after vanquishing the hilichurls, their stamina would be significantly depleted. Entering the Fonlong ruins to confront the dragon in such a weakened state would be tantamount to seeking death. Cursed Abyss Mage, how despicable! Paimon exclaimed, stamping her feet in frustration. The scene before them was an overt scheme devised by the Abyss Mage. They faced two choices: either wipe out the hilichurls and expend their energy only to confront the Anemo dragon, or retreat now, allowing the curse ritual to proceed, resulting in Tartaglia's complete corruption and transformation into a war machine. Regardless of the choice, both options were highly unfavorable for Jean's side. Just as Jean and Dialek were grappling with their dilemma, Ailin stepped forward. With a gentle smile directed at Dialek and the others, she declared, "Leave these foes to me." "Ailin, can you truly manage all by yourself?" Jean asked with concern. Dialek shared the same apprehension. "Hee, don't worry. I am quite powerful," Ailin replied with a grin. "Save your strength for the battle against the dragon." With that, Ailin confidently strode into the canyon. The moment she entered, the hilichurls became alert. A cacophony of roars erupted from the berserkers, accompanied by the cries of the small hilichurls as they charged toward her, brandishing wooden clubs. Pyro-axe hilichurl berserkers smeared fiery slimes onto their axes, igniting them in a blaze, and rushed at Ailin with their massive weapons. Wood-shield hilichurls, wielding hefty shields towering 3 to 4 meters high, bellowed as they charged at Ailin. Simultaneously, ice arrow and pyro arrow hilichurl archers began raining arrows down upon her from the cliffs. The ensuing chaos kicked up a cloud of dust as hundreds of hilichurls charged forward. Hundreds of arrows imbued with ice and fire surged toward her amidst the swirling dust. Yet, in the face of this onslaught, Ailin stood serene at the canyon's mouth, exuding an air of calmness as if unperturbed by the approaching horde. The artifact, Four Winds Codex, materialized and hovered beside her. As the multitude of arrows closed in, she smiled and remarked, "This is an opportune moment to test my training." With poise, she waved her right hand. As she did so, the wind elemental energy coalesced into sharp, swirling blades that rapidly encircled her. In an instant, the whirling wind blades shredded the incoming arrows to pieces. Splinters of wood, accompanied by sparks of fire and shards of ice, erupted in all directions, reminiscent of fireworks bursting on the battlefield, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Once the arrows were dismantled, the wind blades subsided, transforming into a vortex of flowing wind that continuously swirled around Ailin. This vortex would persistently rotate around her, deflecting any similar projectiles that approached from a distance. Even close-quarters attacks would be diverted by the swirling gusts. Ailin dubbed this technique Flowing Wind Shield. One could say that Ailin's mastery of wind element techniques was the result of collaboration with the foremost expert in Mondstadt. However, the bard, Vinny, was not fond of such titles. "I am merely an ordinary bard. Do not call me master. Besides, you owe me for that exquisite apple cider you gifted. So I will teach you to harness the power of wind. From now on, you may call me Venti, and I shall call you Ailin. We'll be good friends or brothers." The bard muttered nonchalantly while sipping on his apple cider. In any case, Ailin's wind-based skills, developed in conjunction with the greatest wind elementalist in Teyvat, now finally had a chance to be tested. Facing the oncoming horde of hilichurls, she smiled, and the eye of the Anemo god at her waist radiated light. Tempest approaches. Ailin extended her arm, lifting it as if to toss aside a blanket. Instantly, the air twisted, and a multitude of wind elemental energies formed into dense blades. Chapter 60. The Battle of Mages as the Tempest Surged. Ailin's gesture summoned a torrent of wind elemental energy, coalescing into numerous small, tightly packed wind blades. These blades spun rapidly, forming a vast storm that skimmed the ground. With a mere flick of her hand, the storm of blades surged forth, hurtling toward the advancing ranks of hilichurls. The high-velocity wind blades emitted a continuous piercing shriek, resembling a tempest forged from countless spinning, razor-sharp steel knives. Wherever they passed, vegetation was obliterated, stones shattered, and the uneven ground was swiftly leveled. In mere seconds, the ground-skimming storm collided with the hilichurl battalion. The reality of battle proved far more visceral than any game. In the instant of impact, screams of terror filled the air as the razor-sharp wind blades swept through. The diminutive hilichurls were reduced to mere fragments in an instant. The larger hilichurl berserkers found their legs severed, crashing to the ground, only to be further shredded by the relentless wind blades that followed. In a flash, several dozen hilichurls vanished, and the tempest of wind blades continued its relentless advance, cutting down over 50 small hilichurls and a dozen berserkers before finally dissipating from exhaustion. Yet, though the storm had subsided, the path it carved was littered with the remnants of shattered flesh, crushed bones, and the dismembered entrails of hilichurls. A thick mist of blood enveloped the area, saturating the ground and staining it crimson, the overpowering stench of blood inducing nausea. This scene is reminiscent of hell itself. Yet, Ailin remains unfazed. She gestures, and the blade of the sky materializes in her grasp. At this moment, she is enveloped by a protective flow of wind. With the Four Winds Codex floating beside her, holding the blade of the sky, she prepares for a sprint. The eyes of the Thunder God and the Wind God shine simultaneously. The swirling wind around her intensifies, causing her garments and white hair to billow dramatically, while numerous fine arcs of electricity dance across her form. Suddenly, she thrusts her right foot down, and under the dual enhancement of wind and thunder, her speed reaches an unparalleled peak, charging towards the hilichurl troops like a cannonball. In less than 2 seconds, Ailin encounters the hilichurl forces, and at that moment, she unleashes a powerful horizontal slash with the blade of the sky, infused with the full might of thunder. Thunderstorm slash. The instant this strike is executed, a torrent of lightning erupts from the blade, transforming into a vast ocean of cerulean electricity that engulfs all enemies in its path, leaving behind charred corpses that collapse to the ground. Wow, Miss Ailin is incredibly strong. She has already slain over 100 hilichurls with just 2 moves. From a distance, Paimon's eyes widen in astonishment. Ing nods in agreement, attentively observing Ailin's every maneuver on the battlefield, clearly eager to draw insights from her wind-based techniques. Just over a month ago, she was merely an ordinary girl frequently posting commissions at the Adventurers Guild, seeking to learn combat skills from adventurers. It is astonishing how much she has transformed in such a short span. Jean gazes at Ailin with profound admiration, though she harbors unspoken thoughts. She watches the girl engaging fiercely with the hilichurls in their ranks, her heart filled with nostalgia. Over a month ago, the girl named Ailin was diligently training to pass her nightly assessment. Now, she stands alongside Jean, fighting as a comrade. Just as Jean reflects on this, a mischievous voice interrupts her thoughts. The bard beside her proudly points to himself with a thumb, exclaiming, "How about that? Impressive, right? I taught her." With a triumphant smile, Vinny clearly revels in the prowess of his student, even if he is reluctant to acknowledge their master-student relationship. Just wait and see. There's even more to come. With Vinny's words, Dialek and the others direct their attention back to Ailin on the battlefield. In the heart of the fray, Ailin is locked in a fierce battle against the hilichurls. She is not a combat fanatic, yet she understands that having been in this world for merely over 40 days, her experience in battle is woefully lacking. Hence, she refuses to let any opportunity for combat slip away. At this moment, she is engaged in a chaotic clash with numerous hilichurls. The sheer number of them is overwhelming. Even as Ailin defeats the hilichurls around her, new foes continuously surge forward, stepping over their fallen comrades to fill the gaps. Being alone amid such a vast enemy horde means she must remain alert every second, without a moment's respite. Any lapse in attention could lead to her demise. In the face of the relentless assaults from the hilichurls, Ailin feels like a small boat in a storm, on the brink of being consumed. Yet, instead of fear, she feels exhilaration. She relishes this sensation, for only under such pressure can she experience rapid growth. Her face radiates excitement as she executes various attacks against the enemy ranks. With a concentrated surge of wind elemental energy in her legs, she unleashes a rapid kick, sending a nearby hilichurl flying. Then, she seizes the Four Winds Codex floating beside her and swings it fiercely at a hilichurl brute, delivering a devastating blow that causes the creature to howl in agony and kneel. Seizing the moment, Ailin swiftly pivots and slashes the brute's throat with her sword. At the same time, she mentally commands the wind elemental energy to propel her body, narrowly evading a strike from a fire axe wielding hilichurl. Surrounded by a whirlwind of wind elements, she ascends into the air, where she channels the ice elemental energy from the domain of heavenly splendor, summoning dozens of palm-sized ice shards that rain down upon the enemy below. In an instant, dozens of hilichurls fall, creating a significant void on the battlefield. Seeing this, Ailin is filled with joy. Without hesitation, she drops from the sky and lands in the newly cleared space. Dressed in her white attire and blue skirt, she stands firmly on the battlefield, spreading her legs into a horse stance, and extends her arms, striking a pose reminiscent of Tai Chi's grasp the bird's tail. Observing Ailin's stance, Vinny's face lights up with excitement as he exclaims, "It's coming! It's coming!" Chapter 61. One Punch Ailin is about to unleash something significant. Even without Vinny's announcement, Jean and the others could sense that Ailin was preparing something extraordinary. Their gazes fixate on her, though their expressions are somewhat peculiar. While they recognize that Ailin's forthcoming attack will be remarkable, they can't help but find her current pose rather unrefined. Imagine a beautiful girl in a knee-length dress, spreading her legs in a horse stance, revealing a glimpse of her thigh. The sight of this white-haired, blue-skirted maiden striking a Tai Chi pose amidst the enemy ranks is quite a dissonant image. How to describe Miss Ailin? Truly, she is a person of unique character. Paimon blinks in surprise, evidently witnessing Ailin's uncharacteristically playful side for the first time. Jean, exasperated, places her hand on her forehead and smiles wryly, considering that Ailin's formidable strength and rare beauty would be even more appreciated if she maintained a more ladylike demeanor, rather than appearing so tomboyish. Dialek remains calm, crossing his arms and stating, "I actually find this quite appealing as it reflects her unique personality, her distinct charm. It is precisely these qualities that make her a singular and exceptional soul. Would you not agree?" "Oh, I never expected you, Dialek, to offer praise." Jean glances at him. "I merely speak the truth," Dialek replies, maintaining his indifferent expression. Vinny, however, is unfazed since he himself is quite the unconventional individual. Seeing his student embrace her peculiarities brings him joy. Ailin, oblivious to their comments, remains undeterred. At this moment, the eye of the wind god at her waist radiates a brilliant light, as if the wind power it channels has reached the limits of what the eye can bear, causing it to tremble violently. Concurrently, an unprecedented surge of wind elemental energy is summoned. Those observing through elemental sight are astonished to see the wind elemental energy Ailin has summoned filling the entire canyon like an ocean. At the center of this ocean of wind elements, Ailin stands like a fish in water, stabilizing her horse stance. Her slender arms gracefully tracing elegant arcs reminiscent of Tai Chi as her hands move. The wind elemental energy flooding the canyon begins to swirl, and a gentle breeze starts to blow. The delicate and beautiful hands, with each stirring motion, cause the elemental winds of the canyon to flow in accordance with their graceful trajectory. If we were to liken the winds that envelop the entire canyon to an ocean, then Ailin's hands would resemble the divine hands descending from the heavens, continuously stirring the sea. The swiftness of her movements quickly conjured a massive whirlpool within mere seconds, transforming the ocean of wind elements into a swirling vortex. As the whirlpool gradually took shape, the winds blowing through the valley intensified. Before long, a colossal storm vortex formed, encompassing the entire canyon with Ailin at its epicenter. The storm vortex spun at an alarming speed, creating an overwhelming force that engulfed the canyon. Sand and debris, along with the remnants of fallen foes, were drawn toward Ailin, while the leaves of plants twisted, stretched, and ultimately snapped, following the debris into the vortex's maw. This storm vortex did not exert its pulling force for long. Its influence lasted only a few fleeting seconds. However, this was precisely Ailin's intent. She sacrificed prolonged suction for an explosive concentration of wind elemental power that would erupt in a matter of seconds. The result of her strategy was an unimaginable force of attraction. By trading long-lasting pull for a brief but intense explosion, Ailin captured the essence of her technique. The incomprehensible force enveloped the canyon, and in that moment, the bodies of the nearby creatures shuddered violently. At that instant, they felt as if countless unseen hands were grasping them, dragging them toward the center of the storm vortex, toward Ailin. The ferocity of the pull unleashed in those few seconds was truly terrifying. The ground trembled, revealing the rocky earth beneath, while flowers and plants were obliterated and trees uprooted. The Chuchis perched on the cliffs, archers and shamans alike, were all yanked from their perches, swept away by the chaotic currents toward the vortex's heart. Below, the smaller Chuchis had no chance to resist, being violently flung into the air by the horrifying force. Even the larger Chuchis could only hold on for a second or two before they too succumbed to the relentless pull, slipping and being dragged toward the storm vortex's center. This technique had only begun to unfold, yet many Chuchis were already struck down by the rapidly approaching debris and trees, meeting their demise on the spot. Meanwhile, Ailin remained firmly planted, standing at the vortex's core. The artifact, Sifeng Yuan Dian, floated around her, enabling her to guide and control the elemental forces more efficiently. With the substantial wind elemental energy she had summoned, her azure eyes shimmered with a cerulean glow, and the tips of her white hair sparkled with the same ethereal light. At this moment, her hands had ceased their motion. Surrounded by the storm vortex, her long hair and garments billowed dramatically. The creation of the storm vortex and the pulling of her enemies was merely the prologue. Once the vortex formed, a vast amount of wind elemental energy would converge at its center, where Ailin stood. In front of her, a tremendous accumulation of wind elemental energy gathered, accompanied by the storm's deafening roars and shrieks. Hundreds of Chuchis had already been drawn to her side. Ailin, her eyes wide with fury, radiated an overwhelming presence. She lifted her delicate wrist, and with a fist imbued with an immense concentration of wind elemental energy glowing with cerulean light, she struck out toward the mass of gathered Chuchis. The storm fist, a tremendous explosion resounded, shaking the very ground. As her fist connected, the vast wind elemental energy released in an instant, creating a shockwave nearly 100 meters wide. Trees, stones, and Chuchis alike were obliterated, reduced to mere fragments. A colossal column of wind surged skyward, hurling debris, soil, and the remnants of the Chuchis high into the air, ultimately crashing against the storm barrier enveloping the wind dragon ruins, staining the azure barrier with splashes of crimson. In a single strike, hundreds of Chuchis were reduced to mere pulp. What a terrifying display of destruction. Ailin remained poised, her fists still raised, while her companions, including Qin, were left utterly astounded. Dust and debris swirled, trees were uprooted, and hundreds of Chuchis were thrown into the air, only to be smashed into oblivion by her fist. That earth-shattering blow was both awe-inspiring and frightening. With a single punch, she obliterated everything in her path. How incredible! One punch annihilated hundreds of Chuchis. This is astonishing. Paimon leaned forward, exclaiming in amazement. Lumen was equally stunned. So powerful. While Qin and Dialek maintained their composure, their faces betrayed their astonishment at the spectacle Ailin had unleashed. However, the bard beside them found the situation even more amusing. He grinned widely, clearly pleased. What do you think? Impressive, isn't it? I taught her that. It must be said that he was indeed a genius. All it took was a little guidance. And she had developed such a formidable technique on her own. This was her most powerful wind-based skill to date. Yet, despite its might, this technique had a significant drawback. After using it, her stamina would be utterly depleted, rendering her unable to continue fighting. Just as Vinny finished speaking, Ailin could no longer maintain her impressive stance. I can't go on, she exclaimed, collapsing to the ground. But at that moment, from a small crack at the entrance of the Wind Dragon ruins, two abyss mages emerged. The faces of these mages still bore traces of terror. They had managed to evade being swept away by Ailin's storm by hiding in the crevice. Otherwise, they too would have become part of the gruesome carnage. Reflecting on that earth-shattering punch, the two abyss mages were still filled with dread. Such power from someone so young. This human girl would surely become a force to be reckoned with, comparable to the Four Winds Guardians, and inevitably a formidable enemy of the abyss. They looked toward Ailin, who lay on the ground, eyes filled with malice. Now is the perfect moment to eliminate this rising star of Mondstadt. Without a moment's hesitation, one ice and one fire abyss mage simultaneously launched their attacks at Ailin. However, their intentions were destined to fail. Ailin had willingly placed herself in danger because she had trustworthy companions. Just as the abyss mages initiated their assault, Ailin's allies sprang into action. Lumen, propelled by the wind element, darted forward, swiftly positioning herself in front of Ailin. She unleashed a flurry of strikes with her blade, shattering the attacks of the two abyss mages. Meanwhile, Qin and Dialek surged past Lumen, confronting the two abyss mages directly. Dialek shouted, his voice laced with anger as he swung his blazing greatsword, shattering the ice abyss mage's shield. With a swift kick, he sent the mage sprawling to the ground. Following that, he thrust his sword downward, piercing the mage's head. The decisive blow. Qin also closed in on the fire abyss mage, her windborne blade poised to strike. The sword strike reached an unparalleled speed, creating a sonic boom upon its release. Simultaneously, the divine eye at her waist radiated brilliance. As a multitude of wind elements converged at the sword's tip, propelling forth towards the fire abyss mage. A resounding thud echoed as the immense wind pressure collided with the powerful thrust of the sword against the mage's shield, instantly shattering the fire element barrier. With the barrier breached, the fire abyss mage stood no chance against Qin, the Lion of South Wind. Qin unleashed a relentless onslaught, swiftly delivering several strikes that carved ghastly gashes upon the mage, culminating in its swift demise. "Are you all right, Illinoisan?" After vanquishing their foe, the group gathered around Ailin, aiding her to her feet. Had I known this would exhaust your stamina, I should have taken on these adversaries myself," Qin remarked, her expression tinged with regret. I'm fine," Ailin replied with a beaming smile. "You lack powerful area attacks. Even if you could eliminate these foes, it would drain considerable stamina and time, resources we can ill afford. For every minute lost, the probability of Tuolin's corruption increases." "You make a valid point. Thank you for your efforts, Illinoisan. We shall take over the ensuing battle." Qin nodded in agreement. No need to worry." The bard approached with a mischievous grin, producing his lute and adopting a performing stance. Let the finest bard in the mortal realm strum his strings to summon the winds of healing, restoring your strength. No. To everyone's surprise, Illinoisan decisively declined his offer. "Save your strength for the confrontation with Tuolin. I have my own means of recuperation." With that, she summoned 2 vials from her system's backpack. These vials, handed to her by SHT Ing before her departure, were labeled as 766 improved stamina potion. According to SHT Ing, these potions were crafted through alchemy, extracting essential nutrients from meats, vegetables, and fruits, which were then combined with alchemical agents to create the 766 improved stamina potion. The nutritional content of these vials equated to 2 bowls of rice, half a pound of pork, a quarter of a cabbage, and 4 apples. Due to the extraction process, these nutrients could be swiftly digested and absorbed, restoring stamina within half an hour. While Ailin was puzzled by the underlying principles, her lack of knowledge in alchemy left her reliant on SHT Ing's assurances. Upon uncapping a vial, she took a cautious sip, only to recoil in disgust. "Ugh, this is horrid." Ailin's face turned a shade of green, though she had heard of SHT Ing's invention of a stamina-restoring item in the game. Its unpalatable nature had prevented widespread adoption among the knights. However, she never anticipated the potion would taste this dreadful. The flavor was akin to blending raw meat, fruits, and leafy vegetables into a juice, resulting in a concoction that exploded with the pungency of raw meat the acidity of fruits and the bitterness of greens, overwhelming her senses. Ailin vowed that this stamina potion was the most repugnant substance she had ever consumed, only considering efficacy, without regard for practicality. "Sht-ing. I should have expected nothing less from you," she muttered, grimacing at the memory of Sht-ing's eager expression when she had handed over the potions. Gritting her teeth, "Ailin resolved, I'll do it." With determination, she uncorked both vials and downed them in rapid succession. Ugh, ugh. The taste proved so abhorrent that Ailin found herself retching, even as Ying gently patted her back. Perhaps I need to reconsider the approval of Sht-ing's funding request for the nutritional stamina potions, she mused, glancing at Ailin, who was struggling to suppress her heaves. All right, I shall take a brief rest to expedite my recovery. With that, Ailin laid her head against Ying's shoulder and quickly fell asleep. Allow me to carry her, Ying volunteered, lifting Ailin onto her back. However, as she felt the remarkable elasticity from the two large slimes behind her, Ying's body trembled slightly, her eyes widening in surprise, her cheeks flushing. What is this? Meanwhile, Wendy gazed at the entrance of the Wind Dragon ruins, where two abyss mages lay lifeless, a frown creasing her brow. Upon their demise, it seemed a certain energy dissipated from them, energy that had originally served to sever the connection between her and Tulin. Wendy regarded the storm barrier sealing off the interior of the Wind Dragon ruins. Yet now, I could decipher the rhythm of the magic woven within this energy. Though it is more discordant than the chants of hilichurls, it shall enable us to breach the barrier and access the ruins. With that, Wendy positioned herself before the storm barrier and began to strum her lute, the melodies resonating harmoniously with the barrier. In moments, the protective screen enveloping the Wind Dragon ruins crumbled to dust. Everyone, let us proceed. I can sense Tulin is in great distress. After the storm barrier fell, Wendy gazed longingly at the towering spire in the distance, her expression heavy with sorrow. Half an hour later, they arrived at the tower. Upon reaching the tower, Ailin finally opened her eyes and dismounted from Ying's back. Have you rested well? Yingyi inquired. Yes, I feel rejuvenated. Hangju, no they. Ailin acknowledged with a nod, only to notice two circular wet marks on Ying's back, recognizing them as the sweat imprints left by her slimes. Ailin felt a twinge of embarrassment. I'm sorry, Ying, I made your clothes damp. Oh, it's nothing. I don't mind, Ying exclaimed, her cheeks reddening inexplicably. Everyone look over there. Winnie's voice captured their attention. Following her gaze, they beheld a massive azure dragon coiled atop the tower, surrounded by several abyss mages wielding staves, seemingly engaged in some ritual. Indeed, they are conducting a corruption ceremony. We must act swiftly to thwart them. Qin unsheathed her sword. Tulin is enduring unimaginable agony. The moment of decisive battle has arrived. Brave heroes, let the winds of 1,000 years bestow their blessings upon you. Wendy struck a chord on her lute, and in an instant, the gentle breeze enveloped the group, imbuing them with boundless strength. Now, envision harnessing this breeze, allowing it to elevate you skyward. Wendy's soothing words intertwined with the melody, guiding them to harness the wind god's blessing. Dialek, Qin, Ailin, Ying, and the others soared into the sky, piercing through the clouds as they ascended toward the pinnacle of the tower. Atop the tower, 3 abyss mages were chanting incomprehensible incantations while brandishing their staves. They had realized that the barrier isolating the Wind Dragon ruins had been breached, yet it was a critical moment in their corruption ritual. In mere minutes, they would fully corrupt the East Wind Dragon, transforming it into a weapon of war for the abyss. Thus, they were utterly absorbed, their focus solely on the ritual, anticipating the swift corruption of the spirit of the East Wind Dragon. Just as the Abyss Mage intended to concentrate its power to thoroughly corrupt the East Wind Dragon, 5 figures, accompanied by a flying emergency food item and an ice phoenix, broke through the clouds under the protection of the wind and surged to the pinnacle of the tower. The moment they arrived at the tower's apex, the 5 swiftly positioned themselves in a circle surrounding the Abyss Mage. However, in the face of this encirclement, the Abyss Mage remained unflustered, chuckling sinisterly as it spoke. Poor dragon, Your former master not only abandoned you, but now brings this band of assassins to hunt you down. Roar. Show these people your pain and fury. Tear them apart with your claws. The Abyss Mage, with a mocking tone, incited the anger within Teyvat, provoking it to attack Wendy and the others. Yet, before it could finish its taunt, a furious shout from a young girl interrupted its words. I'll tear you a new one. Ailin, brimming with rage, instantly appeared before the Abyss Mage, bolstered by the dual elements of wind and thunder. The Abyss Mage, confident due to Teyvat's presence, assumed that Wendy and her comrades would hesitate to strike, thus had not even activated its elemental shield. Little did it anticipate Ailin's astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, Ailin was at the Abyss Mage's side, wielding a heavy brick made of ice, which she brought crashing down upon the mage's mouth. A muffled thud echoed. The Abyss Mage, previously engaged in provoking Teyvat, fell silent in an instant. Under the force of Ailin's powerful blow, its teeth shattered, its face contorted grotesquely, and it was sent flying over 10 meters away. I put up with you for far too long. I won't let you yap anymore. Ailin rolled up her sleeves defiantly, brandishing the brick as she charged, grabbing the Abyss Mage by its collar and delivering a series of strikes to its face. Ailin's sudden aggression took everyone by surprise. Her actions further convinced Teyvat that they were indeed assassins sent by Wendy. Consequently, the dragon soared into the sky, launching an attack against Jean and the others. Without hesitation, Wendy and her companions retaliated in kind. Thus, the battle commenced in this peculiar manner. Chapter 64. The final showdown with the Anemo Dragon. The confrontation with the Anemo Dragon had finally begun. Ailin held the brick in one hand and the lifeless Abyss Mage, bloodied and battered, in the other. Feels good. I told you to stop talking. The Abyss Mage's incessant taunts had become irksome to Ailin. After effectively silencing it through sheer physical force, Ailin felt a wave of relief and casually tossed the Abyss Mage off the tower before immediately joining the fray. With Wendy's assistance in deflecting the Anemo Dragon's assaults, Jean, Dialek, Lumen, and the Phoenix swiftly dealt with the remaining Abyss Mages. Armed with their weapons, they engaged in battle with the colossal dragon. Of course, this was a theoretical equality of strength. Jean, as a human adept at ground combat, thrived best on solid ground, while the Anemo Dragon, known as the Sky Sovereign, was unparalleled in aerial dominance. This one-on-one scenario, one excelling on land and the other in the skies, could not be easily compared. Now, apart from Jean, there was also Wind God Wendy, Ailin, Dialek, and Lumen to assist. This formidable team was more than capable of slaying the Anemo Dragon. However, the challenge was that their goal was not to vanquish the dragon, but to save it. In the former case, they could unleash their attacks without restraint. In the latter, they were bound to proceed with caution, as they aimed to rescue it rather than slay it, necessitating a careful approach during their combat. Yet, this frenzied dragon showed no mercy in battle. This was reality, not a game. The Anemo Dragon would not remain stationary, allowing them to strike at will. It would not conform to the game's mechanics, such as having a health bar or collapsing after sustaining damage. Such notions were utterly implausible. Therefore, while the battle against the Anemo Dragon had just begun, Jean and her companions found themselves in an exceedingly passive position. They could not kill it. They sought to remove the poisonous thorns, yet it refused to allow them near. At this juncture, Jean and Dialek, along with Lumen, were airborne, aided by Wendy, engaged in an intense aerial skirmish with the Anemo Dragon. It must be noted that Jean, possessing the Anemo vision, had gradually learned to manipulate the wind element for flight under Wendy's guidance. Though still somewhat inexperienced, she had made significant progress. As for Lumen, she had garnered insights under Wendy's tutelage, enabling her to utilize the wind element to remain airborne for extended periods, albeit not as proficiently as Jean. Both Lumen and Jean were capable of prolonged aerial combat, allowing Wendy to focus her attention on Dialek, easing her burden significantly. Lumen, Jean, Wendy, and Dialek were all positioned in the skies, scattered around the Anemo Dragon, launching attacks while creating opportunities to eliminate the poisonous thorns from its body. However, as the aerial dragon, the Anemo Dragon possessed formidable combat capabilities, making it difficult for Dialek and the others to contend with it without the intent to kill. The Anemo Dragon's massive form, with sharp claws and fangs, unleashed tremendous force with each swipe or tail lash, akin to a boulder crashing down. The sky lacked the grounded safety of the earth. Even if humans learned to fly, engaging in combat with a dragon in the air was no trivial task. There were no stable footholds in the sky, so while Dialek and the others could defend against the Anemo Dragoness strikes, they found it challenging to absorb the impact, leading to them being sent flying hundreds of meters before they could stabilize themselves using the wind element. Roar! The Anemo Dragon's claws came crashing down towards Lumen with tremendous force. Seeing this, Lumen swiftly swung her sword to intercept, clashing with the dragon's claws. Sparks erupted, and a harsh sound of metal clashing rang out. Although Lumen managed to block the Anemo Dragon's attack, the difficulties of aerial combat meant she was still sent hurtling away. After launching Lumen, the Anemo Dragon let out a mighty roar, flapping its wings to conjure a massive wind sphere aimed directly at her. At that moment, Lumen was still in the midst of her backward trajectory, unable to pivot to evade. All she could do was brace herself to face the incoming wind sphere. The Anemo Dragon's attack was evidently a lethal one. Just then, a figure in a blue dress darted past. Ailin, wielding the blade of the sky, unleashed a lightning sword strike that cleaved the wind sphere directed at Lumen in two. "Are you all right, Lumen?" Ailin caught Lumen's waist, halting her backward momentum, and inquired with concern. "I'm fine. Thank you, Ailin." "Good to hear." Ailin nodded, releasing Lumen before rejoining the battle. "Go, Phoenix." With Ailin's call, the Ice Phoenix let out a resounding cry. It spread its wings and soared into the skies. As the king of birds, aerial combat was also its forte. At that moment, 3 radiant tail feathers shimmered behind it. The elemental force of wind flowed around her, granting her the ability to soar with unparalleled speed. She darted around the Feng Mo Long, unleashing a barrage of ice spikes and lightning strikes, relentlessly targeting one singular objective, the blood coagulation stinger the dragon. However, the process of cleansing the stinger was excruciating. Each strike elicited a pained roar from the Feng Mo Long, intensifying its fury and driving it to wreak havoc upon its surroundings. With a thunderous roar, the Feng Mo Long ascended, its 4 wings flapping wildly, conjuring a tempest that engulfed the space around it. A torrent of wind elemental power was summoned by the dragon, manifesting as countless razor-sharp wind blades. These blades, numerous beyond estimation, filled the air, emitting a cacophony of dissonant howls that enveloped the vicinity. The sheer volume of sound pierced through the air, resonating painfully against Ailin's eardrums, making her feel as though her very brain was vibrating. Below, amidst the ruins of the wind dragon, the tumultuous noise echoed like a clap of thunder, causing swathes of slimes and hilichurls to tremble in fear, cowering on the ground. The overwhelming draconic might, coupled with the shrieking wind blades, saturated the area with an oppressive aura that rendered the air stifling and difficult to breathe. Such a display was truly magnificent yet terrifying. As the dragon's roar reverberated, the multitude of whirling wind blades shot out in all directions, unleashing indiscriminate devastation. At that moment, Wendy exchanged a quick glance with Ailin, who nodded in response. "Everyone, relax your bodies and resist nothing." Wendy's pigtails shimmered with a verdant glow as he extended his palm and clenched it firmly. "Let the winds rise." With this command, a vortex of wind materialized, its powerful pull drawing Ailin, Chin, Dialek, and Feng closer to Wendy, positioning them in front of him. Note: Paimon was left atop the tower due to her lack of combat prowess. As all were gathered before Wendy, Ailin prepared herself. The eye of the ice god at her waist gleamed brightly, channeling vast reserves of ice elemental power. Eternal ice prison. Ailin grasped the air, and in an instant, the ice elemental power coalesced into a colossal, weighty ice egg, shielding everyone within. Just as the ice egg formed, a barrage of wind blades swept toward them. Each blade struck the ice egg with a resounding crash, sending shards of ice scattering like confetti under the sun's radiant light. Yet, no matter how aggressively the wind blades assaulted it, the ice egg remained steadfast, buoyed by the elemental winds, safeguarding Ailin and her companions. Moments later, the wind blades dissipated, leaving the ice egg considerably diminished, now merely a fragile shell. The dragon, realizing its attacks were ineffectual, roared in frustration before inhaling deeply and unleashing a torrent of dragon breath upon the ice egg. The resulting cyclone was formidable, churning the clouds and bearing terrifying destructive power as it barreled toward the ice egg. Just then, the ice egg cracked. The occupants within were once again exposed to the open air. At this juncture, Winnie stood at the center of the group, his pigtails aglow, with the wind elemental power swirling around him. He had been the one to manipulate the wind elemental forces, allowing the ice egg to hover in the sky and sustaining his friends in their aerial stance. In the forefront stood Ing, Dialek, Cheen, and Foam. With Winnie's assistance, they had momentarily set aside the burden of flight, allowing them to gather their strength for a counterattack. Now, confronted with the approaching dragon breath, they acted without hesitation, unleashing their pent-up assaults. Wind blades. Ing wielded her blade, executing a crescent-shaped sword wave. Dawn's wind. Cheen, her gaze resolute, swung her windborne blade with conviction, releasing a colossal azure sword aura that cleaved through the clouds toward the heavens. Fulmer released a piercing cry, launching a bolt of lightning as thick as a telephone pole directly at the colossal dragon. Inferno burned bright. Dialek's eyes blazed with fire as he swung his great sword downwards, summoning a massive firebird, engulfed in roaring flames, hurtling toward the dragon breath. Ing and Cheen's sword auras collided with the cyclone, causing a tempest of sword energy to fill the sky. The two wind-based sword strikes, infused with formidable sharpness, forcefully tore a gaping hole in the cyclone. Dialek's firebird followed closely behind, diving into the breach, while Fonger's lightning bolt struck the heart of the whirlwind with blinding speed. The simultaneous explosion of fire and lightning within the cyclone erupted with overwhelming force, creating a cataclysmic reaction that led to an even greater detonation. The cyclone, faced with such explosive might, fragmented almost instantaneously, sending shockwaves rippling outward like a tidal wave, clearing the clouds for miles around, and creating a vast void in the sky. The Feng Mo Long, shaken by the explosive force, was propelled backward. Yet, the onslaught was far from over, for Ailin had yet to strike. At this moment, Ailin stood behind her comrades, who formed a reliable barrier around her. With Amos bow in hand, she knocked an arrow brimming with ice elemental power, radiating an aura of dread. The protection of her allies allowed her to gather strength over an extended period, and their combined attacks had ruptured the storm, clearing a path for her shot. Now was the perfect moment to unleash her power. Without a hint of hesitation, she released the string, the ice arrow, infused with terrifying elemental energy, shot upward like a comet, shimmering with brilliant blue light. The cyclone had been breached, and the Feng Mo Long, staggered by the shockwaves of the explosion, was now trapped within Ailin's sights. The ice arrow, charged with immense elemental force, struck the dragon's wing, piercing through flesh and bone. In the wake of this impact, the frost erupted forth. The elemental energy within the arrow detonated, unleashing a tidal wave of frigid air. This singular shot not only created a gaping wound in the dragon's wing, but also encased it in ice. Roar! Barbados, do you truly wish to see my destruction? The Feng Mo Long roared in agony. Am I merely your tool, your pawn? Once deemed useless, I am cast aside, and now you bring others to hunt me. Teyvat, it is not so. A profound sorrow creased Wendy's visage, but the Feng Mo Long, consumed by rage, could not hear his words. The wounded dragon, now in a frenzied state of wrath, was corrupted by hatred and pain, igniting its own essence as it launched a more ferocious assault against Ailin and her companions. However, with one wing injured and encased in ice, its movements were markedly less nimble than before. Teyvat, I will save you and restore your joy of flight. When he sighed deeply, strumming his lute once more, the winds of healing enveloped the group, replenishing their exhausted strength. With renewed vigor, they grasped their weapons and re-engaged in a fierce confrontation against the Feng Mo Long Ing Mei, Feng Air, Cheen, Dialek, along with Wendy and Ailin, hovered at 6 cardinal points around the Anemo dragon, relentlessly launching attacks upon it. At this moment, the Anemo dragon's wings were injured and encased in ice, presenting an opportune moment to dismantle its blood coagulation stingers. Their eyes were all fixated on the stingers adorning the Anemo dragon's body. Thus, there were two such stingers, one located at the tail and the other at the neck. If they could eliminate these two stingers, they would save the Anemo dragon and rescue Mondstadt. Chapter 66. The stars realigned. The final movement of eternity, the battle raged on. With one of its wings pierced and encased in ice, the Anemo dragon's aerial coordination had significantly diminished, easing the burden on Ailin and her companions. They surrounded the Anemo dragon, launching continuous assaults from various angles, causing the dragon to become increasingly exposed to vulnerabilities. However, even so, the massive creature continued to thrash in the air, making it no simple task to target its two stingers. Bang! Dialek swung his sword, engulfed in swirling flames, striking against the dragon's claw as it swiped at him. The immense force from his sword countered the dragon's power, preventing Dialek from being flung away. Instead, he held his ground against the claw in a fierce standoff. Meanwhile, behind the dragon, Ingmei wielded her woofing sword, infused with Anemo elemental energy, clashing against the dragon's sweeping tail. Utilizing the blade's sharpness, she successfully blocked the tail's strike, pressing down firmly to resist the dragon's powerful sweep. Qin soared high above, delivering a fierce downward strike with her sword, countering the breath of wind expelled by the dragon. Engaged in battle on three fronts, the Anemo dragon found itself unable to divert its attention any further, with its head, claws, and tail all occupied. It was at this moment that Ailin, who had been patiently waiting, chose to act. The Raiden Shogun's eye on her back glimmered softly as she gathered electro-elemental energy in her left palm. She then formed her fingers into a sword-like gesture and swiftly unleashed a bolt of lightning. The rapid flash resembled a blade. With that flick of her wrist, the lightning transformed into a lightning wedge, striking at the Anemo dragon's tail stinger. Indeed, the technique Ailin employed was none other than Keqing's skill, Stars Realign. Logically, Ailin had never visited Liyue, nor had she met Keqing. Without Keqing's guidance, she should not have been able to master Stars Realign. However, Ailin had long coveted this move, believing it to be a perfect ambush strike capable of catching foes off guard in battle. Thus, after acquiring the Raiden Shogun's eye, she had been diligently pondering over this skill, aspiring to learn it through self-study. Yet, despite her efforts, she could not grasp its essence. The story of how she ultimately learned this technique began when she, along with Sucrose and Fiscal, were decorating a realm, in their quest to create a fantastical landscape. The trio frequently traversed various regions of Mondstadt, gathering an array of plants and materials. One day, they ventured near Oath's Cliff, where they encountered an electro slime drifting near the electro cube. Among them was a peculiar yellow electro slime, distinct from its purple counterparts. Its antennae emitted an attraction to other slimes, generating a fascinating conductive reaction. Upon seeing the yellow slime, Ailin felt a sudden clarity, as if all her previous doubts had found resolution. If there were two types of slimes, might there also be two forms of electro-elemental energy? After several days of experimentation, Ailin astonishingly discovered the existence of two distinct types of electro-elemental energy. Lacking any understanding of physics, she crudely categorized these energies as positive and negative. The two types of electro-energy attracted one another. With this revelation, understanding how Keqing executed Stars Realign became manageable. At this moment, Ailin first concentrated negative electro-energy in her left hand, forming a lightning wedge that struck the Anemo dragon's stinger. Subsequently, she directed positive electro-energy to course through her entire being. At that moment, the two energies attracted one another with tremendous force, pulling Ailin towards the lightning wedge at lightning speed. In an instant, she traversed a distance of over 40 meters. As the lightning flashed at the dragon's tail, Ailin's figure emerged from the light. "Shatter," she commanded, wielding the skyward blade, now brimming with vast electro-energy, and delivered a powerful downward slash onto the stinger. Boom! A deafening explosion ensued. The electro-energy attached to her sword detonated upon contact with the stinger, shattering it into fragments. Instantly, dark poisonous blood gushed forth from the wound. Although the destruction of the stinger was a boon, the process of expelling the poison was agonizing. The immense pain forced the Anemo dragon to emit a heart-wrenching roar, unleashing a surge of power that sent Mei, Qin, and Dialek reeling. With a furious flap of its wings, it shattered the ice encasing them, and, in a frenzy, the dragon soared into the sky. One stinger had been destroyed, but they could not allow it to escape. Gritting her teeth, Qin swung the Favonius sword, channeling Anemo energy as she pursued the Anemo dragon. Wendy strummed her lyre, restoring the group's vitality, and led them in the chase. Unfortunately, they underestimated the Anemo dragon. Having already exhausted itself, the dragon sought only to wreak havoc, to destroy everything it loathed. Previously, it had retreated only due to the influence of the Abyss mages during its earlier assaults on Mondstadt. Now, with those mages vanquished by Ailin and her allies, the Anemo dragon was truly beyond control. With its own destruction in mind, what need had it for escape? What fear did it have of death? It yearned solely for destruction, for the annihilation of those who hunted it. The earlier explosion had cleared clouds for miles around. Now, after flying over 10 kilometers, the group found themselves once again amidst a storm-laden battlefield. It was then that the Anemo dragon halted its flight. Upon witnessing the dragon's pause, Wendy's countenance shifted as she recognized the cloud-filled battlefield, recalling something ominous. This is bad. The Anemo dragon is about to unleash its true power as the sovereign of the skies. If I am not mistaken, it will soon employ its most formidable technique, the final movement of eternity. No sooner had Wendy uttered these words than the Anemo dragon roared and ascended, plunging into the boundless clouds below. A torrent of Anemo energy surged forth, and it twisted through the clouds like a dragon diving into the sea, spiraling at high speed. Soon, a colossal vortex of wind, nearly 10 kilometers in diameter, formed amidst the clouds, wreaking havoc upon the sky. Onlookers below gazed up in terror as the clouds rolled back, revealing a monstrous vortex suspended in the heavens, akin to a dreadful black hole, devouring everything in its vicinity. The sky darkened, sunlight obscured, and the scene appeared as if the world were at its end. Amidst the chaos, an invisible force seemed to grasp Ailin and her companions, attempting to draw them closer to the heart of the storm. Fortunately, Wendy strummed her lyre, conjuring a gentle breeze that created a small pocket of space, shielding Ailin and the others from the pull of the vortex. Chapter 67, The Sovereign of the Skies. The Anemo god strikes a vast expanse of clouds rolled back ominously. Countless clouds have been forcibly gathered at the heart of the storm vortex. The area where Wendy and the others find themselves is now shrouded in a misty cloud cover, casting a dim pall over the surroundings with visibility reduced to less than a meter. However, the Wind Dragon's intent with this maneuver is not merely to obscure the enemy's vision for a surprise attack. For such a trivial tactic would hardly be worthy of being called the Wind Dragon's most formidable technique. At this moment, the sky within a radius of several kilometers is entirely engulfed by a thick blanket of clouds. It is essential to note that the sky does not only contain white clouds, but also cumulonimbus clouds, commonly known as thunderstorm clouds. The Wind Dragon harnesses a vast amount of wind elemental power, spiraling rapidly in the upper atmosphere to create a large-scale storm vortex, forcibly gathering the thunderclouds into a colossal storm domain. The immense mass of thunderclouds obscures the sky like a vast screen. This is the Wind Dragon's ultimate skill, the final curtain of heaven. Within this space, currents of electricity surge chaotically, torrential rains pour down, and the oppressive darkness renders everyone breathless. After gathering the thick thunderclouds, the storm has vanished, yet the danger within the clouds is unimaginable. The air is saturated with moisture, soaking everyone, while the omnipresent currents of electricity intermingle with the humidity, inflicting continuous electric shocks upon Ailin and the others. Compared to the Game-S version of Final Curtain of Heaven, the one now unleashed by the Wind Dragon is a true natural disaster, embodying the immense power that should belong to the favored of the Anemo Archon. Guardian of the flowing wind, Wendy plucks the strings of her lyre, summoning a swirling whirlwind to protect Dialek. This small whirlwind can disperse the moisture and thunderclouds surrounding Dialek, significantly reducing the frequency of electric shocks he endures. Ailin, Feng'er, Qin, and Ingmei, all capable of channeling wind elemental power, observe this and follow suit, conjuring their own swirling winds to shield themselves. However, this technique is not without limitations. Not to mention the energy consumption, it can only effectively disperse the thunderclouds when stationary. Once combat begins, they must navigate through the thunderclouds at high speeds, rendering the flow of wind inadequate to clear the clouds around them. Wendy wishes to exert her full strength to disperse the thunderclouds, but alas, the opportunities in battle are fleeting. The Wind Dragon, being Wendy's familiar, understands her intentions well. It would never allow her to dispel the thunderclouds. In the darkened thunderclouds, visibility is barely a meter. The Wind Dragon, relying on its tough hide, traverses the thunderclouds fearlessly, akin to a dragon swimming through the sea. Suddenly, the thunderclouds roil. The Wind Dragon bursts through the clouds, lunging at Wendy with a fierce bite. Wendy, startled, swiftly rides the wind to evade the dragon's jaws. In an instant, a colossal sphere of lightning, the size of a water tank, coils around the dragon's claw and strikes down towards Dialek with wrath. Faced with the electrified claw, Dialek's pupils constrict, and his expression changes drastically. He dares not, nor is he able to, envelop his sword in fire elemental power. Otherwise, a reaction with the lightning elemental energy would result in an explosion before him, causing him far greater harm. Thus, to counter the Wind Dragon's claw attack, Dialek can only rely on pure physical strength to swing his sword in a bid to resist. However, the human body cannot contend with the might of a dragon, especially when the claw is charged with immense electrical energy. The clash between the claw and Dialek's great sword, devoid of the fire elemental enhancement, leaves him unable to withstand the force. In an instant, the lightning surges forth, erupting explosively at his chest. Electricity courses throughout his body, rendering him barely able to hold his great sword. The claw, unimpeded, strikes Dialek with residual force. A resounding thud reverberates. Dialek violently spews blood, his body akin to a kite severed from its string, hurtling over 200 meters away. Dialek, Kin exclaims, immediately charging forward to engage the Wind Dragon. Yet the Wind Dragon bellows defiantly, its wings thrumming powerfully, stirring up a tornado towering several dozen meters high. Upon its formation, the tornado whips the surrounding thunderclouds into a raging thunderstorm vortex. The tornado, forged from compressed wind elemental power, possesses immense destructive capability, and coupled with the force of lightning, its power becomes terrifying indeed. The thunderstorm vortex howls as it engulfs Kin, the fierce winds cutting her flesh with fine, deep lacerations while torrents of electrical energy course through her entire being. The indescribable pain nearly renders her unconscious. Captain Kin, witnessing her suffering, Ailin is filled with fury and despair, summoning her familiar Feng'er and commanding her to rescue Kin. Ailin then brandishes her sword and rushes into battle with the Wind Dragon to buy Feng'er time to save Kin. Feng'er, being a creation of elemental forces, embodies 3 types of elemental power, allowing her to channel wind, ice, and lightning, thus granting her a formidable immunity to these elements. In this moment, her 2-tail feathers, representing wind and lightning, radiate brilliance, enveloped in the elements as she transforms into a streak of light, plunging into the thunderstorm vortex. Despite the raging winds and storms, she emerges as a resilient seabird soaring above turbulent waters. The gale and tempest batter her, yet they cannot impede her advance. She charges into the heart of the storm, grasping Kin's hands with her claws, and with a mighty effort, breaks through the turmoil to rescue her. "Are you all right, Captain Kin?" After saving her, Feng'er quickly turns to Kin. "I'm fine, Feng'er, Ailin." "Thank you," Kin replies, mustering a semblance of composure. However, seeing her disheveled state, covered in wounds and gasping for breath, both Feng'er and Ailin know that Kin is gravely injured and has exhausted her strength, rendering her unable to continue fighting. Meanwhile, in the distance, Dialek stands with tattered clothing and blood trickling from his mouth, one hand gripping his sword while the other clutches his chest, gasping for breath. It is evident that he too can no longer engage in battle. The Wind Dragon, within the realm of the final curtain of heaven, truly lives up to its title as the dominator of the skies, having incapacitated two of Ailin's key warriors with merely 2 moves. With the loss of 2 major players, an immense pressure looms. The storm howls in the ears, and electrical currents crackle ominously. The atmosphere becomes unbearably oppressive. Wendy gazes at the wounded Dialek and kin, then turns her attention to the distant Tevelin, sorrow etched deeply across her face. The injured kin and Dialek can no longer fight, nor can they ride the wind, forcing Wendy to divide her focus to protect both. Observing Ailin, Fenger, and Ingmei engaged in combat with the colossal dragon fills her with even greater despair. She understands that relying solely on Ailin, Fenger, and Ingmei, they stand no chance of overcoming the wind dragon within the final curtain of heaven. The only viable course of action is for her to intervene personally and create an opportunity. This opportunity will deplete the last vestiges of her strength. Once her power is exhausted, everything will rest upon Ailin, Ing, and Fenger. Should Ailin and the others fail to seize this chance, then a powerless Wendy will be unable to protect kin and Dialek. They will all be at the mercy of the wind dragon. They trust me and have joined me in this endeavor to save you. I cannot allow you to harm them, so I must apologize. Tevelin. Wendy's face, marred by profound sorrow, sees her 2 braids glowing with a verdant light, and then she slowly extends her hand. Chapter 68. The wind god adorns his crown. Awaken now. O pitiful dragon, the wind god hovers high in the heavens, a gentle breeze swirling around him, stirring his cloak and braids. He held the lute in both hands, plucking its strings as the melodies flowed forth, imbued with both sorrow and compassion. O spirits of the winds that wander between the realms, I call upon you in the name of the wind god to come forth and lend me your strength. Flow with my music, move with my will. As my words faded, it was as if 1,000 winds whispered softly in response. The dense, elemental force of wind gathered, encircling the wind god like a devoted congregation, manifesting as a burning azure flame upon his form. 2 small braids of hair glimmered with a cerulean light as the wind god opened his eyes, revealing orbs that shone with equal brilliance. The azure flames danced around him, gradually dissolving his original robes, enveloping him in radiant light. Soon, he sprouted pure white wings and donned a flowing white cloak, standing barefoot in the void. Meanwhile, the great bell atop the West Wind Cathedral tolled 7 times, signifying the arrival of the wind god, representative of the 7 deities. In an instant, a multitude of Mondstadt citizens rushed out, gazing upward at the statue of the wind god, which was now radiating a brilliant azure light. Across the Mondstadt region, all statues of the 7 gods burst forth with columns of light reaching towards the heavens. Countless citizens moved to tears, lined up beneath the statue of the wind god to pray, led by priests and nuns. On the other hand, the wind god, having relinquished dominion over Mondstadt, found his divine power depleted, further exhausted by the recent battle. At that moment, as he forcibly summoned his divine energy, he felt a profound emptiness within. However, he soon sensed a trickle of faith flowing towards him. Originally just a wisp among 1,000 winds, a mere wind spirit without divine status, he had gained strength by sheltering the old Mondstadt citizens fleeing from the tower amidst the snowstorm, earning their faith, which gradually empowered him until he rose to overthrow the tyrant alongside his people. Unlike other deities who began with divine might, his power stemmed from the faith of his followers. After abandoning his rule over Mondstadt, he and the East Wind Dragon were gradually forgotten by the populace, leading to a diminishing faith and weakening strength. Yet the wind god was content. He was gentle, deeply loving his people. Their forgetting him signified that they no longer required divine protection. Watching his beloved citizens flourish brought him immense joy, even if it cost him his strength. As he felt the resurgence of power within him, the wind god smiled. His people had not forgotten him. In an age where deities had become mere legends, they still revered, cherished, and expressed gratitude for all he had done for Mondstadt. At the height of his power, he was formidable, but that strength was the result of years of accumulated faith. Thus, the brief prayers of his people could not restore much of his power, yet it was sufficient to confront the current predicament. He slowly extended his hand and softly uttered, "The winds flow endlessly across the boundless domain of the winds." With these words, the wind god pressed his hand into the void. At that moment, countless citizens of Mondstadt beheld a cerulean sun rising from the direction of the wind dragon ruins. In the neighboring nation of Liyue, an elderly gentleman, enjoying tea and theater, set down his cup, sensing something from afar towards Mondstadt. As the wind god pressed down, an oceanic surge of wind elemental force erupted, forming a domain of wind that enveloped the area. Wind pressure. The wind god pressed down once more. Instantly, an immeasurable force of wind elemental energy cascaded from the heavens. The immense pressure bore down upon the wind dragon, as if 100 star-capturing cliffs were resting upon its back, directly suppressing it from the sky. The wind dragon plummeted like a falling aircraft, crashing onto the platform at the pinnacle of the tower, startling Paimon, who had been hiding at a distance. Roar! Barbados! They spoke the truth. You truly intend to slay me. Even if you kill me, the resentment I leave behind will undoubtedly taint this land you hold dear, leading to its demise. Windy, unwilling to refrain from using divine power to attack, only solidified the wind dragon's belief that he was indeed being hunted. Abandoned and pursued by its former master, the immense sorrow and anguish drove the wind dragon to a furious roar, struggling fiercely to break free from the suppression and ascend to battle Windy. Yet, the overwhelming wind pressure relentlessly kept it grounded, unable to soar. Turin, Windy's face was filled with sorrow. Having cast this spell to suppress the wind dragon, his strength was nearly depleted. The wind dragon's frantic struggles blurred the divine guard upon him, nearly leading to its dissolution. Sensing Windy's waning power, the wind dragon's struggles intensified, ultimately allowing it to raise its head and unleash a heart-wrenching roar towards the heavens. With this dragon's cry, the sky changed dramatically. Vast torrents of wind power swirled above, and a storm of lightning coiled, forming a colossal sphere of wind that ensnared the thunderclouds. The power of lightning dyed the entire wind sphere a deep purple blue. A wind thunder sphere, nearly 100 meters in diameter, compressed with abundant lightning energy, hung high in the sky, rapidly descending. This is bad. Windy's expression shifted dramatically. I cannot allow that wind thunder sphere to fall. Otherwise, the entire wind dragon ruins will be reduced to rubble. I can hardly contain it. Quickly, remove its coagulated blood stinger. When he cried out, Chi-Chi and Dialek had already lost their combat ability. Hu Tao and Fiscal were carrying these too, lest they fall from the sky. The wind thunder sphere was rapidly descending, now mere hundreds of meters above the tower. If the wind thunder sphere detonated, everything, be it the wind dragon ruins, Windy and his companions, or the wind dragon, would be reduced to dust in the explosion. Even if they were to perish together, the wind dragon was determined to kill Windy and his companions. One could only imagine the extent to which its spirit had been corroded by curses. Just then, crack, thunder erupted. A girl with white hair and a blue dress, empowered by the dual elements of wind and lightning, wielded the skyblade and transformed into a streak of lightning, hurtling down from the heavens. In an instant, she traversed over 700 meters, brushing past the descending wind thunder sphere, reaching the wind dragon's side. Awaken from your fury, East Wind Dragon, cursed by the abyss. Surrounded by scintillating lightning, Ailin, in that fleeting moment, brandished the sky blade ablaze with lightning and struck out. Thunderous slash. Clash. The sky blade carved a purple arc as it severed the last coagulated blood stinger of the wind dragon. The blade's energy and lightning erupted under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The last coagulated blood stinger shattered in response. Chapter 69, Forget Your Worries and Soar, Sky Dragon. Harnessing the power of lightning, she unleashed an unparalleled speed, traversing 700 meters in an instant to deliver a fierce strike. This was the thunderous slash. With the strike, lightning detonated upon the wind dragon's neck, obliterating the coagulated blood stinger. However, Ailin had already exhausted much of her strength in the previous battle, and now, as she unleashed the lightning power to cover such a distance in a single strike, her stamina was completely depleted. She could no longer maintain her stance and collapsed beside the wind dragon. With a coagulated blood stinger shattered. The immense pain compelled the wind dragon to emit a sorrowful roar, losing control over the descent of the wind thunder sphere. The sphere trembled violently in the sky before erupting. Storms and lightning surged forth, sweeping across all directions with unparalleled ferocity, generating a colossal shockwave that howled through the air. The sound of the explosion echoed even in Mondstadt. Far away, the platform of the tower crumbled under the force of this terrifying shockwave. Ingmei, Fenger, Deluk, Qin, as well as Wendy and Ailin, were all swept away by the chaotic currents in the midst of the explosion. Exhausted and devoid of strength to protect themselves, they awaited a grim fate of being crushed upon impact from the heights. However, as they were tossed about helplessly, a colossal azure dragon's sword passed, catching them all in its embrace. The flowing winds enveloped the dragon's form, shielding them from the tempest's wrath. This dragon, known as Teyvat, was a favored servant of the Anemo Archon and one of the guardians of the Four Winds. After a fierce battle with the dragon Durin, it fell into slumber. Having swallowed Durin's venomous blood, Teyvat was but a carefree dragon, indifferent to human matters. Thus, despite its long life, it remained oblivious to the complexities of human emotions. Consequently, upon awakening to find itself forgotten by the people of Mondstadt, it felt a sense of grievance. It wished to inquire of the Anemo Archon why it had been forsaken. Yet the slumbering Archon could offer no answers. This deepened its sorrow, but under normal circumstances, Teyvat would have merely mourned rather than lash out at Mondstadt. Its madness stemmed from the corruption of the toxic blood and the curse imposed by the Abyss, which distorted its mind. The Abyss whispered to it that Mondstadt and the Archon had abandoned it. Thus, its fury and hatred were fueled by the belief that it had been forsaken by those it loved. The venom and the curse amplified this anger infinitely, leading to its rampage. But why should it feel rage and hatred for being abandoned by Mondstadt and the Archon? In truth, it was because of its deep affection for them. Betrayal by that which it loved ignited its wrath. Therefore, Teyvat's fury was, at its essence, born of love's disillusionment. The abyssal mage summoned the poisonous blood, coalescing it into venomous spikes at Teyvat's tail and neck. These spikes pierced deeply into Teyvat's body, allowing the abyssal mage to continuously cast curses upon it. Now that the spikes had been shattered, the toxic blood spewed forth, and Teyvat gradually awoke. In its newfound clarity, Teyvat realized that during the recent battle, Wendy and the others had countless opportunities to slay it. Particularly, that final strike from the blue-clad girl. Had it severed not the venomous spikes, but its neck, it would have met its demise. Thus, they were not there to hunt it, as the abyssal mage had claimed. Rather, the Anemo Archon had led them there to save it. Enlightened, Teyvat spread its wings and rescued Wendy and the others. At that moment, on Teyvat's back, Ingmei knelt by its wounds, purifying the remnants of toxic blood and curses. Qin, Deluk, Ailin, and Wendy rested atop Teyvat's back. It had been a long time since they had flown together in such a manner. The Anemo Archon's words were soft and gentle as he caressed Teyvat's scales. Just now? Why? Why did you not ask me to guard as you did before? Wendy's face bore a tender expression. I do not wish for you to heed the abyss. But that does not mean you must obey me, Teyvat. The age of gods has passed. People have gradually forgotten us. This is a testament to Mondstadt's burgeoning prosperity, is it not? In the past, the people of old Mondstadt were trapped in a tower, denied of freedom. The storms rendered Mondstadt a land of poverty, and people prayed for the Archon's protection. Today, Mondstadt flourishes, its people basking in happiness and freedom. They no longer require the guardianship of the Anemo Archon or the dragon. And is this not what we have always wished to see? Wendy raised his hands, conjuring a sphere of azure light, which he then offered to Teyvat. Is this the power of the Archons favored? Teyvat was initially taken aback, but soon sighed in sadness. But I'm no longer one of the Four Winds Guardians. Once, it had indeed been a favored servant of the Archon, endowed with the powers of such. However, upon deciding to oppose the Archon, the powers faded, incompatible with its newfound mindset. Now, though it had returned to a semblance of normalcy, it dared not hope for the Archon's forgiveness, let alone the restoration of its former powers. Yet, the Anemo Archon bestowed this power upon it once more. This signified the Archon's love and acknowledgement. a testament that the Archon had never truly wished to abandon it. Even without that title, have you not still protected us? Wendy's face shone with a gentle smile as he caressed Teyvat's scales. Freedom commanded by the Archon is still a form of unfreedom, is it not? From this day forth, carry my blessings and fly with greater ease. Seek the freedom that resides in your heart. The following day, Cheen, representing the Knights of Favonius, addressed the citizens of Mondstadt with an announcement. In this proclamation, she clarified the misunderstandings, explaining that Teyvat had attacked Mondstadt due to the corruption of toxic blood and the manipulation of the Abyss. Additionally, she declared that with the help of the Anemo Archon and the brave warriors, Teyvat had been saved and the dragon crisis was officially over. Meanwhile, Klee has secretly enlisted the aid of several bards. These bards roamed the streets of Mondstadt, singing ballads of Teyvat's battles against Durin and its subsequent slumber due to the venom, only to awaken to find itself forgotten by the people. The Knight's declaration alleviated the public's concerns. Human hearts are inherently soft. Upon learning that Teyvat had been manipulated into madness, their resentment diminished significantly. Moreover, Klee's bards spread the tale of Teyvat's sacrifice for the salvation of Mondstadt, fostering gratitude and guilt among the populace. The public announcement, combined with the subtle promotions and the fact that no lives have been lost during the Dragon Crisis, along with Cheen's promise to allocate funds for the repair of homes, ultimately led the people of Mondstadt to not only dissipate their resentment towards Teyvat, but to foster feelings of gratitude and remorse instead. The citizens spontaneously erected the Temple of the East Wind Dragon as an expression of their apologies and gratitude towards Teyvat. With the Dragon Crisis resolved smoothly, the pressure imposed by the Winter Kingdom crumbled entirely. Thus, the Dragon Crisis was declared over. Chapter 70. The joyous celebration feast. The Dragon Crisis was officially over. The people of Mondstadt were working alongside the Knights of Favonius to address the aftermath. The complexity of this situation proved far greater than anticipated. Debris from the shattered homes of Mondstadt needed to be cleared, residences rebuilt, and the populace reassured. The roads that had been damaged required restoration. Additionally, the chaotic scattering of hilichurls frightened by the East Wind Dragon had to be managed. Meanwhile, taking advantage of the absence of the acting captain of the Knights, the Abyss Order orchestrated an assault on Mondstadt using the hilichurls. Thus, the tensions between Mondstadt and the Abyss Order were palpable. 3 days after the wind disaster, Diluc, Ing, Paimon, Cheen, and Wendy gathered at Ailin's invitation within the realm of the Dust Songpot. Upon entering the celestial abode, Cheen and the others were awestruck by the stunning scenery before them. Even Diluc struggled to maintain his stoic demeanor. His eyes filled with admiration as he took in the magnificent landscape. Fiscal and Sugar had seemingly become the little mistresses of this celestial realm, busily assisting Ailin in the kitchen to prepare dinner. After more than 2 hours of preparation, Ailin served the dishes, marking the commencement of the celebratory feast for the successful rescue of the dragon. Without everyone's help, the resolution of the Dragon Crisis would not have been so smoothly achieved. Here, on behalf of the Knights of Favonius and the entire Mondstadt populace, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your assistance. Huen rose and raised her glass in appreciation. Huen, you're at it again. Ailin shot a glance at Huen. I've already mentioned that this gathering is among friends. You can relax a bit and savor the moment, without bringing work into it. Huen suddenly realized I apologize. It was just instinct. Nonetheless, I still wish to express my gratitude to everyone. With that, Huen lifted her glass and downed its contents in one go. As she sat down, a smile graced her face, and she appeared considerably more at ease. Diluc, I must thank you once again for the exquisite apple cider you gifted me last time. Had it not been for a certain lazy Anemo god who mentioned it, I would have known how precious this apple cider truly is. It seems I owe you an even greater debt of gratitude. Ailin said bashfully. Diluc, maintaining his stoic demeanor, replied, It's nothing. I sold it to you willingly. You paid me, and I provided you with the wine. It's a standard transaction, not a matter of indebtedness. Oh, Diluc, if I heard correctly, it seems you just stated that you sold the wine to Ailin. Huen, sitting across the table, lowered her glass and raised an eyebrow. Diluc, if you haven't forgotten the laws of Mondstadt, you should be aware of the penalties for selling alcohol to minors, correct? Upon seeing Diluc's silence, QN's expression grew serious as she continued. Therefore, as per regulations, I shall impose a 15-day suspension on the Angel's Share Tavern, along with a fine of 100. Nulla mora. You have no objections, do you? TCH. Dialog glared, his lips twitching in annoyance. Please, QN. Dialog was only trying to help me, Ailin interjected on Dialog's behalf. Uffed. Q, and suddenly burst out laughing. All right, I was merely jesting. It's quite amusing to tease Dialog while he remains stoic. Rest assured, the person seated here is simply QN enjoying a leisurely moment, not the acting grandmaster. So I haven't heard a thing. With a relaxed smile, QN playfully teased Dialog, completely oblivious to the fact that she had unconsciously laid down her burdens and blended into the atmosphere. What is the matter with you all? After teasing Dialog, QN suddenly noticed the table had fallen silent, with everyone staring at her in a daze. It's nothing, Ailin chuckled softly. It's just rare to see the genuine smile of Grandmaster QN. Your relaxed smile is quite lovely. You should do it more often. I believe everyone would surely appreciate it. Oh dear, QN finally realized her transformation, her cheeks flushing slightly. In any case, this celebration commenced in such a joyful ambience. Hu Tao, Ailin, and QN were happily chatting, while Dialog, despite his efforts to maintain an aloof demeanor, felt warmth stirring in his heart as he observed his companions' cheerful smiles. Throughout the meal, they recounted their battle with Storm Terror, while Paimon, Fiscal, and Sucrose, who did not partake in the fight, eagerly listened as an audience. Especially during the parts related to Ailin, both Fiscal and Sucrose would blush with excitement, thoroughly enthralled. After receiving Ailin's invitation, Dialog brought forth several bottles of premium dandelion wine. Upon seeing this, Wendy's eyes lit up and he downed glass after glass, neglecting the food entirely, as if afraid someone might snatch it away from him. To an outsider, one might think he had never tasted wine before. Thus, the celebration concluded amidst laughter and cheer. Fiscal and Sucrose decided to stay in the pot, intending to cuddle with Ailin for the night, until they fell asleep. Both wore broad smiles, clearly having enjoyed the day as festivities. Legends tell of a paradise in a corner of Teyvat, where those who reach it will attain eternal happiness and joy. Sucrose firmly believed that by creating a paradise, she would achieve everlasting bliss. Both of them were lonely souls yearning for companionship. With the successful creation of their paradise, it gradually became livelier. During the celebration, they met Hu Tao, Paimon, Grandmaster QN, Dialog, and a bard. Though each person had a distinct personality, Sucrose and Fiscal recognized their inherent goodness. Particularly for Sucrose. Despite being an alchemist of the nights, she harbored a deep-seated fear of QN. Ordinarily, she would not dare to converse with her. And whenever she needed QN's consent for something, she would strive to seek Albedo as assistance. However, today, Sucrose witnessed a different side of Grandmaster QN. She had never anticipated that the stern-faced Grandmaster could be so approachable and easy to talk to. Sucrose even took the opportunity to submit numerous alchemical project funding requests to QN at the dinner table, most of which were readily approved. Yet, Sucrose found it puzzling that QN resolutely denied her funding request for the nutritional stamina potion research. Why was that? The potion evidently had excellent effects and high nutritional value. Why would Grandmaster QN refuse to approve it? Sucrose pondered this question until bedtime. Throughout the night, friends gathered together, joyfully dining and engaging in light-hearted banter. Such a life, though ordinary, was also filled with happiness. In the room, 3 young women embraced as they slept. Suddenly, Ailin, resting in the middle, opened her eyes. She glanced at the peacefully slumbering Sucrose and Fiscal, carefully extricated herself from their embrace, donned her dress, and exited the chasm. Meanwhile, outside the chasm, Wendy, Hu Tao, and Paimon wandered the deserted streets. Just then, a provocatively dressed woman, flanked by several subordinates, obstructed their path. Chapter 71. Can you tell me the reason? On the way to Mondstadt's commercial district, there lies a small square. The chasm was placed in Ailin's room, so after everyone departed, they would inevitably pass through this small square. The night had grown deep, and the surroundings were eerily quiet. At this moment, dialect headed towards the Angel S share in the east. Thus, only Hu Tao and Paimon accompanied the inebriated Wendy as they traversed the small square. Suddenly, a piercing cold wind surged towards them. The icy gale, infused with a substantial amount of cryo elemental power, instantly encased Paimon in a massive block of ice and hurled her away. Meanwhile, Hu Tao found herself forced to retreat against the onslaught of the cold wind. The chilling gust continued to whip around Wendy, freezing his legs and rendering him immobile. At the same time, a provocatively dressed woman, her face obscured by a mask, swaggered towards them, flanked by two electro-sorcerers. This woman emanated a dangerously frigid aura, clearly the source of the earlier cold wind. She was none other than one of the harbingers of the Fatui, the lady. Upon spotting the lady, Hu Tao's pupils constricted, and sensing the imminent danger, she instinctively rushed to rescue Wendy. However, two debt collectors from the Fatui suddenly emerged from the shadows and seized her. The lady approached with an air of arrogance, her face twisted in disdain, her words dripping with contempt and rudeness. Gnawing on wooden stakes, nibbling on rice bags, causing so much trouble for Mondstadt. She stepped closer, grasping Wendy's face as if to toy with a pet. She held no respect for the Anemo Archon, who stood equal in status to the sovereign of Snezhnaya. What you refer to as not a hamster, but a rat. However, Wendy's mockery incited the lady's wrath, and she swiftly delivered a resounding slap across Wendy's face. This is not a place for your insolent chatter, you impudent bard. The force of the blow left Wendy's head tilted to one side. Yet, Wendy was not one to succumb quietly. He clenched his fists, and the power of the wind element swirled around him, forming a cerulean whirlwind. The ice binding his legs began to shatter under the influence of the wind, and in mere moments, he would be free from his constraints. Observing this, the lady merely chuckled rather than hurriedly attacking. TSK, TSK, TSK. Is this all the power you possess, having abandoned the dominion of Mondstadt, O god of the winds? While Wendy's strength was debatable, his prowess in verbal sparring was unmatched as a bard. A playful smirk adorned his face as he raised an eyebrow and retorted, "Is the source of your derision merely borrowed strength from your master?" To the lady, Wendy's identity as the Anemo Archon was utterly insignificant. Humans often seek to validate their worth by belittling others. The lady, upon realizing the god was weaker than herself, lost all reverence and respect for the divine. At that moment, she believed she possessed strength equal to that of the gods, and her arrogance swelled. In her eyes, Wendy was nothing more than a rat scurrying through Mondstadt. And now, this rat dared to mock her. How brazen! The lady's brows furrowed slightly, clearly incensed by Wendy's words. With a swift motion, a more potent blizzard surged forth, battering Wendy's form. The biting cold, mixed with shards of ice, forced Wendy to stagger backward. Just then, the lady transformed into a piercing flash of cold and appeared before Wendy, her fingers poised and thrusting forward, penetrating his body with lethal precision. Blood stained her hand as Wendy's azure pupils dimmed, as if struck by lightning. Wendy, cried out in a furious gasp, desperately struggling to rescue him. But two members of the Fatui held her down, rendering her unable to do anything but watch in horror as Wendy was wounded. With a sickening sound, the lady withdrew her hand, droplets of the wind god's blood falling from her fingertips. Grasped tightly in her hand was a glowing chess piece, the very heart of the Anemo Archon. Ah, so this is the heart of the god? It appears rather underwhelming, far inferior to my exquisite collection. Even after acquiring the heart, the lady could not resist belittling the wind god to satiate her own sense of superiority. A gaping wound appeared in Wendy's abdomen, blood gushing forth. Even in his weakened state, Wendy refused to yield, further infuriating the lady. She stepped forward and kicked him mercilessly, sending him sprawling 10 meters away. At this juncture, she harbored murderous intent, were it not for the concern that prolonged engagement might attract the attention of the Knights of Favonius. She would have contemplated killing Wendy outright. Taking a deep breath to suppress her murderous rage, the lady disdainfully glanced at the unconscious form of Wendy on the ground. Well, since I have secured the heart of the god, I shall take my leave before the knights arrive to uncover any evidence. With that, she flicked her cloak and sauntered away. A member of the Fatui struck Ing on the back of the head, rendering her unconscious as well, before disappearing into the night alongside the lady. The following day, the Knights of Favonius learned of the attack on Wendy and Ing that very night. Early in the morning, under the windswept trees, Ing and Paimon found Wendy and inquired about his condition. Upon confirming that Wendy was unharmed, Ing then inquired about matters concerning Liyue, the Heart of God, the Fatui, and the Ice Queen, to which Wendy provided detailed answers. Half an hour later, Ing and Paimon waved goodbye to Wendy. As he watched their figures gradually fade, Wendy sighed deeply. "All right, I've hidden for long enough. It is time to reveal myself." With that, a girl in a blue dress leaped gracefully from the lush branches of the tree. Her expression was cold, clearly not in the best of spirits. "Is it truly wise to simply hand over the heart of the god?" Ailin asked, gazing intently at Wendy. I don't quite grasp your meaning. What do you mean by handing over?" "I was robbed by the Fatui, you know?" Wendy scratched his head and laughed heartily, attempting to brush off her concerns. But upon seeing Ailin's lingering anger, he could no longer feign indifference. "What? Did you witness what transpired last night?" Ailin nodded yes. "I had a clear view from the rooftop of my home." Thus, she continued, "Wendy, can you now share your reasoning with me?" Chapter 72. Ailin and Wendy's choices beneath the trees of Windrise. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves. Ailin regarded Wendy, who remained silent. After a prolonged silence, Wendy finally sighed. "Why do you think I intentionally relinquished the heart of the god?" Wendy inquired, locking eyes with Ailin. "Quite simply." Ailin swept her gaze over Wendy, stating, "Even if you forsake dominion over Mondstadt, you remain a deity." Following the events surrounding Tulin, news of the Anemo Archon's intervention in saving the dragon has spread, resulting in an increasing number of worshippers at the church. Your power is intertwined with the faith of the people, hence you cannot possibly be weaker than before. During the Tulin incident, you could effortlessly subdue him, and with your newfound strength, how could you possibly be unable to contend with the lady? Furthermore, even if you were unable to defeat her, you could easily stall for time until help arrived. You possess the strength to overcome the lady, yet you choose not to resist. I can only conclude that you deliberately allowed her to seize your heart. After speaking, Ailin fixed her gaze upon Wendy, awaiting his response. After a lengthy pause, Wendy sighed and shrugged helplessly. "Alas, it seems nothing escapes your notice. All of us 7 Archons are, to some extent, bound by certain constraints, and thus, there are matters I cannot disclose to you. However, as a friend, I do not wish to disappoint you, so I shall share what I can. This all stems from a war that occurred 500 years ago. The outcome of that war has, in varying degrees, impacted all of us 7 Archons. The Raiden Shogun began her pursuit of eternity, and the Ice Archon, once known as the God of Love, has now transformed into the current Ice Queen. I understand her intentions and am willing to support her endeavors. Some things perhaps only she can accomplish. Therefore, if she requires the heart of the god to achieve certain goals, then so be it. I shall gift it to her. I eagerly anticipate the day she realizes her ideals and forges a new path for this world." Ailin nodded. "If that is the case, then why not directly hand over the heart instead of enduring a beating? Hey, do you understand what the heart of the god signifies? It is not something one can simply give away." Wendy's gaze drifted toward the floating islands in the sky as he continued. "Sometimes, a performance must still be staged. If I were to simply hand it over, it would imply a desire to resist the heavens. But if it is taken from me, it becomes a matter beyond my control, right? I have no desire to deal with such troublesome affairs. So I thought it best to put on a show and let her take it." With a smile, Wendy glanced at Ailin, his eyes deep and seemingly capable of seeing through people's hearts. "In truth, you have already perceived this, haven't you? Is it that obvious?" Ailin was taken aback. Wendy smiled gently. "I have told you, you are not adept at deceit. Thank you, my friend, for restraining yourself last night." "No need for thanks." A reluctant smile graced Ailin's lips. "As a friend, I respect your choices. Thus, even as I witnessed your humiliation and suffering, I chose to endure and refrain from striking back. Offering the divine heart was your desire. So, even in my anger, I could opt for patience, allowing her to safely take the divine heart away. Because you are my friend, I must honor your choice." However, Wendy was about to speak when Ailin interjected, her voice laced with intensity. "As your friend, I cannot tolerate her rudeness and harm towards you and Ing. She clawed at your face, struck you, pierced your abdomen, and extracted your divine heart. With a kick, she sent you flying. At the same time, she harbored murderous intent towards you. I remember all of this. Her offenses against you and Ing are etched in my mind. When we meet again, I shall break her arms and legs, and then I will end her life. This, too, is the choice of friend. Do you have any objections? Ailin turned her gaze upon Wendy. Wendy opened his mouth, poised to respond, but was momentarily stunned. Observing Ailin's face brimming with fury, he realized that his friend had accumulated a profound anger within her heart. She truly regarded him as a friend, and because of this, she respected his choices. Even while witnessing his humiliation and suffering, she gritted her teeth and refrained from retaliating. It was precisely because she deemed him a friend that she felt the anger on his behalf. Watching her friend suffer, she was infuriated. Yet out of respect for his choices, she held back. However, this did not imply that she would forgive those who harmed him. Gazing upon the girl before him, Wendy understood that given her temperament, it was remarkable she had managed to suppress her anger until the next day. Therefore, he offered Ailin a gentle smile. Thank you, my friend. You respect my choices, and I respect yours, especially since your choices stem from your regard for me. I appreciate your respect, your anger on my behalf, and your endurance of that anger. All right, let not your heart be troubled. Do you have any wine at home? I am quite famished. Ailin couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the once serious bard who had reverted to his whimsical self. Can wine truly satiate hunger? Wendy grinned widely. Let's go. Let us drink. Fine, my father just unearthed 2 bottles of vintage wine yesterday. I shall ask him for one for you. Splendid. Wendy beamed with joy. On the vast, wind-swept plains, a gentle breeze rustled through the tall grasses, creating a symphony of whispers. The sunlight graced the meadow, casting a soft glow. Wendy and Ailin strolled along the path through the grasslands, making their way slowly towards Mondstadt. Wendy appeared unfazed, as though the events of the previous night had never transpired. Ailin refrained from inquiring about the repercussions of Wendy losing the divine heart, for she was already aware. The divine heart could be likened to a work permit issued to the 7 gods by the islands in the sky, enabling them to establish a connection with the celestial realm. While the divine heart indeed granted the 7 gods a certain enhancement, it was merely an embellishment. Admittedly, the divine heart is a more advanced organ for channeling elemental power than the vision. However, before becoming the Anemo Archon, Wendy was already an Anemo spirit, capable of guiding the winds without the divine heart, for he was inherently of the wind. Moreover, what would it matter if he lost the divine heart? The people of Mondstadt had never regarded him as the Anemo Archon solely because of it. They cherished him for the respect and gratitude they held for all he had done for Mondstadt, willingly venerating him as their Archon. As long as there remained souls in Mondstadt who believed in Barbados, Wendy would forever be their deity. As long as there were those who worshipped the Anemo Archon, his power would never wane. In the days following the Archon's recrowning and his assistance in rescuing Mondstadt and the Great Dragon, news spread. And now the church was filled daily with devout worshippers praying fervently. The prayers of these faithful souls would bestow upon Wendy a continuous flow of belief and strength. Hence, even after losing the divine heart, Wendy's power not only remained intact but grew stronger each day. Upon returning home, Ailin requested a bottle of wine from Hermann and added, "Father, the beam on the roof is damaged. Please fix it when you have the chance." The beam refers to the thickest wooden support in the roof center. Hermann climbed up with a ladder, and upon inspection, he was taken aback. The beam, as thick as a utility pole, had snapped, and the break bore deep finger imprints. Who could be so cruel as to crush our roof's beam? Hermann muttered in disbelief. Little did Hermann know, the beam had been shattered by Ailin in a fit of suppressed rage after witnessing the harm done to Wendy and Ing the day before. Chapter 73. Ailin's knighting after the dragon disaster. Mondstadt once again embraced peace. The calamity had affected many facets of the city. During the incident, Dvalin wreaked havoc across the land, causing numerous hilichurls to flee in panic onto the main roads. These hilichurls obstructed the paths, robbing and attacking transport caravans, rendering many trade routes impassable. Consequently, essential supplies such as meat from Qingchuan town, ores from Liyue, fabrics, and wine from Dawn Winery could not reach Mondstadt in a timely manner. The safety of the transporters and merchants was also compromised, leading to their grievances. Fortunately, the Adventurers Guild and the Knights of Favonius collaborated to organize efforts to clear the rampaging monsters, and soon Mondstadt would return to normalcy. Naturally, trade was not the only aspect impacted. The Knights of Favonius examination, which should have commenced a week ago, was postponed due to the dragon disaster, as the Knights were overwhelmed with work. Now that the crisis had subsided and order was being restored, the Knight selection process was finally set to begin. At this moment, Ailin and Noelle were diligently reviewing various protocols and etiquette in the library, preparing for the Knight examination commencing in 3 days. In previous years, Ailin would also be nestled in the library with Noelle at this time. However, this year was different. Rather than collaborating in earnest, it was Noelle who was solely focused on her studies. The aspiration to join the Knights had become an obsession for Noelle, leading her to set aside all other pursuits to concentrate on her studies. As for Ailin, the girl she once was had faded away. The present Ailin held no strong desire to join the Knights. Instead, she yearned to venture beyond Mondstadt, to explore distant lands and meet the people residing in them. However, despite her lack of interest in joining the Knights, she still intended to participate in the selection, to fulfill the dreams of a girl who sought closure. Ailin remained composed. For truth be told, she had already been informally designated as a knight this year. She had traversed the whispering forest engulfed in flames, battled hilichurls and abyss mages at Wolf End, thwarted the Anemo dragon to protect Mondstadt, vanquished 2 whirlwinds with a single strike, and was the greatest contributor to saving Mondstadt. These achievements were enough to captivate everyone's attention. She had become the brightest new star in Mondstadt. With so many accomplishments to her name, if she cannot become a knight of the Westwind Knights, the credibility of the order would indeed be in jeopardy. This was evident. After the resolution of the dragon disaster, Qin sought out Ailin and Ying, expressing her desire to confer knightly titles upon them. It is thus clear that Ailin had been informally designated as a knight, and it was merely a matter of completing the formalities. Observing the earnest efforts of New Ir as she struggled to memorize her lines, Ailin could not help but sigh inwardly. "What's the matter, Ailin? Why are you staring at me?" New Ir inquired, turning to face Ailin. Ailin smiled gently. "It's nothing. I just think New Ir is truly putting in a great deal of effort." Hee. New Ir scratched her head shyly. "It's because I really want to become a full-fledged knight." Yet, as Ailin gazed at the beaming New Ir, her heart felt a twinge of melancholy. She understood that New Ir would not pass this year's assessment. For New Ir lacked an essential quality that every knight must possess, without acknowledging her shortcomings. She would never attain the status of a true knight. This truth was harsh for New Ir, but Ailin could not bring herself to reveal it. Words alone would not suffice. New Ir needed an opportunity, an experience that would allow her to deeply recognize her flaws. Only then could she truly become a steadfast knight. The following days were tranquil for Ailin. She spent her time either reviewing lessons with New Ir in the library or exploring the city with Fi11R and SHTing, or gathering alchemical materials for SHTing. Finally, 3 days passed and the Westwind Knights assessment commenced. "Goodbye, Ailin." New Ir waved as she stood at the entrance of the examination hall. "Farewell, and do your best." Ailin smiled back. As designated candidates, Ailin and Ying were exempt from the assessment, leaving them to wander aimlessly within the examination hall alongside Pi Ming. The Knight's assessment comprised 2 parts, a combat proficiency test and a written examination. The combat test was straightforward, measuring physical prowess. Success was determined by skill in battle. The true challenge lay in the written portion, which assessed candidates' character, personality, etiquette, and knowledge. The Westwind Knights were responsible for maintaining the peace of Mondstadt and represented the city's honor. Thus, to become a knight, one must meet standards in both character and demeanor. Perhaps influenced by Ailin's heroic deeds, this year saw an unprecedented number of candidates applying for the Knight's assessment. Consequently, the evaluation lasted from dawn until dusk before concluding. At this hour, as the citizens of Mondstadt finished their workday, many gathered in the square to witness this year's awards ceremony. First, 25 candidates approached the statue of the Anemo Archon. Among them were both men and women. all of whom had demonstrated the requisite combat skills and character to be deemed knights. However, they remained merely ordinary members of the knights. Their abilities did not suffice to earn exclusive titles such as Knight of Sparks or Knight of Waves. Their daily duties typically involved patrolling Mondstadt or guarding the city gates. And when necessary, they would be led into battle by a designated knight captain. After conferring honors upon the ordinary knights, Captain Q clapped her hands, drawing the attention of countless citizens towards her. Fortunately, with the aid of Lord Barbados and the tireless efforts of several brave warriors, the calamity has finally come to an end, and Mondstadt can once again enjoy peace. During the dragon disaster, the valor of two warriors left an indelible mark on the minds of the citizens of Mondstadt. Next, may I invite Miss Ailin and Miss Ying to the stage. Amidst the thunderous applause and cheers, Ailin and Ying stepped onto the platform. The contributions of these two in resolving the dragon disaster have been immense. Thanks to their assistance, we were able to quell the calamity, allowing Mondstadt to regain its tranquility. On behalf of the Westwind Knights and all the citizens of Mondstadt, I express my heartfelt gratitude for the contributions made by both of you. Your heroic deeds will be eternally recorded in the annals of Mondstadt for future generations to sing of. I am Q Ngu NXR, representing the Westwind Knights, and I extend my sincerest thanks once more. I hereby confer upon Miss Ying the title of Honorary Knight and upon Miss Ailin the title of Solar Knight. Chapter 74. Her farewell in the square before the church. Applause thundered, and cheers surged like waves in the sea. The Hermann couple, tears streaming down their cheeks, stood at the forefront of the crowd. How many years had their daughter devoted to becoming a full-fledged knight? As parents, how much effort and care had they invested to help her achieve her dream? Now, witnessing their daughter on the pedestal, receiving her accolades, and becoming the brightest star of Mondstadt, they were overwhelmed with emotion. She was their daughter, their pride. FI11 are held SHT Ing's hand as they stood at the front of the crowd. In that moment, FI11 was jubilant, cheering for her dear friend's realization of her dream. SHT Ing, more reserved in nature, did not express her excitement as openly as FI11. Yet she wore a smile, quietly applauding beside her friend, celebrating her achievement. Yet, as Ailin basked in the cheers and applause, she suddenly felt a wave of disorientation. The surroundings faded into silence, and everything around her disappeared. She found herself in a training ground at the corner of Mondstadt, where a girl with brown hair and blue eyes was diligently practicing her swordsmanship, attempting to execute a wind pressure sword. Upon seeing Ailin, the girl beamed at her with a sweet smile. "You've come. Should I call you brother Ailin or sister Ailin?" Ailin returned the smile. "Either is fine. Choose whichever you prefer." "Then I shall call you sister Ailin." "Thank you, Sister Ailin, for helping me fulfill my wish. From now on, I will leave it to you to take care of my parents." "Of course." Ailin nodded with a smile, then asked, "Are you leaving?" "Yes." The brown-haired girl nodded. "Thank you, Sister Ailin. Now I can leave in peace. Please take good care of yourself and live on, carry my share with you, and create a life that belongs to you." The girl's smile was radiant, her expression relaxed. "I wish you happiness, Sister Ailin. Farewell. Your friends are still waiting for you outside." With a smile, the brown-haired girl waved goodbye to Ailin. "Goodbye," Ailin replied, reciprocating the farewell with a blessed smile. A gentle breeze swept by, transforming the brown-haired girl into shimmering golden light, which soared skyward with the wind. This time, she truly departed. "Farewell, Ailin." Ailin wore a smile on her face as the world around her faded with the girl's departure. When her vision returned to clarity, her family and friends had gathered around her. "Congratulations on finally achieving your dream." FI11 leapt forward, enveloping Ailin in a tight embrace, while SHT Ing stood shyly beside her, offering her congratulations. Surrounded by family and friends, they celebrated her success, showering her with flowers and blessings. "Farewell, I will live well, carrying your spirit with me." Ailin looked up towards the sky, her face aglow with a smile. As Ailin basked in the cheers of the crowd, a figure quietly emerged from the throng. The setting sun cast a long shadow behind her. It was New Ir, In this election, she faced yet another defeat. Her figure appeared disheveled as she turned her back to the sun and the crowd, taking one slow step after another away from the scene. Her pace was deliberate, seemingly a blend of exhaustion and heaviness. The cheers, flowers, and applause from behind were utterly irrelevant to her. At this moment, she was merely a loser, marking her ninth failure. Her close friend, Ailin, had triumphantly become a knight, even earning the title of Taiyong Qishir. Yet, she couldn't even muster the courage to step onto the stage to congratulate Ailin. She was a good soul, devoid of jealousy towards Ailin. On the contrary, her heart celebrated Ailin's success in becoming a knight. But what of her own fate? Ailin's ascendance as a knight dealt a significant blow to her spirit. She felt no envy, for she understood that with Ailin's capabilities and achievements, her knighthood was well-deserved. And she genuinely felt joy for Ailin. However, it was impossible to escape the lingering sense of desolation. As articulated by a character in the Inazuma main storyline, the pursuit of becoming the world's greatest swordsman often shatters the dreams of countless others. The rise of a brilliant star inevitably casts many others into shadow. Ailin and Noelle were peers, both aspiring to join the Knights and become official Knights. They had both invested considerable effort toward this goal. Initially, Ailin's chances of passing the assessment to become an official knight seemed more remote than Noelle's. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Ailin had grown increasingly powerful, her brilliance becoming ever more radiant. The Ailin who once required her guidance had transformed into a hero capable of repelling dragons and saving Mondstadt. And what of her? In the absence of comparison, there's no pain. The more dazzling Ailin became, the more Noelle felt overshadowed. Her contemporaries had already attained knighthood, while she remained devoid of hope. The flowers and applause were forever reserved for victors. All eyes were fixated solely on the triumphant. Whoever acknowledged the efforts of a failure like her? For 9 years, she had diligently practiced swordsmanship, immersed herself in cultural studies, etiquette, and eloquence at the library. She became a maid within the Knights, washing clothes, cooking, brewing tea, and cleaning, all to draw closer to the Knights and learn from their virtues. Each day, she assisted countless people in Mondstadt with their troubles and woes, transforming herself into the legendary all-purpose maid. Yet, who remembered her efforts? Who recognized her contributions? After failing the assessment, she was overwhelmed by fatigue and confusion. Just then, Jean, who had just finished her own assessment, entered the room. Caught off guard, she instinctively performed a standard knight's salute to Jean, driven by her longing to be a knight. To her surprise, Jean stood tall and returned the salute. That day, she received 2 forms of acknowledgement, one from Jean and the other from the divine. But now, she observed Jean still by Ailin's side, offering her blessings. This marked her 9th failure. Did she truly belong as a knight? Perhaps it was time to concede defeat. Noelle bit her lip, tears brimming at the corners of her eyes, as she turned away from the crowd, her figure forlorn, retreating step by step. May all beauty eventually be conveyed, and may kind souls be treated with kindness. Noelle, I wish for your happiness. Chapter 75. Noelle's decision. The following day, Noelle awoke. Her pillow bore the marks of tears. As usual, she prepared a satisfying salad, drank a glass of milk, and ate a slice of bread. She paid no attention to the breakfast flavor, mechanically stuffing it into her mouth before leaving home. Arriving at the Knights of Favonius, she hesitated at the entrance, unsure of what reception awaited her as someone who had experienced 9 failures. The unknown within the doors instilled a peculiar fear, rendering her legs as heavy as lead. After lingering outside for a considerable time, she eventually stepped through the threshold. It wasn't a matter of summoning courage. Rather, it was a routine she had followed for years at that precise hour. If she didn't enter the Knights, she was uncertain where else to go. The maid's duties were limited: cleaning, dusting, organizing library books, washing clothes, cooking for the busy Knights, and preparing tea and coffee for the ever-busy Jean. These tasks Noelle had performed countless times, and the monotonous repetition had ingrained them into her muscle memory. Now, she could instinctively know when it was time to do laundry, clean, or bring coffee to a weary Jean. She could even anticipate when to deliver pizza to a fatigued Jean or desserts to soothe her overworked mind. In truth, she executed these tasks instinctively. Throughout the day, she operated purely on instinct. She thought not, felt not, and bore no expression. Her face held no spark, and her eyes lacked any glimmer. That evening, like a marionette about to sever its strings, she silently exited the nights of Favonius. Returning home, she took a shower and lay on her bed, staring vacantly at the ceiling. It seemed many had spoken to her that day. Other maids had exchanged words with her. Amber had said something, and Kia and Lisa had also addressed her. When she delivered coffee to Jean's office, it appeared Jean had spoken to her as well. Yet, like an automaton, she had not truly registered their words. That day, apart from the most basic responses of acknowledgement, she had not uttered a single sentence. She stared blankly at the empty ceiling, her heart feeling even emptier than the vast expanse above. She had no desire to ponder or reflect on what others had said to her that day. Time slipped away, and she eventually fell into a hollow sleep in the dark of night. On the following day, she awoke at the same hour, her biological clock having adjusted to this routine. It was time to work at the nights. She rose, mechanically donned her dress armor, but upon glancing at the calendar on her bedside, she realized it was her day off. What should she do today? On previous days off, she would venture out to assist others. After some contemplation, she decided to do the same today. Otherwise, she would be left wondering how to endure the solitude of the day. Breakfast consisted of her usual salad, milk, and bread, which she hastily consumed before departing her home. Walking through the streets of Mondstadt, she resembled a lost rabbit, confused and helpless. Occasionally, passers-by greeted her, prompting her to respond instinctively with a wave or a nod. Whenever trouble arose, people would call for Noelle, a name well known among the citizens of Mondstadt. As she traversed the city, her instinct compelled her to respond whenever she heard her name. In the late afternoon, as the sun began to set, an elderly lady expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you so much, Noelle." The old woman smiled warmly, but in response to her thanks, Noelle merely nodded numbly, uttering, "It's nothing, I must be going now," before turning on her heel and heading home. At last, the day came to an end. What had she accomplished today? Noelle assisted an elderly woman with her vegetables, helped the blacksmith Wagner transport white iron ore, delivered food to Sarah, and aided the nuns in cleaning the church. Yet now, her eyes were devoid of spirit. In times past, aiding others filled her with a profound sense of fulfillment. However, she now found herself engulfed in confusion, uncertain of whether her actions would garner the recognition she so desired, and questioning the very significance of her deeds. She felt chaotic and lost, wandering aimlessly until she inadvertently passed by a merchant's stall, overhearing a conversation between the merchant and a customer. "Have you heard? The 7-day statue near Ben Langling, above the Morning Dew Winery, has been stolen." "Of course I have. It must have been those wretched abyss creatures. Last time, they attempted to steal the statue, but Miss Ailin thwarted them. I can't believe they still harbor such thieving intentions." "Indeed. Oh, by the way, when I visited the Morning Dew Winery for supplies today, I thought I caught a glimpse of an abyss mage. I wonder if they were the ones who stole the statue." Suddenly, Noelle stepped forward, interrupting their discourse. "Excuse me, where did you see the abyss mage?" "Ah, Miss Noelle, I recall seeing 2 abyss mages entering a ruin along the main road from Qingchuan Town to the Morning Dew Winery. Alas, you cannot imagine. I was fortunate to hide well, or else." 5 minutes later, she hefted her great sword and departed from Mondstadt. Why did she undertake such a journey? Perhaps it was because Ailin had previously prevented the abyss from seizing the 7-day statue, igniting a desire within her to do the same. It might have stemmed from her own sense of justice, or perhaps she yearned to validate her worth. Alternatively, she may have simply wished to escape the label of failure and earn the approval of others. It is also possible that all 4 reasons coalesced within her. She traversed the path away from Mondstadt and, after more than an hour, located the ruin mentioned by the merchant. However, as she entered the ruin, she was confronted not only by 2 abyss mages, but also by a towering monster. This creature, enveloped in purple, floated above the ground, clutching a scripture, its body crackling with intricate bolts of lightning. Deep within the dimly lit ruins, the 7-day statue hung inverted upon a platform, dark energies swirling around it, seemingly intent on corrupting the sacred figure. Before the platform stood not only the icy and fiery abyss mages, but also a formidable creature, the abyss singer Zidian, wreathed in a storm of electricity. If Ailin were to set eyes upon this beast, she would undoubtedly gasp in astonishment. For this creature held a status far superior to that of the Abyss Mages, akin to one of the 4 heavenly kings serving under the Abyss. The presence of the Abyss singer Zidian exuded an unsettling aura. Yet Noelle felt no fear. Upon witnessing the inverted statue, her fury ignited. The Anemo Archon is revered by all Mondstadt citizens, and the defilement of the 7-day statue was a profound affront to her faith. Such blasphemy was intolerable, compelling her to charge forward, sword in hand, without uttering a word. "You shall not desecrate the Anemo Archon," Noelle cried, her anger palpable as she lunged toward the Abyss Mages and the Abyss Singer. "Ah, a little mouse from Mondstadt has come scurrying in," the fiery Abyss Mage sneered, approaching her. "Leave this little mouse to me, my lord. I shall not sully your hands." With that, the fiery Abyss Mage summoned a shield and advanced towards Noelle. "Burn to ash in the flames of the Abyss," it proclaimed, conjuring 2 massive fire element shields that surged toward her. Noelle, though merely a young girl with a delicate frame, harbored a hidden strength within her. Once, she had acquired a specially crafted great sword from the blacksmith Wagner. But on that fateful day, she had been misjudged as a lost lamb by a band of treasure hunters. They could not have anticipated the immense power concealed within this seemingly fragile girl. The Abyss Mage, underestimating Noelle, thought her little more than a plaything, casting only 2 fireballs in her direction. However, she did not flinch nor evade. Instead, she charged toward the approaching flames. At the moment the fireballs were about to strike her, the eye of Geo behind her radiated brilliance. In an instant, a robust geo-element shield enveloped her, providing steadfast protection. The ensuing explosions of the fireballs erupted into a sea of flames, yet the resilient geo-element shield glimmered with a soft golden light, rendering Noelle impervious to the raging inferno. With the shield's protection, she burst through the flames, closing in on the fiery Abyss Mage. Upon reaching the mage's side, the geo-element shield shattered, unleashing a torrent of geo-elemental energy that battered against the mage's shield, causing it to tremble. In that moment, Noelle raised her great sword high, the eye of Geo behind her shining brilliantly as it channeled vast geo power into her weapon, transforming it into a colossal geo-elemental sword. With a steely gaze, Noelle, wielding the massive geo sword, unleashed her fury upon the fiery Abyss Mage. In the realm of games, it is notoriously challenging for geo-elements to breach other elemental shields. But this was no game. Raw strength was paramount. For instance, while a geo-slime may resist the powers of Zhongli in the game, reality dictates otherwise. The impact of a meteor would obliterate not only a geo-slime, but an entire mountain. Now, as Noelle swung her sword, the weight of the blow was immense. The sword itself weighed over 100 pounds, and with the infusion of geo-energy, it became a formidable weapon, possibly weighing around 800 pounds. With Noelle's extraordinary strength backing it, the force behind her strike was equivalent to 2,000 pounds. The air crackled with energy as her sword descended toward the fiery Abyss Mage's shield, sending ripples of sound through the air. The overwhelming impact struck the Abyss Mage's shield with a resounding boom. The creature felt as if a mountain had collided with its protective barrier, and the tremendous force cascaded downward. Though the Abyss Mage often appeared relaxed behind its shield, it required energy to maintain its formation and levitation. Now, as Noelle's blow landed, the fiery Abyss Mage could no longer sustain the floating shield. It was as if a weightlifter had exceeded their limits, causing blood to erupt from its mouth. As the crimson liquid met the searing heat of the fire element shield, it evaporated instantly. The fire Abyss Mage could no longer sustain his strength, and the fire elemental shield shattered with a resounding crash. The explosion sent sparks flying into the air. With a cold gaze, Nua AI Air struck down with her sword, shattering the fire elemental shield and, with residual force, cleaved through the flames, landing a heavy blow upon the fire Abyss Mage. Given the weight of her great sword, it was less a strike than an overwhelming collision. In but a moment, the tremendous force obliterated most of the mage's bones. The Abyss Mage could only emit a wretched cry before being hurled 20 meters away, his body rendered unrecognizable, meeting instant death. Witnessing this, The remaining Abyss mages and Abyss singers were struck with astonishment. Even they had not expected that such a petite human girl could harbor such immense power. The events unfolded too swiftly. The voice of the Abyss singer was laced with fury and malice. As an Abyss singer present, it was utterly humiliating to witness one of its subordinates slain before its eyes, without even a chance for rescue. This was a grave affront. You, a lowly ant, have disturbed the sacred rites of the Abyss and slain its emissary. Your sins are grievous. I shall impose upon you the punishment of 1,000 thunders, allowing you to perish in excruciating agony to defend the honor of the Abyss. With a wave of its hand, the sacred artifact floated before the Abyss singer. The battle between Nua AI Air and the Abyss singer commenced. While brute strength can yield miracles, such power has its limits. Nua AI Air's ability to vanquish the Fire Abyss Mage in an instant stemmed from her overwhelming force, which surpassed the mage's shield's capacity. However, facing the Abyss Singer was an entirely different challenge. Elemental shields, in theory, can be sustained indefinitely by the caster as long as they are not broken in a single blow, replenishing their energy until exhaustion. Moreover, the reality of the Abyss Singer's shield deviated from that of the game. In the game, once an Abyss Singer deployed a shield, a defense bar would appear beneath their health bar, and only by depleting that defense bar could one defeat the Abyss Singer. Yet in reality, the nature of the lightning element does not possess the solidifying qualities of rock or ice, thus cannot form a true shield to withstand attacks. Hence, what the Abyss Singer conjured was less a shield and more a tempest of thunder. The Abyss Singer summoned a vast quantity of lightning energy, creating a highly compressed storm field around itself. This storm field enveloped it, resembling a shield. When Nua AI Air's greatsword struck this storm field, the highly compressed electric energy within would instantly obliterate the rock elemental force upon her sword. Rather than merely blocking an attack, the Abyss Singer utilized superior power to nullify the enemy's strikes. This epitomized the effect of its lightning elemental shield. Nua AI Air relentlessly swung her colossal rock sword at the Abyss Singer, yet she could not breach its shield with a single blow. The moment her massive sword collided with the Abyss Singer's shield, a significant portion would be consumed by the destructive force of the lightning. Not only did the Abyss Singer possess formidable defensive capabilities, but its offensive power was equally terrifying. With a mere gesture, torrents of lightning cascaded down, rendering Nua AI Air beleaguered. One might wonder why Nua AI Air did not activate a shield. This question is astute. Once again, it must be emphasized that this is reality, not a game. In a game, one could simultaneously deploy a shield while attacking. However, in reality, no shield exists that can absorb enemy attacks without hindering one's ability to strike back. Thus, Nua AI Air could either defend or attack. Moreover, the most pressing concern was the Abyss Singer's uncanny power. At the onset of the main storyline, Li Sha had touched the dragon tears shed by Tulin, which were tainted by pain and curses, and had felt the residual curse repelling her, causing her to cry out in pain. The vision represents the recognition of the seven gods. Conversely, the power of the Abyss vehemently rejects those who possess a vision, illustrating the inherent opposition between the Abyss and the seven gods. At that moment, the Abyss Singer unleashed a bolt of lightning that surged towards Nua AI Air at an alarming velocity. Although she attempted to block the attack with her heavy rock sword, she was still struck by the splintering electric energy. In that instant, Nua AI Air felt a strange force coursing through her body, clashing with her elemental energy, significantly diminishing her ability to channel elemental forces. After prolonged combat, her speed of elemental energy retrieval had plummeted by at least 50%, a devastating blow. She glanced at her rock sword, its golden glow dimming, insufficient to sustain its form any longer. Meanwhile, the Abyss Singer's lightning shield remained steadfast, its attacks unyielding and fearsome. Overwhelmed by pressure and a sense of impending doom, Nua AI Air realized that this time, she might truly perish here. Simultaneously, Qin, who had just finished her work for the day, knocked on Ailin's door. It was Qin, the captain. What could be the matter? Ailin welcomed Qin inside. Good evening, Ailin. Qin entered Ailin's home, took a seat on the sofa, and began to speak. The reason I came to see you today is that I have a request. Whatever you need, Captain Qin, feel free to ask. I will certainly assist in any way I can. Ailin smiled. It is like this. Qin continued. I would like you to help counsel Nua AI Heir. Upon mentioning Nua AI Heir, a look of concern crossed Qin's face, and Ailin smile faded. Nua AI Heir has long aspired to become a formal knight, dedicating many years to this goal. Just the day before yesterday marked her 9th defeat. In previous years, even after a loss, she would quickly regain her spirits. However, upon learning of her defeat yesterday, the other maids of the Knight Order, along with Amber, Lisha, and Kaya, all offered her consolation. When she brought me coffee in my office, I also attempted to comfort her. Today, during her break, I went out on patrol and found her still expressionless. Her gaze unfocused. She seemed to have shut herself away within her inner world, disregarding the concern of those around her. This psychological state is typical of someone contemplating self-harm, and I am genuinely worried for her. You have trained together since childhood, so once I finished my work today, I hurried over to seek your assistance in counseling her. Having said that, Qin sighed deeply. Perhaps my actions are too harsh. However, Nua AI Heir currently lacks the qualities expected of a knight. She still requires growth. I know she is truly striving. Yet it is precisely because of her excessive efforts that I fear that making her a knight might ultimately harm her. I understand your concerns. Ailin smiled. Everyone in the Knight Order has her best interests at heart, and I recognize that. Rest assured, I will go find her. You can count on me regarding Nua AI Heir. With that, Ailin departed her home. However, upon arriving at Nua AI Heir's residence, she discovered that Nua AI Heir was not at home. Something felt amiss. Ailin furrowed her brows, knowing that Noelle held herself to exceedingly strict standards, always ensuring she was in bed by 9:30. However, Noelle was not at home. This discrepancy ignited a flicker of unease within Ailin. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned and began her search for Noelle's whereabouts throughout the city. Yet, after a thorough round, there remained no trace of Noelle. Was she outside the city? Why would she venture out at this hour? Excuse me, have you seen Noelle? Ailin approached a fruit stall situated to the left of the city gate, reasoning that if Noelle had indeed left the city, the stall owner was likely to be aware. Ah, Noelle. Yes. The stall owner nodded. The 7-day statue above Chensey Winery was stolen by the Abyss Order, right? I jokingly remarked that perhaps it was those 2 Abyss mages who took it. Soon after, Noelle dashed over to inquire about the ruin's exact location, and within minutes, I saw her leaving the city, sword in tow. Ailin's expression shifted as she promptly requested the stall owner for the location of the ruins. Chapter 78. The Abyss Mages' Devious Scheme, damn it. This group of Abyss creatures is truly bothersome. Ailin grumbled as she hurried along the path. Since the incident at Benlang Ridge, the Knights of Favonius had dispatched personnel to guard the statue. However, as the saying goes, one need not fear a thief, but rather the thief's obsession. With the enemy lurking in the shadows and herself exposed, it was an unbearable situation. The Knights of Favonius were already short-staffed, and monitoring the 7 days statue required considerable manpower. They couldn't simply have guards stationed indefinitely, could they? Moreover, the emergence of the dragon disaster had further occupied the knights, leaving them little time to oversee the statue. It was precisely during this window that the Abyss had struck again, absconding with the statue located on the high mountain near Benlang Ridge, above Chensey Winery. Following the Benlang Ridge incident, Ailin had sought out Barbara to inquire about the missing statue. From Barbara, Ailin learned that Mondstadt had lost a statue long ago. According to the game's narrative, the previously lost statue was the inverted statue referenced in the We Shall Meet Again storyline. However, if the Abyss already possessed one statue, why would they seek to steal another? Were they perhaps planning to grant Osale dual-core capabilities, or were they searching for another Archon to corrupt? Ailin's brow furrowed in confusion, ultimately attributing the situation to the butterfly effect triggered by her own arrival in this world. The Abyss only dares to bully Vinny. Let them try stealing a statue from Liua. Ailin scoffed, manipulating the wind element to accelerate her flight towards the ruins. Meanwhile, within the ruins, a cacophony of thunderous explosions reverberated. Noelle was desperately dodging the relentless lightning assaults from the Abyss mages. The Abyss mages were overwhelmingly powerful, effortlessly summoning vast torrents of lightning. Simultaneously, their eerie abyssal power was terrifying beyond measure. Under the continuous erosion of the Abyss curse, Noelle's ability to channel elemental energy had plummeted by a staggering 90%. Even if she managed to channel a modicum of elemental energy, it would be repelled by the abyssal force within her. This repulsion not only drove away the elemental energy she had painstakingly gathered, but also inflicted excruciating pain. Although the repulsive effects of this abyssal power would dissipate with time. In the midst of battle, a single moment could determine the fate of one side. Noelle's strength was already inferior to that of the Abyss mages, and fighting them without the ability to summon elemental power was a dire predicament. Unable to wield the geo-element for offense or defense, she could only resort to blocking and attacking with her greatsword. However, the sword conducted electricity. Using it to block lightning attacks was utterly futile, and striking the Abyss mage's lightning shield was equally ineffective. The powerful currents coursed through the sword, delivering intense electric shocks while simultaneously exacerbating the abyssal curse afflicting her. At that moment, her armor was mostly shattered, her gray-white hair disheveled, and a bloody streak extended from her forehead to her right eye, clouding her vision with a crimson haze. Her maid's dress lay in tatters from the lightning strikes, and the great sword in her hands was now pockmarked and dulled. Her breath came in ragged gasps. The once manageable great sword had become her heaviest burden as her stamina dwindled. Boom! An Abyss mage's electrified fist struck fiercely against Noelle's abdomen. The immense force caved in her stomach, and the surge of lightning coursed through her, ravaging her insides. The brutal impact forced Noelle to spit forth a copious amount of blood. Yet before she could be flung away by the blow, the Abyss mage's hand shot out like lightning. Grasping her disheveled gray-white hair, it lifted her as if she were a marionette with severed strings. How amusing that a feeble human, as insignificant as an ant, dares to defy the Abyss. The Abyss mage's tone dripped with disdain and indifference, treating Noelle as if she were a powerless insect. Go ahead, kill me. I will never beg for mercy. Noelle weakly parted her lips. I need not your words. I would do so regardless, for taking your life is as simple as squashing an ant beneath my heel. The previous battle had allowed her to taste the torment of being struck by a myriad of lightning bolts. Now, it was time to grant her the gift of death. With that, the Abyss mage raised its hand, prepared to extinguish Noelle's life. But just then, wait a moment, my lord mage. The last remaining Abyss mage suddenly interjected. This human has slain our companion, disrupted the sacred ritual of the Abyss, and seeks to oppose us. We cannot allow her to die so easily. Bring forth whatever torturous methods you have. I will never plead for mercy, despite her extreme weakness, having failed 9 times in the night selection. Noelle clung fiercely to the indomitable spirit of a knight. The Abyss mage cackled sinisterly, pathetic ant. Now you can only muster resistance in your dying moments. My lord mage, I have seen her dossier in the intelligence reports. Upon hearing this, Noelle's expression shifted, as if she realized something. You, Noelle, maid of the Knights of Favonius, beloved by the people of Mondstadt. If I am not mistaken, you are responsible for the daily meals of the acting Grandmaster of the Knights, correct? You possess a resolute character and guard the secrets of the Knights closely. Thus, I doubt any punishment will yield results. The Abyss mage's gaze bore into Noelle, its laughter echoing menacingly. Yet, there are other means to extract secrets from one's lips, and other methods to render a person's existence more torturous than death. After speaking, the Abyss mage turned to the Abyss mages. My lord mage, I propose we corrode her mind, much like we did with the East Wind Dragon, transforming her into a puppet under our control. The Abyss mage burst into laughter. Yes, what a splendid idea. Corroding an ant's mind is far simpler than that of a dragon. For a knight, betraying and harming one's companions must be the utmost anguish. No, I shall ensure that your consciousness remains untainted, compelling you to witness your own betrayal of your comrades, leading to their demise. You will struggle in an agony deeper than death itself, yet remain powerless. This is the punishment for your desecration of the Abyss. As the words fell, An eerie aura erupted from the abyssal bard, surging like a tide. This malevolent essence extended from the hand that grasped Noelle, seeking to corrode her very spirit. Chapter 79. Your friend Ailin has arrived on the battlefield. No, please, no. If you dare, then kill me. Noelle cried out in terror, struggling futilely. The Knights of Favonius represented her deepest yearning. Even after failing 9 times, that longing remained unchanged. The captain, Chin, was the person she esteemed and admired the most. She would rather face death than betray the Knights, to become a spy for the Abyss and harm Chin and her comrades. That notion was a fate more torturous than death itself. Yet, the more she feared and struggled, the more joy it brought to the Abyssal Bard and the Abyssal Mage. Ha ha ha, there are far worse things in this world than death. Your fear indicates that you indeed have a chance to slay the acting captain of the Knights of Favonius. A pitiful insect, pay the price for your recklessness. The Abyssal Bard seized Noelle's head with one hand, while the other, entwined with the swirling essence of the abyss, slowly reached for her face. No, please. As Noelle beheld that hand, growing larger in her vision, enveloped in ominous energy, sheer terror gripped her heart. In that moment, she shed tears of regret. I was wrong. I should not have been so reckless. I truly do not wish to betray the Knights or harm my beloved comrades. Whoever it may be, I beg you, save me. Despair, fear, regret surged within Noelle, causing her body to tremble, tears streaming down her face. She feared not death, but she could not bear to harm those she cherished. Ha ha! Is this the final lament of an ant? The Abyssal Bard sneered derisively. No matter how you wail, no one will come to your rescue. Just then, a sharp cry pierced the air. A girl in a blue dress descended upon the battlefield, riding the tempest of lightning. Her figure emerged from the storm, striking towards the Abyssal Apostle with a swift, fierce slash. A crescent blade of azure light arced through the air, severing 3 fingers from the Abyssal Bard. The agony of losing fingers sent the Abyssal Apostle into a frenzied howl, instinctively releasing Noelle. The girl in the blue dress quickly scooped Noelle into her embrace, retreating 100 meters in an instant. Ailin, is that you? Upon recognizing her savior, Noelle was first astonished, then fell into a prolonged daze. Yet soon, realizing she had not succumbed to the abyss, that she had not become its puppet, a torrent of emotions surged within her. Resentment, fear, relief, guilt, and gratitude all erupted at once. Noelle wept uncontrollably in Ailin's arms. I'm so sorry. I should not have been so headstrong. I almost became the murderer of everyone. Thank you, Ailin. If it weren't for you, I would have committed an unforgivable sin. Noelle was overwhelmed with fear. She did not dread death, but everyone possesses a soft spot within their hearts. The Knights of Favonius and the admired Captain Chin were her most tender vulnerabilities. She had nearly become a puppet of the abyss, witnessing the destruction of her comrades, leading to the fall of Mondstadt. In this moment of narrow escape, her emotions fluctuated wildly. Seeing Noelle break down in tears, Ailin felt both pained and comforted. She employed the healing techniques taught by Wendy, summoning the winds of restoration to mend Noelle. A gentle azure light surrounded Noelle, nurturing her weary body, and when the glow faded, her complexion had regained some color. Gazing at the still sobbing Noelle, Ailin wore a gentle smile. With tender hands, she wiped away Noelle's tears and blood, gently arranging her disheveled hair. Do not be afraid. I am here, and I will take care of everything. I heard everything you said earlier, and I am delighted that you have grown, Noelle. Leave the upcoming battle to me. Ailin placed Noelle down, lightly stroking her head before turning to face the Abyssal Apostle and the Abyssal Mage. In that moment of transition, the warmth in her expression evaporated, replaced by a chilling resolve. Witnessing her friend endure such torment ignited a fierce anger within her. However, after numerous battles, she had gained experience and control over her emotions, no longer succumbing to rage as she had against Fiscal. Yet often, a calm fury can be more terrifying than reckless wrath. Ailin, be careful not to be struck by that creature's attack. It harbors a strange power that will affect your ability to channel elemental forces. Yes, thank you, Noelle. I will be cautious. Ailin replied, her back to Noelle, her voice softening. Then her sword pointed at the abyssal bard, her killing intent unabashedly evident. Today, you shall perish by my blade. No one can save you. Ailin's words were ice cold. You insignificant insect, daring to sever my fingers. I will use the power of the abyss to corrode your very souls, making you writhe in agony until your demise. The loss of fingers inflicted immense pain and humiliation upon the abyssal bard, prompting a furious roar as it raised its hand to strike Ailin. Feel the grace. The abyssal bard unleashed a torrent of heavenly lightning upon her. Great displacement. Ailin's gaze turned steely as her mind focused. The eye of the anemo god on her waist erupted with light, summoning the winds to form a swirling tempest around her, dramatically enhancing her speed. She danced within the storm, evading the furious lightning strikes that sought to ensnare her. As the last bolt missed its mark, Ailin's brow furrowed, her gaze fixed on the abyssal bard. The eye of the anemo god radiated a brilliant light, drawing forth a surge of wind elemental energy, enveloping her in a potent aura. The ends of her white hair glimmered with a faint azure light, and her blue eyes sparkled with an ethereal glow, infusing vast amounts of wind elemental energy into the skyblade. A powerful tempest surged around her. Then, with a forceful stomp of her petite feet clad in shimmering sandals, she created a deep indentation in the ground. Utilizing this recoil, she shot forward like a streak of azure light, hurtling towards the abyssal bard with the speed of a released arrow. In merely 2 or 3 seconds, she closed the gap of over 100 meters, arriving before the abyssal bard. At that moment, the sky blade shimmered with brilliant azure light as she unleashed a devastating strike, aiming directly at the bard's throat. Chapter 80. Ailin in full armament form. Galeblade. In the depths of her pupils, a brilliant azure light blossomed as Ailin wielded the skyblade, infused with the potent force of wind elements, aiming directly at the throat of the abyssal chantress. With a swift horizontal slash, the sword cut through the air with a deafening sonic boom, creating a cacophony of sound. The long sword, radiating with azure brilliance, expanded within the abyssal chantress's gaze before crashing down upon its storm shield. In that instant, the chantress's heart raced, countless cells within her body screamed in alarm, and an overwhelming sense of impending doom surged through her mind. This strike truly lived up to the name of Windwalker, its speed reaching an unparalleled zenith, delivering an incredibly sharp and rapid blow. A resounding thud echoed as the long sword collided with the storm shield. The wind elemental force erupted, clashing violently with the power of lightning. In an instant, a tempest roared before the abyssal chantress, with crackling lightning scattering around her throat. Her pupils constricted. The speed of the strike was simply too swift, too fierce. The inherent cutting nature of the wind element, combined with the sharpness of the 5-star skyblade, bestowed upon this attack an unmatched edge. This blow took the abyssal chantress completely by surprise. By the time she reacted, the azure glowing sword had already breached the storm barrier, heading straight for her throat. Faced with this rapid onslaught, she had no time to resist. Instinctively, she leaned back, surrendering the rest to fate. A low hum resonated. Blood splattered. The abyssal chantress staggered backward several steps before managing to halt her retreat. In her eyes lingered an intense fear. A crimson mark appeared upon her throat, blood oozing from the wound, revealing an array of bizarrely colored veins within. She had no doubt that had she not instinctively leaned back, that strike would have surely severed her head. Even so, the sword had narrowly grazed her throat and major arteries, leaving her less than a millimeter from death. Reflecting on that rapid strike, the abyssal chantress was engulfed in lingering terror, her body trembling with an instinctive fear of death. Yet still in shock, she failed to notice that Ailin, propelled by inertia after executing that strike, was barreling toward her rear, where only one ice abyss mage remained. Upon reaching the back of the abyssal chantress, a fierce killing intent ignited in Ailin's eyes. Death! A dull thud. Ailin's foot landed squarely upon the ice abyss mage's shield. Following this, her foot, imbued with wind elemental force, struck heavily upon the mage's head. In that fleeting moment, the tremendous force shattered the mage's skull, while the multitude of fine wind blades entwined around her foot shredded him into a grotesque mass of flesh, sending him flying with a single kick. In but a single blow, she eliminated the Abyss Mage. You, witnessing this blue-skirted, white-haired girl nearly slay her moments ago, followed by the swift execution of her subordinate, the Abyssal Chantress felt a surge of both shock and fury. You shall perish, the Abyss Mage roared in wrath. However, Ailin remained unfazed, shaking her sword as its tip pointed menacingly at the Abyssal Chantress, her voice as icy as a frozen beauty. It is now your turn. Arrogance. Your strike is merely for ambush. Having failed once, do not expect to inflict harm upon me again. And so what? Ailin cast a cold glance at the Abyssal Chantress. Who told you that I possess only this one technique? Why would you presume that I am limited to the sword? With a flick of her wrist, the sky blade hovered behind her, and with another gesture, a myriad of weapons manifested. To her left floated the 4-star Dazue card weapon, a black sword. To her right hovered the 5-star weapon, the Skyblade. Above her head, the 5-star artifact, the Four Winds Codex, levitated. Behind her floated the 5-star Great Sword, Wugong's Blade, alongside the 5-star polearm, Pu Yuan. Subsequently, she summoned a bottle of pale green potion, a modified version of the 788-style nutritional stamina elixir gifted by Tang Yuan. Following the Wind Dragon incident, Tang Yuan had added concentrated syrup to the potion at Ailin's insistence, making it less unpalatable than before. However, it was still merely less unpleasant. The flavor, while sweet, still retained a hint of raw meat's gaminess. Taking a sip, though sweet, the taste was rather nauseatingly sweet and gamey. Nevertheless, Ailin understood her strengths and weaknesses. Her strength lay in possessing 3 god eyes of different attributes, allowing her to execute various techniques. Yet her weakness was a lack of stamina. This meant that, despite having numerous skills, her energy was insufficient to unleash them indiscriminately. Therefore, she had to remain prepared to replenish her stamina at all times. Although her stamina had not yet been fully depleted, she thought it prudent to drink now, lest she find herself unable to recover later. Some might wonder, why not simply use Healing Wind to restore stamina directly? Initially, Ailin thought the same. However, after numerous experiments, she discovered that the stamina regained through Healing Wind was less than what she expended when using it. In other words, the recovery was insufficient to offset the consumption. Puzzled, Ailin eventually voiced her concerns to Vinny, the one most knowledgeable about the wind. Taken aback by her question, Vinny burst into laughter. Why would you think that you could expend a minimal amount of stamina and then recover a large quantity? If that were the case, I could have restored my stamina while saving Valen. Without such effort, the stamina you regain through healing wine will always be less than what you expend. Isn't that only logical? Let me give you an analogy. If I drink a bottle of dandelion wine, the amount I urinate will certainly not fill the bottle. Enough. Enough. What a ridiculous analogy. Ailin hastily interrupted, though Vinny's crude metaphor helped her grasp the concept. Of course, this was not absolute. Vinny continued, although wind possesses healing capabilities, its primary characteristic is not restoration, so its healing potential cannot surpass the stamina consumed. Once you can manipulate the elements of water and grass, which can evoke abundant vitality, you should be able to recover a significant amount of stamina at a minimal cost. Ahem, I digress. In summary, relying on healing wind to replenish stamina is futile. However, this does not render healing wind useless. If injured, it can still be employed to prevent worsening of wounds. At this moment, a variety of weapons floated around Ailin, cradled by the wind element. Gradually, she assumed a stance reminiscent of Wing Chun, despite not actually knowing the martial art. Chapter 81. The Kidney Snatcher, Ailin today. No one can save your life. Your fate is sealed, and you shall perish by my sword. This is the price for harming my friend. Surrounded by a plethora of weapons, Ailin clenched one fist while extending the other, her gaze locking onto the Abyssal Chantress. Arrogantant. The Abyssal Bard felt a flicker of anger. Although Ailin's recent move, the Windwalker Blade, was indeed formidable, it relied on high-speed slashes to launch a surprise attack on her foes. Such a technique, if unsuccessful in its initial strike, would leave the enemy wary, making subsequent attempts far less effective. The Abyssal Bard sensed Ailin's presence. Despite her rapid offensive, she was still somewhat weaker in strength. With careful caution and avoiding Ailin's surprise tactics, it was confident in its ability to slay her. With this thought, the Abyssal Bard summoned lightning to launch an attack against Ailin, who remained undeterred, charging forth amidst a flurry of weapons toward her adversary. The battle erupted. Due to the Abyssal Bard's mastery over lightning and the surrounding Tempest shields, the damage inflicted by electrical assaults was minimal. Ailin relied solely on her powers derived from the wind and ice elements to strike back at the Abyssal Bard. Despite her limited elemental abilities, her assaults were not to be underestimated. She fully harnessed her speed advantage, closing in on the Abyssal Bard to unleash a flurry of close-range attacks. Her strikes were swift and fierce, wielding various weapons in a manner devoid of any discernible pattern. Such unexpected offensives caught the Abyssal Bard off guard, forcing even this mighty lightning mage into close combat. No matter how much distance it attempted to create, Ailin, capable of manipulating both wind and lightning elements, swiftly followed and continued her barrage, akin to an unshakable parasite. During the skirmish, Ailin inevitably endured some of the Abyssal Bard's strikes or became ensnared by its Tempest shields. Initially, she was concerned about being eroded by the Abyssal power, as it could disrupt her elemental guidance, the key to her victory. Yet, upon experiencing the Abyssal force, Ailin could not help but smile, thinking, is that all there is? The Abyss is in opposition to the divine. The Eye of God is a power granted to humanity through divine approval. Thus, the Abyssal force inherently repels the power of the Eye of God and its bearers. However, just as light can dispel darkness, darkness can also consume light. Everything exists in opposition. There is no absolute dominance. One can assert that light and darkness are adversarial, but one cannot claim that light overcomes darkness or vice versa. Like placing ice upon a fire, while the ice melts under heat, the flames also lose their intensity. And the water that drips from the melting ice can influence the fire, potentially extinguishing it. The dynamics between the Abyssal force and the Eye of God follow a similar principle. While they are indeed oppositional, one cannot definitively state that one dominates the other. The Abyssal force may repel the power of the Eye, yet similarly, the power guided by the Eye repels the Abyssal force. The reason Noelle was so significantly affected by the Abyssal power was merely due to the vast disparity in strength between her and the Abyssal Bard. For instance, if the Abyssal Bard's strength is 100 and Noelle's is 10, it would be exceedingly challenging for her to dispel the greater force with her lesser one. Ailin, however, was different. Although she was somewhat weaker than the Abyssal Bard, her strength was still sufficient to resist the encroachment of the Abyssal power. Each time the Abyssal force threatened to invade her, she adeptly summoned her elemental power to repel it. While the reactions between the elements might inflict some harm, the Abyssal force could not breach her defenses nor affect her elemental guidance. Free from the worries of abyssal encroachment, Ailin unleashed a fierce onslaught, employing her fists, feet, and weapons to assault the Abyssal Bard relentlessly. In their exchanges, both parties influenced one another's powers. Ailin expelled the abyssal energy from her body, while the Abyssal Bard, feeling discomfort, forced Ailin's divine infused strikes away. A resounding crash echoed as Ailin's fist, imbued with ice elemental power, collided with the Abyssal Bard's fist, charged with lightning. Both staggered back momentarily. Yet, before the Abyssal Bard could capitalize on this brief reprieve, Ailin reached back, grasping her weapon, heaping and thrusting it forward. Its tip enveloped in wind elemental energy, aimed directly at the Abyssal Bard. The length of her spear perfectly bridged the gap, ensnaring the Abyssal Bard once more. Internally cursing, the Abyssal Bard lamented the tenacity of this blue-skirted, white-haired girl who seemed to wield any weapon with ease. However, faced with the approaching Hipuyuan, it had little choice but to pull its sacred artifact into a defensive position, successfully blocking the thrust. Undeterred by this failed strike, Ailin cast aside Hipuyuan and leaped high, raising the Wugong sword above her head, bringing it crashing down toward the Abyssal Bard's skull. The relentless barrage of close-quarters combat rendered the Abyssal Bard incapable of defending itself adequately. As the massive sword descended, the Abyssal Bard clenched its teeth, concentrating its Tempest shield's power atop its head. barely managing to deflect the Wugong sword strike. Though the attack was thwarted once more, Ailin's eyes glimmered with determination. This was the moment she had awaited. She released the Wugong sword and executed a backflip, landing behind the Abyssal Bard. By compelling the Abyssal Bard to use its artifact as a shield against He Puyin and forcing it to concentrate its defenses on its head against the Wugong sword, Ailin had created an opening. In the blink of an eye, while the Abyssal Bard focused its strength on defending its front and head, Ailin had deftly positioned herself behind it. With a swift flick of her wrist, she struck the exposed back of the Abyssal Bard with an icy palm, infused with potent elemental energy. "See you in Gene," Ailin exclaimed, though she was unaware of the technicalities of the term. She merely believed that vocalizing her skills would enhance their potency. This strike, more accurately described as a slap, broke through the Abyssal Bard's weakened Tempest shield, delivering a concentrated blast of ice elemental energy directly to its right flank. A thunderous boom resounded as the impact resonated, the ice energy invading the Abyssal Bard's form. A shrill cry erupted from the Abyssal Bard, filled with anguish, as it, in a fit of rage, seized its sacred artifact and swung it like a brick toward Ailin's head. Chapter 82, Sea of Thunder. The final confrontation, the Abyssal Bard hurled its sacred artifact at Ailin's head. Ailin's eyes widened in shock, and she swiftly conjured a fierce wind to retreat. Upon halting her movement, she glanced at the Abyssal Bard. With its indistinct features, Ailin found it challenging to gauge the extent of damage inflicted by her strike. Moreover, the existence of a kidney in such a creature remained uncertain. Thus, whether her precise strike had dealt significant ice elemental harm to the Abyssal Bard was beyond her understanding. Nevertheless, witnessing a mage resorting to using their artifact as a blunt instrument suggested that the damage was likely substantial. Ailin mused to herself, and indeed, her intuition was correct. The question of whether the Abyss Singer possesses any kidneys is secondary. The immense ice elemental force accompanying its strike is undeniably formidable. At the moment of impact with the Abyss Singer, a surge of ice elemental energy was driven into its body, attempting to freeze its internal organs. Although the Abyss Singer swiftly channeled a vast amount of lightning elemental energy to extinguish the ice within, its internal organs still suffered frostbite. Despite the infusion of lightning energy, the resultant superconductive reaction between the ice and lightning elements within its body inflicted even greater agony. Now, it endures severe internal injuries, and each breath or utterance brings forth a searing pain in its abdomen. Enraged by this grievous blow, the Abyss Singer let forth a thunderous roar, its body crackling with electricity and its sacred artifact radiating a purple light. An overwhelming burst of lightning elemental energy erupted from its form, enveloping an expansive area of over 100 meters in an instant. The explosive lightning surged forth, saturating the vicinity with a potent aura of destruction, reducing all in its path to mere fragments. In that fleeting moment, the radiant lightning illuminated the entire ruins, casting the surroundings into a purplish sea. Centered around the Abyss Singer, the ground succumbed to the overwhelming power of the lightning, shattering into debris, which then transformed into a swirling cloud of dust. This abrupt display of power caught Ailin, who had intended to engage in close combat, completely off guard. She stood perilously close to the Abyss Singer, and the rapid eruption of lightning left her no time to evade. In the blink of an eye, she was engulfed by the tidal wave of lightning energy. Noelle, immobilized against a stone wall in the distance, was struck by terror at the sight, letting out a desperate cry. The lightning burst forth swiftly and receded just as rapidly, revealing the silhouettes of the Abyss Singer and Ailin amidst the swirling dust. The Abyss Singer hovered in the void, while beneath it lay a gaping pit over 50 meters in diameter. The soil at the bottom of the pit was charred black by the lightning, with arcs of electricity flickering ominously through the earth. At this moment, Ailin found herself at the edge of the pit, surrounded by her scattered weapons, the Black Sword, the Four Winds Codex, the Unfettered Sword, and the Puyin. With her body bent and her complexion pale, she leaned on the Time Sky blade for support, gasping for breath. The Abyss Singer's wide-reaching lightning assault had not only struck with unexpected speed, but also exhibited overwhelming power. bathed in the ferocious currents of lightning. Ailin felt as though she had been cast into an ocean of lightning sludge, her body ravaged by the immense electric flow. Simultaneously, the potent lightning energy, infused with abyssal force, coursed through her meridians, wreaking havoc within. In mere seconds, her muscles, meridians, and internal organs sustained tremendous damage. She gasped as a mouthful of blood erupted forth, splattering the ground, still sparking with faint currents, mingled with tiny fragments of her internal organs. "You insect! I will see you perish." The Abyss Singer's eyes glimmered with murderous intent upon witnessing Ailin's injury. "Come if you dare." Ailin, fueled by her bloodied fury, gritted her teeth, channeling wind elemental energy to expel the lightning and abyssal forces from her body, wiping the remnants of blood from her lips. It was no exaggeration to declare that she had suffered grievous wounds. The Abyss Singer, also nursing its own injuries, would not let this opportunity for a decisive strike slip away. It was determined to crush this battle with overwhelming force, signaling that the moment of reckoning was at hand. Even if the insect struggles indefinitely, it remains but an insect, a slightly larger one at that, before the great abyss. The Abyss Singer emanated an aura as ominous as mountains and oceans, instantly suffocating the atmosphere of the ruins. A torrent of lightning elemental energy converged, saturating the air with dense, fine arcs of electricity. In the distance, Noelle, overwhelmed by the abyss's oppressive aura, felt her mind spin. The pervasive lightning energy in the air made each breath feel as if she inhaled currents in her lungs, the tiny jolts coursing painfully through her, leaving her in a fit of coughs. A vast amount of lightning elemental energy was summoned by the Abyss Singer, coalescing above its head to form a veritable sea of lightning. Infuriated by Ailin's repeated assaults, the Abyss Singer had reached a boiling point. It no longer wished to allow Noelle to infiltrate the West Wind Knights. It solely aimed to annihilate these two audacious insects that had dared to offend it. An overwhelming aura of destruction emanated from the thunderous sea above. The rhythmic explosions within the lightning sea echoed like an unstable bomb, threatening to detonate at any moment. Should the lightning sea erupt, everything within the ruins would be ground to dust, ceasing to exist. The air grew so oppressive that it was nearly suffocating. A profound sense of death loomed, a testament to the terrifying power of one of the Abyss's four kings. Ailin drew a deep breath, forcibly steadying her rhythm, then stood tall like the bravest of warriors, gazing defiantly at the lightning sea. Noelle, having inhaled excessive electric currents, found herself unable to speak. With tears streaming down her face, she could only convey her plea for Ailin to flee with her eyes. However, Ailin offered a gentle smile to Noelle, reassuring her to remain calm. Turning her gaze back to the Abyss Singer, Ailin displayed neither fear nor doubt, only unwavering resolve, determination, and confidence. "I have declared it. Today, you shall fall by my sword. I must leave this place alongside my friends. No one shall impede me, not even this lightning sea." She grasped the Tyan Sky blade in her right hand and beckoned for the great moon card's black sword to rest in her left. With dual sword in hand, she faced the might of the lightning sea. The wind god's eye at her waist trembled violently, radiating a brilliant light. "Today, I shall cleave through the storm clouds and lead my friends to safety." Chapter 83. Cleaving the Sea of Lightning, the Storm Blade Dance. "Insect, you dare gaze upon the abyss." Witnessing Ailin's defiance beneath the thunderous magic, the Abyss Singer seethed with rage. Its eyes widened in fury as it extended its remaining hand, clenching it with ferocity, turned to dust. With that grip, the long-gathered lightning sea erupted with a thunderous roar. An overwhelming surge of lightning energy burst forth, transforming into an ocean that devoured everything in its path. The ground trembled as the ceiling of the ruins disintegrated, the once uneven surface instantaneously flattened. The explosive sound transcended the range of human hearing, plunging Noelle and Ailin into a silence that enveloped the world. As a tsunami of lightning surged forth, Ailin's gaze remained resolute. She tightened her grip on the dual swords, the wind god's eye at her waist pulsating with a blinding azure light. Unquantifiable wind elemental energy surged forth, flooding her swords with vigor. The dual swords in her grasp shimmered with a verdant glow, their original forms obscured by the brilliance. Ailin held them as though they were twin azure suns, and as the lightning sea approached, she exhaled deeply and slowly closed her eyes. She cast aside all distractions, relaxing every fiber of her being. In this moment, she experienced an unprecedented tranquility within her heart. Every muscle in her body relaxed to the utmost extent. With no distractions, she emptied her mind and surrendered everything to her instincts. A multitude of wind elements surrounded her, embracing and protecting her. As the tempest of lightning surged forward, she opened her eyes. In her gaze, there was no turbulence, only the singular word John. With a mighty step onto the ground, the wind elements encircling her erupted, and propelled by the force of the backlash and the wind, she transformed into a streak of azure light, charging towards the tempest. In the blink of an eye, she arrived before the storm. Her cerulean eyes were cloaked in azure light, and the ends of her hair shimmered with a dazzling glow. Brandishing her radiant twin blades, she struck with ferocity. The storm sword dance. The sound of slicing through the air erupted with a deafening sonic boom. Her form had become a streak of azure light, plunging into the tempest. Yet this was not the end. Another sonic boom echoed. Again, another. Immersed within the azure tempest, she was free of thoughts and attachments, casting aside all external distractions. At that moment, she was aware of only one thing: to wield her sword. She swung her sword with unrelenting vigor. Her strikes accelerated, and the sonic booms from her swift cuts grew increasingly intense. She was oblivious to the number of strikes she had unleashed. It mattered not. Channeling the power of the storm, releasing her mind and body, devoid of thought and attachment, she swung her sword instinctively, delivering frenzied, indiscriminate strikes in the fastest manner possible. Each swing of her twin blades released a streak of azure light. This azure light surged with the wind, transforming into countless sharp wind blades, cleaving through the tempest. Streaks of azure light blossomed amidst the blue storm, the razor-sharp wind blades continuously clashing with the lightning, tearing it apart. After 3 seconds, the raging winds above swept violently. The overwhelming and destructive tempest was shattered under this relentless assault, dissolving into a myriad of blue light points, subsequently obliterated by the following storm. In an instant, silence enveloped the scene. Nuwa AI Air widened her eyes, incredulously gazing at the spectacle before her. Surprise and shock surged within her heart, though words eluded her. She silently cried out within, tears streaming down her face. The Deep Abyss Bard was left astounded, momentarily rendered speechless by the revelation that the tempest had indeed been breached. Its most formidable attack had been annihilated by a mere human wielding a sword. Today, I shall sever the storm clouds and lead my friends out of this place. Today, you must perish beneath my blade. No one can save you. Just 3 seconds ago, it had scoffed at the girl's words. Yet now, those very words filled it with profound dread. Gazing at the dissipating tempest, an overwhelming sense of impending doom surged towards the Deep Abyss Bard. It was to die. Today, it truly faced death here. The Deep Abyss Bard's instincts screamed this truth. Buzz. Boom. Accompanied by a resounding thud, the ruins trembled violently. The ground, walls, boulders, and ceiling convulsed simultaneously, all shattering apart. Dust and debris filled the air, creating a cloud of chaos. These traces were countless, all inflicted by the myriad of fine wind blades generated during the storm sword dance. The sheer speed of the strikes was unfathomable. The very space of this fragment of ruins had not had the time to react until several seconds later, when it finally collapsed, revealing the aftermath. It is worth noting, however, that where Nuwa AI Air stood, there was not a single sword mark. To spare Nuwa AI Air from harm, Ailin had refrained from unleashing her full power. Otherwise, the previous onslaught would have been even more ferocious. As the lightning faded and dust clouds swirled, Ailin emerged from the haze. In her left hand, she wielded the black sword, and in her right the sky blade, both the eye of the wind god and the eye of the ice god glowing brilliantly at her waist. The sky blade was infused with a potent wind element, radiating azure light. The black sword was suffused with a rich ice element, emanating a blue-white glow. She brandished her twin swords, cutting through the dust, and charged towards the deep abyss bard, then swung her blades, infused with different elemental powers, in a furious downward strike. Perish! The Skyblade, imbued with the potent wind element, struck the chest of the deep abyss bard. The edge of the 5-star artifact severed several of its ribs. Following this, the wind element transformed into a multitude of fine wind blades, instantly stripping away large swathes of flesh from the deep abyss bard. Shortly thereafter, the black sword followed suit, slashing into the deep abyss bard. After leaving deep gashes upon its body, the ice element on the sword instantly froze the wounds, preventing it from dying too swiftly. Ailin seemed to unleash her pent-up hatred towards the deep abyss bard, swinging her twin swords, striking again and again. Each time the Skyblade and black sword fell, they would carve away another piece of flesh from the deep abyss bard, subsequently sealing the wounds in ice. Finally, after 32 strikes, Ailin's fury subsided, and she aimed the Skyblade at the neck of the gasping deep abyss bard for a decisive blow. After this strike, the bard's head would be severed. Yet just as Ailin's sword was about to breach the bard's skin, clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated. A golden double-edged sword intercepted the Skyblade, thwarting Ailin's strike, and subsequently repelled her. It was none other than Kong, who had temporarily saved the deep abyss bard's life from Ailin's grasp. Chapter 84. You cannot prevail here. Prince, Kong, is it you? 2 exclamations of astonishment rang out simultaneously. Ailin, having been pushed back, looked in surprise at the figure who had thwarted her strike. The young man before her, clad in otherworldly attire, with golden hair and a long braid trailing behind, could only be Kong. At this moment, Kong stood with a golden sword, shielding the deep abyss bard behind him. Upon hearing the girl utter his name, a flicker of surprise crossed Kong's eyes. You know me? Kong regarded Ailin, seemingly searching his mind for memories of her. Her gaze was firmly locked onto the deep abyss bard, her eyes unmasked with murderous intent, leaving the bard trembling with fear, even while sheltered behind Kong. The girl's formidable strength and mercilessness instilled within it an indelible terror. Stand Azida, Ailin declared coldly, sword in hand. Impossible, it is my subordinate. Now that I am here, I will not allow you to kill it, and you shall have no opportunity to do so. Kong regarded Ailin, his expression entirely unperturbed. I will say this once more, step aside. Ailin tightened her grip on the sword, her eyes filled with a murderous glint. Yet Kong remained steadfast, disregarding her entirely. You are strong enough to defeat it. Kong scrutinized the girl before him and continued, but even at your peak, you are no match for me, let alone in your current state. Ailin fell silent. Kong was correct. She had indeed reached her limit. Previously, under the onslaught of the deep abyss bard, she had been ravaged by the power of lightning, her meridians, muscles, and organs severely damaged, leaving her gravely injured. Subsequently, she had forcefully executed the Storm Sword Dance. The Storm Sword Dance was immensely powerful, yet was beyond her capacity to withstand at present. The dance demanded unparalleled speed, relying on instinct to unleash a frenzy of strikes in rapid succession. Just moments ago, Ailin had unleashed over 100 strikes within 3 seconds. In a mere 3 seconds, she unleashed a barrage of over 100 strikes, averaging more than 30 per second. What kind of concept does this embody? Such intense and sustained high-speed slashing has transcended the limits of human endurance. When this technique was first conceived, Ailin resolved that she must not employ it recklessly until she had reached a certain level of strength. Yet, in the face of the terrifying sea of thunder and the need to survive alongside her friends, she ultimately resorted to this technique. Already grievously injured, the exertion of the Storm Sword Dance only exacerbated her wounds. The flesh around her abdomen and the bicep of her right arm had split open, blood gushing forth, staining her garments crimson, rendering her a vision of horror. With such severe injuries, compounded by the prior onslaught of lightning, she was truly at her last gasp. Yet, following the execution of the Storm Sword Dance, she still had to simultaneously wield both ice and wind attributes to combat the Abyss Bard, further intensifying her injuries. At this moment, she had reached her limit, swaying on the brink of collapse, It was a miracle she could stand for even another second, let alone maneuver around Kong to eliminate the Abyss Bard. However, even in her severely wounded and near-fatal condition, her gaze remained resolute, fixed intently on Kong. She had declared that today it must perish beneath her sword, and no one could save it. Thus, she demanded he step aside, lest he obstruct her. Kong, still expressionless, retorted that he had stated it was his subordinate, and as long as he was present, she could not kill it. The murderous intent in Ailin's eyes did not wane. She stared directly at Kong, her voice icy as she challenged, "Then what if I insist on killing it? You may attempt to, but I can assure you, you will never succeed in slaying it from my hands." Kong's tone was equally devoid of warmth with his prowess. He could easily discern the dire state of the girl before him. "How can you know without trying?" Ailin gritted her teeth, her gaze fierce like that of a starving wolf ready to fight back in its final moments. Summoning the remnants of her strength, she wielded the blade of the sky with her relatively less injured right hand. In that moment, the fervent desire for vengeance for her friend, alongside her hatred for the Abyss Bard, ignited the last flicker of her power. With a thunderous roar, the eye of Thor on her back erupted in brilliance, transforming her frail form into a streak of purple lightning as she charged toward Kong. A desperate struggle, Kong observed coldly. To him, this girl was merely expending her life force for one last futile counterattack. Such a response was pathetically weak, and he calculated that after this, she would surely collapse. As the girl approached, Kong's gaze remained indifferent. With a casual upward slash of his golden rapier, he sought to deflect her assault. The sight of her beautiful yet bloodied visage loomed larger in his eyes. But just as she reached him, an unforeseen turn of events transpired. Instead of attacking, the girl revealed a mocking smile, one that bore the weight of derision, murderous intent, and the reckless fervor of a gambler putting everything on the line for a final gamble. Upon witnessing that smile, Kong's expression shifted dramatically. He instinctively realized something and attempted to react, but it was already too late. "Thunderstrike," Ailin declared coldly, having arrived before Kong. Crack! A bolt of lightning suddenly arced across the battlefield. Ailin's figure vanished into the lightning, disappearing from Kong's sight. As the thunder descended, it branched into countless tendrils. In that moment on the battlefield, a colossal thunderclap erupted before Kong, splitting into myriad arcs of lightning. These lightning tendrils circumvented Kong, racing toward the Abyss Bard behind him, while Ailin's figure had already blended into one of the branches. Not good. Panic flashed across Kong's face as he witnessed the lightning diverging into numerous branches. He yearned to intervene, but it was too late. The thunder struck within the blink of an eye, and as the lightning dissipated, Ailin's silhouette emerged from one of the countless tendrils. That very arc of lightning, carrying her, bypassed Kong and surged behind the Abyss Bard. She leapt high from the lightning's embrace. Under the terrified gaze of the Abyss Bard, she raised the blade of the sky, its blade gleaming with a cerulean light. With the blade of the sky, infused with elemental wind energy, she struck down toward the bard's head. Splatter. Blood sprayed forth. The girl's longsword cleaved through the Abyss Bard's skull from above, splitting it in two with unstoppable force. In an instant, blood gushed forth like a fountain. The Abyss Bard had no time to scream, as it was swiftly severed in half and fell to either side. The blood-soaked girl, sword in hand, stood like a war goddess amidst the carnage. Her eyes brimmed with arrogance and madness. She gazed at Kong, her expression still rife with mockery and insanity. "I told you, no one can save it today, not the Sea of Thunder, nor you," she coldly declared to Kong, brandishing her sword. Chapter 85. You all come to save her within the ruins, silence reigned. As previously stated, the girl had reached her limit. Standing for even one more second was nothing short of a miracle. After expending her life force to deliver the final blow that felled the Abyss Bard, she could no longer sustain herself and collapsed into a pool of her own blood. Kong remained silent, having traversed countless worlds and lived for an unfathomable number of years. He did not erupt in fury over the loss of subordinate. At his age, he had witnessed far too much. To him, the Abyss Bard was a competent ally, and preserving it would naturally be preferable. Looking down at the girl, who lay unconscious in her own blood, Kong's expression grew complex. Frankly speaking, had she still been standing before him, he might have considered ending her life. However, this girl was in a state of complete disrepair. Her organs, meridians, and muscles were all severely damaged. The tendons in her left hand were torn, her fingers dislocated, her hand muscles ruptured, and her shoulder muscle split, exposing stark white bone. The muscles of her abdomen were torn, revealing grievously injured internal organs through the gaping wounds. She had already reached her limit, yet had she received treatment at that moment, there might have been a chance for survival. Instead, she chose to burn her last vestiges of life, unleashing her final strength to execute the thunderous strike that vanquished the Abyss Bard. That blow intensified her injuries, depleting her remaining vitality and strength. Now, she was barely clinging to life, her face ashen, blood pouring from her ruptured wounds, nearing the brink of death. Even if Kong did not intervene within 2 minutes, her blood would run dry. She would not even last that long. Her damaged organs would fail utterly, leading her life to its inevitable conclusion. In Kong's eyes, there was no reason to be angered by someone destined to perish. At that moment, his face bore a profound complexity. The sheer madness of the girl's last strike had left a lasting impression on him. He had never anticipated that this girl could summon such power in her final moments. That earlier blow, while seeming fleeting, was, in truth, a psychological contest. Kong believed the girl had reached her limit and was not to be feared. He thought that his sudden presence would undoubtedly impose immense pressure upon her. He considered himself a mountain standing in her path to slay the Abyss Bard. She would first have to overcome him. And indeed, this was the case. If anyone were placed in the girl's situation, they would likely have only managed to drag their battered body into a futile struggle against Kong, ultimately expending their last breath without ever slaying the Abyss Bard. Yet the girl had cleverly exploited Kong's psychology. She unleashed her final strength, charging toward him, presenting the guise of a desperate confrontation. However, what Kong did not foresee was that he had been completely misled by this girl. The young girl had never intended to confront him. Her objective was, from the very beginning, the Abyss Bard lurking behind him. In the fleeting moment as she dashed before him, she unleashed her ultimate card, Thunder Strike. This technique allowed her to transform into a bolt of lightning, creating a multitude of branches, within which she could conceal herself within any one of them. The speed of this move was unparalleled, rendering even Kong incapable of discerning, in the blink of an eye, which branch of lightning the girl had hidden herself in. Ultimately, having exhausted her trump cards and calculated every move, she succeeded in slaying the Abyss Bard. Reflecting on the moment's gamble and the ingenuity of that technique, Kong was still profoundly amazed. The smile that the girl revealed to him was laced with sarcasm, murderous intent, and a frenzied determination to risk everything for this battle. He could not fathom what compelled this girl to forsake her chance at survival, unleashing her final breath to vanquish the Abyss Bard. What drove her to such madness? Kong found no answers and had no desire to ponder further. As he scrutinized the girl lying beneath him, he noticed the Raijin eye stitched on her back, alongside the Ice God eye and Wind God eye hanging at her waist. A look of astonishment crossed his face. A person could only possess one divine eye in a lifetime. How was it possible for her to have three? Frowning, he sensed the lingering essence of wind, ice, and thunder in the air. Moreover, the radiance of the three divine eyes was gradually dimming with the fading life force of their owner. Thus, it was evident that the girl's three divine eyes were indeed genuine. It was widely known that the Ice God sought to collect 7 divine hearts to contend against the heavenly order. The protagonist of the game journeyed through 7 nations, acquiring elemental powers in each realm, thereby gathering the 7 elemental forces. This implied that the protagonist was, unbeknownst to him, engaged in a mission akin to that of the Ice God. Having traversed the 7 nations and acquired the 7 elemental powers himself, Kong fell into silence as he gazed at the girl possessing 3 divine eyes. Given that she had already acquired 3 divine eyes, it was highly likely that this girl would eventually gather all 7 elemental divine eyes. As one who opposed the heavenly order, he found himself rather pleased at the prospect of such an unforeseen variable emerging. Yet the dilemma remained. This girl could very well become an adversary of the Abyss in the future. Nevertheless, He deemed it futile to dwell on such thoughts. Shaking his head, he acknowledged that the girl would not survive beyond a minute, rendering any contemplation of her future meaningless. Just then, he sensed several presences approaching. These presences were closing in with remarkable speed, set to arrive within mere seconds. As he furrowed his brow at the familiar auras, he discerned the figures of the acting leader of the Westwind Knights, Dialek of the Dawn Winery, alongside the Anemo Archon and the Dragon of the East Wind. Who could this girl be, to summon their aid? Kong stared at the unconscious girl on the ground, astonished, since he had already perceived their presence. It was undeniable that they had sensed his aura as well, making any attempt to eliminate the girl futile at this juncture. Yet at that moment, Kong's expression shifted once more. He recognized another presence, one deeply engraved in his memory. Ing, you two have come to rescue her? Kong's emotions became increasingly complex, and ultimately, he tore open a rift in space and chose to depart. His departure was motivated by myriad reasons. Even if he were to cast healing magic, the restorative energy would need time to circulate through the injured's body and mend their wounds. Even if he refrained from acting, this girl was doomed to perish. He saw no reason to engage with one on the brink of death. Secondly, should this girl possess even the slightest chance of survival, she would undoubtedly be favored by fortune. He found himself harboring a glimmer of hope that she might one day gather the 7 elemental divine eyes and become a variable. Thirdly, the fierce determination and ruthlessness displayed in her final strike had left him in awe. Lastly, and most crucially, it was his sister. Since she had arrived, it was inconceivable that she was unaware of the dangers lurking here. Yet, she still risked her safety to save her friend. Ing was his sister, his most cherished family member, and his sole vulnerability. This girl could potentially be a beloved companion of Ying's. Without ascertaining the situation, he was reluctant to recklessly harm his sister's friend. Even having become a prince of the abyss, he continued to hold deep affection for his sister, unwilling to cause her sorrow. Thus, driven by a convergence of complex reasons, Kong ultimately departed. Chapter 86, Crowning You Ah. Within the ruins, the gravely wounded Noelle struggled to grasp the ground, inching her way towards Ailin. The agony of impending loss for her friend weighed heavily upon her. The feeling of helplessness, unable to save her beloved companion, surged within her. Regret consumed her as she realized her recklessness had placed her friend in peril, leading to Ailin's grievous injuries. These overwhelming negative emotions surged together, inflicting immense torment upon her. She longed to reach Ailin's side swiftly, yet her injuries rendered her incapable of walking, forcing her to crawl like a worm. She desperately wished to call out Ailin's name, urging her to stay awake. But the electric current she had previously inhaled left her unable to speak. The distance between them was barely 100 meters, yet it felt like an insurmountable chasm, severing her from Ailin. She doubted whether she could reach Ailin in her wounded state, and whether Ailin would still be alive by the time she arrived. Gazing at the figure collapsed in a pool of blood, pallid as paper, her dress stained crimson, overwhelming anguish pierced Noelle's heart like a series of scalding swords. Ailin! Ailin! She opened her mouth to call out Ailin's name, yet searing pain surged from her throat, rendering her voiceless. Words hung on the tip of her tongue, escaping only as a feeble, hoarse cry. Tears streamed down her face as she reached out towards Ailin, yearning to rescue her from the grasp of the prince. Yet, in her current state, she felt utterly powerless, so insignificant that Ailin might be slain by the prince before she could reach her. Just then, she noticed the prince change expression, subsequently opening a rift in space and departing. She was momentarily taken aback, but there was no time for contemplation. She summoned all her strength to crawl faster towards Ailin. However, another unexpected turn of events unfolded. Master! A cry rang out as the familiar figure of Fenger soared towards Ailin. Following her were Dialek, Vinny, Jean, Paimon, and Ing. Upon witnessing their arrival, the taut string in Noelle's heart finally relaxed, and an overwhelming wave of fatigue and drowsiness swept over her, causing her to faint on the spot. Earlier, as Ailin rushed towards her destination, an unsettling feeling grew within her. According to the original plot, the corruption ritual of the 7-day statue involved abyssal apostles, indicating that the ritual likely required their participation. If indeed an enemy of abyssal apostle caliber was involved, Ailin felt that relying solely on herself posed a significant risk. Moreover, even if she triumphed over such an enemy, it would likely attract Kong's attention. Fenger, as her familiar, shared a bond with her, enabling them to sense each other's presence and perceive what the other could see, even from miles apart. It was through Fenger's guidance that Jean and the others were able to locate Ailin with remarkable speed. Throughout their journey, Fenger continuously narrated the events seen through Ailin's eyes, detailing the fierce battle and Ailin's condition. The intensity of this brutal struggle made everyone anxious for both Ailin and Noelle. Ailin! Ailin! At this moment, upon arriving at the ruins, the gathered crowd was met with the harrowing sight of Ailin lying in a pool of blood, gravely injured and on the brink of death. The severity of her wounds was unbearable. Her life was reduced to mere seconds. Even the arrival of a Hydro Priestess would be insufficient to save her. Time was of the essence, and Qin and the others could not afford to attend to Noelle in the distance. Wendy was the first to rush to Ailin's side. Upon witnessing Ailin's near demise, his pupils contracted sharply, and without hesitation, his little braid radiated a cerulean light. The colossal statue of the Anemo Archon at the church's entrance erupted in brilliant azure. Across Mondstadt, all 7 statues of the Archons unleashed towering beams of light. Countless citizens of Mondstadt, witnessing this phenomenon, silently clasped their hands together, standing in prayer. In Liyue, an elderly gentleman waiting for his meal at Wanmentang furrowed his brow and glanced once more towards Mondstadt. Inside the ruins, a vast reservoir of faith converged upon Wendy. In a desperate bid to save his friend, the Anemo Archon donned his crown once again. Years ago, he had been powerless to prevent the death of a dear companion. But this time, he was determined to fight for her life. With sorrow etched upon his face, the wind deity extended his hand towards the girl in the blood-stained ground. Instantly, a cerulean light illuminated the entire ruins, and a torrent of wind elemental energy surged forth, transforming into a healing breeze that enveloped Ailin. This restorative wind lifted her, rapidly nurturing her battered body. Logically speaking, with Ailin's life hanging by a thread, modern medicine would have long deemed her deceased. 10 seconds were insufficient for any healing magic to mend her injuries. The price for this act was high. The Anemo Archon collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted after casting his spell. The wind's primary attribute was not healing, and Ailin was already beyond salvation. This was a result of the Archon's previous act of heroism during the Tulin incident, which had garnered him a measure of faith. Coupled with the prayers of the Mondstadt populace, this had granted him the ability to summon such potent healing winds. Had it been the Wendy of earlier days, he would have been powerless to intervene as he watched his friend perish. Ailin's injuries were not fully healed. Without timely treatment, she would not survive for much longer. Qin rushed to embrace Ailin as she fell from the air, laying her gently at her feet. Subsequently, Qin unsheathed her sword and performed the oath ceremony. The divine eye at her waist glowing brightly. In a hushed voice, she summoned all her strength to invoke the dandelion field. In an instant, the healing winds surged once more, nurturing Ailin's frail body. Ultimately, with Wendy and Qin pouring every ounce of their power into her recovery, the wounds on Ailin's body began to visibly heal at an astonishing rate. Exhausted, Qin collapsed busy d'élan. The wounds sealed, the bleeding ceased, and Ailin's damaged internal organs received some measure of restoration. However, it was merely a fraction of what was needed. After preserving Ailin's life, Dialek, Ing, and Paimon stepped forward to assess Ailin's condition, then helped Noelle to her feet. Confirming that Noelle was also alive, the group collectively exhaled in relief. Yet, once the tension subsided, a deep sense of loss washed over Ing's face. Just moments ago on their way here, she had learned from Fenger that her brother had appeared. Now that she had arrived, she could indeed feel his presence. What had transpired? How was her brother now? Why was he entangled with the abyss? Why did he refuse to see her? A torrent of questions flooded her mind. But the fact that her brother did not want to meet her left her profoundly saddened. Don't be upset, Paimon comforted. At least you know he's safe and alive, right? Once they awaken, you can inquire about your brother. Yes, Ing nodded, regaining her spirits. Due to his immense size, Tulin could not enter the ruins and remained at the entrance. Wendy had summoned Tulin to conserve energy for potential combat, and in hindsight, it had proven invaluable. Chapter 87. Awakening. Although Noelle was gravely injured, her condition paled in comparison to Ailin's. After 6 days of treatment, Noelle had nearly recovered and could move freely. However, Ailin still lay in a deep slumber. Though her injuries had healed, the vitality she had lost, her exhaustion, and her weakened state required time to mend. She needed prolonged sleep to restore her battered body. As a member of the Knights of Favonius, known as the Sun Knight, Ailin had amassed significant merits. Thus, she was afforded the highest standard of care, receiving treatment at the Knights' headquarters. The priests of the church performed healing magic daily, replenishing her strength while she lay in slumber. Barbara visited every noon, utilizing hydro-healing magic to nourish her body and mend her concealed injuries. Under the attentive care of her friends, Ailin finally awoke after 16 days of deep sleep. Upon learning of Ailin's awakening, many friends and loved ones came to visit her. Kewin took time out of her day to bring a bouquet of fresh flowers. When he brought a bag of wild apples he claimed to have gathered from Windrise. Dialek, however, came empty-handed, merely standing at the foot of the bed with his arms crossed. Despite his attempt to maintain an air of indifference, concern was evident on his face. Keo wore a broad smile, wishing Ailin a swift recovery. Ing and Paimon brought a bag of what they claimed were super-sweet sunset fruits harvested near Starfell Lake, placing them on Ailin's bedside table. Shadding stood at the head of the bed, discreetly wiping away tears, while Fiskell buried her head in the bed covers, sobbing inconsolably, her cries rivaling those of the Hermon couple. Everyone, while I understand your feelings, the patient has just awakened and needs rest, so please keep your voices down. Barbara, clad in her priestly garb, opened the door and frowned. Thank you, Barbara, but it's all right. Ailin smiled at the commotion in the room. In her past life, she had been solitary, but now, unbeknownst to her, she was surrounded by many heartfelt friends. Though the noise was overwhelming, she cherished it. After expressing her gratitude to her friends and the church's priests, Ailin had a small meal before drifting back to sleep. She still required ample rest for her recovery. That afternoon, as Kewin entered the Knights of Favonius, she noticed Noelle absent-mindedly cleaning the hall. Captain Kewin, how is Ailin? How is she? Noelle stammered. Kewin hesitated for a moment before sighing and replying, if you were worried about her, why not go see her yourself? At the mention of this, Noelle pressed her lips together, her head lowering in sadness. In truth, since her recovery, she had taken a long leave from the Knights, remaining by Ailin's side 24 hours a day, caring for her without respite for a full 10 days. Ailin's awakening was undoubtedly a joyous occasion. Yet amidst her happiness, other emotions surged within her. Ailin had sustained such grievous injuries and had nearly perished while saving her. To this day, the image of Ailin lying in a pool of blood, her flesh torn, lingered hauntingly in Noelle's mind. Each time she recalled that scene, it felt as though her heart was being pierced by countless burning needles. Had it not been for her reckless confrontation with the abyss, Ailin would not have been gravely wounded while attempting to save her. In the aftermath, she had sought forgiveness from Ailin's parents, desperately hoping they would berate her, perhaps even strike her for her folly. At least this brings her some comfort. However, Ailin's parents did not blame her. Throughout this incident, no one has ever reproached her. But does that mean she can wholeheartedly accept the kindness of others? The more forgiving they are, the heavier her guilt becomes. For the remorse of having caused her friend serious injury and near death threatens to drown her. She cannot forgive herself for her mistakes, and is at a loss as to how to face Ailin. Therefore, upon learning that Ailin had awakened, she chose to leave after 10 days of taking care of her. Observing the self-reproachful Noelle, Chin let out a long sigh. She gazed at Noelle gently and spoke softly. Noelle, the courage to take responsibility is a virtue that a knight should possess. Regardless of how she treats you, these are the consequences you must bear. Yet, no matter what, she risked her life to save you, and you should express your gratitude for that. Moreover, how can you be certain she will despise you if you do not go? Even if what awaits you are her angry accusations, that is something you must endure. But what if she does not blame you at all? If you do not go, will you not forever remain ignorant of the outcome? Noelle, there's certain things that, if left undone, will leave you eternally questioning. There are some actions you might regret for a lifetime if you do not take them. Chin spoke earnestly to Noelle. With her head hung lower, Noelle remained silent for a long while before finally lifting her gaze, determination etched on her face. Thank you, Qin Tuanzhang, I understand now. Perhaps she will hate me, but if I do not go, I will regret it for the rest of my life. With that, Noelle tossed aside the broom and rushed out the door, heading straight for the church. At this moment, the ward was left with only Ailin. Truly, the sunlit fruit she picked is delightful. Il embarque des nibud en fruit. Just then, Noelle's figure appeared at the doorway. She wore a downcast expression, her hands instinctively clutching her maid's skirt, her lips pressed together as she kept her head down, completely unable to meet Ailin's gaze. The immense guilt within her felt like a mountain on her shoulders, making each step painfully arduous. Ailin, She approached the bedside, head lowered, mentally preparing herself for Ailin's reproach or even insults. To her surprise, Ailin interrupted her words. Ailin showed no displeasure at her arrival. Instead, she greeted her with a gentle smile, akin to that of a long-lost friend. You're here, Noelle. I was worried when I didn't see you all day. I even asked Qin Tuanzhang about you. I'm so relieved you're okay. Ailin smiled at Noelle. This ward is so dull, Noelle. Can you take me outside for some fresh air? Chapter 88. Her Redemption. This ward is so dull, Noelle. Can you take me outside for some fresh air? Ailin smiled at Noelle. Noelle lowered her head by the bedside. Ailin's smile interrupted all her intended words. At that moment, she could only nod and say, all right. The church square was nearly empty that afternoon. Ailin sat in a wheelchair, pushed by Noelle, as they arrived at the edge of the square's railing. Here, the sunlight bathed the fruit wine lake, rendering its surface a gleaming gold. Once there, Ailin, dressed in a loose nightgown, fell silent, resting her chin on one hand while gazing into the distance. Ailin's silence left Noelle feeling even more at a loss. She could only stand quietly behind Ailin, afraid to utter a word. Time passed slowly, and Noelle trembled slightly. Each passing second felt like immense torture. She felt like an ant on a hot pan, utterly disoriented. This silent stillness was her greatest punishment. She would have preferred Ailin to berate her, as that would have offered her some solace. Ailin, I'm sorry. Ultimately, unable to endure the torment any longer, she spoke up. However, Ailin seemed to have already anticipated her words. Sure, Ailin gently said, her calm gaze fixed on the setting sun, her lips still adorned with a faint smile. She patted the armrest of the wheelchair, beckoning Noelle to lean closer. Noelle, come here. I have a secret to share with you. Oh, okay. Noelle hesitated for a moment, but leaned down, bringing her ear close to Ailin's cheek while nervously biting her lip. Subconsciously, she braced herself for Ailin's reproach and insults. But just then, Ailin suddenly opened her arms, pulling Noelle tightly into an embrace. Buzz. This unexpected embrace left Noelle in a daze, her mind swirling as she struggled to react. Ailin, Noelle exclaimed, akin to a bewildered rabbit, instinctively attempting to break free from Ailin's embrace. Yet Ailin held her even tighter. Do not be afraid. Do not be sad. Do not blame yourself. Ailin murmured, her cheek pressed against Noelle's hair, gently stroking her locks. Thank you, Noelle. Thank you for being alive. We are good friends, are we not? Ailin's voice was soft, continuously soothing Noelle's unease and shame as she caressed her hair. It is because we are good friends that I saved you. I saved you because I did not want to lose you. I want you to live well and happily. By risking my life to save you, I wish for this world to retain your smile. Therefore, if you continue to feel sad and guilty, I too will be saddened. I risked everything to save you because I hope you can live joyfully forever. I have never blamed you, so do not be afraid, do not be sad, do not blame yourself. Please do not spend the rest of your life engulfed in guilt and remorse. If you truly feel guilty, then for my sake, live happily. Please do not let my sacrifices be in vain. It was precisely because she regarded Ailin as a friend that Noelle felt guilt and remorse for nearly causing Ailin's death through her recklessness. She feared losing Ailin as a friend, which made her anxious and hesitant to face Ailin. Yet now, enveloped in Ailin's warmth, feeling her gentle touch and hearing her soothing words, Noelle's spirit felt as if it were being caressed by warm hands, alleviating all her unease, fear, and shame. In that moment, All the accumulated worries, fears, and guilt from those days erupted in the wake of Ailin's forgiveness. She wept uncontrollably in Ailin's embrace, pouring out her anxieties. I'm so sorry, Ailin. It's all my fault. If it weren't for my arrogance, if it weren't for my recklessness, you wouldn't have been so severely injured. Seeing Ailin collapsed in a pool of blood pained her deeply, as though countless needles were piercing her heart. I have never hated myself this much. I'm so afraid that when you wake up, you will blame me, that you will hate me. I'm terrified of losing you as a friend. I'm also so afraid that you might not wake up, that I might never see you again, and then I could never forgive myself. Noelle sobbed in Ailin's embrace, her tears soaking Ailin's nightgown. Yet Ailin remained unfazed, gently stroking Noelle's hair. She understood that Noelle needed to release her emotions, and by doing so, Noelle would eventually return to normal. After an indeterminate period of weeping, Ailin finally ceased her tears. She extricated herself from Ailin's embrace, as if liberating herself from an immense burden. Her face adorned with an awkward smile. "Thank you, Ailin. It's nothing." Ailin responded with a cheerful shake of her head. "Hey, Ailin. I wish to ascend to the palm of the Anemo Archon statue. I long to behold a more distant landscape." "Huh? Hésitated momentarily. But you cannot move yet, nor can you utilize your powers. I cannot allow you to climb to such heights." "Indeed," Ailin nodded. "I am aware that I cannot make any significant movements at present." Thus, Ailin tilted her head, her white hair cascading from her shoulders. With a sweet smile gracing her face, she extended her hand towards Ailin and said, "So, may I request that you protect me this time?" Upon hearing this, Ailin stood frozen in place, and after a prolonged silence, tears glimmered in her eyes as she pressed her lips together, striving to hold back the flood of emotions. "Well then, I shall protect you." Subsequently, she reached out and clasped Ailin's hand. As the sun dipped beneath the horizon of Mondstadt, the two young maidens found themselves seated upon the palm of the Anemo Archon statue. As Ailin was unable to sit unaided, Ailin transformed herself into a makeshift seat. She allowed Ailin to rest upon her lap, using her own body as a backrest, cradling Ailin gently in her embrace. One hand supported her form, while the other securely held Ailin, ensuring her safety. Ailin, do you now comprehend the reasons for your inability to become a knight?" Ailin inquired, her gaze fixed upon the gradually descending sun. "Indeed," she continued with a soft smile. "Previously, the moment was not ripe, thus explaining the reason would have been futile. However, following this incident, I believe it is time to reveal the truth to you. There are two reasons you cannot become knight. The first is that you have yet to discover your own chivalric code. The second is that you have not learned to love yourself properly." "My chivalric code? Am I incapable of loving myself?" Ailin appeared momentarily perplexed, struggling to grasp the meaning behind these assertions. Ailin gently nodded. "Let us first discuss the chivalric code. A code is a belief that permeates a person's life, while a chivalric code embodies the belief necessary to become a knight. However, becoming a knight is merely a goal for you, not your belief. Once a person achieves a goal, if they lack a belief, they may become lost. Tell me, have you ever considered what you will do after becoming a knight? What else can you accomplish? If becoming a knight is your lifelong goal, then what follows the completion of that goal? For what reason will you live?" Thus, she elucidated that is merely your goal, not your chivalric code. Allow me to provide an analogy. The chivalric code of the acting grandmaster, Qin, is to eternally protect Mondstadt. It is precisely because she possesses this belief that she can shoulder such a tremendous burden with unwavering resolve. Amber, Eula, and Kia each have their own beliefs, which prevent them from becoming lost even after attaining knighthood. Yet you merely aspire to be a knight, devoid of the belief that underpins the essence of knighthood. Ailin's words enveloped Ailin in silence. However, Ailin did not cease her discourse. She shifted her position, leaning into Ailin's embrace as she continued. "Next, we must address your failure to learn self-love. In the past, You scaled the snowy peaks of Longji Shueshan alone to rescue an adventurer trapped there. Though you ultimately succeeded in saving the adventurer, you succumbed to a high fever and fell unconscious for several days. When the dragon disaster arose, you also attempted to single-handedly confront Valen, correct? You consistently sacrifice your own time to assist the citizens of Mondstadt, do you not? Indeed, Neo know that, then pressed her lips together in defense. But that is precisely what a knight ought to do, is it not? Oh, foolish girl. Ailin chuckled with affection. Being helpful is indeed commendable, but it must be predicated on an understanding of one's limits. Nua Air lowered her head in sorrow, her silence betraying her emotional turmoil. Observing her distress, Ailin continued, "Do you realize that your reckless ascent to the snowy mountain to save others led to days of worry for the knights? Do you know how much thought and effort Qin and Kia exerted to fabricate a series of so-called urgent tasks, all to distract you from challenging the wind dragon and to prevent you from perishing beneath its claws?" Ailin lifted her gaze to meet Nua Air's shame-ridden expression, gently smiling. Desiring to assist others and act heroically is natural, but first, you must comprehend where your limits lie. Otherwise, your recklessness may cause your companions to worry for you, to risk their own safety, or even to perish because of you. Therefore, learn to love yourself, Nua Air, not solely for your own sake, but for the sake of those who care for you. Ailin bestowed upon Nua Air a sweet smile before adding, "After all, if one has not learned to love oneself, how can they ever hope to love another?" Nua Air lowered her gaze, tears cascading down her cheeks once more. The image of Ailin sprawled in a pool of blood remained etched in her mind. She could never erase the overwhelming guilt. If her recklessness were to cause Ailin's demise, she would be condemned to a life of regret. Today, had Ailin not enlightened her, she would have remained oblivious to the immense trouble she had caused for everyone. Indeed, the agony of nearly losing Ailin was unbearable. What of the concern felt by others during her days of fever and unconsciousness? What of the dread they harbored when she sought to confront the dragon alone? She had always believed that her actions were solely her own concern, with consequences meant only for her to bear. It was only now that she recognized her own immaturity. In this life, no one can exist in isolation. She assumed her recklessness would only affect her, even if it led to her demise. It was merely her affair. Yet she had never considered the multitude of individuals who loved her and would worry for her reckless behavior, who would pay the price for her folly. Nua Air remained silent for a prolonged duration, until the sun was on the verge of vanishing beyond the horizon, when she finally raised her head. The confusion that had once clouded her features began to dissipate, replaced by a newfound resolve. "Thank you, Ailin. You approached me to guide me because you recognized my lingering uncertainty, did you not? Once again I caused you to worry. I admit, I am still far too immature to be a steadfast knight. I shall persist in my efforts to discover my chivalric code, and I will diligently learn to love myself, ensuring that I no longer burden others with worry. One day, I will become a reliable knight." Upon hearing these words, a look of satisfaction graced Ailin's face. "I am delighted to witness your growth. Nua Air, I have a craving for cake. Could you prepare some for me?" But you're still quite weak, and it is inadvisable to consume sugary, greasy foods. But I truly desire it. Is that not acceptable?" Ailin raised her head, batting her eyelashes, her blue eyes gazing earnestly at Nua Air. With such beauty, very few could resist her charm when she posed in such a manner. "Very well. I shall make it for you, but only this once. You must not inform the priestess at the church." Nua Air felt her cheeks flush under Ailin's gaze. As a versatile maid, Nua Air was indeed adept at crafting confections. However, it was impossible to bring a cake to the knight's headquarters. Otherwise, should the knights discover Ailin indulging in cake, they would undoubtedly subject her to a reprimand. Her home is filled with an abundance of tea leaves and ingredients for making pastries. It would certainly be enough to brew a cup of tea for Ailin and bake a cake. However, it is worth mentioning that after her last expedition to the ruins, she sustained severe injuries and underwent 6 days of treatment at the church. Once she regained her ability to move freely, she immediately rushed to care for Ailin. At her doorstep lay an overwhelming number of letters. The sheer volume of correspondence had filled her mailbox to the brim, prompting someone to bring a large box to contain the overflow. At that moment, at her doorstep, there stood a wooden box measuring 1.5 meters in length, 1 meter in width, and 1 meter in height, brimming with letters. Chapter 90. Her chivalry. Her courage. Upon seeing the box overflowing with letters, Noelle was momentarily stunned. Ailin seemed to have already guessed the reason. Why not open it and see? Ailin smiled. Noelle nodded and picked up a few letters from the box to open. Hello, Noelle. I'm a merchant. Once my cargo truck caught fire, and it was you who plunged into the fruit wine lake to extinguish the flames and then jumped into the water to salvage my goods. That shipment was a gamble of all my assets, and thanks to your assistance, I avoided bankruptcy, saving my wife and child from the streets. You may have long forgotten my name or this incident, but your kindness will forever be etched in our hearts. I heard that you were unsuccessful in your 9th attempt to become a knight, but please do not be disheartened. You will surely become the finest knight. My daughter adores you and has drawn a picture for you, which I have included with this letter. The letter was signed, The Grateful Marchino Family. Enclosed was a drawing depicting a resolute knight clad in maid armor, wielding a great sword. The artwork appeared juvenile and was not particularly intricate. It was evident that the artist had poured their heart into it. Hello, Noelle. I am the adventurer you rescued from the Dragon's Pine Mountains. I heard you did not succeed in the knight selection, but please do not lose hope or feel disheartened. In my heart, you will always be the most reliable knight. If it weren't for you, I would have perished in the snow. I have since grown from a novice adventurer to one capable of independent quests. I plan to embark on a new adventure in Sumeru soon. However, wherever I go, I will never forget the life you saved. By the way, I found a magnificent Cecilia flower while adventuring at Starfall Cliff and have sent it along with this letter. Lastly, I believe you will become a knight admired by all. You must keep striving. Adventurer, fais-y ouen. Noelle's sister, hello. We're the orphans adopted by the West Wind Church. Thank you for always playing with us and for sharing the leftover food from the Knight's cafeteria each day. We heard you were unsuccessful in the Knight selection, but we all believe you will not give up. You are so wonderful. You will undoubtedly become a knight. Sister, keep pushing forward. You will succeed next time. From all the children at the West Wind Church Orphanage. The letter contained only a few brief sentences at the top, but the bottom was filled with names. Each name was written in a crooked manner, appearing quite juvenile, yet no two signatures were alike. Noelle recognized each of these adorable children. They had even adorned the letter with hearts, suns, peace signs, and phrases of encouragement. There were many similar letters. Some were from the Hunter's Restaurant, others from the nuns at the West Wind Church, and some from hunters in Qingchuan Town. There were letters from blacksmiths, general stores, and even from unassuming knights of the West Wind Knights. Some came from affluent families, while others were penned by innocent children or lonely elders. After Noelle's 9th defeat, as she wandered the streets of Mondstadt, her solitary and despondent demeanor not only worried her fellow knights, including Jean, but also concerned countless citizens of Mondstadt. In the past, Noelle would quickly bounce back from any setback, but this time, she seemed utterly lost. Her state of despair as she walked through the streets of Mondstadt deeply troubled the onlookers. Thus, the people spontaneously began to write letters to encourage her. Most of these letters were penned by those whom Noelle had aided. Now, as these thousands of letters transformed into a warm tide, they once again comforted Noelle's soul, bestowing upon her immense courage and strength. Ailin, sitting in her wheelchair, looked up at Noelle. Congratulations. See, your efforts and dedication have not been forgotten. Indeed, Noelle lowered her head, clutching the letters tightly to her chest. In the past, I did not understand why I engaged in these actions or what significance they held. But now I comprehend. Thank you, everyone. Seeing the tears in Noelle's eyes, Ailin smiled with satisfaction, for she knew that in this moment, the girl before her had discovered her chivalric path. Today, this girl learned to love herself, and on this day, she found her own knightly way. She had shown kindness to countless individuals, and now, the goodwill of many was helping her to grow once more. The vision of God is manifested through intense desires. At this moment, having found her conviction, her fervent wish caused the Geo-Archon's eye behind her to radiate with brilliance. Her strength, too, grew alongside her will and aspirations. The divine acknowledged her wishes and recognized her growth. 2 days later, on a bright morning, the first day of a new week began. As customary, on the morning of the first day of each week, Jean, serving as the acting captain, would gather all members of the Knights, as well as staff from the maid group, for a routine meeting. The agenda was straightforward. Jean would outline the primary tasks and objectives for the week's Knights, as well as areas requiring improvement, and she would also evaluate the work of the maid group. Jean's time was precious, so within 10 minutes, the meeting concluded. Just as Jean was about to announce the dismissal of the assembly, a sudden voice rang out. "Please wait a moment." The crowd turned to see Noelle hurriedly rushing from the ranks. She approached the front, standing beside Jean, and then bowed slightly to her and the others. "I apologize for taking up your time, but I have something I wish to share with everyone." Upon hearing this, Jean narrowed her eyes slightly, as if sensing something, and quietly stepped from the front of the group to the center. This action signified her permission for Noelle to speak, and it provided Noelle with significant encouragement. Clenching her fists, she took a deep breath, as if summoning her courage, and began to speak. "Over the years, as I have served in the Knights as a maid, I have received immense care and affection from all of you. However, due to my immaturity and stubbornness, I have caused you much trouble and concern. In the past, my recklessness led me to rush to the snow-capped mountains to rescue someone, worrying everyone. During the dragon crisis, I attempted to challenge the dragon alone, prompting Captain Jean and Captain Kia to concoct various urgent tasks to deter me. Most recently, my folly nearly cost the life of the Sun Knight Ailin, who risked everything to save me. I have been far too headstrong and have never truly acknowledged your concerns and kindness. I sincerely apologize for the troubles my obstinacy has caused over the years. I am profoundly grateful for everyone's care and support. Working within the Knight's Order brings me immense joy. From this day forth, I shall take good care of myself and refrain from causing any more trouble. I will strive diligently, and one day, I will become a knight worthy of your trust." Chapter 91. Her acknowledgement, roses and shields. After expressing her apologies and gratitude, Nua Air paused briefly. After some contemplation, she resolutely spoke again. "Furthermore, there is one more matter I wish to address. I recognize that I often busy myself helping others, which causes concern among you. However, after reflecting last night, I have decided to continue offering assistance to others. As for the reason," she dashed around the corner and retrieved a large wooden box. She placed the box in front of the group and opened it, revealing a stack of letters neatly arranged within. Standing before the box, she faced the crowd and continued speaking. "Prior to yesterday, I had yet to discover my true conviction. My continuous efforts to assist others stemmed merely from the Knight's Manual, which states, 'Extending a helping hand to the weak is a knight's virtue.' I was merely imitating the conductor of the orchestra, believing that by emulating her, I could become a true knight. I sought recognition through this means, thinking that if I gained the acknowledgement of countless individuals, I would eventually become a knight. Yet, these thoughts were tainted by selfishness. My intentions were solely to attain validation, thus my heart lacked firmness. I have always admired the conductor, learning from her and mimicking her in my endeavors to help others. I naively copied her superficial actions without truly absorbing her selfless spirit." Upon hearing these words, Jean gazed deeply at Nua Air, her expression complex. Yet Nua Air's speech was not yet concluded. Standing before that enormous wooden box, a sweet smile graced her face. "From now on, I will continue to assist more individuals. However, this time, I do not seek to imitate anyone, nor do I desire their validation, nor will I harbor any selfish motives." Lowering her gaze, she looked at the neatly arranged letters within the box, a gentle expression softening her features. "I hold a profound love for this land and all its people. This is the reason I wish to help others. I aspire to use my own hands to bring happiness and prosperity to this land and its inhabitants. This is my knightly code. Lastly, I extend my heartfelt thanks for your care and support over the years. From this day on, I will strive to become more mature and reliable." With that, Nua Air faced the group once more and bowed deeply. The atmosphere was thick with silence. No one uttered a word. Nuaya, Amia Meet, had spoken so extensively to all members of the West Wind Knights after the proxy leader's address, which could be seen as a breach of etiquette. As her fervor waned, Nuaya felt a wave of shame wash over her. How could I have uttered such embarrassing words? How humiliating, especially in front of the conductor. What must she think of me? Nuaya's face flushed red as she nervously clutched her maid's apron. The silence of the gathering pressed heavily upon her, inducing immense stress and anxiety. She bent her waist, hesitating to lift her head. As each second ticked by, the passage of time felt like a torment. She had braced herself for the criticism that would follow her lack of decorum. Just then, a delicate gloved hand gently lifted her up. Cautiously, she raised her head and found that the one helping her was none other than her most revered conductor. At that moment, her beloved conductor stood before her, gazing at her with warmth. I am delighted, Nuaya, that you have finally grown. Qin observed Nuaya with a look of satisfaction and joy. Such a simple statement made Nuaya's body tremble slightly, and her gaze swept across the members of the knights. She noticed that all present, including the maids and other staff, wore expressions of similar pride and joy. It was as though they had witnessed their once immature sister suddenly blossom into maturity. Their faces adorned with heartfelt admiration. Everyone stood at ease. 2 minutes later, Qin approached Nuaya once more. Nuaya, close your eyes, Qin instructed. Oh, all right. Although unsure of Qin's intentions, Nuaya complied with her command. She shut her eyes, plunging into darkness. She could only hear the rustling sound in front of her, as if Qin were preparing something at her chest. After a brief moment, it is done. You may open your eyes. Qin's voice resonated beside her. Nuaya opened her eyes and looked down at her chest. But the moment she beheld the item adorning her, her pupils dilated in astonishment. Nuaya stood frozen, unable to utter a word. Qin's eyes sparkled with warmth and kindness as she gazed at Nuaya, softly saying, I'm delighted to witness your growth, Nuaya. Congratulations on finding your path. How do you feel about it? I like it. Nuaya nodded earnestly, but quickly inquired. However, I did not go through the selection process. Is that truly acceptable? What does that matter? Qin looked gently at Nuaya. Your character has already garnered the recognition of countless citizens of Mondstadt. Now, you have grown and discovered your conviction to become a knight. With that, Qin turned to address all members of the West Wind Knights present, her demeanor serious and solemn as she proclaimed, Today I, Qin Genshin, in my capacity as the proxy leader of the West Wind Knights, officially recognize Nuaya as a formal knight and bestow upon her the title of Guardian Knight. Without exception, joy and pride illuminated their faces. In an instant, applause erupted, accompanied by a chorus of cheers. The crowd surrounded Nuaya, smiling and bestowing their blessings upon her. Chapter 92. The Language of Roses. Congratulations, Nuaya, Amber exclaimed as she leaped to embrace Nuaya, bouncing with uncontainable joy. Oh, this day arrived sooner than I had anticipated. Kia wore a smile, but soon sighed, reflecting, Still, seeing my once immature junior suddenly mature brings a touch of sadness. The crowd gathered around Nuaya, showering her with blessings and praises. In that moment, she was the center of attention, the protagonist of her own story. Her efforts were not in vain. The concern and comfort from the people were validations of her kindness. The blessings from everyone were also acknowledgments of her goodness. She bit her lip, striving to hold back her tears. The members of the Knights eagerly anticipated her ascension to knighthood. It turned out that everyone had always recognized her potential, just as the conductor had, patiently waiting for the day she would stand as a knight in her own right. Thank you all. Overwhelmed by the crowd's affection, Nuaya could no longer contain herself, dabbing at her tears as she expressed her gratitude. On this day, the news of Nuaya being awarded the title of Guardian Knight spread throughout Mondstadt. The townsfolk hurriedly shared the news, and soon it reached every corner of Mondstadt, from the highest nobility to the humblest commoners, from bustling taverns to roadside stalls, spanning ages from the elderly to the youngest children. Countless individuals who have received the benevolence and assistance of Nuaya are filled with joy. The tavern is alive with the hearty laughter of patrons, and the shops along the commercial street are adorned with enticing discounts. This unusual spectacle leaves several foreign tourists in a state of bewilderment. Upon inquiring further, they discover that there exists a girl named New IR in Mondstadt. Her aspiration is to become a knight, and she is renowned as the most enthusiastic and helpful maid in the city. Throughout Mondstadt, regardless of status, strength, or age, everyone has benefited from her kindness. After enduring 9 failures, she finally realizes her dream today. Her footsteps have traversed every corner of Mondstadt, and on this day, the shops are offering discounts, and people are celebrating with laughter and toasts. They honor the girl named New IR in this joyous manner. On this day, a larger box appears at the entrance of New IR's home, filled with meticulously crafted treats, fabrics, teas, flowers, vegetables, eggs, fruits, and origami cranes, gift from various classes and ages. In the future, no matter how winding the road ahead may be, with the support of such love, she will surely forge ahead with unwavering determination. One day, supported by the affection of countless citizens of Mondstadt, she will undoubtedly become the most reliable and powerful knight. That afternoon, as the sun began to set, the Knights of Favonius held a celebratory party for New IR, complete with drinks, snacks, and fruits. Colorful balloons decorated the walls of the Knights' Hall. I apologize for losing my focus. She immediately offered a flustered apology, but was met with the gentle smiles of her companions. Go on. You haven't shared this news with her yet. The person you should be most grateful to is her, isn't it? Amber beamed, reminding her, yes. Make sure to thank Miss Ailin for me. Without her help, my dear friend New IR would not have been able to become a knight. Miss Ailin is a wonderful girl. You must express your gratitude to her. Kaya chuckled. Indeed. We are here, celebrating, while little Ailin is still in her sickbed. We must not forget her, Lisa remarked, sipping her red wine. Jean nodded in agreement. Don't mind us, go on. Don't keep her waiting. MMM. Thank you, everyone. I shall take my leave now. With her companion's understanding, New IR's face lit up with joy. She bowed to her friends and immediately dashed towards the church. She could no longer contain her emotions. She longed to reach that special person and share her joy. In a windrise area of Mondstadt, there stands a magnificent oak tree. Legend has it that the great hero Vanessa, who saved Mondstadt, ascended to the sky island from this very spot. After her ascent, the oak tree gradually sprouted and grew into a towering giant. Hence, this place is also known as the symbol of Mondstadt's heroes. It is here that New IR finds her favorite retreat. At this moment, 2 young girls lie on the grass beneath the great tree. The warm glow of the setting sun bathes the meadow in golden hues, while a gentle breeze rustles the slender blades of grass, creating a soft, whispering sound. The 2 girls lie on the grass, inhaling the fragrance of the grass and the wind, basking in the warmth of the fading sun, and savoring a tranquil moment. Thank you, Ailin. New IR closes her eyes, a smile gracing her lips, feeling the presence of Ailin beside her. Were it not for you, I might have become a puppet of the abyss, making irreparable mistakes. Your sacrifice awakened me from my confusion. It was you who helped me understand my immaturity. Without you, I would still struggle to love myself and remain oblivious to the care and affection of those around me. Without you, I would still be a troublemaker, causing inconvenience to everyone. Thank you, Ailin. If it weren't for you, I would not have awakened. Without you, I would be blind to the beauty surrounding me. Thank you, Ailin. I'm so grateful for your presence in my life. Meeting you has been a true blessing. Ailin remained silent, as all that needed to be said had already been expressed during their embrace beneath the Anemo Archon statue. Now, she simply needed to be a listener. The breeze continued to blow, carrying the harmonious sounds of the grass and leaves. New IR spoke at length, until suddenly, she remembered something and produced a bouquet of fiery red flowers. Roses, which in Mondstadt symbolized discretion. As a maid, revealing secrets is a grave dereliction of duty. So I will sew a rose made of red cloth onto my gauntlet as a reminder. Roses are also my favorite flowers. I specifically bought this bouquet from Miss Flora just now. Here for you. As she presented the flowers, Ailin smiled gently and teased. You know, no are in foreign lands. Roses represent passionate love. Does this rose truly carry such a fiery connotation? New IR's cheeks flushed as she gazed at the bouquet, now in Eileen's hands. With a smile on her face, she fell silent, content to simply close her eyes and feel the flow of the wind in this rare moment of peace. Time passed unknowingly, and in a half-dream state, Ailin suddenly felt something soft and warm gently brush against her lips. Startled awake, she saw New IR blushing fiercely as she quickly rose to her feet. "New IR you?" Ailin stared in disbelief, but New IR held herself up, gazing down at Ailin. "Shoo! Don't say anything, don't ask anything. This is my last moment of caprice. Only at this moment do roses represent passionate love. After tomorrow, they shall symbolize discretion." With that, New IR swiftly flipped over, burying her flushed face in the grass to avoid Eilin's gaze. Chapter 93. The eye of Geo reflecting on that tender, warmed touch. Ailin stared blankly at the lush leaves above her. She instinctively touched her lips with her hand, and then broke into a silly smile. "Ding dong. Congratulations, Master. You and New IR have become close friends. You have obtained the same Geo vision as New IR. A new slot in the relic inventory has been unlocked. A new slot in the weapon inventory has been unlocked. The map function has been upgraded. You can now use teleportation waypoints." As Ailin stood in a daze, the system's voice echoed in her mind. Suddenly, a radiant golden Geo vision appeared from the void and landed in Eilin's hand. The golden light captured the attention of New IR, who was still shy from the fleeting kiss. She turned to look and discovered a Geo vision resting in Eilin's hands. "This is the same vision as mine." New IR was momentarily stunned, followed by immense joy. Her happiness stemmed from a simple reason. Ailin claimed that these visions were proof of her friendship. When her bond with someone grew strong enough to gain the recognition of the divine, the deity would bestow upon her a vision. The Electro vision was a testament to her friendship with Fiscal, and the Anemo vision represented her friendship with Sucrose. Now, seeing the Geo vision in Eilin's hand, New IR's face radiated with delight. Her surprise was not due to her feelings for Ailin being validated. She was acutely aware of the strength of her feelings and did not require divine affirmation. Yet, feelings are reciprocal. It is a simple truth that if she harbors affection for Ailin while Ailin does not reciprocate, they cannot be deemed as close friends. Although she is aware of her own feelings for Ailin, she remains oblivious to the intensity of Ailin's feelings towards her. Thus, upon witnessing the emergence of the goddess Ai, her joy is profound, for it signifies that Ailin's feelings for her are equally fervent. However, upon reflection, Noelle cannot help but scold herself for her foolishness. Ailin risked her life to save her and guided her in discovering her own path. This bond is already attested to Ailin's feelings for her. It is worth noting that neither Noelle, Sucrose, nor Fiscal may realize that Ailin has cherished them from the very beginning. In her past life, Ailin was an ardent player of Genshin Impact. She held a deep fondness for the game and every character within it, as they were intricately crafted, each possessing a distinct personality. She loved each character dearly and often fantasized about adventuring and living alongside them. This affection was pure, devoid of any impurities. Even after arriving in this world, her love did not wane. Rather, it intensified upon seeing her beloved characters standing before her in the flesh. She sought nothing for herself. Her sole desire was for the characters she adored to find happiness, and that was sufficient. Every time she beheld the smiles of Fiscal and Sucrose, her heart brimmed with joy. Fiscal and Sucrose had once pondered why Ailin was so friendly and warm upon their first encounter. Yet they remained unaware that Ailin's fondness for them had always been unwavering. As long as their feelings for Ailin reached the level of close friendship, Ailin would be granted the goddess Ai. "Wow, Ailin, this is..." Noelle exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed upon the world before her. "Isn't it beautiful? This is my little paradise." Upon returning home, Ailin gifted Noelle a token and subsequently led her into the realm of Dusty Song. At that moment, Noelle was utterly astonished by the sudden appearance of this ethereal wonderland. Suddenly, a shout broke the silence. Fiscal and Sucrose rushed towards Ailin. Upon noticing Noelle beside Ailin, Sucrose and Fiscal were momentarily taken aback. However, Upon seeing the goddess eye adorning Ailin's waist, they immediately understood. As a member of the Knights of Favonius, Sucrose naturally recognized Noelle, having been present during her commendation. Fiscal, too, was familiar with Noelle. In the past, when Fiscal spent solitary hours in the library immersed in fantasy novels, Noelle would occasionally bring her snacks and tea. It was truly rare for Fiscal to encounter someone kind to her before meeting Ailin. During those moments, Fiscal would nervously rise and recite a flurry of dramatic phrases to Noelle. Although Noelle could not comprehend them, she would patiently listen and, when time permitted, continue to offer Fiscal treats and tea. Eventually, after hearing Fiscal's dramatic tales repeatedly, Noelle began to believe them. One day, while organizing the library, Noelle stumbled upon Fiscal's frequently read dramatic novel, Fiscal Huang Nu Yitan. She exclaimed, "Fiscal, how remarkable! At such a young age, you already have your own autobiography." Thus, the bond between Noelle and Fiscal grew quite close. Sucrose, being more of a tech enthusiast, found it challenging to engage with Noelle's exuberance. Once as Noelle passed by, she noticed 2 boxes piled at Sucrose's doorstep. However, those were matters of the past. Now, observing the goddess eye at Ailin's waist, Fiscal and Sucrose realized they had gained another dear friend. They approached, took Noelle's hand, and joyfully ushered her to explore the Wonderland. "Allow this princess to take you to experience the splendor of this paradise," Fiscal declared as she grasped Noelle's hand and prepared to lead her to the Dandelion Sea. "Wait, Fiscal, are we walking there?" Noelle inquired. Fiscal paused. "If not walking, then how shall we go? But I read in Fiscal Huang Nu Yitan that Princess Fiscal possesses the power to soar through the skies. I thought you would fly me to the Dandelion Sea," Noelle replied innocently. This made Fiscal blush, and she could only defensively retort, "Ahem, after Princess Fiscal descended to this world, her powers were sealed, and she can no longer fly." "Oh, I see." Noelle nodded, albeit somewhat confused. As night fell, the 4 girls, having shared dinner, nestled together on a large bed formed by 3 mattresses. Fiscal and Sucrose, longing to embrace Ailin as they slept, refrained from doing so, considering Ailin's still healing injuries. The small lamp grass and moonlight illuminated the paradise beautifully. As the 4 girls drifted into slumber, atop the grand villa's roof, the scene unfolded. "Oh, Miss Fonger, despite your 2 rejections, my affection for you remains undiminished," Oz proclaimed, placing his wings over his abdomen in a gentlemanly manner and bowing to Fong. "Your exquisite feathers, resplendent tail, slender neck, and noble head, along with your graceful flight, are all indelibly etched in my mind. Each time I close my eyes, your figure dances in my thoughts, robbing me of sleep. Thus, I muster the courage to confess my feelings once more, hoping you will accept my love. Oh, Mr. Oz, your persistence and profound affection move me greatly." Fong, perhaps influenced by her time with Ailin, raised her wings to wipe non-existent tears, feigning a look of deep emotion, before adding, "However, I must ask you to keep your distance, Mr. Oz." "Why? Is it now forbidden to approach you? Do you truly despise me so?" Oz lamented. "Because I wield the power of the wind element, which may spread. If you come too close, you might be affected." Chapter 94. The meeting of the Great Sun and the Little Sun life resumed its harmonious and peaceful rhythm. Fiscal and Sucrose had evidently begun to treat the Dusty Song realm as their shared home with Ailin, eagerly seeking various flora and fauna to adorn their paradise. Their favorite creatures were the crystal butterflies, which, while unremarkable during the day, transformed into breathtaking spectacles at night. Adorning the Wonderland with these beings infused it with vitality. As for Noelle, having earned the title of Guardian Knight, she was now a formal member of the Knights of Favonius. Within the Knights, there exists a maid brigade tasked with washing, cooking, cleaning, and tending to the gardens for the Knights. Noelle had once been a part of this brigade, but upon becoming a knight, she no longer needed to fulfill those duties. Yet, having performed such tasks for many years, the essence of maid duties remained ingrained in Noelle. Initially, she struggled to adapt, wishing to assist with cleaning, cooking, and laundry. However, her requests were kindly and gently declined by the maids. At first, Noelle felt disheartened, but after numerous refusals, she came to understand. In this world, while all occupations hold value, each must fulfill its designated role. The responsibilities of a knight, or their vocation, lie in protecting the people and the nation. The responsibilities and duties of a maid involve assisting the knight in managing the trivialities of daily life, enabling the knight to concentrate on the noble endeavor of safeguarding the populace. She has embraced the role of a knight, with her mission being to aid the people and protect Mondstadt. It is a profound disrespect for the maids for a knight to compete with them in their tasks. Upon reflecting on this, Noelle found solace. Her knightly creed is one of protection, aiming to safeguard the citizens of Mondstadt and enhance their well-being. Thus, based on this principle of protection, Jean assigned Noelle a special position. This role is titled Mondstadt Community Knight Squad, with Noelle serving as the captain, currently consisting solely of herself. The sole requirement of this position is to assist the citizens of Mondstadt in need as much as possible. Indeed, this role feels like a serendipitous gift for Noelle. Once officially appointed, she roamed the streets of Mondstadt daily, aiding all who required assistance. Previously, as a maid, she juggled her responsibilities while also finding time to help others, which often left her exhausted. However, with her new official role, everything transformed. She no longer needed to perform maid duties, instead channeling all her enthusiasm into her work with the community committee. Following Noelle's appointment, Jean was finally relieved from the burden of trivial tasks such as searching for lost pets, allowing her to focus on critical matters. Often, these mundane tasks would not even reach Jean's ears, as Noelle would intercept the information and resolve the issues swiftly. Consequently, just 3 days into her role, Jean's daily coffee intake was reduced by 2/3. Remarkably, for days later, Jean found time for a midday nap. Free from the shackles of petty concerns, Jean frequently expressed to Kia her gratitude for establishing such a community committee. It is worth noting that the creation of the Mondstadt Community Knight Squad proved to be immensely beneficial. Firstly, Noelle could engage in work she adored without the previous fatigue. Simultaneously, she was able to assist the person she respected most, Jean, which brought her immense joy. With Noelle alleviating Jean's burdens, the latter could work more efficiently on essential matters, dedicating more time to improve the welfare of Mondstadt citizens. Thus, Noelle's appointment not only aided the visible community, but also subtly influenced the long-term development of Mondstadt. However, this was not the crux of the matter. After taking up her position, Noelle inadvertently accomplished something that astonished the entire Knights of Favonius. To the citizens of Mondstadt, Noelle appeared as an angelic presence. Her frequent forays into the community allowed her to assist many elderly and vulnerable individuals, garnering her affection among them. The elderly and children, often with little to occupy their time, found joy in her company. Children, free from work, spent their days playing, while the elderly enjoyed leisurely retirements. Under Noelle's influence, these groups spontaneously formed external members of the Mondstadt Community Knight Squad. Daily, a throng of children trailed behind Noelle, emulating her by helping those in need. As for the elderly who could not keep up but wished to contribute, they often engaged in gossip to pass the time, wandering the streets of Mondstadt and keeping a watchful eye on passers-by. Upon noticing any suspicious activities, they would promptly report to Noelle. Thus, on the 8th day of Noelle's tenure, the Mondstadt Community Knight Squad unexpectedly evolved into the largest intelligence network within Mondstadt. With nearly 3,000 members, they spanned every corner of the city. Some were elderly women basking in the sun, others were grandfathers fishing by the lake, and some were children frolicking in the streets. Although comprised of the elderly and young, their children and parents were all in their prime, actively engaged in various professions. This reveals the formidable nature of this intelligence network. Each day, they provided thousands of suspicious reports. With their assistance, the Knights of Favonius astonishingly resolved 8 smuggling cases, thwarted 2 Abyss Order attack plans, and apprehended 13 Fatui spies along with 163 treasure hoarders within 3 days. Such an impressive record left Kia, who was originally responsible for intelligence and aftermath, feeling embarrassed. The citizens affectionately referred to these individuals as the Mondstadt Morning Crowd. As for Noelle, she remained blissfully unaware, merely a humble soul aiding others in Mondstadt, yet somehow becoming the captain of the most formidable intelligence organization within the Knights of Favonius. In the future, the Mondstadt mourning crowd would instill fear in countless foreign spies and ill-intentioned individuals. Perhaps they would never realize that the leader of this powerful intelligence organization was a pure, kind-hearted, and slightly naive young girl. Reflecting on Noelle's appointment, Jean would often exclaim to Kia and Eula that it was perhaps the wisest decision of her life. Upon hearing this news, Ailin was momentarily speechless, astonished that such an innocent girl had become the leader of the Knights of Favonius and even the strongest intelligence organization in Mondstadt. Surely it was the latter, for had it been anyone else, they could not have possibly nurtured such a formidable network. Ultimately, Noelle's ability to shine in a role she cherished brought Ailin immense joy. One day, having recovered from her injuries, Ailin received a notification from Jean to come to the Knights of Favonius. As she entered the organization, she spotted a small, adorable figure in red, looking quite lively, emerging from the confinement room under Jean's guidance. Chapter 95. Ailin. Am I a mother now? Klee? Upon seeing the little girl in red, Ailin was momentarily taken aback before her face broke into a joyful smile. Klee, though a bit mischievous, possessed a kind heart and an innocent, carefree spirit, leaving a lasting impression on Ailin from the game. Since arriving in this world, Ailin had longed to meet the delightful Klee. Unfortunately, her time in this realm had been consumed by developing relationships with others, engaging in battles, or recovering from injuries. Just when she finally found a moment of respite, Klee had been confined due to her antics. Thus, despite her extended stay in this world, it was Ailin's first encounter with Klee. With a smile, she raised her hand, intending to greet Klee, but the latter suddenly paused, scrutinizing Ailin's face and attire. Her sparkling eyes widened with excitement, and a look of surprise blossomed on her adorable face, as if she had encountered someone she had long admired. Before Ailin could utter a word, Klee exuberantly called out, "Mama! It's Mama!" As she bounded toward Ailin, her small hands raised high, she danced around Ailin in delight. The moment those words escaped her lips, it was as if a thunderous clap had struck, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. "Klee, you mustn't say that. Ailin is only 17 and not married yet. How can you call her Mama?" Apologize to Ailin. Jean was the first to react. She shot a fierce glare at Kelly and then, with an apologetic tone, addressed Ailin. "I apologize, Ailin. Kelly is likely missing her mother, so please do not take offense." "It's quite all right," Ailin replied with a smile. "Children speak without reservation." As she spoke, Ailin crouched down to Kelly's level and gently said, "Little Kelly, I understand you miss your mother, but your mother is Ailin, not me." "No, it's not like that." Kelly shook her head. Kelly knows her mother's name is Ailin, but Kelly hasn't mistaken anyone because Sister Ailin is also Kelly's mother. Ailin was even more puzzled by this statement. Not only Ailin, but even Sheen was bewildered by Kelly's words. "Sister Ailin, wait a moment." Seeing the confusion on Sheen and Ailin's faces, Kelly suddenly recalled something and took off her backpack. Mom used to tell Kelly that Ailin and her were very close sisters. Before Kelly was born, she asked Sister Ailin to consider Kelly as her goddaughter. Before leaving, Mom told Kelly that Ailin was very capable and would take Kelly out to play. Mom also said that Kelly would soon meet Ailin, but at that time, Ailin would pretend not to know Kelly. So she left Kelly with 2 pieces of evidence. Mom said that if Kelly showed these 2 pieces of evidence to Ailin, Ailin would understand. As she spoke, Kelly rummaged through her backpack and pulled out a red artifact adorned with cute decorations. Ailin recognized it at once. It was the 4-star artifact, Dudu Ku Story Collection. Look, this Dudu Ku Story Collection was given to Kelly by Ailin. Kelly absolutely adores the stories within. And this, Kelly pulled out another item and handed it to Ailin. Upon receiving it, Ailin discovered an old, yellowed photograph, suggesting it had been stored for quite some time. However, upon seeing the content of the photograph, Ailin's expression changed and her pupils constricted. In the photo were 2 girls. One was a witch with pointy ears, bearing a resemblance to Kelly, who should be Kelly's mother Ailin. What truly astonished Ailin was the girl beside Ailin. That girl had flowing white hair, blue eyes, and was clad in a misty white garment and a starry blue skirt, looking identical to Ailin. Of course, if one were to note the differences between the Ailin in the photograph and the present Ailin, it would be that the Ailin in the photo appeared more mature and weathered, as if she had experienced much in life. Additionally, the Ailin in the photograph was barefoot, floating without touching the ground, and if one observed closely, they could discern a faint aura of authority emanating from her. Despite the slight differences, the person in the photograph was undoubtedly me, without a doubt. Moreover, the passage of time captured in the photograph could not be fabricated. System, what do you think about this matter? Ailin inquired. Oh dear, the master has finally deigned to seek my assistance. The system remarked with a hint of exasperation. Having an autonomous master isn't always a good thing. Others rely heavily on their systems. Sometimes I wish my master would depend on me a little more. Observing Ailin seldom asking questions, the system couldn't help but lament. Indeed, the photograph was taken many years ago. The person in the photo is undoubtedly the master. No one in this world can replicate your appearance and aura. However, many years ago, the master did not arrive in this world, nor did she possess this gown made of frosted tree. It seems this is the only explanation. Ailin nodded, as Ailin was communicating with the system in her mind. To outsiders, she appeared to be in deep silence. Watching Ailin remain quiet for so long, Klee could no longer contain her energy. She bit her lip and looked up at Ailin with tear-filled eyes. Is it because Klee accidentally broke the windmill a few days ago that Ailin thinks Klee is a bad child and doesn't like her? At that moment, when Ailin made eye contact with Klee's tearful gaze, her heart melted. Overflowing with maternal affection, she had no time to ponder. Without a second thought, she scooped Klee into her arms and rubbed her cheek against Klee's chubby face, then affectionately laughed. No, how could I dislike Klee? Klee is a good child. I like you immensely. It must be noted that Ailin truly adored children, especially innocent and lively ones like Klee. Whenever she encountered such children, Ailin felt rejuvenated by their purity, temporarily forgetting her own troubles. With just a few words, she had Klee beaming with joy, then turned to the still astonished Qin. Oh, right, Qin, is there something you wanted to discuss when you summoned me? Indeed, Qin began. Since the dragon disaster, due to the fear of the eastern wind dragon's might, many hilichurls and other monsters have scattered into the wild. These hilichurls and monsters continue to pose a significant threat to the safety of Mondstadt's citizens. Your injuries have only just healed, and I didn't want to trouble you with these matters, but as you know, the Knights of Favonius are currently short on personnel. Qin's expression conveyed her helplessness. The Grandmaster Falger had led the majority of the Knights away on an expedition. Now, the remaining forces of the Knights were struggling to defend Mondstadt while also clearing the roads of hilichurls and monsters, let alone dealing with those in the wilderness. Seeing this, Ailin couldn't help but chuckle. No worries, Captain Qin, leave these tasks to me. I promise to clear out all the wandering hilichurls and monsters in the wild within a day. As she spoke, a mischievous grin appeared on her face, indicating she was plotting something. Klee, let us bring along more explosives. Today, I'll take you on a thrilling adventure. Shall we? Really? Upon hearing this, Klee's eyes sparkled with excitement.